Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 464, Deserve to be Saved. Sorry, I don't think so. As time passed, the sun slowly set, casting the sky in the glow of dusk and softening the sunlight that shone down on the earth, making it no longer as harsh as it had been during the daytime. Riezel walked along the coast with Artoria, listening to the sound of the waves and feeling the pleasant sea breeze. However, neither of them spoke or turned to look at the other as they just kept walking silently, without saying a single word. They had stayed in this state for quite a long time, or more precisely, ever since they left Hector's workshop, they had been like this. Riezel hadn't tried to start a conversation, while Artoria didn't know what to say, so they ended up like this, and for the moment, it honestly felt like there was nothing to talk about. Nevertheless, this silence didn't feel awkward. In fact, it felt more like they were both seriously thinking about what to say next, like the calm before an intense debate, making it feel like some kind of energy was building up inside. A minute of silence later, Artoria finally spoke up. "So, you knew about the child of prophecy." Artoria gave a goofy smile and laughed awkwardly. "Ahaha. I thought you saved me because you didn't know anything." After all that silence, this was the first topic Artoria brought up, making Riezel unsure whether to laugh or sigh at it. "Does it matter?" Riezel responded, but he didn't look at her, he just kept his eyes on the path ahead and continued to walk. "Whether you're the child of prophecy or not, I would have saved you either way, so you don't need to overthink it." He truly meant every word. Artoria immediately saw that and couldn't help but feel a little happy inside, though she just acted nonchalant on the outside. "Well, you're a good guy. No way you just sit back and watch someone die." Artoria held the staff of selection in both hands and followed closely behind Riezel. "But it's kind of strange. Someone like you saying this country isn't worth saving." Yes, this was the second thing on Artoria's mind after the whole identity issue. Honestly, she hadn't expected to hear something like that from someone. Ever since she could remember, everyone around her kept telling her she was the child of prophecy and that she was fated to defeat the queen, become the true king, and save the fairies, save the country, so this was the first time someone had told her right to her face that they weren't worth saving and that she didn't need to follow some predetermined mission. Such a talk was new to Artoria, so it left her feeling kind of strange. Regardless, Riezel had said it anyway. "First off, I'm not a good guy, at least, that stuff you said about me not sitting back and not being able to watch someone die." "Wrong." Riezel spoke bluntly, without even turning his head. "I'm not the kind of person who just jumps in to help someone in trouble. Like, if I were you, I'd have no attachment at all to a place like Tintagel, especially not after being thrown into a prison by them. Unlike you, there's no way I'd stop someone from killing the fairies in that rotten village. I'm just not that kind." Artoria knew Riezel was talking about what had happened when they ran into the fairies of the Wind clan in the underground prison. Back then, when Riezel had gone to draw his sword, she had used her special eyes to see the killing intent and confidence in him. If he had drawn his sword, there was no doubt those Wind clan fairies would have been killed. With that certainty, Artoria had instinctively shouted for Riezel to stop without even thinking. Even though she had been imprisoned by the villagers and was about to be handed over to the execution squad, she was still willing to protect them. Riezel had made it clear, if it had been him, there was no way he could have done the same. "What kind of good guy am I supposed to be?" "You're the good one, right?" "No, you're just a damn pushover," Riezel said straightforwardly. "Based on that, your point was wrong from the start." "Got it now." After saying this, he stopped walking and didn't take another step forward. "Ah." Artoria, who had nearly bumped into Riezel's back, let out a startled cry and quickly stopped herself just in time. Riezel turned around and looked at Artoria. "Second, I really don't think there's anything wrong with what I said." Riezel stared at her and said flatly, "Let me ask you, do you think this country's even worth saving?" Riezel's question completely stumped Artoria. Was this country worth saving? In truth, she honestly didn't know. Before this, she had barely ever left Tintagel, though she had seen quite a few fairies, they were almost all ones within Tintagel, so she had hardly seen any fairies from outside. In other words, even though she knew she was in the fairy kingdom, what this country was truly like, she might have seen parts of it, but definitely not the whole picture. Since she hadn't seen the whole picture and didn't know everything about the country, how could she possibly make bold claims or even judge whether this place was worth saving? Riezel seemed to pick up on this. "What I'm gonna say next is from my point of view, as in, from a human's perspective." Riezel made this clear first, then continued to speak. "To humans, fairies are honestly terrifying creatures. It was only natural. It wasn't just because fairies were born far more powerful than humans, and not only because humans in this country were under the rule of fairies, but from Riesel's perspective, what made fairies truly terrifying was their way of thinking. Fairies, so different from humans, had a worldview, outlook on life, and sense of values that were completely alien to human understanding. Humans have their own code of conduct, their own moral bottom line, but fairies don't. Humans know what should be done and what shouldn't, but fairies don't. Humans know how to restrain themselves, but fairies don't. Well, the fairies I know are just like that. Probably not much different from what you've heard, right? In response to Riesel's question, Artoria's response was silence. She really couldn't argue with any of it. Indeed, the fairies she knew were exactly as Riezel described. Just take the fairy prank incidents previously mentioned around Scotland. Fairy legends from that region spoke of their usual tricks. For example, they would make passers-by lose their memories. For example, they would lure children into the forest, and those children wouldn't return home for a whole week. For example, they would swap newborn babies with fairy children. Another example, they would secretly leave animal corpses at someone's doorstep to scare people. Needless to say, to fairies, these things were just pranks, just a bit of fun. They did them purely for amusement, to entertain themselves by watching humans panic. However, to humans, those so-called pranks were nothing less than tragedies. Those who lost their memories forgot everyone and everything important to them, becoming walking corpses, while the children lured into the forest were often found a week later, nothing left but their remains, serving as food for wild beasts. Meanwhile, the newborns who were taken away had their parents desperately searching for them, only to end in failure. Stories like these often ended in hopeless deaths. As for the families who found animal corpses at their doors, they were suspected of being part of some evil cult, leading to arrests, false accusations, and ultimately being forced to flee from gossip. Some were lucky enough to relocate, while others fell into depression and isolation before committing suicide. Such was what fairies called practical jokes. To them, it was all just a game, but to humans, it was a matter of life and death. To them, it was harmless mischief, but to humans, it was deadly. Fairies didn't care about gains or losses and didn't weigh the consequences because they would do something purely for the sake of enjoyment, even if it brought no benefit, just to entertain themselves. In Riesel's eyes, the fairies in this country were no different since they didn't have the same moral compass as humans. Sometimes, they were kind and would warmly welcome you, and other times, they were brutal, twisting off your head without hesitation. They were moody, and their temperaments shifted constantly. As long as they had a reason, they would even raise a sword against someone close to them without hesitation, even torture them to death. Because they were long-lived and had strong vitality, they could survive just by existing. Because they could do almost anything, they never felt the need to grow or try harder. Because they didn't struggle for survival or prosperity, they didn't accumulate knowledge and only did what they found fun. Given this, what value was there in saving these fairies or the country they lived in? You know it too, right? Just how damn selfish those fairies really are. Riesel's harsh words once again left Artoria in silence. Others might not have known, but Riezel did. He knew exactly what this girl, seen as the child of prophecy, seen as the savior by those fairies, had gone through in this village called Tintagel. 16 years ago, when Artoria was just a newborn baby, she drifted here along with her staff of selection and many treasures before being discovered and taken in by the fairies of this village. Even though they knew Artoria was the child of prophecy, which made them raise her, not only did they treat her like a horse, keeping her in the stable, but they also completely took the treasure that came with her on the boat. In fact, the fairies planned to sell Artoria to the queen once she grew up because the queen was looking for the child of prophecy. Artoria lived a life of being watched, cruelly trained, and bullied, a life worse than death. A few years ago, she even lost 2 of her toes to frostbite because the stable she lived in was so cold. Not only had she not been born strong and grown like a human would, but even now, she still hadn't shown any powers fitting for the child of prophecy. Moreover, the treasure that had washed ashore with her had pretty much run out by now. With her nearing 16, close to the age when she could begin her pilgrimage, the fairies in the village had started to panic. If Artoria didn't show powers matching the title of child of prophecy, her identity would be questioned. And if that identity was questioned, if people started thinking she wasn't the true child of prophecy, then the queen wouldn't pay a high price for her. It was precisely because of this that the fairies had demanded Artoria kill Hector, to prove that she really was the child of prophecy. However, Artoria hadn't done it, and the one who exposed her was the fairy who had grown up with her since childhood, the one who called herself her friend, her childhood friend. Do fairies like them really deserve to be saved? Riezel continued indifferently, not even bothering to sneer. Sorry, I don't think so. As these words fell, all Artoria could offer in response was silence, and more silence. In all honesty, she didn't find Riezel's feelings hard to understand. If it had been someone else, getting treated like trash by fairies and then being expected to go save them and their country or whatever, that would honestly be the biggest joke in the world. However, she herself didn't really feel much about it. Because she had eyes that could see through lies. because she had always known the fairies in the village never had good intentions toward her. As a result, even if she was treated like that, she didn't feel much, since she had already known it would turn out this way. Simply put, she had been mentally prepared for it all, so how could she still feel anything now? It was just that. You're not wrong about that. Artoria couldn't help but blurt out what was on her mind. I don't really have any motivation to save the fairy kingdom myself either. Indeed, Artoria had no real desire or motivation to save the fairy kingdom, to save Fairy Britain. She knew her mission was to save this country. She knew she had come here to redeem the fairies, but knowing was one thing, and doing it was another. She hadn't gained any good memories in this country, so she honestly didn't feel any urge to do anything for the fairies here. Up until now, she had only drifted through life, reaching this age without much direction, while the people in her village all hoped she was the child of prophecy. In the end, just so she wouldn't get swallowed up by the malice hidden in those fairies' hearts, she had no choice but to play along and try her best to do things that made her look like the child of prophecy. In the end, you're lost, huh? Riezel asked calmly. You're not sure if you should go on this pilgrimage thing after leaving the village, or whether you're really supposed to fight for those fairies in this country. Riezel's words struck right at the core of Artoria's heart. What about you? Artoria forced a smile, trying to hide her feelings. You're super strong. Don't you want to do something for the humans in the fairy kingdom? In Artoria's eyes, Riezel's power surpassed even most fairies. Even though she hadn't seen him fight, the way he could fly freely through the air and blink around like he was teleporting already made him way stronger than most fairies. Fairies of the Wind clan weren't as strong as the Fawn clans, but Riezel was able to immobilize them effortlessly, which said a lot about how powerful he really was. With that kind of strength, even if he decided to rebel against the queen for the sake of the human race, Artoria wouldn't be surprised at all. If he did have that kind of plan, then she, who was said in the prophecy to defeat the queen, would probably be a pretty handy weapon for him, right? Just as this thought crossed Artoria's mind, a hand suddenly shot out toward her with blinding speed. Pa! In the next second, a flick hit Artoria's forehead. Ouch! Artoria clutched her forehead, backing away as she cried out in pain. What are you doing? With tears brimming in her eyes, Artoria glared at Riezel. Pretty sure I should be the one asking you that, foolish girl. Riezel casually pulled his hand back. I might not have your fairy eyes that can see through lies, but I can guess pretty well that you were thinking some rude stuff just now. I was just thinking it, okay. I didn't say anything out loud, did I? Did you really have to flick me for that? Be glad I didn't spank your ass. Saying this, Riezel glanced behind Artoria, making the girl immediately jump back in shock and instinctively cover her butt. Only then did Riezel let out a quiet chuckle, turning around again to face away from her. I still haven't decided what exactly to do since I just got here, and I'm not gonna say for sure that I won't end up fighting the queen later, but even if I do go to war with her, I'm not gonna drag a little fairy like you into it. As Riezel said this, he calmly took a step forward and continued walking. If I really need to fight her, I'll just charge straight into Camelot and go a few rounds with her. Honestly, I'm kinda looking forward to it. Whether it's the queen or those knights serving her, they've gotta be pretty strong, right? At this point, a flicker of fighting spirit finally surged through Riezel's body. Artoria, who could tell that Riezel meant every word he said, could see it, he truly was looking forward to it, maybe even excited. A battle maniac. Artoria, hurrying to catch up with Riezel, muttered softly and felt a strange sense of relief for some reason. At the very least, not a single word from this young man had been a lie. Compared to all the people she had met so far, compared to all the malice and ugly thoughts she had felt up to this point, this human in front of her felt so real, so honest. Understanding this, Artoria couldn't help but smile, but at that same moment, Riezel suddenly stopped again. What now? Artoria also stopped and began complaining, but Riezel simply stared in one direction in silence for a moment before finally speaking. Trouble's coming. Chapter 465, Just a Human Passing By. As time passed, the evening glow faded away, and the sun completely sank beneath the other side of the sea, allowing the night to fall quietly. However, just as night began to descend, one place remained brightly lit. Which place? It was none other than Tintagel. What's going on? Artoria, following Riezel, climbed up a cliff and looked toward Tintagel, her voice filled with shock and panic. It couldn't be helped. At this moment, the village that had been perfectly fine just a short while ago was engulfed in a sea of flames. Buildings were burning as the firelight lit up the surroundings and drove away the darkness. As a massive blaze fell upon the village, faint shouts of fighting and killing, along with intense fluctuations of magical energy, could be heard from within, creating the atmosphere of a massacre. Everyone. Seeing this scene, blood rushed to Artoria's head, and without even thinking, she tried to jump down and dash into the village. Stop. Riezel reacted quickly, reaching out to grab the back of Artoria's neck, lifting her helplessly with one hand. What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you plan to run in there and save those villagers. Even after how they treated her, the first thing she thought of when she saw the village in trouble was to rush in and help. Are you seriously just a hopeless do-gooder or what? Riezel asked, looking completely baffled. But I can't just pretend I didn't see anything. Artoria shouted helplessly. Riezel really wanted to ask Artoria, why not? Was there someone kind to her in that village? Someone who lent a hand when she was in trouble? No. Not a single one. Since there wasn't, why couldn't she just pretend she didn't see anything? Even though this was what he thought in his heart, Riezel also knew that no matter what he said, Artoria would still want to rush over. Tintagel was, after all, the place where the girl had lived for 16 years, so even if all she had there were painful memories, seeing it turn into a sea of fire would still make her want to go. A trouble's coming, huh? Riezel shook his head and, still holding Artoria, cast teleportation magic. In the next moment, Riezel and Artoria appeared in the sky above Tintagel. From this position, both of them could feel a wave of heat as the burning village below kept spewing thick smoke upward, surrounding them in rising clouds of black. Besides the stench of burning and smoke, the air was also filled with a heavy scent of blood. It was only natural. From where Riezel and Artoria hovered, they could see that a brutal and inhumane slaughter was taking place in the village engulfed in flames. You useless Wind Clan fools. If you guys weren't so damn weak, how the hell could that fake get away? Useless trash like you shouldn't even be in the village wasting our resources. A few fairies of the Fawn clan, looking like werewolves, shouted while leaping at several fairies of the Wind clan with terrifying speed, swinging their claws at them. Splurt, splurt, splurt. With a sickeningly clean and sharp sound of flesh being torn apart, the Wind clan's fairies didn't even get a chance to say a word before they were ripped in half by the brutally strong Fawn clan's fairies. Boom. However, before the Fawn clan's fairies could even enjoy their short-lived victory, their heads were smashed to bits by several massive warhammers. Several fairies of the Earth clan, dwarf-like figures wielding heavy hammers in their hands, were the ones who smashed the heads of the Fawn clan's fairies. As they bashed the heads of the Fawn clan's fairies, they cursed as well. What the hell are you Fawn clan even good for? All brawn and no brain. What gives you the right to talk to us like you're better? You bastards are the reason that damn fake got away in the first place. Not satisfied even after killing them, the Earth clan's fairies kept hammering the corpses lying on the ground, smashing them into pieces with brute strength far beyond human limits, causing blood to spray everywhere and chunks of flesh to fly through the air, making the scene incredibly gory. Apparently, the same thing was happening in other parts of the village as well. Damn Earth clan. It's because of your ugly, loud, barbaric asses that we burned through all the treasure so fast. If you hadn't been whining every day about needing metals for forging, we'd still have plenty of the loot that fake brought us. What about you, Wind clan? All you ever do is blow money in the big cities or throw dumb parties. You're the real garbage burning through treasure. And you Fawn clan bastards are no better, never doing anything useful, just brute labor and eating more than anyone else. Fairies don't even need to eat, but you losers kept stuffing your faces just for fun. You should all just disappear. You're the ones who should disappear. Yeah. It's you guys. You're the problem. You. Kill. Kill them. If we just kill them, the village will be so much better off. Get rid of everyone in the way. And just like that, the fairies started slaughtering each other amid the blazing fire. Their methods were shockingly brutal, showing no mercy at all. It didn't look like they were neighbors who had lived together for years, but rather enemies locked in a life-or-death grudge match, as the air of the village filled with endless cursing, furious roars, cries of pain, and blood-curdling screams. How could this happen? Artoria had stopped struggling and just hung there, held by the scruff of her neck by Riezel, staring blankly at the bloodshed below like she had lost her soul. She recognized the fairies down there, of course. They were all villagers of Tintagel, people she used to see all the time, neighbors from the same village. Seeing them killing each other in the fire, Artoria's heart was hit hard. Why is this happening? Why are they doing this? Everyone, stop it already. As Artoria kept mumbling, she started struggling again, but Riezel didn't let her down and just kept watching the village below with cold, indifferent eyes. See that? That's what fairies are. Riezel said emotionlessly. In fact, this had happened in the original work as well. Back when Artoria was regarded as the fake child of prophecy, the villagers, who felt she couldn't be sold for a good price and had already spent all the treasure she had brought, decided to reduce the village's population to survive the next winter. As for how they did that, it was by turning on each other and slaughtering the unneeded fairies. Now, it looked like that scene was playing out earlier than expected. They thought you were fake, figured you weren't worth much, so that resentment started building up inside them. And once you ran off, it just exploded. No holding back. And fairies, when they're upset, don't bottle it up, they take it out on someone else. What you see now is the result. Riezel spoke with a hint of sarcasm. If they were humans, do you think they'd start murdering each other over something like this? But fairies? They don't even know what patience means. For fun, they can do all kinds of cruel crap without blinking, so if it's just to blow off steam, why wouldn't they hurt somebody else? That's just what fairies are. As Riezel said this, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Rather than thinking about this, maybe you should worry more about what's coming next. He stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. Outside of Tintagel, down the road leading into the village, a group of fairies was charging this way at a speed no human could match, looking like a pack of beasts stampeding, kicking up huge clouds of dust behind them as they raced forward. Meanwhile, the one leading them, in particular, moved at an almost indescribable speed, as even from a distance, it felt like watching him turn into a phantom, flickering in and out as he closed in. Honestly, if someone said this figure was teleporting, people might actually believe it. There. Artoria instinctively looked in the direction Riezel pointed, and what she saw froze her in place while her face instantly turned pale. Such speed. Only fairies of the Fang clan can pull that off. Woodwow's execution squad. Why now? Artoria was truly feeling despair. Wasn't the execution squad supposed to arrive tomorrow? Why were they already here? So they're the so-called execution squad, huh? Riezel said calmly as he stared at the oncoming wave of Fang clan fairies. Looks like they've already received the news. They must have found out the child of prophecy escaped, so they rushed over faster. It went without saying that the Fang clan newcomers charging toward Tintagel were nothing like the villagers of Tintagel. They were the elite of the Fang clan, powerful fairies who stood out even among the already battle-hardened members of the Fang clan. A group like them, with strength far beyond the average fairy, could easily outrun a train if they got serious. Covering a distance meant to take a whole day in just a few hours wasn't surprising for them. As for how they got the news so quickly, that was probably thanks to the Wind Clan's fairies in Tintagel. Given that the fairies of the Wind Clan had extraordinary information-spreading abilities, if the fairies who suffered under Riezel's hand wanted revenge, they could have easily passed the news of the Child of Prophecy's escape to the execution squad already heading this way. If that were the case, it would completely explain how the execution squad reacted so quickly and decided to rush here at full speed, arriving right about now. Needless to say, the execution squad was the trouble Riezel had been talking about. Woodwow's, huh? Riezel's eyes, glowing with a glassy shine, lit up as he remembered the name the fairies had mentioned several times now. I really want to see what that guy's capable of. According to the original work, Woodwow's strength was no joke, probably stronger than any opponent he had ever faced. Now that the idea was in his head, there was no way he was just going to sit still. In the next moment, he flew straight toward the charging execution squad without hesitation. Hey, what are you doing? Riezel. Artoria shouted in panic as if she could read his mind. Wait. Calm down. Don't do anything stupid. Unfortunately for Artoria, Riezel wasn't about to listen to her. Carrying the girl in his arms, Riezel flew straight out of the burning village of Tintagel, leaving all the blood and violence behind. Rumble. It was the sound of footsteps, like the rumble of the earth itself. One after another, fairies of the Fang clan charged forward like wild beasts, their speed terrifying, leaving massive clouds of dust rising behind them as they sprinted. They looked just like the Fang clan's fairies from Tintagel, werewolf-like in appearance, the only differences being the color of their fur and how certain parts were groomed differently from one another. They didn't carry any weapons, nor did they wear any sort of equipment, just a simple set of light gear, making them look like a pack of wild werewolves. However, the reason they wore only the most basic light gear wasn't because the Fang clan lacked money, and it definitely wasn't because the fairy kingdom refused to supply them with military equipment. On the contrary, they did it because they had absolute confidence in their own bodies and strength, which was exactly why they believed they didn't need any weapons or armor to dominate the battlefield. They were, after all, the Queen's execution squad, the elite of the Fang clan, and also the military force of this country. Right now, they were dashing toward Tintagel, unleashing a speed that far surpassed that of ordinary lifeforms as their charge stirred up strong winds, clouds of dust, and the constant rumbling of the earth. At the front of this squad was one who stood out from the rest. He was a fairy of the Fang clan as well and also had the appearance of a werewolf, but he was dressed in an elegant suit, and his fur was groomed neatly, giving off the impression of a prince among wild beasts. Even so, a beast was still a beast, so no matter how well-dressed or gentlemanly he looked, it didn't change the fact that he wasn't human. At this moment, he ran at a speed so fast that not even the rest of the Fang clan's fairies could catch up to him. Lord Woodwow's. Suddenly, one of the Fang clan's fairies from the execution squad called out. Something's not right with the village up ahead. Hearing the scout's report, the gentlemanly fairy running in front, Woodwow's, narrowed his beast-like eyes. Fire. What's going on? Woodwow's muttered. Naturally, no one had an answer for him. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Woodwow's bared his fangs for a second but quickly stopped himself, as if suddenly remembering his status. Even though he was a fairy of the Fawn clan, Woodwose was also the queen's most loyal servant, so he had already decided he wouldn't let others see him as just some savage beast with no sense of etiquette. For this reason, Woodwose chose to hide his beastly nature and instincts, since he wanted to act like those well-mannered high-class fairies and not be seen as someone who only had strength but an empty head. No matter where he went, he had to stay composed, which he believed was how a loyal servant of the queen should be. Just as he was trying to calm himself down with that thought, Woodwose's composure was shattered the very next second. Lord Woodwose. Something's happening. Such a sudden, loud, unreserved yelling from his subordinate nearly made Woodwose break character, even though he had just reminded himself to be a gentleman. What now? Woodwose shouted, clearly annoyed. Up there. Completely unaware that his leader was getting mad, the Fawn clan's fairy pointed up at the sky. Something's coming. Upon hearing this, all the fairies looked up, and when they did, they saw a streak of light flying through the sky. Swish. Amid the faint sky-splitting sound, a figure emerged from the streaming light, but soon, while soaring forward at high speed, it halted in midair. Lancelot. Seeing this, Woodwose couldn't help but shout, his voice filled with surprise and hostility. It couldn't be helped. Lancelot was the one vying with him for the title of strongest in the fairy kingdom, someone he saw as a thorn in his side. Even if he didn't plan to eliminate Lancelot immediately, he still wanted to trample her underfoot, mocking and tormenting her at will. As for why Woodwose called out his rival's name like that, it was because the figure in the sky resembled the well-known Sky Knight of the fairy kingdom, the only fairy knight among them who could dominate the skies and fly freely. However, the newcomer was clearly not Lancelot. No, that's not Sir Lancelot. A sharp-eyed Fawn clan fairy quickly spotted the truth, and at the same moment, the figure in the sky began descending. Thud. With an audible thud, the figure's feet touched the ground, blocking the path of the execution squad. Hey, that hurt. A girl was tossed from the figure's hand and landed on her butt, crying out in pain. Halt. Seeing someone block the path, especially someone who flew down from the sky like that damnable Lancelot, Woodwose instinctively grew alert and shouted to his subordinates behind him. In an instant, all the Fawn clan's fairies who had been dashing forward at incredible speed came to a halt, letting the gust of dust behind them gradually settle. An indescribable silence spread all around. Who are you? Woodwose glared with his wolf-like eyes at the uninvited guest blocking his way. Me. Hearing Woodwose's question, the figure suddenly grinned. Just a human passing by. Chapter 466, Returned a Ray. Human. All the Fawn clan's fairies froze on the spot. He's a human. He's actually a human. A human dares to stand alone in front of the Fawn clan. Could he be one of those round table army guys? Saying all this, the werewolf-looking fairies bared their fangs the moment they snapped out of it, revealing just how furious they were. Not just the hot-tempered Fawn clan fairies, even Woodwose, who usually held himself back and tried to act like a gentleman, was now staring sharply at Riezel. You got a death wish or something, human? What were humans? Humans were livestock raised in pastures, used for fairy entertainment, a source of amusement in their lives. And what was the Fawn clan? They were the strongest warriors in the fairy kingdom, warriors who protected the country, an irreplaceable force in Britain. Whether it was Woodwose or the Fawn clan's fairies, they all took pride in their clan and their status. But now, a piece of livestock had actually escaped the pasture and was standing in front of Britain's pride, blocking the elite force of the fairy kingdom. Needless to say, to the savage Fawn clan, this was something they could not tolerate. So that's it. You're one of those worthless round table army punks. Woodwose let out a cold laugh. Figures. In all of Britain, only those leftovers calling themselves the Round Table would dare pull a stunt like this, openly challenging fairies, challenging the fairy kingdom's order, thinking they can stand against us and overthrow Her Majesty the Queen. Trash like you, who don't even have a reason to exist anymore, you'd make a move right away if you heard the Child of Prophecy showed up in the village ahead. I see, that fire just now, that must have been you Round Table army storming into Tintagel, fighting the fairies there, and lighting the place up, huh? And you're here to stall us? Trying to block our way so those punks can take care of the fairies in Tintagel faster and get the Child of Prophecy out. Woodwose felt like he had figured everything out. Guess that means the news about the Child of Prophecy showing up in Tintagel is true. As he said this, his expression turned vicious. And yet they sent just one human to stop us. What a disgrace. I'll wash it away with your blood, and the Child of Prophecies too. Right as these words came out of Woodwose's mouth, a wave of intense magical energy burst from his body, radiating heat. Swish. In the next moment, Woodwose vanished on the spot as if he had teleported and reappeared right in front of Riezel, his hand swept out fast toward Riezel's head. It was a sweep as fast as light. A strike so fast, even sound couldn't keep up. It was an attack fueled by murderous intent, turning his arm into the sharpest weapon in the world. His hand became a claw that could slice through iron like mud, gleaming as it tore through the air toward Riezel. Against something like this, even fairies with immense power would have most of their bodies ripped apart if hit, let alone a human. Needless to say, this was pure, raw violence, the nastiest kind of attack with no hesitation, no words, just killing. Woodwose was probably thinking he could finish off the weak human in front of him in one hit. Unfortunately, he didn't know, another one just like him, a true vampire named Shaltir Bloodfallen, had made the same mistake, underestimating her opponent before ending up eating a thunderous counterattack. Riezel. It wasn't until now that Artoria finally seemed to realize what was happening. Seeing Riezel about to die, she couldn't help but yell out. Right then, a bolt of lightning flashed. Boom. With a thunderous booming sound, Riezel drew his sword faster than the eye could see, just in time to meet the incoming strike. Riezel's black sword, crackling with lightning, moved even faster than Woodwose's swing as it slashed toward the beast's arm. Wah! In the flash of lightning, Woodwose's beast-like pupils shrank to pinpoints as he saw the sword of lightning crash hard into his hand. Clang! With a sound like a massive bell being struck, the black sword and beastly arm collided, setting off a shockwave that blew both Riezel and Woodwose back. Both of them stumbled back a couple of steps, unable to help it, putting some distance between them as the air exploded like a blast of wind. Kia! Artoria, who had been standing closest, only had time to cry out before the gust swept her off her feet. You bastard! Woodwose's face twisted in fury as he roared at Riezel. Riezel, on the other hand, remained silent, his eyes gleaming. Did he just get knocked back? A full power slash from Thunder Breathing, combined with the cutting force of Hermit, which could easily melt steel and slice through iron, had landed on an unarmored arm. Yet, not only had it failed to slice that arm off, but both his attack and his opponent had merely bounced away. Even Shaltir hadn't managed something like that. Regardless, it wasn't exactly shocking either. As expected of the head of the Fang clan, the successor to the Archduke of Exhaust Heat, and a returned A-Ray. Speaking casually, Riezel gave Woodwose a slight smile. Yeah, you're definitely strong, way stronger than those fairies I could chop down without even trying. With just this one line, Riezel managed to piss Woodwose off instantly. Naturally, the Fang clan's fairies, who had been stunned by what they just saw, also got pissed. Go. Protect Lord Woodwose. Kill that human. Kill him. Yelling one after another, the werewolf-looking fairies charged forward all at once, turning into streaks of black, like panthers leaping through the dark. In a blink, they hit full speed and closed the distance to Riezel in no time. Their claws tore through the air. Their roars shook the field. They were the elite warriors of the Fang clan, the sharpest edge of Fairy Britain, now showing off just how savage they could be. However. Maximize magic, force explosion. Riezel, as the hunted human, finally used his magic. Instantly, a chaotic and invisible shockwave burst from his body, a shockwave with power comparable to Shaltir's negative impact shield. Like a massive, unseen explosion, the wave erupted and blasted toward the charging Fang clan fairies with overwhelming force. Thud, 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 thud. Thud, 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 thud. With a series of muffled impacts, the Fang clan's fairies were struck by the shockwave one by one and were blown away even faster than they had charged in, screaming as they flew. Impossible. He used the same kind of magecraft as Her Majesty. No way. We fairies don't even need magecraft, but this human actually knows how to use it. We've never seen a guy like this before. Seeing Riezel use magic, the fairies that hadn't reached him yet were instantly shaken and came to an involuntary stop. You fools. Don't stop. Seeing his subordinates panicking, Woodwose roared furiously. At the same time, Riezel dashed forward toward the Fang clan's fairies. Thunder Breathing, First Form, Thunderclap and Flash, eightfold. While the fairies were still frozen in shock, Riezel attacked without mercy, turning into a bolt of lightning that slashed straight through them. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Several thunderclaps resounded as Riezel darted forward and changed direction with lightning speed. Poochie, 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 poochie. Poochie, 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 poochie. Sounds of flesh being cut resounded as Riezel's lightning slash struck down the Fang clan's fairies one after another before they could even react. Like a streak of lightning, Riezel cut through the group of fairies in the blink of an eye, changing direction 8 times, slashing 8 times, leaving behind streaks of light that hadn't even faded yet. Ayah! Suddenly, the fairies hit by the lightning slash all screamed in agony, their flesh torn open and their bodies instantly covered in blood. Damn bastard! Woodwose's eyes turned red with rage as he let out a furious roar before magical energy and searing heat exploded from his body, surging out like a shockwave and engulfing him. Gah! Suddenly, the violent roar from the strongest warrior of the Fang clan shook the air, splitting the ground beneath his feet. At this moment, Woodwose's luxurious-looking suit burst apart, revealing his towering, beastly frame. Even though his muscular body was covered in fur, it gave off a strangely divine aura. AA returned A-Ray. Watching Woodwose, Artoria, who had been blown far back, gripped her staff of selection tightly, trembling as she spoke. In this world, there were all kinds of fairies. Like the classic image of fairies as tiny people, animals, dwarves, spirits, elves, or dragons, fairies took on all kinds of forms and traits. In Fairy Britain, they were divided into 6 clans, each with their own appearance and abilities. But no matter the look or form, most of today's fairies had already drifted far from what they originally were. Fairies could be born for all sorts of reasons. Some came from fallen gods, some from lingering hatred of people or animals, some were clusters of leftover souls, and some were born when old legends, fueled by human belief, gained shape through longing that had nowhere else to go. Strictly speaking, fairies born from these various causes weren't truly pure fairies. True, pure fairies were noble souls born deep within the planet, in the inner sea of the planet, seen as nature's sense of touch, as extensions of the planet itself, as fragments of the planet's soul. Such fairies were the truest form of fairies, their original essence, their most ancient form, while modern fairies were merely degraded versions, no longer authentic or primal, and born much later. In fact, the founders of the 6 clans in Fairy Britain had all been fairies born from the inner sea of the planet. In the world of magecraft, they were called Great Fathers or Great Mothers, and when they accepted a mission and left the inner sea of the planet for the surface world, they were known as Aray. Because the founders of the 6 clans were all Aray, they were beings on the same level as personified nature gods, fairies born from nature itself, spirits of the planet. Just by existing, they could give rise to offspring. However, even though most fairies in the fairy kingdom today were descended from the 6 founders and were far stronger than humans, they were still weak compared to the actual Aray. Regardless, sometimes among those descendants, a fairy would be born with a particularly strong concentration of Aray blood, or even undergo a reversion to that ancient form. Such a fairy was called a returned Aray, a fairy whose Aray blood had fully awakened, unleashing a terrifying level of power. Woodwose, as the head of the Fawn clan, one of the 6 fairy clans of Fairy Britain, was one such returned Aray. Because of this, he dared to call himself the Queen's most loyal servant. Because of this, he had the guts to contend for the title of strongest fairy. He was the current Archduke of Exhaust Heat, a being whose body functioned like one of the planet's own organs, carrying the essence of the planet's exhaust heat, and at this moment, driven by rage, he had called upon the power of the planet. "How dare you hurt my people?" Woodwose yelled in anger and finally moved. It was a storm, an invisible storm. Once Woodwose revealed his true nature, he vanished without a trace, like an unseen storm tearing through everything in its path before sweeping away the surroundings and swinging his claws toward Riezel. Riezel had to admit, if it weren't for the transparent world and a development ability like fast attack, there was no way he could have seen Woodwose attack, though even if he had seen it, he probably wouldn't have been able to react in time. Fortunately, thanks to the transparent world and fast attack, Riezel managed to react just in time. Boom. With a heavy push from his body, Riezel turned into a flash of lightning, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he shot upward into the sky. None of the claw strikes from Woodwose's storm managed to touch the sudden burst of lightning as it darted back and forth through the air, slipping through his deadly swipes. "You can't run." As Woodwose roared, the heat radiating off him sent him shooting out like a missile, and with a deafening sonic boom, he rushed in front of the lightning bolt. Boom. Woodwose's strike this time landed solidly, blasting the lightning down to the ground. Boom. With a deafening explosive sound, the bolt of lightning crashed into the earth, shattering the ground and sending rubble flying in every direction. Riezel. Artoria couldn't help but cry out again. Gripping the staff of selection tightly, she fought her fear and tried to rush over, but... "Don't come." A voice suddenly rang out inside Artoria's mind. "Don't worry about me. I'm fine." It was, of course, Riezel's voice using message. "Stay back. I might not be able to protect you next time." Before Artoria could even react to his words, something strange began happening in the crater filled with debris. Boom. With a loud roar, a surge of wild flames erupted from the crater, unleashing a wave of heat no weaker than Woodwose. Hoo! H-A-A-A. As a deep, steady breathing sound resounded, a figure slowly rose from the crater, walking out step by step. "You." Woodwose, who had landed back on the ground, looked on in shock, his pupils shrinking sharply. Riezel walked out of the crater, wrapped in heat. Flames burned along the blade of the black sword in his hand, making the already blazing sword even hotter, even more powerful. "You are strong." With eyes glowing in a transparent light, Riezel stared at Woodwose, a wildly excited grin spreading across his face. "In terms of raw strength, you might even outclass Rabido, the so-called strongest in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Not bad. Seriously, you're not bad. Coming all this way for a warm-up wasn't a waste after all." Hearing Riezel's rumblings, Woodwose's face turned grim. "Who the hell are you?" Woodwose yelled and growled. "Human. Bullshit. There's no way a human like you could exist. Even that brat who got the holy spear wouldn't have this kind of power." Speak. Who are you? Don't tell me, are you the child of prophecy? Woodwose actually started to suspect it. Honestly, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Even though Woodwose thought the so-called prophecy was laughable and believed the queen he served would never be defeated by some savior who appeared out of nowhere, Riezel's strength made one thing clear: he truly had the power to threaten the queen. Moreover, Woodwose had come here specifically because he got word that the child of prophecy might show up. Now, this stranger had suddenly appeared and unleashed such immense power, it was only natural for Woodwose to start doubting, maybe this young man was actually the child of prophecy. If that were true, I can't let you live. Woodwose raised his claws as the magical energy pouring out of them flared into power, flashing like a deadly gleam. At Woodwose's guess, Riezel didn't bother giving any explanation. Come on, then. Riezel lifted his sword and pointed it at Woodwose. If you can't take me down, you're just a little mutt. Such a childish insult made the fierce light in Woodwose's eyes flare even brighter. Boom. In the next moment, Woodwose turned back into a formless storm and lunged at Riezel with another claw strike. Poochie. Riezel, radiating an even more terrifying aura than before, didn't even react this time as his upper body was blown apart on the spot. What? Woodwose was stunned by what he saw. No. Artoria, who had just been about to run from the battlefield, screamed. Just then, however, a figure flickered like a mirage and appeared behind Woodwose. Sun-breathing, fourth form, fake rainbow. A blazing slash, imbued with the power of the sun, came down hard on Woodwose's neck. Chapter 467, A Shining Sun. Clang. A clanking sound resounded. It was the second time the sound of metal colliding echoed like the ringing of a bell. Riezel, now engulfed in the flickering fire of the sun, swung his sword from behind, aiming at what looked like the fragile neck of Woodwose. But just like before, it only unleashed a gust of wind and forced Woodwose to retreat a few steps. TCH. Feeling the recoil through his sword, Riezel clicked his tongue in annoyance. Humph, that's not going to work. Saying this, Woodwose had already reacted. He turned around and flashed a vicious grin at Riezel. A mere human weapon could never harm my A-ray body. As Woodwose spoke, he unleashed the magical energy that had been gathering in his hand. His glowing magical energy, flickering like a deadly light, had unknowingly transformed into a beam of dim brilliance in his palm, and the moment he fired it, it shot out like lightning straight at Riezel. Through the transparent world, Riezel could see how intensely dense the light beam was. Sensing its power, he didn't even need to think, he instantly judged that if it hit him, he would be in serious trouble. For this reason. Time Accelerator. Riezel cast a time magic spell that only affected himself. He didn't try using time magic on Woodwose because his instincts told him it probably wouldn't work. He could see that Woodwose's defenses weren't just effective against physical attacks but worked against magic as well. As it returned A-ray born with mystery and divine protection, unless Riezel could somehow break through the barrier, no magic, whether it was space magic like reality slash or time-based magic like time stop or temporal stasis, would likely do much to him. Because of this, rather than wasting magical energy trying to affect Woodwose, it made more sense to channel that energy into boosting his own power. With that in mind, Riezel stepped into his accelerated world, his figure vanished without a sound, dodging the light beam that came flying at him. Boom. Woodwose's beam struck the ground, exploding like a bolt of thunder and shattering the earth into pieces. At the same time, Riezel reappeared behind Woodwose and launched a fierce counterattack. Sun-breathing, seventh form, sunflower thrust. Wreathed in swirling flames, Riezel's black sword blasted into Woodwose's body at supersonic speed. Bang. A burst of flame exploded from Woodwose's back, releasing a powerful shockwave that shattered the ground beneath both Riezel and Woodwose, even crushing the flying debris midair. I told you that won't work. Woodwose was still completely unharmed as if the explosion of fire on his back hadn't even happened. Not wasting any time, Woodwose quickly spun around and sent a huge barrage of claw-like slashes flying at Riezel. Riezel, having seen this coming, had already predicted his attack wouldn't do anything and quickly sidestepped, dodging the storm of claw slashes. Sun-breathing, first form, dance. Surrounded by flames, a slash tracing a perfectly circular arc slammed into Woodwose, forcing him to stagger back a step amidst the fiery explosion. Sun-breathing, second form, clear blue sky. Before Woodwose could fight back, Riezel leaped high into the air like a falling sun, his flame-covered sword spun in a circle and came slashing down on the back of Woodwose's neck, making him stumble again. Sun-breathing, third form, raging sun. Riezel's blazing sword suddenly drew a path in the shape of an infinity symbol, forming two sharp, symmetrical slashes that struck Woodwose from both sides, making his just steady posture falter again. Damn you. Now Woodwose was pissed. Even though his posture was totally off balance, he could still swing a huge wave of claw light toward Riezel, trying to shred the swordsman in front of him. Fake rainbow. Unfortunately for Woodwose, the flame-wrapped Riezel was already behind him again, slashing down with another blazing strike. Just like that, Riezel began unleashing the sword forms of sun breathing on Woodwose, one after another. Fire Wheel. Burning Bones, Summer Sun. Sunflower Thrust. Solar Heat Haze. Setting Sun Transformation. Beneficent Radiance. Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. Flame Dance. As Riezel unleashed each of the sword forms, the fire of the sun burst over Woodwose again and again, driving him further back with every strike. And once he finished casting the 12th form of sun breathing, Flame Dance, Riezel's sword naturally returned to the starting position of the first form, Dance, allowing him to immediately restart the entire sequence of sun breathing sword forms without missing a beat, hammering every strike into Woodwose's body all over again. By continuously cycling through the 12 sword forms of sun breathing, Riezel created an unending loop of attacks. Needless to say, this was the original 13th form of sun breathing, a sword form temporarily realized by its founder, Tsujikuni Yoriichi, during his battle against Kabutsuji Muzan. And in this battle, Riezel pulled off that very 13th form, launching a relentless offensive against Woodwose like the sun rising in the east, crossing the sky, setting in the west, only to rise again, one cycle after another, never giving Woodwose a chance to even catch his breath. Damn. 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 Woodwose kept getting blasted back, unable to even adjust his stance, let alone fight back. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do except keep taking Riezel's attacks. Even though Riezel's attacks had never broken through Woodwose's defenses or caused him any real damage, just being in a position where he couldn't even fight back and was getting beaten one-sidedly was a huge humiliation for someone like Woodwose, who saw himself as the strongest fairy warrior. What made it worse was that the one beating him back like this wasn't one of those annoying fairy knights, or even Lancelot, whom he absolutely couldn't stand, but a human, someone he saw as lower than livestock. I'm Woodwose, head of the Fong clan. The one who inherited the Archduke of Exhaust Heat's title, a returned A-Ray. How could I not handle a human? How? As the rage in his chest boiled over, Woodwose couldn't hold it in anymore and roared. Get out of my way. A wave of violent magical energy suddenly exploded from him, turning into blazing heat that radiated in all directions. Unfortunately, the blazing heat, hot enough to melt the earth and turn it crimson like molten lava, couldn't even make the swordsman wrapped in flames take a single step back. Riezel ignored the terrifying heat completely and dashed straight into it, continuing to unleash sun-breathing sword forms, swinging down on Woodwose over and over again. Impossible. You're not human. Woodwose let out an enraged howl. How could a human just charge into terrifying heat, hot enough to feel like magma, and be completely fine? Impossible. You're the child of prophecy. You must be. Meanwhile, off to the side, the actual child of prophecy watched in shock, feeling incredibly conflicted. Now I really look like a fake. Artoria couldn't even describe how she felt at that moment. Of course, Riezel's overwhelming power was also something that left Artoria in disbelief. He's up against a returned A-Ray, the head of the Fong clan, the hero who once defeated the king of the moss, and he's actually holding his own. In this kind of situation, it wasn't just Woodwose, even Artoria couldn't help but start to doubt whether Riezel was actually human. Maybe he really is the child of prophecy. Artoria even started to question herself, which just went to show how absurd Riezel's performance felt to her. As far as she knew, in all of Fairy Britain, there probably wasn't anyone who could overpower Woodwose like this in a one-on-one fight. Maybe the Queen could do it, or that strongest fairy knight might be able to, but neither of them had ever fought him directly. For this reason, Woodwose was pretty much considered the strongest by most fairies. And yet, Riezel was pushing back someone who was practically seen as the strongest in the fairy kingdom, which alone said a lot about how powerful he was. If it's him, maybe he really could defeat the Queen and save this country. Such a thought suddenly crossed Artoria's mind. Meanwhile, the fairies of the Fong clan were in total shock as they saw Woodwose get completely overwhelmed by Riezel. One after another, they all reacted with disbelief and anger. Lord Woodwose is getting pushed back. This can't be happening. There's no way a human can be this strong. He's absolutely not human. Child of prophecy. He must be the child of prophecy. The Mirror clan's prophecy was real. Exclaiming one after another, the Fong clan's fairies started to waver, and just like Woodwose, they began to believe that Riezel was the legendary child of prophecy. If he were the savior who could defeat the Queen, then it made sense that he could also overpower a returned A-Ray, right? With this logic in mind, every single Fong clan fairy became convinced that Riezel was the child of prophecy. No. We need to help Lord Woodwose. But that kind of fight is on a whole other level. We can't even step into it. We still need to think of something. Are you just going to stand there and watch Lord Woodwose go down? Figure something out. Hurry up and think. As the Fong clan's fairies fell into chaos, they suddenly noticed Artoria. They turned to the girl holding a mysterious staff, standing off to the side and trembling, and finally remembered who she was. Wait, she's that fairy who came with the child of prophecy, right? Is she the child of prophecy's companion? Good, that makes her an accomplice, doesn't it? Looking at Artoria, the Fong clan's fairies exchanged glances with each other before a nasty gleam appeared in their eyes. Needless to say, their intentions were clear. Kill that girl. If she dies, the child of prophecy is definitely going to lose it. We must make an opening for Lord Woodwose. Let's go. In just an instant, the Fong clan's fairies all came to an agreement. They didn't think there was anything wrong with it either, since fairies thought differently from humans to begin with. They were extremely self-centered and selfish, and very few of them ever cared about others or acted selflessly. As a result, they did whatever came to mind, and if something felt right to do, they just did it, right or wrong didn't matter. And when the fairies happened to be from the notoriously brainless Fong clan, that tendency became even more obvious. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the Fong clan's fairies rushed out, turning into streaks of afterimages as they tore through the air with sky-splitting sounds, charging at Artoria. Sensing something in the air, Artoria turned her head to the side. What met her eyes were the twisted faces and savage gazes of the Fong clan's fairies, launching a surprise attack on her. Die. 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 Shouting in unison, the Fong clan's fairies slashed their claws without mercy, aiming straight for Artoria's head, heart, stomach, every vital spot on her body. It was violence without reason. It was killing intent without disguise. With her fairy eyes that could see into people's hearts, Artoria saw the malice pouring out of every one of those Fong clan fairies, forming a storm that swallowed her whole, making her feel like throwing up. At this moment, she understood that even after leaving the village, the world was still filled with a storm of pure malice. She had long been familiar with this feeling and knew the world was always filled with storms of malice from every direction. Everyone said one thing and meant another. Everyone hid who they really were. Talking one way and thinking another, that was just how things were. But to someone like her, who could see through lies and glimpse the truth in others' hearts, it was torture. Being abused in the village? It was nothing. Losing 2 toes to the cold? Who cared? Compared to this storm of malice, that pain was like a drizzle. Caught in this storm of malice, she had only ever had one thought. It was terrifying and disgusting. Now, a storm of murderous intent and malice had risen around her, stronger than anything before, and while it made her want to vomit, it also stirred a strange thought inside her. Maybe, this isn't so bad. Her journey being over before it even began maybe wasn't the worst outcome. Having such a thought, her heart felt strangely calm, and she didn't feel the slightest bit afraid. She simply accepted the fairies' vicious claws as they came for her, until the world froze. Artoria let out another soft gasp of confusion. Right in front of her, all the Fong clan's fairies had suddenly frozen mid-move, some turned into statues, completely still, while others were stuck mid-leap, hanging in the air like puppets caught on invisible strings. Their outstretched claws hovered just a few centimeters from Artoria's body, but even at small distance, they couldn't close. Not a single Fong clan fairy managed to break through and run her through. What happened? Artoria stood frozen, completely lost. And she wasn't the only one, because the moment she finished her confused mutter, another voice rang out in shock. What did you do? Woodwose was glowing all over, shouting in Artoria's direction. No, it wasn't Artoria he was shouting at the figure walking toward her. Looks like time magic doesn't work on a returned A-ray and a fairy of paradise, huh? Saying this calmly, the figure walked up to Artoria. Riezel. Artoria stared blankly at the young man in front of her and asked in bewilderment. Riezel didn't answer or even look at her, simply standing there facing the Fong clan's fairies, shielding her with his back. Boom. A surge of blazing flames suddenly erupted from Riezel's body, and at that same moment, the frozen world snapped back to life. In that instant, the Fong clan's fairies moved again, their twisted faces and brutal eyes unchanged, but in Artoria's eyes, the storm of pure murderous intent and malice had been pierced by a shining sun. A sun bright enough to drive away all darkness, purify all evil, and make the world in her eyes feel light again. And at the heart of that sun stood a swordsman wreathed in the fire of the sun. Sun breathing, 11th form. Speaking calmly, the swordsman raised his black sword. Sun halo dragon head dance. A flame dragon immediately burst out of the sun, flying like a serpent through the air and sweeping through the Fong clan's fairies while roaring. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. With terrifying speed, the flame dragon cut through one fairy after another, slicing through their flesh, piercing their hearts, and burning them from the inside out. Ararg. Amid screams of unbearable agony, every Fong clan fairy who had attacked Artoria was torn apart, some were even sliced clean in half, spraying blood everywhere before flames erupted from their bodies, burning them until not a single piece remained. "No." Woodwose completely lost it at the sight, but before he could charge forward, Riezel was already back at Artoria's side. "We got interrupted this time, huh? Oh well, guess we'll settle this some other day." Riezel gave Woodwose a calm smile, then scooped Artoria into his arms before using teleportation magic, vanishing on the spot. Half a second later, a deafening roar resounded, causing the entire area to collapse. Woodwose's furious roar echoed long and loud over the ruins, unwilling to die down. Chapter 468, As long as I get to fight someone strong, I'm good. Whoosh. Across a vast grassland, a miniature sun suddenly appeared without warning, abruptly intruding upon the pleasant scenery and shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Whoosh. With a soft yet powerful gust, the flames forming the sun gradually faded, revealing Riezel standing at the center of it all. Click. Riezel first sheathed his drawn sword, then gently set down the girl he had been holding in his arms, who had yet to process what was happening. Should be safe here. Now, the overwhelming presence surrounding Riezel's body disappeared, as if he had stepped down from the extraordinary to the ordinary. Even if he's a returned A-ray, it's not likely he can find us right away without knowing our location. As Riezel spoke, he glanced at Artoria, the girl he had just put down. "You okay?" Riezel's question, unfortunately, didn't get an immediate answer. Artoria was still staring blankly at Riezel, not snapping out of it for quite a while. "What's wrong?" Riezel frowned, raised his hand, and waved it in front of Artoria's face. "Don't tell me you got so scared you turned stupid." "You're the one who turned stupid." Artoria finally came to her senses, looking at him with a complicated expression. "Did we just escape?" "Pretty much." Riezel felt like something was off about her tone, but since he couldn't figure it out, he just responded calmly. "I kinda wanted to test that mutt's abilities a bit more, but things ended up like that, so pulling back for now isn't the worst thing." Hearing this, the look in Artoria's eyes grew even more complicated. "It's my fault." Artoria sounded a little dejected. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have given up such a favorable situation and chosen to retreat." Riezel had clearly gained the upper hand in that fight just now, so if it had gone on, he might have actually won. Defeating the head of the Fang clan, someone hailed as a hero and the strongest warrior by the fairies of the Fairy Kingdom, would have been an extraordinary feat and a huge honor. But because of her, Riezel had to give up the fight and retreat instead. Such a reality made Artoria feel pretty down. Riezel, however, didn't see it that way. "I was the one who brought you onto the battlefield to begin with. If not for me, you wouldn't have been in that danger at all, so of course it's my responsibility to keep you safe," Riezel said calmly and evenly. "Besides, you really think if I kept going like that, I would have actually won?" Hearing this question, Artoria paused. "You wouldn't." She was pretty sure she hadn't imagined it, Riezel had definitely held the advantage in that fight. If he had just kept pushing Woodwose back like that, once Woodwose couldn't defend anymore, he would have had a clean shot at winning, taking down the head of the Fang clan. However, she had been too naive. "I only managed to keep that mutt suppressed for a while using the 12 sword forms of sun breathing in quick succession, but even if I kept that up, there was no way I was gonna win." Riezel shook his head and explained to Artoria. "No matter how many times I slashed him, no matter how hard I hit him, that layer of protection around him stayed perfectly intact. It didn't budge an inch. In other words, I never actually hurt him at all, not even once. I couldn't even break through his defenses. Besides, that kind of defense wasn't some technique, but some mystery that was just always there. So, unless I figure out how to counter it, the best I can do is fight him to a draw. Winning? Nope. Not happening." Otherwise, Riezel would not have chosen to retreat. Although he truly enjoyed the thrill of a tense fight, it became rather dull when he could not break through his opponent's defenses at all. Furthermore, Artoria was clearly in no condition to remain there any longer, so he decided to withdraw and take her with him. "If I want to beat that mutt, I gotta figure out how to break through that layer of protection first," Riezel continued. "If not, even if we run into him again, it's still gonna end in a stalemate." Artoria gave a slight nod, half understanding. "Maybe it's some kind of divine protection at the level of a great fairy." Artoria offered her guess. Fairies are beings born with mystery, and sometimes they grant divine protection to others, giving them certain special abilities. At this, Riezel nodded. A fairy's divine protection wasn't anything rare, at least not in this world. Just look at King Arthur from British legend, known as the undefeated King of Knights, who had divine protection from the Lady of the Lake, allowing him to walk freely on water. Artoria herself, as a fairy of paradise, had her own kind of divine protection, a blessing of life, a force of fate that shielded its bearer from all kinds of contamination. Just now, this girl probably hadn't been affected by Riezel's time magic because of that very protection, so it made total sense that someone like Woodwose, a returned A-ray, would also have some kind of powerful divine protection guarding him. In the original work, didn't that protection withstand even a full power hit from that spear? Riezel wondered quietly. So, how did that protection end up getting broken in the end? From what he remembered, it seemed like some fairy with a special status just poked it casually, and it got pierced. In other words, in the original work, the divine protection around Woodwose broke in a way that made no sense at all. How am I supposed to break through that thing? Riezel fell deep into thought and didn't snap out of it until Artoria talked to him. Even though you didn't win, the fact that you fought that Woodwose to a standstill is still pretty awesome. Artoria seemed to have cheered up a bit and smiled brightly. Maybe you'll even outdo Lancelot too, who knows? Lancelot, huh? Riezel narrowed his eyes, clearly thinking of something, then suddenly chuckled. If I get the chance, I'll give it a try. Why you will? Artoria was completely thrown off. She was just saying that casually, but he was actually thinking about going through with it. Was he really a battle maniac? Forget about that mutt, I'll figure out how to deal with him on my own. Riezel said while glancing around. Right now, we should think about what we're gonna do next. Hearing this, Artoria's smile faded a little as she also looked around. All they saw was an endless expanse of grassland, nothing but grass as far as the eye could see. Where even are we? Artoria asked with a confused look. No idea. Riezel replied irresponsibly. I just teleported us a few times in the same direction. As for where we ended up, I have no clue. Not that it would have mattered anyway, since he probably wouldn't have been able to tell. He had just arrived in this world, so he had no idea what the layout of Fairy Britain was like, didn't know where the cities were, and had no grasp of how the country was even structured. All I can tell you is that Tintagel should be in that direction. Riezel pointed toward one side of the grassland. Tintagel. Artoria looked that way, and her expression shifted like she was picturing the village she had grown up in since childhood. Seeing this, Riezel understood that she must have remembered the stupid infighting that had happened in Tintagel. Hey, you're not seriously thinking that it's your fault the village ended up like that, are you? It didn't seem likely, but the fact that Artoria still felt attached to that kind of village made Riezel ask anyway. If she really thought that way, then he could only say she wasn't just a pushover anymore but a full-on saint. Thankfully, Artoria hadn't reached that point yet. I was just thinking, how could people who lived together for so many years end up killing each other just like that? Saying this, Artoria looked lost again. Honestly, her dazed look did remind him of Lisbeth, so without really thinking about it, Riezel reached out and patted her head. I told you already, that's just how fairies are. Riezel shrugged casually. A normal human can't understand how they think. So you're saying I'm a normal human like you? Artoria gave a dry laugh. But I am a fairy too, you know. Who knows if a fairy of paradise like you even thinks the same way as the fairies in this country? Riezel said, squinting his eyes. I mean, from what I've seen, you and another fairy of paradise do think differently compared to the ones here. Upon hearing this, Artoria's eyes went wide. Another fairy of paradise? Artoria stared at Riezel in shock. You mean, there's another fairy of paradise besides me? Now, this was a pretty huge bombshell. At Artoria's question, Riezel replied simply. If you're asking whether there is or not, then yeah, there is. Riezel answered lightly. As for who she is, you'll find out eventually. Telling you now would just confuse you even more. And just like that, Riezel shifted the topic. Back to what we were saying before. What are you planning to do next? Are you gonna go wherever you feel like going? Or are you still sticking to the plan and going on that pilgrimage? If she could help it, Artoria honestly didn't want to answer this question. It couldn't be helped. She honestly had no idea what the right thing to do was anymore. I used to always think, once I turned 16, I'd leave the village and start the pilgrimage. Artoria said in a soft voice. Now I've finally left the village, but I don't even know if I still want to go on the pilgrimage. Back then, she hadn't wanted to go on the pilgrimage because she wanted to save Britain or the fairy kingdom, but because everyone around her expected her to do it. Everyone wanted her to go. Everyone wanted her to ring the bells of pilgrimage as the child of prophecy. Because of that, she just went along with it. But now, all those people who pushed her toward that path were gone, disappeared with Tintagel as it burned down, so what reason did she even have to ring those bells anymore? Artoria truly couldn't figure it out. Seeing the lost expression on Artoria's face, Riezel spoke up. If you really don't have a plan, why not try ringing those bells of pilgrimage? As these words left Riezel's mouth, Artoria froze. Why? Artoria asked in surprise. Didn't you say the fairies in this country aren't worth saving? Yeah, I did say that. Riezel replied without changing his stance. But ringing the bells of pilgrimage and saving them are two different things. As someone familiar with the original work, he naturally knew what those bells of pilgrimage really were. Ringing the bells of pilgrimage is actually a ritual to unlock your power as a fairy of paradise. Riezel's words made Artoria hold her breath. Unlock the power of a fairy of paradise. Artoria murmured softly. Yeah. Riezel nodded calmly and then continued. You weren't born with incredible power like the other fairies. Instead, you're more like a human, able to grow stronger with age and training. But that doesn't mean training is the only way to strengthen your power. If you can ring the bells of pilgrimage, you'll gradually unlock the power that comes with being a fairy of paradise. In truth, the bells of pilgrimage are items meant to help you get stronger. The more bells you ring, the stronger you'll become. Riezel explained the truth to Artoria. Are you serious? Artoria felt like her whole understanding had just been flipped upside down, but once she came back to her senses, she looked at Riezel in shock and suspicion. Hold on, how do you even know all this stuff? Now that she thought about it, this mysterious human standing before her had already revealed that he knew a lot of hidden things, hadn't he? Did he really know that much? He seemed to know all about the fairy of paradise, the bells of pilgrimage, the pilgrimage itself, and the child of prophecy as the savior. Why? Without even realizing it, Artoria locked her gaze on Riezel, and her perception of him started to shift. However, the moment she stared at him, Riezel didn't hesitate to do something. Do what? Flick her forehead. Pa. Riezel's bent finger snapped forward and smacked right into Artoria's smooth forehead, making the girl cry out in pain. You know, you almost got destroyed by that pair of eyes once, but whenever you've got questions, you still like to stare at people with them. You know, that's a bad habit. Riezel rolled his eyes at Artoria, who was now clutching her forehead, eyes tearing up as she glared at him in frustration. Ignoring her silent protest, Riezel pressed his lips together and spoke again. Frankly, I'm just like you. I wasn't born in Fairy Britain either, I came from somewhere else. Hearing this, Artoria sharply inhaled. Why, you're not from Fairy Britain? Artoria was genuinely shocked this time. Right. Riezel nodded without hiding anything. That's why I know a lot about this country, a lot about you, and honestly, a lot about the shady stuff the fairies are up to. Of course, just because I know all that doesn't mean I came here because of it. My coming here has nothing to do with your mission, your identity, or even this country. It was just something that happened by chance. So, you don't have to worry that I have some kind of ulterior motive. Meeting you and everything that's happened so far, it all just happened naturally. By saying all this, Riezel left plenty of unanswered questions hanging in the air. However, that didn't matter. What mattered was that Artoria could tell he wasn't lying. Do you want me to tell you more? Looking into Artoria's eyes, which had turned a little more complicated but also brighter, Riezel asked with a faint smile. No, that's enough. Artoria touched her forehead and replied with a smile. Just knowing this much is enough. Yes, this much was enough. All right. Riezel nodded lightly and spoke again, sharing his thoughts. Maybe you're still feeling a little lost right now and not sure what you're supposed to do, which is totally normal. But no matter what you decide to do later on, building up your strength first is never the wrong choice. Whether you plan to save this country, defeat the queen, or do absolutely nothing and just try to survive without being dragged down by your identity as the child of prophecy, you'll need strength to make that happen. If you don't have strength, even if you stay quiet and do nothing, someone like the queen might still send people after you. Like Woodwose, for example. I think you could start by ringing 1 or 2 bells of pilgrimage. That way, you'll gain some strength and also get to understand this country a little better. Afterward, you can decide what to do next. Of course, that's just my opinion. Just a suggestion. Whatever you choose to do in the end is totally up to you. After saying this, Riezel didn't add anything else, just stayed silent while gazing at Artoria. Artoria fell silent, lost in thought. Just like that, the two of them stood quietly, face to face, but neither was looking at the other. After a long while, Artoria finally spoke, asking Riezel something. What about you? Artoria looked straight into his eyes and asked seriously. What are you planning to do next? At this question, Riezel blinked, then grinned. Me. As long as I get to fight someone strong, I'm good. Riezel then lifted his eyes and looked toward the distant horizon. If possible, I'd like to head to Camelot, to meet that queen and those fairy knights. Chapter 469, Magecraft and Magic. Meet the queen and the fairy knights. Even though Riezel made such a bold declaration, he clearly wasn't heading to Camelot anytime soon. As mentioned before, he had just arrived and hadn't even figured out the layout of Fairy Britain, so even if he wanted to use Gate to get to Camelot, it wasn't going to happen. On top of that, night had already fallen, and Artoria, who was with him, was just a countryside fairy with limited knowledge about the outside world, so Riezel had no choice but to settle on a temporary plan. Let's rest here for the night and head to the nearest city tomorrow to resupply a bit. Unlike fairies who didn't need to eat, Riezel still had to take care of basic needs. Even though he could handle those issues with magic, he also wanted to understand the geography of Fairy Britain by getting a map, or else his future actions could get messy. For this reason, finding a nearby city to get the supplies and intel he needed became his top priority. I'm coming with you. Artoria naturally had no objections to this. Evidently, this fairy girl had started clinging to Riezel a little, at least for now. She wasn't planning on acting independently. Alright, then let's rest here for the night. Having made up his mind, Riezel found an open patch of ground with no rocks or obstacles and activated his magic. Create fortress. As Riezel cast this magic, the ground began to rumble. Rumble. With a tremor and a loud rumble, a massive, heavy tower rose from beneath the earth. It had steel double doors that looked thick and sturdy, walls covered with countless spikes, and a demon statue at the top that stared down in all directions. It stood at least 30 meters tall, towering like a fortress, or maybe even like a giant tree. Seeing a massive tower suddenly rise from the ground, Artoria froze completely, letting out a startled scream. What is this? Artoria screamed in total panic, nearly bursting Riezel's eardrums as the creator of the whole thing. Why are you always yelling? It's just magecraft, what's the big deal? Riezel said in an annoyed tone. Upon hearing this, however, Artoria didn't calm down at all. If anything, she got even more flustered. Magecraft. You're calling this magecraft? Artoria exclaimed flusteredly. I've never even heard of anything like this. In this world, magecraft and magic were completely different concepts. Magecraft referred to phenomena that defied common sense, supernatural powers that artificially recreated miracles. It was basically this world's version of magic, a kind of mystery that could be learned, trained, and improved by people. However, this world also had the concept of magic, also known as true magic, which was distinct from magecraft. Even though magecraft was also considered a supernatural power, if something could be achieved using science and technology, then it would only be called magecraft, not magic. Take Riezel's commonly used magic, fireball, for example. No matter how one looked at it, fireball was just a power that ignited flames over a certain area to burn things. Humans, using technology, could pull off something similar, right? As a result, in this world, something like fireball would be considered magecraft, not magic. On the other hand, phenomena that science and technology could never achieve were considered magic in this world. For example, time stop, a magic spell that could freeze the flow of time, was currently impossible for humanity to replicate through science or tech. For this reason, time stop was classified as magic because it represented a phenomenon that was currently beyond human capabilities. Whenever a phenomenon could be realized just by spending enough time and money, even if the method was difficult, the supernatural power behind it wouldn't be considered magic, but only considered magecraft. Only when civilization couldn't possibly recreate the effect would it be counted as magic. Ultimately, as science and technology advanced, more things became achievable by human hands, and the amount of magic became increasingly rare, so rare one could count them on one hand in this era. Keeping this in mind, Riezel intentionally called his magic magecraft to help Artoria understand faster. By the way, in this world, people who used magecraft were usually called magus, while those who used magic were referred to as magicians. Thanks to this distinction, Riezel couldn't call himself a magician here and had to go with either magus or mage so that people of this world could understand easily. Even though Riezel tried to explain all this clearly, Artoria still looked freaked out. It couldn't be helped. Creating a giant tower with a mere wave of a hand, that kind of magecraft was something she had never heard of. Maybe some powerful fairies could pull off something like that on their own, but she was just a village girl fresh out of the sticks, so she had never seen magecraft on this level before. If she were just a normal fairy, that would have been one thing, but the problem was, she had also been studying magecraft. As a fairy born with some special capabilities, she had grown stronger through training since childhood and through the guidance of a kind person who taught her magecraft. As a result, she could use magecraft as well, which was exactly why what Riezel had just done blew her mind. Unfortunately, Riezel didn't get what she was feeling. Don't worry. Someday you'll be doing stuff I can't pull off either. I'll probably be the one freaking out then. Riezel said casually. Come on, let's head inside already. With that, he walked toward the giant tower without hesitation. Artoria stood frozen for a while, then followed after Riezel with a look of disbelief still on her face. Create fortress, just like its name implied, this magic created a fortress-type structure that belonged to the same category as magic spells like create greater item, which was all about creation. It was a 10th tier magic that, once cast, would summon a massive, heavy tower at a suitable spot chosen by the caster and could be used to rest or as a stronghold against enemy attacks. Since it was labeled a fortress, its defenses were naturally top-notch, so even if someone blasted it with multiple 10th tier magic, it would still hold up for a good while. Back in Yggdrasil, some players had even tried attacking this kind of fortress with super tier magic, but in the end, it turned out that unless the super tier magic was specifically meant to destroy structures, normal offensive super tier magic couldn't break it in one hit. Because of that, a lot of players liked to use this magic in the wilderness to set up temporary bases. The only problem was that maintaining the fortress constantly consumed magical energy. In combat situations, most players weren't willing to keep it running since it drained their magical energy, MP, too fast. Riezel, on the other hand, used it without hesitation. He had already tested it before. Thanks to the automatic recovery from spirit healing, the magical energy needed to maintain the fortress could be instantly replenished. In other words, even if he kept the fortress up the whole time, his magical energy wouldn't actually decrease but would recover the moment it was used. With such an advantage, he naturally wouldn't hold back since he could use it however he wanted. Rumble. When Riezel approached, the steel doors of the tower opened automatically, revealing the interior to both him and Artoria. They then stepped through the doors, and the first thing that caught their eyes was a spacious main hall. Across the hall stood another set of double doors, and beyond that was a corridor, with yet another pair of double doors at the end. Meanwhile, the surroundings were lit by magic lamps using continual light, making it easy to navigate. Once the doors at the end of the corridor opened, a dazzling light immediately poured out from behind it, shining on Riezel and Artoria. Riezel, with Artoria following behind, immediately stepped inside and arrived in a round hall. What they saw was a white floor, a high ceiling, and a spiral staircase in the center leading upward. Clearly, the interior had been expanded with magic, making it far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. We're staying here tonight. Looking at the ultra-luxurious hall that resembled a noble's residence, Artoria started to stutter. She saw that the hall had all sorts of furniture like sofas, tables, chairs, and even a tea cart, making it look like a noble's residence. Especially that spiral staircase leading upstairs. Even from where she was standing, she could see a row of doors that looked like suites in a high-class hotel, so it wasn't hard to imagine what kind of luxury rooms lay behind them. Yeah, we're staying here tonight. Riezel pointed at the rooms casually. You can pick any one of those you like. Hearing this, Artoria instinctively took a step back. And no. I'm not staying there. Artoria shook her head frantically. Are you kidding? There's no way I can get used to a place like this. When she said that, Riezel realized what the problem was. No matter how extraordinary her origins might have been, the truth was that for the past 16 years, Artoria hadn't lived a good life. She had lived in a stable and been treated like a horse, raised like livestock by the fairies in Tintagel. Given that, how could she possibly get used to such good living conditions all of a sudden? For someone like her, just having a place that could keep her warm during winter, somewhere she wouldn't lose 2 toes to frostbite like before, was already more than enough. Now that Riezel wanted her to stay in a place this luxurious, for a countryside fairy whose living conditions had been worse than a human's, it was only natural for Artoria to feel anxious. I'll just stay in some corner there, that's fine. That spot is great. Artoria insisted before running over to a dim corner of the hall and curling up against the wall without moving. When Riezel saw this, she looked just like a socially anxious person, or maybe even someone with autism. You sure you want to stay in a place like that? Riezel asked, looking at Artoria with a strange expression. I'm sure. Artoria nodded firmly. Compared to where I used to live, even this corner is heaven. Her emotions were running so high that she even blurted out the kind of treatment she used to hide from others, since normally she would never have said something like this. Riezel wanted to talk her into it, but after seeing how uneasy and flustered she looked, he figured no amount of persuasion would help. Anyone would feel out of place jumping from a stable or prison straight into a mansion or presidential suite. Looks like she needs time to adjust, huh? After thinking for a moment, Riezel made up his mind. If you're not sleeping in a room, then I won't either. Riezel walked over to the sofa and sat down. I'll just sleep on the sofa tonight. You can't. Artoria froze, then exclaimed with a flustered expression. I mean, this is your place to begin with. You should sleep in the room. I mean, sure, that's technically true, but letting the guest sleep curled up in a corner while the host kicks back in a comfy bed, yeah, I'm not cool with that. Riezel shrugged nonchalantly. Unless you're gonna sleep in one of those rooms too. I can't do that either. Artoria said hesitantly, looking like she was about to cry. I mean, I'm just a villager, so there's no way I could sleep in a room that fancy. I wouldn't even be able to fall asleep. In that case, don't stop me. Riezel said without giving her a chance to argue. If you keep stopping me, I'll go curl up in the corner just like you. Artoria could tell he really meant it, so she suddenly couldn't say anything in response. All right then, let's sleep. Riezel gave her a small smile. A lot happened today. Even if you've still got energy, you're probably tired, right? Let's get some sleep. Once we wake up, everything will be behind us. After saying this, he lay down on the sofa, closed his eyes, and went still. Are you really not going to the room? Artoria mumbled weakly from the corner like she still wanted to convince Riezel. However, Riezel didn't say a word as his breathing and the rise and fall of his chest slowly settled into a calm rhythm, showing he had already fallen asleep. Artoria stared at Riezel for a long moment, and only after she was completely sure he wasn't faking did she give up. What a weirdo. Muttering softly, Artoria then slumped down in the corner as if all her energy had suddenly drained away. Feeling that the floor wasn't cold at all and that the wall she leaned against had a faint warmth to it as well, made her wonder if some sort of magecraft had been applied to keep this place so warm. Feeling the gentle warmth she had never experienced in her old living conditions, she finally started to relax, and the moment she did, everything that had happened today came rushing back to her mind. Getting thrown into a prison, then rescued. Meeting Riezel, then saying goodbye to Hector. Tintagel in flames, villagers tearing each other apart, Woodwow's execution squad, the fierce battle between Riezel and Woodwow's, the ambush of the Fong clan's fairies, and then rescued by Riezel. One scene after another surfaced in Artoria's mind. Overwhelmed by emotions too tangled to call just sadness or pain, Artoria let out a long sigh. Child of prophecy, She looked at herself curled up in the corner and gave a bitter little laugh. Doesn't suit me at all. With that, Artoria finally shut her eyes. Maybe because so much had happened today, despite all the thoughts racing through her head, sleep hit her fast. Not long after, she drifted off to sleep. Whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of a fierce, howling wind resounded. Not the kind of soft breeze one would feel on a calm day, and definitely not the pleasant wind of spring, but the kind of storm that felt like it could blow a person away and tear their consciousness to pieces. When Artoria came to, she realized that, at this moment, she was standing in the middle of a storm, a violent storm that made her whole body tremble and left her covered in cuts. For her, this was something she knew all too well, a storm filled with malice. Here we go again. In the middle of the storm, Artoria let out a faint sound. It sounded like crying. It sounded like a sob. This familiar storm of malice had appeared once again in her dreams, tormenting her, crushing her, pushing her to the brink of screaming. Regardless, she was used to it by now. This world is a storm of malice. Since childhood, this had always been Artoria's understanding. Every time the malice of others came crashing down on her, she saw this terrifying storm and felt her mind being torn apart. So many times she wanted to cry, but she held it in. So many times she wanted to scream, but she stopped herself. Because Artoria knew she had to endure it. Otherwise, in a world filled with this much malice, she would completely fall apart. Endure it. Endure it. Endure it. Artoria kept walking through the storm, forcing herself to repeat those words, until, within the storm, a light appeared. What is that? Artoria stared blankly at the source of the light. It was a small sun. A sun that shone brightly through the storm, driving back the darkness, purifying the malice, and keeping the terrible storm from coming anywhere near it. As soon as she realized what it was, Artoria instinctively ran toward the shining sun with all her strength. Before she knew it, the pain was gone. Before she knew it, the storm had vanished. Artoria burst into tears of joy, reaching out her hand toward that bright sun. Tonight, the young fairy had the most peaceful sleep in all 16 years of her life. Chapter 470, Next Destination. In every sense, tonight had been a rather restless night, yet it passed quietly. When the sun rose again from the east, casting its glow over Fairy Britain, the giant tower on the grassland began to cast its shadow on the ground. At this moment, Riezel also woke up, following his biological clock, but as soon as he did, he immediately fell into a state of confusion. Who? Amidst the peaceful breathing sounds, Artoria was sleeping soundly, and judging by her expression, she seemed to be sleeping quite comfortably. It was only natural. Now, Artoria was lying in Riezel's arms, both of them squeezed together on the same sofa. Not only was she tightly clutching his clothes, but her face also occasionally rubbed against his chest, like a cat dozing off, using him as her cushion. How could she not be comfortable? Looking at this scene, Riezel remained silent for several seconds before closing his eyes and murmuring to himself. Let's organize the situation first. From the looks of it, it's obvious I didn't end up at Artoria's place, and she's the one who ended up here with me. And not only did she squeeze onto the same sofa as me, but she's also holding onto my clothes like a little girl afraid of thunder. This can't be like the time with Lisbeth, where she wanted to protect me, but instead it's her wanting me to protect her, right? In other words, she must have woken up in the middle of the night, feeling unsafe, and sleepily squeezed onto the sofa with me. Or maybe she had a nightmare and unconsciously came over. Riezel calmly analyzed the situation. Still, what should I do now? Pat her head? Or should I hug her instead? No, neither. Based on the current situation, the best thing to do is run away before she wakes up and starts causing a scene. As Riezel kept murmuring to himself, whether intentionally or not, he didn't seem to realize that the breathing rhythm of the fairy in his arms had changed. Artoria, who had her face resting on his chest, stiffened all of a sudden, and before long, her face first turned red, then white, and finally pale. When Riezel said, run away before she wakes up and starts causing a scene, she naturally could no longer pretend to be asleep. I'm not going to cause a scene the moment I wake up, okay? And why is your first reaction to run away? Artoria pushed herself up and shouted at Riezel in a mix of anger and frustration. Riezel, on the other hand, wasn't surprised by Artoria's sudden outburst at all and just smiled. I was actually trying to wake you up. Look, the effect is pretty good. Riezel patted Artoria's thigh as he spoke, signaling her to get up and stop pressing on him. Artoria immediately jumped up, leaping off the sofa and running to the corner, where she crouched down again, just like she had last night, but this time, she hid her red face between her legs. Why? Why did it turn out like this? How did I end up sleeping on the same sofa as Riezel? Artoria thought flusteredly, her heart a complete mess. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Riezel, who had propped himself up, glanced at Artoria and asked in wonder. No. I didn't have a nightmare. Reacting strongly, Artoria's voice unintentionally rose in pitch, as if Riezel had touched a sensitive spot. Then what's going on? Riezel asked with a half-smile. Could it be that Miss Artoria, now 16, is actually a fairy who's afraid to sleep alone and needs someone to accompany her to sleep? No way. Artoria, unsure whether she was embarrassed or angry, retorted in a flustered, almost furious tone. I've always slept alone. I don't need anyone to sleep with me. Then explain this. Riezel pointed at the faint saliva stains on his clothes, speaking casually. Whose saliva is this? Artoria opened her mouth in surprise, her lips trembling, but she couldn't give a reasonable explanation. She honestly had no idea how she had ended up on the sofa. She only vaguely remembered dreaming about something familiar last night, something related to the storm of malice that formed this world, where she kept walking aimlessly like always. However, as she walked, she seemed to see something she hadn't seen before, a sun shining brightly, capable of dispelling darkness and purifying evil. She couldn't help but feel like that sun, rising in the storm, looked just like the one Riezel had shown when he protected her from the Fawn clan's fairies yesterday. She had reached out toward that sun, eager to run into its light, hoping it would block the storm. Could it be? Is that why I ended up sleepily running to Riezel's side? When she thought of this possibility, Artoria's face flushed again, her cheeks burning. Looks like you have an idea now. Riezel, noticing her odd behavior, raised an eyebrow. So, what's going on? Hearing this, Artoria immediately shot him a glare and, clearly embarrassed, snapped. It's nothing. Stop asking about that, please. Now that I'm awake, let's get ready to leave. With that, she grabbed the staff of selection that had been resting in the corner last night and stomped out in an annoyed manner toward the exit. What an impulsive child of prophecy. Riezel chuckled as he watched Artoria walk away, secretly unlocking the tower's double doors at the entrance, making them gradually open. Because Create Fortress could only be controlled by its caster and no one else could enter or exit without the caster's permission, unless Riezel, the one who cast the magic, gave his consent, the fortress's doors would not open. Artoria, who had walked up to the exit, seemed to have noticed this. Seeing the double doors slowly open, she deliberately scoffed at Riezel with a cold demeanor before walking out. Clean. Riezel immediately cast a magic spell to clear the dirt from his body, skipping the steps of washing his face and brushing his teeth. Hey, walk slower. Having finished cleaning himself, Riezel spoke up while catching up to Artoria. Hurry up. Artoria still looked upset, acting quite childish. Just like that, the two of them walked out of the tower and onto the grassland outside. Rumble. In the next moment, the tower behind them immediately seemed to have completed its mission, slowly sinking into the ground. In no time, the fortress tower, which had stood on the grassland all night, was completely submerged underground, vanishing without a trace. Yet, the ground where the tower had stood showed no sign of damage or a hole, as though the fortress tower had never been there. Such a phenomenon caused Artoria to marvel once again. Is this really something magecraft can do? Artoria thought to herself, once again wondering about it. After canceling Create Fortress, Riezel then spoke up. You said we're leaving, but which direction should we go to find the nearest city? Riezel's question brought Artoria back to her senses. She forced herself to stop thinking about that embarrassing matter and, after a moment of pretending to think seriously, finally responded. If you're sure Tintagel is in that direction, then we're probably not too far from the center. Artoria then began to explain the general situation of Fairy Britain. Fairy Britain was an island known as the British Isles, a fairy island floating on the sea. Its capital was Camelot, where the current queen of the fairy kingdom resided. In the eyes of some villagers from Tintagel, Camelot was likened to the city of evil. Centered around Camelot, the fairy kingdom was divided into northern and southern regions. Most fairies in the fairy kingdom lived in the south, with fewer fairies in the north. Tintagel was neither in the south nor the north, but located on the western coast of the British Isles. If one walked east along the main road, they would eventually reach the central region, centered around Camelot. Once in the center, traveling north would first lead to a city called Gloucester, and then to Camelot. Heading south would bring one to Salisbury, a city known for its cathedral. If we're already in the center, then the nearest city should be Salisbury or Gloucester. Artoria continued explaining to Riezel. Gloucester is known as the city of fashion, with lots of luxurious shops. Most of the kingdom's most popular items can be found there. Salisbury is the largest city in the south and the most free-spirited place in the kingdom. It has a population of about 200,000 and is mainly inhabited by fairies from the Earth, Wind, and Fawn clans, along with humans who've gained independence. Gloucester belongs to the head of the Wing clan, while Salisbury belongs to the head of the Wind clan. And by the way, every clan head has a city under their rule. It's up to you to decide which one you want to go to. After listening to Artoria's explanation, Riezel fell into deep thought. From the original work's description of the fairy kingdom's power structure, he was pretty clear on it. He knew that the highest ruler of Britain was the Queen, and below the Queen were the heads of the 6 clans, who also governed various cities. Because the heads of the 6 clans each governed over a fairy clan and a city, they became the most powerful nobles under the Queen. Meanwhile, fairy knights, who directly served the Queen, were sometimes granted nobility and lands. Even though they didn't always get along with the heads of the 6 clans, their rank was not much lower than that of the clan heads in terms of nobility and land. Among the 6 clan heads, leaving aside the 2 from the north, the other 4 governed cities in the south. The head of the Wind clan governed Salisbury, home to a famous cathedral. The head of the Earth clan governed the port city of Norwich. The head of the Wing clan governed the city of fashion, Gloucester. The head of the Fawn clan governed Oxford, known for its great restaurants. Thinking at this point, Riezel glanced at Artoria, though it was subtle. If she want to ring the bells of pilgrimage, she'll have to go to those 4 cities, right? He remembered that the prophecy from the Mirror clan mentioned the 6 bells of pilgrimage were controlled by the heads of the 6 clans, each one in charge of a bell. Except for one bell whose whereabouts were unknown, the other 5 were in Gloucester, Salisbury, Oxford, Norwich, and Orkney in the northern part of Britain. In other words, if Artoria wanted to ring these 5 bells, she would have to face the clan heads who governed those cities sooner or later. Even though this confrontation might not necessarily turn into a physical conflict, it wouldn't be easy for Artoria to ring them. At the very least, ringing the bell of pilgrimage in Oxford would be incredibly difficult. Why? It was because Oxford was under the control of the Fawn clan, whose leader, Woodwose, was the brutal fairy warrior who wanted to kill the child of prophecy. If Artoria tried to ring the bell of pilgrimage in Oxford, it would almost certainly lead to a confrontation with Woodwose. For this reason, if ringing the bells of pilgrimage was her goal, Oxford was off limits for now, at least until Riezel could find a way to break through the divine protection surrounding Woodwose, as it would be impossible to go there otherwise. Fortunately, Oxford wasn't on the list of cities they needed to visit this time. Salisbury and Gloucester were the 2 options, so Riezel and Artoria only needed to choose one to visit. Where do you want to go? Riezel asked casually. At this, Artoria surprisingly gave a very eager response. If possible, I'd rather go to Gloucester. Artoria replied, both excited and troubled. But in places like that, someone like me wouldn't be able to buy anything. Gloucester was a city of fashion, and for a curious young girl, it was definitely more appealing. Unfortunately, it wasn't really a place she should go right now, not because of the reason she mentioned, but for another more important one. If I remember correctly, isn't the head of the Wing clan one of those who inherited strong A-ray blood? Even though not to the extent of Woodwose, who had experienced a reversion to his ancestors, the head of the Wing clan had also inherited a strong amount of A-ray blood, which gave her a troublesome ability. Riezel wasn't sure if that ability would affect him, but since he had planned to first understand the general situation of Fairy Britain before taking action, it was better not to go there for now. With that in mind, we'll have to choose Salisbury, Riezel stated calmly. Artoria had no objections. Salisbury is a very free city where humans often roam about, unlike in other cities where they are treated as slaves and exploited. Artoria made this statement, probably considering Riezel's identity. Riezel was, after all, a human. If they walked around the streets casually and got into a conflict with the fairies there, it would become a troublesome situation. Artoria didn't want to end up in a situation like yesterday, where Riezel stormed into the crowd of fairies, killing them left and right. It would be too hard on her heart. All right, it's decided. Unlike Artoria, who could see through others' true feelings with her fairy eyes, Riezel didn't know what she was thinking in her heart, so he decided with a firm nod. Do you want to teleport like we did before, or should we fly there? As Artoria asked this, she looked ready to be carried or held, her expression showing she was mentally prepared. It was only natural. What had happened last night wasn't exactly something to be shy about anymore, so she had already resigned herself to the situation. But this time, Artoria was mistaken. We ended up not knowing exactly where we were when we teleported last time. If we teleport again like before, who knows whether we'll reach our destination or end up in the enemy's base. Riezel shook his head. Flying is also an option, but that would be too noticeable. We could easily be spotted by the Queen's army nearby or the Fawn clan that wasn't in Tagil yesterday. For this reason, Riezel decided to find another means of transport. Summon monster second. Casting summoning magic, a magic circle began to spin in front of Riezel. In the next moment, a magnificent white horse slowly appeared from the magic circle. It was a horse with 8 legs, an 8-legged horse known as Sleipnir. In Norse mythology, Sleipnir was a divine beast, the war horse ridden by the Norse chief god Odin, which gave it quite a reputation. Even though the Sleipnir summoned by Riezel was just a monster, like the one from Norse mythology, it had 8 legs, a larger build than a regular horse, and exceptional strength, endurance, and mobility. In the world of Overlord, it was considered one of the best magical beasts that humans could tame, worth more than 5 regular warhorses. In addition, the one Riezel summoned was a rare white variety of Sleipnir, one in several hundred. Create greater item. After summoning a white Sleipnir, Riezel cast creation magic to create a massive carriage. All done. After finishing these tasks, Riezel turned to a wide-eyed Artoria. We'll use this carriage. Upon hearing this, Artoria fell silent, looking dazed. Even though they both could use magecraft, the difference between them was just so vast, like heaven and earth. Chapter 471, Camelot and the Queen of the Fairy Kingdom. Camelot. It was the only city in the Fairy Kingdom built like a fortress. Unlike other cities managed by clan heads with different functions, Camelot's steel exterior was specifically designed with combat and war in mind. It was not only covered in spikes that resembled spears and lances, but it was also cumbersome, giving anyone who saw it the impression of being overwhelmed by its oppressive presence. In the Fairy Kingdom, most fairies, except for some special individuals, couldn't withstand iron because, to most fairies, iron was as toxic as poison. For them, Camelot with its steel shell was undoubtedly the castle of a demon king, so it was no wonder some fairies viewed it as the city of evil. But undeniably, this city was the capital of the Fairy Kingdom, where the Queen's palace stood. At the very top of this palace, a meeting was taking place. 2 fairies with horse heads and human bodies, clad in bronze-like armor and each wielding a halberd, stood to the left and right of a grand and luxurious throne, singing loudly to everyone present in the grand hall. Kneel. Worship. Heads of all gathered clans, envoys, and officials from every corner, bow your heads. The Queen who expanded our lands. The Queen who built the land of fairies. Our highest ruler, our most supreme Queen, is here, before you all. Everyone, give your cheers for the arrival of our Queen. As the chant echoed through the hall, a figure appeared on the throne. Thud. Almost at the same moment, every fairy in the throne room dropped to their knees in unison. They came from various clans, some from the Wind clan, some from the Earth clan, others from the Fawn clan, each with their distinct features. Yet, despite their different appearances, these fairies, at this very moment, all bowed their heads in the most sincere manner, offering praise to the figure on the throne. Great Queen. High Queen. We are your most loyal servants, giving our lives to you. Praises like these rang out in unison, filling the throne room with a sacred atmosphere, blending with an eerie feeling that pervaded the entire space. Meanwhile, the figure on the throne watched the scene below with a cold, almost disdainful gaze as if the fairies kneeling before her were not living beings but mere tools, enough to make anyone hesitant to meet her eyes. Just like that, the highest ruler of this kingdom, the one who held the title of Queen, made no effort to raise the kneeling fairies and spoke directly. If there's anything important, present it now. Even though the Queen allowed it, the kneeling fairies made no move to speak. It couldn't be helped. They knew very well that, in this setting, they had no right to speak because they were merely envoys and officials responsible for trivial tasks, not noble beings who could freely speak in front of the Queen's throne. Under these circumstances, the only ones qualified to speak were the 4 heads of the fairy clans who had gathered here through magical projection, as well as the 2 fairy knights kneeling on one knee before the throne, without needing to fully bow. In the next moment, a clerk standing beside the Queen stepped forward. According to the order of the meeting, may the head of the Earth clan, the Lord of Norwich, Lord Spriggan, speak first. At the sound of this, one of the magical projections moved. Oh! Am I still the first this time? Spriggan, the head of the Earth clan and Lord of Norwich, smiled playfully. Although I'm honored, the topic I'm bringing up was already mentioned in the last meeting, the matter of the calamity. Spriggan spoke with a relaxed attitude. Recently, the calamity gathering around Norwich seems to be intensifying. According to soldier reports, the frequency of moss appearances around Norwich has been increasing, making it hard not to suspect that the calamity gathering in Norwich will soon erupt all at once. As Spriggan spoke, he glanced around casually. Of course, even if I say this, I'm sure none of you will care too much about the problems in Norwich, right? At this, someone immediately chimed in. Isn't that obvious? It was a crisp voice, as sweet as a little girl's hum, clear and innocent. The owner of the voice was one of the 2 fairy knights kneeling on one knee before the throne, with a tall stature, vibrant, long red hair, and a similarly red-themed court outfit. At first glance, she didn't give off the impression of a powerful knight, but more like a delicate princess in need of protection. Yet, despite her cute voice and fragile appearance, the words she spoke were incredibly harsh. It's just a calamity, after all. With Mother around, even a simple snap of her fingers can solve it. Why keep bringing it up in the meetings? She giggled softly, then added something that caused the majority of the fairies present to shudder. Besides, isn't it just a gathering place for those artisan fairies? Who cares if that place is destroyed? In fact, I'd like to see that happen. Her words made many of the fairy envoys and officials lower their heads, trying to hide their disgust toward her. You shouldn't say that, Fairy Knight Tristan, Spriggan said while shrugging. I mean, the Earth Clan still has an important role in Britain. If Norwich gets destroyed, the Earth Clan would probably be down to just a handful. When that happens, I bet Britain's functions will start to falter too. In response to his remark, the fairy knight named Tristan looked completely indifferent. Humph, it's just one clan, so what if they get wiped out? Tristan said with a mocking tone. It's not like clans haven't disappeared in the fairy kingdom before. Even if the Earth Clan were gone, it'd be just a minor inconvenience for Britain with Mother around. In an instant, the atmosphere in the throne room shifted, becoming extremely tense. While Spriggan fell silent, one of the remaining 3 magical projections spoke up with a brutal tone. Shut up, little girl. It was a very rough voice that, if Riezel and Artoria were there, they would instantly recognize its owner. Needless to say, it was none other than the voice of Woodwose, the head of the Fawn clan. All of us fairy clans are swords and spears in Her Majesty's hand. Do you think you, some unknown little girl, have the right to speak so carelessly? From his tone, it was clear that Woodwose was in a particularly bad mood, his attitude far more aggressive than usual. You old fool, you have no right to speak. Tristan replied with evident annoyance. You're practically retired, yet you still prattle on about swords and spears. Didn't you just say you're a lord now, a clan head, no longer a berserk warrior who charges into battle? You're supposed to act like a gentleman now, aren't you? Look at you now, back to your old ways. Oh, dogs really are dogs, after all. Even when they become clan heads or nobles, they never change. At Tristan's mocking words, Woodwose's tone became even harsher. What did you say? Woodwose growled. Damn, little girl. You. Before he could finish, however, someone suddenly interrupted him. Enough, Woodwose. It was the other fairy knight kneeling next to Tristan. Even though this knight was also female, she was completely different from the fragile-looking Tristan. She was incredibly muscular, wore heavy and sturdy armor, with chains coiling around her body, and her aura was so intense that even Woodwose seemed to pale in comparison. Gawain. Woodwose glared at the fairy knight. Gawain didn't respond to Woodwose's roar, instead casting a cold glance at him. Tristan is Her Majesty's daughter. Even if her words were improper, as the head of the Fawn clan, a hero who has protected fairy Britain for 1,000 years, you shouldn't stoop to her level. Gawain said in a cold yet firm voice. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about the rest of us in the Fawn clan. We don't want the reputation of the clan to be dragged down by the temper of its head. Before Woodwose could retort, a soft, mature voice came from a magical projection next to him. Gawain is right. When this voice, sweet and mature, echoed, Woodwose surprisingly calmed down. Aurora. The name Woodwose called out belonged to someone who, like him, was also the head of a fairy clan. Ah, dear Woodwose, mighty Woodwose. Aurora, the head of the Wind clan, spoke to Woodwose in a very friendly and gentle tone. I understand your feelings, but like Gawain said, you are no longer just a warrior. You're a clan head now. You can't just think of yourself, you must consider your clan too. Aurora's words seemed to successfully calm the impulsive and angry Woodwose down. You're right. Woodwose said seriously. I'm no longer just the warrior of the Fawn clan fighting on the front lines. I should understand more about the etiquette expected of me. Heh. Tristan, hearing Woodwose's words, was about to make a sarcastic comment, but had no chance to do so because, at that moment, the last clan head who had yet to speak finally spoke as her voice came through the magical projection. Can we please stop this endless bickering? I didn't come to this meeting to listen to your banter. Everyone in the throne room could feel that the tone of this voice seemed less annoyed and more like sheer boredom. Unlike you guys, I've got a ton of stuff to deal with every single day. Whether it's researching the latest trends and bringing them in, negotiating with different shops, or sorting out business distributions, I have to handle all of it myself. And even so, I still sacrificed my precious time to show up for this meeting, you know. So, could you at least say something useful in a situation like this? Murian, the head of the Wing clan, bluntly expressed her thoughts in front of everyone. All the fairies immediately fell silent. It could be said that this situation was highly unusual. Whether it was the hot-tempered Woodwoes or the harsh Tristan, both would normally vent their anger or speak harshly in front of others, but when the head of the Wing clan spoke, there was an unmistakable tension, as if they dared not challenge her. Of course, this wasn't due to fear or concern, or else Tristan wouldn't have turned her face away and Woodwoes wouldn't have glared so fiercely at Miriam. However, without fail, they both decided to remain silent, clearly realizing something and ceasing their quarrels. Seeing the silent atmosphere, Spriggan finally spoke up. "Well, this is really troubling for me too. It's all because of the topic I brought up. If you don't want to deal with it, we can just drop the subject for now. In any case, it seems like the calamity won't erupt for a while, so there's nothing we can change right now, right? Unless Her Majesty is willing to intervene, then that's a different story." All the fairies immediately turned their attention to the throne. Over there, the Queen had remained silent throughout the entire conversation, watching all the exchanges and arguments as if she didn't care at all, her expression still cold and indifferent. "Let's put Norwich on the watch list for now." After a moment, the Queen spoke lightly. "Since the calamity hasn't erupted, we'll observe for a while. If necessary, I will take action." As soon as she finished saying this, the Queen turned to Woodwoes. "How is the search for the Child of Prophecy coming along?" Clearly, this shift in the conversation indicated that the Queen had stopped paying attention to the calamity matter, prompting the others to quickly move on from the topic without questioning it further. However, the next moment, they were once again drawn to Woodwoes' words. "It's been progressing, Your Majesty," Woodwoes said seriously. "The search for the Child of Prophecy has finally made some headway." All the fairies in the room reacted immediately to this statement. Including the Queen. Including the fairy knights. Naturally, it also caught the attention of the clan heads. "Progress, really?" Spriggan asked, sounding quite surprised. "Hasn't this matter been without any progress until now?" "Yes." Aurora also responded with surprise. "I thought the Mirror clan's prophecy was just nonsense." This is getting interesting." Miriam chimed in, now quite intrigued. "If there's progress, that means the Mirror clan's prophecy isn't false, right?" At the same time, the fairy officials were all abuzz with surprise, clearly taken aback by the news. Tristan said, sounding very displeased. "Child of Prophecy. Ridiculous. How could anyone possibly pose a threat to Mother?" Gawain, on the other hand, remained silent, kneeling on one knee, her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. As for the Queen, her expression finally showed a hint of change. "Report, Woodwoes." Not wasting time, the Queen's cold command cut through the throne room. "Yes." Woodwoes lowered his usually proud head and replied respectfully. "Under your command, Your Majesty, I've led the execution squad, gathering and searching for all information and clues related to the Child of Prophecy in Britain. Until recently, this mission hadn't gone very smoothly, and I started to think the Mirror clan's prophecy was just empty talk. But then, not long ago, we received information from a village called Tintagel, claiming that the Child of Prophecy had appeared there." At this point, Woodwoes clenched his fist in frustration as he spoke through the magical projection, his anger barely contained. "As soon as we received the news, I led the execution squad to Tintagel, only to find it engulfed in flames. And before we arrived, he appeared, the Child of Prophecy." Woodwoes couldn't hold back any longer, his teeth gritting. He claimed to be a lowly human, yet displayed overwhelming power, instantly slaughtering the elite Fang clan warriors in the execution squad. "Just like Your Majesty, he can use magecraft, and his close combat skill is also strong enough to overwhelm our elite warriors. I couldn't resist, so I fought him myself, intending to remove a threat to Your Majesty, but he escaped." Woodwoes' explanation caused the fairies to whisper among themselves. Needless to say, the idea of someone who could kill the elite fairies of the Fang clan in an instant, use magecraft like the Queen, and still escape from Woodwoes had them wondering, could this person really be the Child of Prophecy? If they knew that Woodwoes had omitted the fact that the so-called human was actually briefly able to suppress him, they might have been even more shocked. Just then, Tristan sneered. Who cares about magecraft? I can use it too." Tristan's words not only didn't earn admiration from the other fairies, but what she earned was disdain instead. In the next moment, the other clan heads began to speak as well. Someone who could escape from Woodwoes' hands and use magecraft, such abilities certainly deserve the title of savior. Spriggan smiled slyly. "A human?" Aurora seemed to ponder it. "Now that you mention it, I'd like to meet him." Miriam chuckled softly. As the clan heads spoke one after another, the silent Gawain finally spoke up. "So you let him escape? No wonder you're angrier than usual today." Gawain then raised her head and looked at the Queen on the throne. "Should I go after him, Your Majesty?" Upon hearing this, the fairies in the throne room immediately fell silent. Chapter 472, Foreign Traveler. Gawain. Woodwow's respectful tone toward the queen shifted in an instant as he turned to Gawain, letting out a low growl. No need for you to make a move. I've already moved my troops from Oxford. We'll be able to pursue the child of prophecy very soon. There's no place for you here. Step aside. He bared his fangs at the fellow fairy of the same clan who clearly tried to snatch away the mission. Unfortunately, the harsh words from this clan head didn't intimidate Gawain, who was also a fairy from the Fong clan. Whether I have a place or not isn't up to you to decide. It's up to Her Majesty. Gawain spoke in a much calmer tone than Woodwow's. And the reason I suggested stepping in isn't because I want to steal your mission. I just want to make sure nothing goes wrong. After all, you let the target escape, didn't you? Hearing this, Woodwow's couldn't help but flare up in anger. Calm down, Woodwow's. Aurora chimed in at just the right moment. I get how you feel, really, but Gawain is right, this isn't something you get to decide. It's up to Her Majesty. I know, Aurora. Woodwow's forced himself to cool down. I just think that, compared to these random fairy knights, someone like me who's been loyal to Her Majesty for years is more trustworthy. I believe I can kill the child of prophecy. As he made this statement, the first to object to it wasn't one of the two fairy knights present, but Murian, the head of the Wing clan. Do we really have to kill the child of prophecy? Wouldn't that be such a waste? Murian said with a tone that sounded like he was being helpful. Why not send the child of prophecy to me? I think he could make a very fine product. No, he should be sent to my new Darlington. Tristan suddenly came up with what seemed like a brilliant idea as she licked her lips. I want to bring him to the theater. I bet the screams of the child of prophecy would sound absolutely beautiful. If that's the case, then I'd like to meet the child of prophecy too. Spriggan crossed his arms, his expression carrying a subtle hint of intrigue. A child of prophecy claiming to be a human. I'm pretty curious about that. You guys. Woodwow's nearly snapped again. First of all, the child of prophecy was supposed to be the Queen's greatest enemy, someone plotting to overthrow the rule of Britain. He should have his limbs torn off, his head chopped off, and his body dismembered right on the spot. That was the only way to eliminate the threat completely. Yet these damn bastards didn't take it seriously at all and treated it like a joke, like some interesting little incident, like that child of prophecy was just some entertainer who showed up out of nowhere, which made him beyond infuriated. Ironically, while thinking this, Woodwow's had forgotten that not long ago, he himself hadn't taken the so-called child of prophecy seriously either. Just like the other fairies, he never believed in prophecies and never believed anyone could really overthrow the Queen. If the Queen hadn't personally ordered him to track down the child of prophecy, he would have been just like the rest here, completely dismissive of the whole thing. Needless to say, the only reason he changed his mind was because of the power Riezel had shown. Riezel's power, to Woodwow's, was already on a level capable of threatening the Queen. After all his subordinates had been effortlessly wiped out by Riezel, Woodwow's, in a fury, couldn't help but wish he could rip Riezel to pieces, eliminating this so-called child of prophecy. For this reason, the other fairies who hadn't experienced what Woodwow's had naturally still felt the same way he had before encountering Riezel, since to them, this so-called child of prophecy was nothing but a joke, not a threat at all. Of course, that didn't include Gawain. While the other fairies were busy chatting about how to deal with Riezel, acting like the child of prophecy was already in the bag, she was the only one focused on what really mattered. Someone who can instantly wipe out the Fong clan's elite squad right under Woodwow's nose, even if he's not the child of prophecy, his strength is no joke. Being a member of the Fong clan herself, Gawain knew just how serious that was, so with a grave expression, she spoke up again while gazing at the Queen. I'm currently pursuing the Round Table army near Salisbury. It's not too far from Tintagel, so I figure that child of prophecy probably isn't far from where my unit is stationed either. Just give the word, Your Majesty, and I, Fairy Knight Gawain, will head out right away to lead the troops and wipe out the child of prophecy. Gawain. Woodwow shouted again, but Gawain acted like she didn't hear him. At the same time, the rest of the fairies looked like they had things to say too, as if they were just waiting to stir up the tension, but... All right. As the Queen on the throne finally spoke again, the entire throne room instantly quieted down. She closed her eyes and, after a moment, she suddenly opened them and asked Woodwow's a strange question. Firstly, that child of prophecy who claimed to be a human, what does he look like exactly? Such a sudden question left quite a few fairies exchanging confused glances. His appearance? Woodwow's paused for a second, then continued. I remember he had black hair and black eyes. Looked around 17 or 18. He was a young man with a sword at his waist. He thought about it for a moment, then continued to describe. He didn't look like a fairy from the Earth clan, and he looked even less like one from the Fong clan. He looked more like a fairy from the Wind clan, just without the wings or pointed ears. If we had to compare, then his appearance was probably closest to the head of the King clan. After hearing this, the fairies around them started whispering again. Looks like the head of the King clan. Could he be a fairy from the King clan? No, the King clan should only have her and no one else. But that's what's weird. He's not from the King clan, and he's not from the Fong, Earth, or Wind clans either. Judging by Lord Woodwow's reaction, he's probably not from the Wing clan either. Could this child of prophecy be from the long-extinct Mirror clan? Didn't the prophecy say the child of prophecy would be a fairy of paradise? Yes, the child of prophecy isn't supposed to be a fairy from any clan. He just kind of looks like the head of the King clan. If he looks like the head of the King clan, then maybe he doesn't look that different from a human either. No wonder he called himself a human. No wonder he's trying to take down Her Majesty. But it's not that strange, is it? Right, it's not like there aren't already people going against Her Majesty. Whether it's the spreading moss across Britain, the calamity in Norwich, the King clan up north, the Round Table army in southern Londinium, or even the recent rebellion in Sheffield, there has been more and more opposition to Her Majesty lately. He's just one more added to the list. And that suspicious human named Barrelgut, didn't he say something about someone from outside of Britain invading soon? My goodness, things are falling apart in the kingdom these days. As the fairies present kept on chattering like this, the queen remained silent. Black-haired, black-eyed young man with a sword. A faint whisper slipped out of her mouth without her realizing it. Is it you? Unfortunately, no one heard her words. Mother. A moment later, Tristan's slightly confused voice pulled the queen out of her thoughts. Where is Fairy Knight Lancelot? Why isn't she here? The queen looked coldly at the fairies present and asked coldly. It wasn't either of the fairy knights present who answered, but Aurora, the head of the Wind clan. Lancelot is with me. Aurora's gentle voice came through the projection. I invited her over to my place. We're going to have afternoon tea soon. Aurora. Woodwow's let out a somewhat pitiful sound. He couldn't help it. Knowing the woman he liked had invited the rival he viewed as a threat over for afternoon tea was kind of a blow to him. Foo-foo, sorry, Woodwow's. Aurora said with a sweet smile. You know how it is. I've got lots of fairies on my side who adore Lancelot. Everyone wants to meet the most beautiful fairy knight in Britain, so as their leader, I should respect their wishes and let them have their moment. I see, so that's how it is. Woodwow's looked a lot better after hearing her reason. But I think the most beautiful fairy in Britain is you, Aurora, not Lancelot. Humph, Lancelot is not even that pretty. Tristan chimed in, looking just as annoyed at the idea. Mother is definitely the most beautiful one in the fairy kingdom. Even though she said this, her claim didn't seem to make the queen happy at all. Ignoring their conversation, the queen, looking like she couldn't care less, spoke coldly. Lancelot is in Salisbury, Gawain's troops are nearby, and then we've got Aurora as the city lord and Woodwow's around Tintagel. You four are basically all in the same area. In that case, I'll give this order to the four of you together. As the queen spoke, she turned toward Gawain, Woodwow's, and Aurora. Bring back the young man suspected to be the child of prophecy. Bring him to me. Alive. Understood. At the queen's command, the three fairies all lowered their heads in unison. Yes. In a certain luxurious room. In the room with a layout styled after medieval Northern Europe, there was a mirror and several glass cabinets filled with high heels. Judging by the decor, it seemed to be a girl's bedroom. Zing. Suddenly, in one corner of the bedroom, space opened up like a mirror, and a figure stepped out from it. It was none other than Tristan, who had just been in the throne room. Ugh, that was so boring. Tristan returned to her room and sat down on the bed, grumbling. I was right in front of Mother, but I didn't even get a chance to talk to her. What the hell was that about? She kept complaining as she stretched out her small hand, making a vase on the nightstand next to her fly across the room with just a light wave, smashing against the wall and shattering into pieces. So annoying. Seriously ridiculous. If I can't talk to Mother, why should I even go to those dumb meetings? Whether it's those clan heads or those officials, they're all just a bunch of annoying fools. It's not like I'm showing up to see them. Ugh, Mother, why don't you just kill all those eyesores already? Let them bleed out on the floor and scream until they die. It's not like you need anyone else but me. Tristan kept ranting like this, and with each line, she would wave her hand again, making another piece of furniture go flying and crash into pieces in the corner of the room. The only things that managed to survive her rampage were the glass cabinets filled with high heels, as every time she waved her hand, she carefully avoided them. It was clear she was doing it on purpose. After venting for a while, Tristan finally calmed down a little before furrowing her pretty brows. Mother really seems interested in that child of prophecy. What's up with that? As the adopted daughter of the queen, Tristan had noticed something odd in her mother's behavior. Is it because of that prophecy? Tristan muttered. Does Mother actually believe in that crap? Humph, that's just the Mirror clan's filthy nonsense they spat out before they were wiped out, right? Just as these words left her mouth, a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. What filthy nonsense? Hearing the voice, Tristan snapped back to herself. Beryl. Is that you? Tristan walked over to a mirror and smiled at the person reflected in it. It was a completely different expression from the one she showed others. In front of others, Tristan always smiled, but her smile was sharp and cruel, like the kind that made people think she might slice off their limbs just for fun. But in front of this person, the smile on her face was one of pure happiness, pure joy, like someone seeing the person they love. So you were listening, Red Beryl. Red Beryl was her nickname, as well as a term of endearment for the person. I just got here, actually, Lady Spinel. Saying this, the person Tristan called Red Beryl smiled back at her through the mirror. Looking closely, it was a man dressed like a bartender, with slick back hair and a tall, lean frame, like one of those handsome bad boys who ran with the Italian mafia. It looked like he was using some kind of magecraft or magic item to communicate with Tristan remotely. Seeing her smiling so brightly at him, he also lit up with a warm and cheerful expression. Looks like the meeting at Camelot today didn't go the way you wanted, huh, milady? Beryl chuckled. Don't even bring it up. Tristan pouted again, puffing up her cheeks. Mother didn't even look my way. She didn't say a word to me. Well, that's a real shame. Beryl tried to comfort her. But it's fine, Lady Spinel. Her Majesty Morgan probably just couldn't show her feelings openly in public, so she deliberately ignored you. It's not that she doesn't care. Really? Tristan's eyes lit up before he quickly asked. Mother really didn't talk to me just because of that. Of course. Beryl nodded with certainty. She's the Queen of Britain, after all. If she showed any hint of favoritism in that kind of meeting, those fairies would be all over her with accusations. We have to think about her position too. Mother wouldn't get accused by anyone. Tristan shot back. Those trash are scared to death of her, so there's no way they'd have the guts to do that. You're right. Beryl nodded in agreement but then added, even so, she still has to maintain the dignity of a queen. Just try to understand her, all right? Well. I guess that makes sense. Tristan said reluctantly. Fine, I'll just wait for another chance to talk to Mother alone in private. That's the spirit. Beryl gave an approving look but then changed the topic. So, I heard someone from the Fong clan found the Child of Prophecy. Is that true? Huh. Tristan blinked, confused. You care about the Child of Prophecy too, Red Beryl? Somewhat. Beryl shrugged, looking a bit helpless. But rather than the Child of Prophecy, I'm more interested in the foreign magus. What Beryl said reminded Tristan of a line from the Mirror Clan's prophecy. Guided by the staff of selection, watched over by the foreign traveler, the child of salvation will reach the throne. Needless to say, that so-called foreign traveler was the foreign magus Beryl had mentioned. It was said that the child of prophecy would be accompanied by someone from outside the fairy kingdom, outside of Britain, who would help him or her ascend to the throne. Beryl had been very focused on this and had even gone so far as to warn the queen herself, saying the foreign traveler was an intruder from the outside world, an enemy of fairy Britain, and that they had to be treated with caution. Tristan, however, didn't really take it seriously. I think you and my mother are both overreacting. It's not that big of a deal. Tristan grumbled in annoyance. That so-called child of prophecy or whatever, no way someone like that could beat Mother. And you too, Red Beryl, why do you care so much about that so-called foreign magus anyway? I mean, there's no way some random guy like that could be a match for you, right? Hearing this, Beryl gave a knowing smile. Maybe. Beryl didn't deny it. Honestly, I'm not really interested in that foreign magus either. As he said this, he lowered his head. I'm more interested in the person accompanying them. Tristan didn't quite catch the last part and only clearly heard the next line. Can you help me keep an eye on the child of prophecy, Lady Spinel? Beryl said with a cheeky grin. I've got something I want to take care of, all right. At this, Tristan puffed up her cheeks again, but in the end, she nodded. And just like that, the storms began to stir, signaling that the chaos in fairy Britain had officially begun. Chapter 473, Salisbury. Compared to the outside world, fairy Britain had many unique differences. Of course, these differences were not about the fact that fairies ruled it, but rather about more fundamental environmental aspects. First of all, the weather in fairy Britain generally did not change, as aside from the occasional rain, it was mostly fixed. On the other hand, the sky here was not a clear, vivid blue because it always carried a hint of dusk, but at night, it still fell the same way. In other words, a blue sky simply didn't exist in this world. Moreover, in the wilderness of fairy Britain, one might occasionally encounter monsters that struck fear into the hearts of most fairies. They were beings that could not hear the voices of others. They were black algae that polluted the world just by existing. They were Britain's curse that could kill fairies. Fairies called these monsters moss, and they were one of the many calamities that had existed in the British Isles since ancient times, much like natural disasters in the world of humans, making them feared by all fairies. It was said that moss were once fairies who had lost their purpose, their names, their light, and their lives, causing them to be natural enemies to fairies. If a fairy came into contact with them, the moss would cling to them and turn them into one of their own. In a way, they could be considered a disease that only affected fairies. Coincidentally, this year seemed to be the one when the calamity broke out. Moss had begun to wander the wilderness of the British Isles. Sometimes they attacked travelers, and sometimes they attacked cities. For fairies, this was truly terrifying. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, just as a carriage drawn by a white, 8-legged horse traveled southward from the central grassland into the southern grassland, a group of moss appeared and attacked it. Boom. On the vast grassland, a sudden explosive sound rang out, bringing the white 8-legged horse-drawn carriage to a screeching halt as it barely dodged the incoming attack that had triggered the blast. Taking the form of an inky black burst that looked like a lump of deadly poison and a shadowy mass, the attack not only broke the sound barrier with incredible speed but also packed serious power. As for why the attack was inky black, it was because the ones launching it were none other than a group of moss. Moss resembled soft-bodied creatures with no bones, no skin, no flesh. Their forms were made entirely of pitch-black shadows like the attack they launched, with only their eyes emitting a different glow, while everything else about them looked so dark, so gloomy, so wicked. Anyone who laid eyes on these creatures for the first time would instinctively come to the same conclusion: they were definitely cursed beings. When facing such creatures, there was no room for words since communication was impossible. As soon as they were encountered, a battle had to begin and would not stop until one side fell. Boom, 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 boom. As if to prove that point, the group of moss wriggling on the grassland gathered the pitch-black curses across their bodies and formed them into projectiles. One after another, they launched them at the 8-legged horse-drawn carriage, each explosion bursting like black water erupting around it. At a glance, it might have seemed like these cursed beings had poor aim since not a single shot landed on the carriage, but that wasn't because they lacked accuracy, it was because the master of the carriage had twisted the course of their attacks. Wall of protection from arrows. A magic spell that disrupted projectile attacks was activated from inside the carriage, throwing the airflow around it into chaos. As a result, the incoming blasts of black curses were thrown off target, and not one of them managed to hit the carriage directly. In the next moment, a person stepped out from inside the carriage. Seriously? We're this close to the destination, and some damn monster decides to jump us. What crap luck. Riezel muttered as he stared at the group of moss up ahead. Be careful, Riezel. Artoria peeked her head out of the carriage, sounding a little nervous. Moss are cursed beings that can erode fairies. If you get too close, you might end up turning into one of them. No doubt. Riezel raised an eyebrow and glanced at Artoria, then spoke in a cold, offhand tone. But since they're cursed beings that target fairies, what's it got to do with a human like me? Artoria was instantly at a loss for words. As the atmosphere went quiet, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, the ones who broke the silence for her weren't anyone else, but the very moss that made all fairies tremble in fear. Boom, 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 boom. A group of cursed creatures fully demonstrated what it meant to be relentless. They twisted their bodies as they closed in, gathering curses and forming black masses that launched attacks toward Riezel and Artoria, causing black shadows to explode constantly around them. One of the shadows even grazed right past Artoria, giving this countryside fairy a huge scare. She almost let out a scream. Seeing this, Riezel shifted his gaze back to the group of moss. Alright, I'll deal with you guys first. Riezel thought about it for a moment and decided not to draw his sword, but to use a new magic spell he had just learned not long ago. Sacrament, Aurora. As soon as Riezel chanted this magic, streaks of meteor-like flashes of light began to form and gather around him. If Maya had been here to witness Riezel casting Sacrament, Aurora, she would have been shocked for sure, not because he had somehow learned her magic, but because that same magic, in his hands, showed power far beyond her own. As evidenced by the flashes of light surrounding Riezel, there were a ton of them, packed in tightly, at least several hundred, if not more, each one massively amplified. If Maya's flashes could be compared to lasers, then Riezel's were full-on beams of pure light. Hundreds of meteor-like beams hovered behind Riezel like spears of light, filling up almost the entire sky behind him. Artoria, for who knows how many times now, was left stunned once again by Riezel's display of magical prowess. She stood there dumbfounded, staring at the densely packed floating beams, her scalp going numb all over again. And just like that, Riezel began his assault. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Across the vast grassland, Riezel's meteor-like flashes appeared and shot out without any warning, like cosmic beams crashing down from the sky, slamming into the earth with overwhelming force. Explosions and booming roars rang out non-stop. Dust and rubble were swept up like a sandstorm. At the same time, the ground shook and the air screamed as if thunder had struck down on a clear day, setting off one explosion after another, blasting shockwaves everywhere. Faintly, two voices could then be heard echoing from within, one after the other. Guess I might have overdone it. A calm voice resounded. What do you mean might have? You totally overdid it. An exasperated voice followed. With these two voices, the merciless bombardment finally came to an end as the shock waves, along with the dust and rubble, blew off into the distance, revealing what used to be grassy, clear plains now completely torn up and full of craters. As for those poor moss, not even ashes were left, they were wiped out without a trace. Standing in front of the cratered battlefield, covered in dust and with her clothes all messed up from the blast, Artoria showed a completely broken expression. What's wrong? Riezel, looking like he had no clue at all, asked Artoria with a confused look. Artoria held it in for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. Can you become the child of prophecy? I'm begging you. What Artoria didn't know was that, in the eyes of the fairy kingdom's higher-ups, Riezel had already long been seen as the child of prophecy. As for Artoria, the actual child of prophecy, Woodwose hadn't even mentioned her once. It was obvious that the moment Riezel showed up as a major threat, Woodwose had completely forgotten about the low-profile Artoria. Honestly, that was just plain sad. In the wilderness of fairy Britain, not only would moss occasionally appear, but all kinds of wild beasts and magical beasts also showed up from time to time. It was only natural since this island was a nation built by fairies that naturally carried mystery from the start. On this island, mystery was far denser than in the outside world, so magical beasts that were rarely seen out there might not be everywhere here, but they showed up from time to time. Riezel noticed this on the very first day he arrived through dimensional travel, realizing that there seemed to be something in the atmosphere of this world that stirred the magical energy inside him, which was proof that the mystery on this island was denser than on the outside. In this world, magical energy became extremely active. If one could control it perfectly, it might even enhance the power of their magecraft or magic. Most supernatural abilities could also be strengthened here, so long as they didn't conflict with the system of mystery present in this land. Of course, with benefits came drawbacks. Medicines with great restorative effects could also damage the body if taken in excess, right? In this world, the same idea applied. In a world filled with so much magical energy, ordinary humans either adapted to survive, gradually mutated, or suffered some kind of physical breakdown. As for the humans within fairy Britain, they were generally the former, as their physical abilities were usually stronger than those of normal humans. However, if someone from outside fairy Britain barged in, there was a chance they might collapse from failing to adapt to the environment. Thankfully, Riezel wasn't one of them, since he had a development ability like abnormal resistance, as well as a skill that prevented both mental and physical interference. However, even without those, having received a god's blood when he was still a weak human and bearing a fauna engraved on his back, there was no way he would be affected by something as minor as dense magical energy. Now that Riezel was level 7, even his physical body alone far surpassed that of ordinary humans, let alone the fact that the essence of fauna was to elevate mortals to gradually approach the existence of gods. Given this, with his current level and the size of his current vessel, Riezel was more than capable of enduring not just this Britain taken over by fairies, but even the legendary inner sea of the planet. As for the beasts living here that sometimes attacked travelers or passers-by, they naturally weren't your average wild monsters but powerful creatures difficult for humans to deal with. Even though they weren't as disastrous as the moss, they were still troublesome in their own way. For this reason, during the carriage ride, Riezel simply kept Sacrament, Aurora, active the whole time, letting streaks of meteor-like flashes hover around the carriage and follow it as it moved. Whenever a beast got too close, a few flashes would shoot out from around the carriage, strike the target, and blast it away. Thanks to this, the area around the carriage that Riezel and Artoria were riding in occasionally had massive craters that looked downright alarming. You think Britain's going to be okay? Artoria was already starting to worry the fairy kingdom might end up looking like the cratered surface of the moon thanks to Riezel. If it really turned out that way, she would no longer be a fairy of paradise sent to save the world but one sent to destroy it. Just like that, with the carriage continuing on its way, Riezel and Artoria finally reached their destination. Oh, that's Salisbury. Through the carriage window, Riezel caught sight of a city in the distance that gave off a laid-back, easygoing vibe, almost like a vacation spot. From the outside, the city looked like a white-walled castle and wasn't very big, definitely nothing compared to many of the big cities Riezel had visited before. Furthermore, it seemed like there was only one main gate, so as long as they followed the road straight ahead, they would reach the city. Salisbury, the freest city in fairy Britain. Even though the Lord may be the head of the Wind clan, that clan head is super tolerant toward all fairies and even humans, so the city's open to all fairy clans and human settlers. Artoria's attention had shifted as well, looking at the city that was so different from Tintagel, making her feel a mix of curiosity and excitement well up inside her. Also, what makes Salisbury special is mainly its huge, grand cathedral. Back in the day, Queen Morgan was crowned in that cathedral. She didn't move into Camelot with her army until it was finished. After that, this place became the Wind clan's territory. It's not as trendy as Gloucester, and it's not packed with restaurants like Oxford. It also doesn't have comprehensive workshops like Norwich, but the good thing about Salisbury is that it has a little bit of everything, nothing's missing. As Artoria explained, she gave off more and more of an eager vibe, like she was just dying to get into the city and look around, just like some country bumpkin seeing a big city for the first time. Wind Clan's territory, huh? Riezel narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. A moment later, he used his magical link to halt Sleipnir, making the carriage come to a stop, no longer moving. What's wrong? Artoria, who had been watching Salisbury the whole time, was almost thrown off when the carriage suddenly stopped. She barely managed to steady herself and looked at Riezel with confusion and uncertainty. It's nothing. Riezel shook his head. Just to be safe, it's better if we don't take the carriage from here. It was mainly because Sleipnir was a creature not found in fairy Britain. Moreover, he had rarely seen any carriages along the way either, so he figured that riding one straight into Salisbury would draw a lot of attention. If that happened, their arrival might end up being noticed by whoever was in charge of Salisbury, and if the head of the Wind Clan noticed them, things could get a little troublesome. Not to mention, that clan head was close with Woodwose, the head of the Fawn clan. If she contacted Woodwose and told him that Riezel and Artoria had arrived in Salisbury, then a battle would be pretty much unavoidable. Besides, there were some secrets about the head of the Wind Clan that made Riezel extremely wary of her. However, the annoying part was, she had really good relationships with others. If she wanted to, whether it was the fairy knights or other clan heads, there were quite a few who would be willing to act for her. Considering this, just to be safe, until we get a map of this kingdom and some basic supplies, we'd better stay out of that fairy site. With this decision made, Riezel dismissed Sleipnir and removed the carriage altogether. Not only that, he also cast illusion magic and anti-surveillance magic to completely change his appearance. How do I look? As Riezel asked, he had already transformed. Now, his hair and eyes were golden and green like Artoria's, while wings had sprouted from his back, and his ears had become pointed. He now looked just like a fairy from the Wind Clan. Why'd you turn into this? Artoria couldn't help panicking a little when she saw Riezel looking just like her, with the same golden hair and green eyes. What? Is there something wrong? Riezel asked, looking confused. No. Artoria mumbled as she lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Of course, she wasn't about to tell Riezel that the reason she panicked was that she was actually really happy. After all, someone like her, who had always felt useless, now had someone willing to look just like her. Such a thing made the usually self-conscious Artoria secretly happy. However, the only downside was that Riezel had wings and pointy ears, things she didn't have, which made her feel just a little disappointed. Maybe I should get some wings and ears too. Artoria muttered to herself. If you want, I can help you out. Hearing Artoria's mutter, Riezel, with a wave of his hand, caused wings to grow out from her back, and her ears turned pointed like his as well. All right, let's go. With that, the two of them headed toward Salisbury together, and before long, they had successfully passed through the gate checkpoint and entered the city. Chapter 474, Cathedral of the Ash Tree. Just like Artoria had said before, Salisbury didn't really have anything special besides its cathedral, but it had a bit of everything, and nothing was lacking. In this city, there were dazzling goods for sale, all kinds of buildings, beautiful scenery, and relaxing spots like fountains, streams, pavilions, and gardens. Every fairy who came here looked like they were on vacation, as evidenced by how they came and went with smiles on their faces, showing they were pretty happy. In a city like this, Riezel and Artoria were just two insignificant faces in the crowd since nothing about them stood out or attracted any attention. At least, this was true for them, who had already disguised their true appearances with illusions. No one could tell there was anything unusual about them, and no one gave them a second glance since they looked just like ordinary tourists, wandering around the city doing nothing remarkable. Maybe the only thing they might have done that stood out was probably all the shopping. A full map of Britain, enough food and water for 2 people for a whole month, spare clothes and toiletries, and some handy tools we might need on the road. Did we get all that? Walking along the laid-back, vacation-like streets, Riezel checked the supplies he had stashed in the storage space of the dimensional magic cube while asking Artoria, who was walking beside him. Why yeah, we got everything. Artoria looked kind of hesitant. But, was it really necessary to buy stuff for me too? One couldn't really blame her for saying this. She was a fairy, not a human, so she didn't even need to eat in the first place. From her perspective, buying food for 2 was just wasting money, and it wasn't just a little. Riezel had bought an entire month's worth. Besides that, Riezel also bought clothes for her, which were a far cry from the villager-looking outfit she was wearing now. While they weren't exactly fancy, they were already way more luxurious than anything a countryside fairy would normally wear. Moreover, Riezel had also picked up a full set of toiletries just for her. All of this made Artoria feel super awkward, especially since she hadn't paid for a single thing herself. Of course, more than awkward, she was just stunned by how rich Riezel acted. It couldn't be helped. No matter what Riezel bought, he just casually threw gold around. Anyone from a rural village would be completely blown away. Riezel, however, just smiled at her words. It's better to buy it now just in case. Who knows if we'll need it later, or if we'll even get another chance to go shopping like this. Riezel said casually. Don't overthink it. Gold isn't that big of a deal to me. I was actually kinda worried fairies in Fairy Britain wouldn't accept gold as currency, but luckily, they love treasures. I mean, that's the only reason we had such an easy time buying all this stuff. But still. Artoria still looked like she couldn't accept it. Just think of it like something you picked up for free, alright. Riezel said with a chuckle. Back in Tintagel, didn't the fairies take the treasure near you the same way? Hearing this, Artoria immediately went quiet. Riezel didn't say anything more to her either and just lifted his gaze and looked ahead. Over there, a grand building stood, giving off a solemn vibe completely different from everything else around it. That's the cathedral, right? Riezel spoke like he was talking to himself. Yeah. Just like Riezel, Artoria looked at the massive, cathedral-like structure, responding in a voice that sounded unusually complicated. That's the center of Salisbury and also where the bell tower is. It's the oldest monumental structure in Fairy Britain, the Cathedral of the Ash Tree. Ash Tree, also known as Esk, was a name that held deep meaning for Artoria and every fairy in Fairy Britain. Thousands of years ago, in the distant past, Fairy Britain had seen another savior. That savior had wiped out many calamities and saved countless fairies. That savior had stopped wars and created peace. Just like Artoria, who wielded the Staff of Selection, that savior was also a fairy of paradise and possessed a weapon of the same nature but in a different form, a spear. Because that savior had made many contributions to the future of Fairy Britain, to honor her, the very first massive building ever constructed in Fairy Britain, Salisbury's Cathedral, was named after her, the Cathedral of the Ash Tree. As for the bell tower Artoria mentioned, it was, as the name suggested, a place that held a bell, which was none other than the Bell of Pilgrimage. Aside from one of the 6 bells of pilgrimage, whose location was still unconfirmed, the other 5 were currently housed in the bell towers of Salisbury, Gloucester, Norwich, Oxford, and Orkney. In Salisbury, the Cathedral of the Ash Tree served as a bell tower, and at its highest point rested the Bell of Pilgrimage, guarded by the Wind Clan. Knowing the previous generation's savior and the Bell of Pilgrimage were connected to this cathedral, it wasn't surprising that Artoria's tone had become so complicated. Clairvoyance. Riezel quietly used a sensory enhancement magic that let his vision leap forward and see distant scenery. Thanks to the effect of the magic, Riezel's eyes, as if looking through a telescope, suddenly stretched into the distance, pulling his view far ahead. Before long, he saw the entrance of the cathedral, spotting soldiers in armor standing guard there, each holding a spear. Humans, huh? Riezel recognized their identities. Indeed, they weren't fairies but humans. Salisbury was the only city in the fairy kingdom that granted humans independent rights, and the humans who lived here didn't have to pledge loyalty to any fairy, only to the head of the Wind Clan. In addition, the head of the Wind Clan had also recruited humans in Salisbury, forming a guard unit mainly composed of them. Unfortunately, that didn't mean no humans were living as slaves in the city. Only the humans who lived within Salisbury were granted autonomy, while those brought in from other places by other fairies as their property naturally weren't treated so well. Hurry up, you lowly human. Suddenly, a fairy dressed in relatively fine clothing happened to walk past Riezel and Artoria, yelling at the human beside them as they went. You can't even carry a few things properly and walk so damn slow. You're just wasting my time. Move faster. And hold them steady. If you break even one thing, I'll ship you off to Oxford. Useless piece of trash. Being scolded, the human could only carry the luggage, which was clearly too heavy for him, with a terrified look, sweating profusely as he struggled to keep up with his master, gasping for breath. Riezel, who had just cancelled the use of clairvoyance, silently watched the scene with an expressionless face. Riezel. Artoria, who had already calmed herself by then, looked at Riezel's expressionless face, then at the scene he was watching. You can't stand it, can you? Artoria said softly as if she understood what he was thinking. Not really. Riezel paused for a moment, then replied in a quiet tone. Scenes like this, no matter where. I've seen plenty of them. On the Akasha continent, slavery still existed, and the world of Overlord didn't exactly value human rights either, so Riezel had seen many similar situations. However, whether on the Akasha continent or in the world of Overlord, not everyone was a slave. In contrast, in Fairy Britain, humans who weren't slaves were the minority, as about 90% of them were treated as slaves. A situation where almost an entire race had been reduced to slaves, even Riezel had never seen that before. Because of this, as he recalled how humans were treated in the original work, his voice unconsciously turned cold. Being ruled over by fairies like this might have been better if humans never existed in the first place. Hearing this, Artoria gave a bitter smile. Fairies would never let humans go extinct, you know. Artoria said helplessly. If there were no humans, there wouldn't be a fairy kingdom today. Why was that? Simple. Fairies are parts of the planet. Not only do they live long lives, but their vitality is especially resilient. They don't need to eat, nor do they need to consume any resources to survive. As long as they don't lose their name, their will, or the value of their own existence, fairies can live on indefinitely. In other words, fairies can exist without needing enjoyment, without needing entertainment, and without needing to struggle for survival. With such traits, they are capable of anything, yet they don't actively try to grow or put in effort. So, no matter where they go, fairies don't have their own civilization. Artoria spoke while looking around at the beautiful buildings. In the first place, the reason fairies can build cities like this and enjoy so much entertainment is because of humans. Even though humans are full of weaknesses, short-lived, in need of food, and will die easily if attacked, it's precisely because of these weaknesses that humans, to survive and thrive, will go to any lengths. To fill their stomachs, humans will farm, till the land, and gradually accumulate rich agricultural knowledge to grow vast amounts of food. To shelter from the rain and storms, they build houses and structures, and eventually even study aesthetics. In conclusion, humans can create prosperous civilizations, manufacture various forms of entertainment, and satisfy both physical and mental needs. Fairies don't need to meet their physical needs, but they do desire entertainment and have mental needs. That's why humans can survive in this country. In short, fairies were beings who had nothing but power, yet they possessed a heart that sought to dispel boredom and play around. Because they didn't have much entertainment and couldn't create decent entertainment themselves, they needed humans to create these things for them. Fairies raised humans for their own amusement. Whether it was torturing them and taking pleasure in their screams or training them to create interesting things, fairies might vary in their treatment of humans, but the underlying purpose was largely the same. For fairies, humans were just something to pass the time, not equals, but rather items, even if they weren't slaves. For this reason, the queen controlled humans, even regulating their population and distributing them across various cities in a certain ratio, which was undoubtedly a form of resource distribution. Even though the cities in the fairy kingdom may not have been built by humans, they certainly utilized human imagination and creativity. Including the Cathedral of the Ash Tree, every building here was filled with human societal style, making it clear how fairies had exploited humans to come up with these architectural designs. This was the role of humans in this world. This was the position of humans in this world. They could be things of interest. They could be victims of abuse. They could be toys to play with. They could be tools to use. They could even be food for consumption. Salisbury here is already quite good, at least the head of the Wind clan has granted humans some independence. Artoria continued explaining softly. If it were humans in other cities, their treatment wouldn't be as good. For example, in Gloucester, humans were commodities to be sold or even auctioned. In Oxford, some parts of a human's body were served on the dining table as food. Riezel, who was familiar with the original work, naturally knew about such matters, or else he wouldn't have said that. Yeah, fairies are not beings worth saving. After dropping this indifferent remark, Riezel turned and walked away. Artoria hurriedly followed. You better not mess around, Riezel. Artoria observed his expression and carefully advised. I can understand how you feel, but even if you throw a tantrum here, the way humans are treated won't change. I know. Riezel replied calmly, his tone remaining indifferent. I don't plan on causing a scene, at least, not for now. Leaving behind this unsettling remark, he continued walking forward. Artoria silently followed, but as she did, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. Isn't this the way to the cathedral? Artoria asked hesitantly, and a sense of unease started to grow within her. Yes, this is the way to the cathedral. Riezel admitted calmly. You want to go to the cathedral? Artoria asked, fear creeping into her voice. What for? Was he going to meet with the head of the Wind clan? For the humans in the city? Artoria began to let her imagination run wild. She couldn't help it. With her fairy eyes, Artoria had already vaguely figured out Riezel's intention to go to the cathedral. Sure enough, Riezel said the words that made Artoria's unease explode. Isn't that cathedral supposed to serve as the bell tower? Riezel casually remarked. Since that's the case, I'll take you to the bell of pilgrimage there so you can ring it. Riezel's tone was as easygoing as saying, let's go check out the scenery, which made Artoria think without hesitation and turn to run. Pa. Riezel was quick to grab Artoria by the nape of her neck, pulling her back. No. Let go of me. Let me go. Artoria struggled, shouting hysterically, which drew the attention of several passers-by. Why are you running? Riezel narrowed his eyes, staring at Artoria. Why? Can you blame me? Artoria struggled and yelled. You don't plan on going into the bell tower the proper way, do you? Well, isn't that obvious? Riezel responded bluntly. Do you think the people of the Wind Clan will let strangers like us approach the Bell of Pilgrimage? Indeed, the Bell of Pilgrimage was a symbol of the great fairy clans, tightly guarded and protected by them, so how could an ordinary person just wander close? Not to mention, ringing the Bell of Pilgrimage was a necessary condition for a Fairy of Paradise's awakening. Whether it was the current Artoria or the past Savior-esque, both of their missions required ringing the 6 bells of pilgrimage. Moreover, considering Artoria's objective in ringing those 6 bells was to overthrow Queen Morgan's reign, could the Queen tolerate that? Would the clan heads loyal to her just stand by and watch? Given all this, ringing the Bell of Pilgrimage with the permission of the clan head who watched over the bell was clearly impossible. If that was the case, why don't we just teleport right in front of the Bell of Pilgrimage? Riezel proposed a solution that was, in many ways, both simple and effective. You've seen my teleportation magic, right? As long as the cathedral doesn't have any means to block teleportation, I can easily get you right in front of the Bell of Pilgrimage. Indeed, as long as the location of the Bell of Pilgrimage was known, getting there and ringing it would be no challenge for Riezel, who could use teleportation magic. But we'll be in serious trouble with the Wind Clan. Artoria continued to protest. Duh, we already pissed off the Fawn Clan, so what's the problem adding one more like the Wind Clan? Riezel spoke indifferently while rolling his eyes. Besides, I might end up fighting the Queen someday, and you might have to overthrow her as part of your mission. If we're going against the Queen, then that means we're going up against every fairy clan loyal to her. So what's the big deal about making enemies with 1 or 2 clans ahead of time? Upon hearing Riezel's reasoning, Artoria was left speechless. It's decided then. Let's go find the Bell of Pilgrimage. Riezel made a firm decision. In the next moment, he cast teleportation magic and vanished from the street. At the same time, 2 armies of fairies arrived one after another in Salisbury. Humph. Looking at the fairy knight in front of him, Woodwoe snorted coldly and took the lead, entering Salisbury. Keep up. Gawain spoke softly, then led her large army into the city with great momentum. Just like that, the atmosphere in Salisbury suddenly shifted, becoming tense and intense. Chapter 475, Bell of Pilgrimage. Cathedral of the Ash Tree, top floor. At the highest point of the cathedral stood a bell room where a massive golden bell was placed in the center, its 4 walls entirely open, allowing a clear view of the outside scenery. At first glance, although it looked like an ordinary bell with nothing unusual about it, this golden bell was actually the Bell of Pilgrimage, a relic of great importance within Fairy Britain. It had been placed in this unguarded room, quietly emanating an ancient atmosphere like a time-worn piece of art, ignored by all, yet carrying immense significance. Swish. Suddenly, the air within the bell room trembled, and 2 figures appeared. Needless to say, they were none other than Riezel and Artoria. See. We're in. Riezel let go of Artoria, whom he had been carrying the whole time, and spoke with a calm expression as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Yeah, we really got in. Artoria had already given up resisting and let out a helpless sigh as she looked up, fixing her gaze on the heavy golden bell now in view. So, this is the Bell of Pilgrimage, huh? Riezel turned to Artoria, confirming with a detached tone. This is the Bell of Pilgrimage. Artoria nodded slowly, her eyes fixed on the bell in a daze as she replied with a tone that carried a mix of emotion and solemnity. I don't really know why, but I can kind of feel something, so, I don't think it's a fake. Even though she said this, it still felt a bit unreal to her. She couldn't help it. Ever since she could remember, everyone around her had told her she needed to ring the bells of pilgrimage. And now, one of them had appeared so easily right before her eyes, so let alone her, anyone in her shoes would have felt the same disbelief. After all, she had only left the village and turned 16 just a few days ago, yet in just a few days, she was already standing in front of one of the 6 bells of pilgrimage. Everything was happening so fast that she could barely keep up, which made her just stand there, staring blankly at the Bell of Pilgrimage, unable to react. Riezel, on the other hand, gave the bell a quick glance and seemed to lose interest right after, before his gaze shifted to the surroundings, even glancing toward the entrance to the bell room. There should be guards stationed over there. A faint shimmer of light flickered in Riezel's eyes as he detected several life signals. They haven't noticed anything unusual here yet, but if we stay too long, they'll surely find out what we're doing. Because the Wind Clan's fairies were extremely sensitive, even the slightest disturbance could instantly alert them. For this reason, right after teleporting into the bell room, Riezel activated 2 magic spells, Silence and Conceal Life. Silence was a supportive stealth magic that erased all sounds within its area of effect without discrimination. Conceal Life was a magic that hid life signals, allowing them to avoid detection by life-sensing abilities. Thanks to the effects of these 2 magic spells, Riezel and Artoria's intrusion had not yet been noticed by the Wind Clan's fairies. However, fairies who were born with mystery would definitely pick up on something if too much time passed. If you're planning to ring the Bell of Pilgrimage, you better do it now. Riezel said slowly. But only if you're ready to let all of Britain know the child of prophecy has appeared here. Hearing this, Artoria fell silent. Once the bell of pilgrimage was rung, its sound would echo throughout the entire fairy Britain. No matter how hidden or far away a place was, as long as it was on this fairy island known as Britain, every fairy would hear the sound of the bell of pilgrimage. At that point, every fairy would know the bell had been rung, and know the child of prophecy had arrived. Even the queen residing deep within Camelot would know. Others might not understand what that meant, but Riezel knew all too well. If you don't ring the bell of pilgrimage, that queen might not see you as an enemy, but once you ring it, no matter what, she will come after you. So you better think it through before you decide, okay. Riezel's words made Artoria glare at him. You're the one who dragged me here in the first place, and now you're saying stuff like that. You're so irresponsible. Artoria couldn't help but complain. I just want to see what you'll choose. Riezel gave Artoria a soft smile. Besides, even if you don't ring the bell and give up your chance to gain power, I doubt you'd find a very safe place for yourself in this country anyway. Even if that woman doesn't see you as an enemy, a lot of fairies might just treat you like some kind of amusement. And there are surely going to be plenty of fairies who do see you as an enemy. Like Woodwose, he even brought his execution squad all the way to Tintagel just for Artoria. Was Artoria really going to expect someone like that to treat the child of prophecy humanely? And then there was the whole calamity set to break out this year in Fairy Britain, that alone was going to push things to a very serious level. Not to mention, this world was far from as simple as it looked. A true war was going to erupt later, one that would drag in not only all the fairies and humans of the fairy kingdom but even forces from the outside world. From what he knew, that war would expose this island's most shocking secret, and when that time came, given Artoria's identity, even if she wanted to run away, she probably wouldn't be able to. With all that in mind, Riezel repeated his point. No matter what you're planning to do in the future, or which path you choose to take, you're gonna need power. Riezel's smile faded as he looked Artoria straight in the face. Only with power will you have a way to speak for yourself, to make your own choices, instead of following some mission or so-called fate. Artoria gazed at Riezel, locking eyes with the one who had just said all this. As their eyes met, one open and the other scrutinizing, neither said a word for a long while. Suddenly, Riezel noticed something, a faint sound coming from the entrance that led here. You heard that too, didn't you? Riezel silently praised the Wind Clan's sharp ears as he turned to give Artoria one last chance to confirm her decision. If Artoria was set on ringing the bell of pilgrimage, he would help her. If she wasn't ready, he would take her out of here. He wasn't going to choose for her. Whether or not to ring the bell of pilgrimage was something only Artoria could decide, and no one else had a say in it. Just as Riezel was thinking this, Artoria finally broke the silence. I'm ringing the bell. Artoria had made her choice in the end. You sure? Riezel paused for a moment and asked again. Artoria took a deep breath and nodded hard. I still don't know what I'm going to do after this, but I trust you. Artoria, who could see the truth inside Riezel's heart, gave her answer, the truest and most honest answer she had. She didn't know yet what to do from here on, but toward Riezel, who had never lied to her from the start and had always treated her with complete sincerity, she gave her full trust without question. However, for a split second, Artoria saw the storm again, a terrifying storm born from malice. Even now, it still hadn't disappeared. However, at the heart of that storm, something new had appeared, a shining sun. As she looked at the sun shining there, casting light as if to guide her forward, untouched by even the slightest bit of malice, Artoria smiled. She smiled brightly toward the one standing in the center of that sun, Riezel. I believe in you, Riezel. Repeating these words, Artoria tightened her grip on the staff of selection and began walking toward the bell of pilgrimage. As she moved, the illusion on her body faded away, causing her pointed ears and transparent, butterfly-like wings to vanish without a trace. At the same time, the illusion cloaking Riezel's body also began to dissolve, as if in response to the same phenomenon, peeling away bit by bit and revealing his true appearance to the open air. Soon, Artoria arrived in front of the bell of pilgrimage. She closed her eyes. She raised her staff. Zing. Starlight began to gather around the Fairy of Paradise, Artoria Castor. Hymn of Paradise, Song of the Inner Sea. A sacred chant flowed from Artoria's lips, guiding the starlight toward the raised staff of selection. A being born for selection, judgment, and correction. O primal bone bell, guide the lost children home. Forgive their sins. As the final word of the chant left Artoria's mouth, the bell of pilgrimage in front of the fairy girl began to move. Dong, 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 dong. A loud bell sound echoed from the bell of pilgrimage, which had begun ringing despite the absence of wind, turning into a lingering resonance that spread outward. Its sound was long and far-reaching, as if carried by the wind, ringing not only through Salisbury but also radiating in all directions, echoing above the entire Fairy Britain. What kind of bell sound is that? Is it the noon chime or something? It's not even noon yet. The usual chimes don't feel like this though. Yeah, I don't know why, but this one feels different. How do I put it? It makes me feel happy and kinda sad at the same time. Yeah, it really tugs at your heart. Makes you feel nostalgic too. What's going on? All across Fairy Britain, fairies were reacting with shock, confusion, and wonder. Some even began crying without knowing why, which left even more fairies puzzled. However, while some were baffled, others realized the true nature of the bell sound, and their expressions changed. Could this be? On the eastern border of the southern grassland, in a city battered and broken, a young knight holding a holy spear stood atop a wall, gazing in the direction of Salisbury with a stirred expression. A bell of pilgrimage rang. At the same time, the heads of various clans also sensed what the bell sound truly meant. Some were stunned, some furious, and others were filled with joy. How is this possible? In one of the rooms at the very top of the Cathedral of the Ash Tree, the head of the Wind clan had just been sipping afternoon tea when she suddenly looked up in surprise, completely unaware that the figure sitting in front of her had vanished. Bell of pilgrimage? No way. Aurora. Not long after entering Salisbury, Woodrose was struck with alarm and quickly charged toward the cathedral. It really rang. Gawaine's expression turned grim before she rushed toward the cathedral as well. Meanwhile, far away in the royal palace of Camelot, the queen seated on the throne suddenly opened her eyes. A cold gleam surfaced in them. Is this the sound of the bell of pilgrimage? At the top floor of the Cathedral of the Ash Tree, inside the bell room, Riezel's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the golden bell that kept ringing. Sounds kinda nice, honestly. To Riezel, the bell of pilgrimage being struck only brought about this much of a reaction, but in contrast, after the bell of pilgrimage was struck, Artoria underwent a dramatic transformation. Buzz. An intense burst of light radiated from Artoria's body, releasing a wave of scorching heat that caused the temperature inside the bell room to rise rapidly. What's going on? Artoria opened her eyes, startled by the sudden change in her body. Don't panic. Riezel, unfazed by the light and heat coming from her, walked straight over and placed a hand on the girl's shoulder to calm her down. If I'm right, this is the reward for ringing the bell of pilgrimage. Just take it in. Riezel's words quickly calmed Artoria down, and once she was calm, she began to feel it. She felt her magical energy skyrocketing. She felt a power unlike anything she had ever experienced. The power that had once been far weaker than that of an average fairy was now rising at a rate visible to the naked eye. How far did it rise? At the very least, in Riezel's now semi-transparent eyes, the rapidly surging power within Artoria had already reached level 5, maybe even level 6. However, even at that level, Artoria's magical energy was still climbing, as if it had no limits. Feeling the overwhelming power within her, Artoria was left speechless in shock, but suddenly. Dodge. Riezel's eyes suddenly sharpened, and without a second's hesitation, he shoved Artoria away. Kia. Artoria let out a startled cry as Riezel pushed her hard into the corner of the bell room, where she slammed against the wall. Boom. At that very moment, a loud blast rang out. It wasn't the sound of Artoria crashing into the bell room's wall, nor was it an explosion, but the sound of something tearing through the air, a blasting sound caused by a white meteor that had suddenly appeared in the sky over Salisbury. In the next instant, it accelerated past the speed of sound, ripping through the sky with a thunderous boom and leaving behind a long, glowing trail as it shot toward the Cathedral of the Ash Tree. Its target was none other than the bell room at the very top of the cathedral. Right before Artoria's eyes, right in front of all the fairies in Salisbury, that meteor first smashed through one of the bell room's stone pillars and then crashed straight into Riezel's body. Boom. It was the sound of an explosion this time. A white meteor crashed into the highest point of the cathedral, slamming into the bell room and smashing it apart on the spot. Riezel. Pushed to the corner of the wall, Artoria only felt the ceiling of the bell room being blown off by an overwhelming force as the stone pillars supporting the hall were shattered one by one, sending countless pieces of rubble crashing down, causing her to cry out again. She saw it with her own eyes. Riezel was hit head-on by that white meteor falling from the sky. He was smashed through the stone pillars, through the walls that opened to the sky, and blasted into the air, disappearing in an instant. Riezel. Artoria, now fully aware of what had happened, ignored the fact that the bell room was starting to collapse. Shielding her head, she rushed through the rain of falling debris and into the entrance corridor of the bell room. However, just as Artoria was about to go after Riezel, a group of soldiers appeared and blocked her path. Is that her? Intruder. She's with the Child of Prophecy. She dared break into the cathedral. Unforgivable. Shouting one after another, the group of soldiers raised their spears and began to surround Artoria. Behind them, a fairy who looked like a butterfly was giving orders. Grab her and take her to Lady Aurora. Hearing the command given by the fairy, the soldiers charged bravely toward Artoria. Ugh. Artoria clenched her teeth and raised the staff of selection in her hand, drawing on the surge of magical energy that had just risen within her. No longer just a weak little fairy fresh out of Tintagel, Artoria was finally stepping into her first battle since she had left. Unfortunately, Riezel didn't get to see it. Because he had his hands full just trying to survive. Boom. A deafening boom resounded as the white meteor tore through the sky. It was still streaking high above, launching a terrifyingly powerful charge. Riezel was being pushed back by that white meteor, flying uncontrollably through the air while the clear glow in his eyes flickered wildly. In Riezel's hand, the sword once hailed as the divine sword, Hermit, had somehow been drawn without anyone noticing, as he held it in front of himself, blocking the impact of the white meteor. However, as he felt the force coming from the other side of the blade, Riezel was starting to feel like he couldn't hold out much longer. Ooh. HAAA. Right away, Riezel quickly shifted the rhythm of his breathing. Total concentration, sun breathing. Flames suddenly burst from the black sword in his hand, wrapping around Riezel and turning him into a blazing sun. Dance. Riezel unleashed a slash that came down in a perfect arc, causing the flames of the sun to explode in midair. Needless to say, a great battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 476, Riezel vs. Fairy Knight Lancelot. Boom. Above Salisbury, under a dust-colored sky, violent flames exploded like a bursting sun, surging and churning as they disrupted the magical energy in the atmosphere. What? What just happened? Don't tell me it's a calamity. Inside Salisbury, the fairies were thrown into chaos by the sudden explosion. Some panicked, while others actually lit up with excitement, their expressions filled with thrill. Needless to say, this was when the difference between fairies and humans became obvious. If they were human, witnessing something like this, something so loud and ominous, they would have been fleeing in a panic by now, and there'd be no way they'd still be hanging around in the middle of a danger zone. Fairies, however, were different. For some of them, this sudden chaos did bring fear, especially those who thought it might be a calamity, but the rest. They looked like they were watching the start of an exciting show, as instead of being scared, they were fascinated, staring at the flames bursting midair with pure curiosity in their eyes. And in the middle of all this, two figures shot out from the blazing explosion above. Naturally, those two figures were none other than Riezel and the one who had ambushed him. At this moment, Riezel was holding a black sword wrapped in flames, while heat radiated off him so intensely it distorted the air, and the outline of his body shimmered with a glow of deep blue magical energy as he hovered there in midair, pushed back a fair distance. Opposite him, the ambusher who had turned into a streak of white like a meteor had now fully revealed himself. It was a girl, a petite girl who looked about the same age as Artoria or even younger, probably not even 15 yet. She had waist-length silver-white hair, and she wore what looked more like a mechanized exosuit than armor. Her face was covered with something like a protective mask, and both of her slender arms were equipped with sword-sheath-shaped gauntlets, appearing fully armed from head to toe. Looking at this small and delicate girl, no one would believe she was the one who had moved like a meteor or unleashed an attack strong enough to destroy an entire bell room. "You're the child of prophecy?" Asking with a cold and calm voice, the girl, like Riezel, floated in midair as if she were a knight of the sky soaring through the air. "I see. You managed to block my full-speed aerial strike without a scratch. Looks like the prophecy's not total nonsense, after all." As the girl spoke, there wasn't much emotion in her voice since the way she spoke made her sound almost robotic, completely lacking tone. Riezel stared at the girl and didn't say anything before glancing toward the half-destroyed bell room, checking on Artoria. From his position and distance, he could still make out some of what was going on near the ruined bell room. He managed to see that Artoria had escaped from the collapsing building and was now fighting off soldiers blocking her path. Artoria was undoubtedly showing some serious skill. Even without using magecraft, she was pushing back the soldiers with nothing but her staff and even managed to force several fairies from the Wind Clan to retreat. Compared to how she was earlier, her current strength was like night and day. Well, that's a fairy of paradise for you. Seeing that Artoria was okay for now, Riezel felt a bit relieved, but in the next second, a sharp jolt ran through his senses. In that instant, Riezel raised his sword again without hesitation, just in time to block a blade that came thrusting at him at terrifying speed. Clang! With a crisp clash, Hermit, its surface etched with red crack-like patterns, collided with a glowing blade, sending a shower of sparks flying from the impact. "You're the first person I've fought who still had the nerve to look away mid-battle." Evidently, the silver-haired girl had launched a surprise attack without Riezel even noticing. A light blade had shot out from the sword-sheath-shaped gauntlet on one of her arms and slammed against Hermit, which he had barely managed to lift in time. He could feel that the girl's blade had been formed on the spot, and it carried an astonishing amount of magical energy that made its power no joke. Riezel, who had blocked the heavy strike swung by a girl with arms so slender it was hard to believe, finally lifted his gaze and looked at the young female knight standing before him. "Are you Fairy Knight Lancelot?" That would be me." At Riezel's question, the girl admitted it openly without hesitation. Fairy Knight Lancelot, known as the strongest and most beautiful being in Fairy Britain, had appeared in front of Riezel. "You're an unfortunate child of prophecy. Lancelot's cold voice rang out again. It's not like I'm not interested in you, but since Her Majesty already gave the order, there's only one thing I can do now. What? Kill me? Riezel responded just as calmly. No. Capture you alive. Lancelot replied without emotion. As these words fell, Lancelot raised her other hand before the sword sheath-shaped gauntlet on it suddenly sprang open, revealing a blade that had appeared in an instant. Swish. With a swing of her arm, the blade slashed toward Riezel with a shrill whistle. Clang. Riezel raised his sword to block it, but once again felt a terrifying, unstoppable force that knocked him back, sending him flying a great distance. Such strength, it could seriously rival a dragon. Gripping his trembling sword tightly, Riezel muttered under his breath. You've got a pretty sharp eye. Wielding dual blades that came out from the two sword sheath-shaped gauntlets, Lancelot slowly hovered into the air. You're right, I'm a dragon. A dragon and a fairy, Britain's one and only dragon fairy. In other words, I'm the strongest. No one can beat me, not even you. That's why, child of prophecy, I suggest you just give up and stop this pointless struggle. As Lancelot said this, an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted from her body. To Riezel, Lancelot's magical energy felt almost on par with Yuri, who was a strategic-class magician. In other words, when it came to sheer magical energy, Lancelot surpassed her, which showed how troublesome she was. However. Are you sure about that? Riezel stared calmly at Lancelot and revealed a smile. Too bad for you, I've never surrendered in a fight. If you want me to give up, then show me what the strongest really looks like. At these words, Lancelot fell silent, and after a brief pause, she responded in a cold tone. As you wish. As soon as these words left her lips, the magical energy surrounding her exploded, and in the blink of an eye, she soared into the sky at incredible speed. She moved like a rocket. Her form was like a meteor. As the strongest fairy knight suddenly shot into the sky and vanished into the dust-colored clouds, she made a sharp turn and dove down. Immediately, as her acceleration continued to build, she transformed once again into a white meteor, tearing through the atmosphere with a deafening roar as she launched a fierce charge toward Riezel. Hoo! Riezel, with his breathing changed, furrowed his brow as his entire body ignited in the flames of the sun. Whoosh! Turning into a streak of fire, he quickly shot backward with a roar of wind. Unfortunately, his speed was nowhere near fast enough to escape Lancelot, who had reached the peak of acceleration as in that instant, the white meteor had already caught up. Greater teleportation. Unwilling to take another hit from Lancelot's terrifying charge, Riezel cast teleportation magic and vanished on the spot. Disappeared. Lancelot's eyes narrowed as she remained in her white meteor form. Just then, a voice echoed above her head. Triplet maximize magic, reality slash. 3 invisible slashes suddenly tore through the air, slicing space itself as they crashed down toward Lancelot's back, head, and legs. Slashes that can cut through space. Lancelot, relying on her extraordinary senses, grasped the nature of Riezel's attack and understood just how dangerous those 3 invisible slashes were. Sadly, you're too slow. With just a quick turn and a flash, the white meteor dodged all 3 slashes, letting them only brush past her, one of them flung far behind, unable to catch up, and ended up eating dust in her wake. Penetrate magic, slow. Riezel appeared above the white meteor and, upon seeing Lancelot dodge reality slash, realized that if he didn't do something to stop her acceleration, none of his attacks would ever land, so he cast debuff magic without hesitation. Slow, just as the name suggested, was a magic spell that reduced the target's movement speed, but as Riezel cast the magic, it did not affect Lancelot whatsoever. Boom. High in the sky, the white meteor made another turn, and instead of slowing down, it picked up even more speed and slammed straight into Riezel's body with a deafening sonic boom. Riezel was instantly sent flying, and he couldn't help but be stunned as he felt his chest tighten with pain. It didn't even work at all. It seemed Lancelot had some kind of divine protection as well, possibly this world's version of magic resistance. As a dragon fairy, there probably weren't many types of magecraft or magic that would work effectively against Lancelot, so Riezel decided to abandon the idea of using time-based magic on her. If that was the case. Body of effulgent Heliodor. Power of Gaia. Greater full potential. Sensor boost. Paranormal intuition. Sanctuary protection. Riezel cast one enhancement magic after another, as bursts of magical energy flickered across his body. Boom. At the perfect moment, the white meteor came crashing back with a speed that had already reached a point where it stirred up shockwaves, enough to make anyone freeze in awe. Haste. Riezel timed it just right, cast a magic spell to boost his own speed, then raised Hermit and charged at the white meteor. Sun-breathing, 7th form, sunflower thrust. With blazing flames swirling around his sword in a ring, Riezel turned into a streak of fire again, but this time his speed had increased significantly as he shot toward the white meteor. Boom. A thunderclap-like roar suddenly resounded as a storm of magical energy and wild flames exploded outward, drawing gasps and cheers from the fairies on the ground. Meanwhile, the terrifying impact struck both Riezel and Lancelot at the same time, blasting them away before they quickly regained control midair, staring each other down. For a moment, intense fighting spirit flared in both their eyes, then, in the next second, they suddenly shot up into the sky. One turned into a red meteor, the other into a white meteor. Just like that, the red and white meteors streaked upward, veered off course at the same time, and tore through the atmosphere with a thunderous roar, racing straight toward each other. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of earth-shaking collisions erupted again and again in the skies above Salisbury. A red and a white meteor either crashed into each other, suddenly split apart, chased one another, or swept back and forth across the sky, launching into an aerial battle that combined both speed and power. Each time they collided, a thunderous boom echoed high above. Each time they gave chase, a dazzling trail streaked across the atmosphere. In the eyes of the fairies, the red and white meteors looked almost like playful gods, clashing from Salisbury City Gate to its rear, then from the rear back to the city center, flying past the Cathedral of the Ash Tree multiple times, and even leaving the city entirely more than once, only to slam back into each other again in midair, causing the force of their impacts to shake the ground itself. Everyone watching the battle had a different reaction. Some were shocked, some stunned, some terrified, and some cheered non-stop. For example, many of the fairies who thrived on chaos had been drawn in by the fierce fight and were now cheering loudly. Inside the Cathedral of the Ash Tree, the fairies and soldiers who knew who one of the fighters was were completely shaken. Among them was Aurora, who stood at the window watching the battle. Also included were Gawain and Woodwose, who had just entered the cathedral one after the other. Naturally, it included Artoria too, who was still locked in battle with the soldiers. Gawain and Woodwose, in particular, both stared up at the two clashing meteors in the sky, one with a serious expression, the other with a sour face. Is that the child of prophecy? Gawain stared hard at the red meteor and muttered. He's actually going toe-to-toe with Lancelot in aerial combat. Before long, a flame of fighting intent lit up in her eyes, along with a hint of greed that bordered on craving. Damn it. Woodwose, on the other hand, couldn't help but curse out loud, grinding his teeth in frustration. Clearly, the sight of those two fighting had gotten under his skin. One of them was the annoying enemy who had nearly overwhelmed him in a recent fight, while the other was a long-time rival he couldn't stand. And now, seeing those two had left him behind to fight it out in the skies on their own truly pissed him off. He couldn't help but resent the fact that he hadn't grown wings and couldn't fly. If he could fly, there was no way he would let those two bastards show off like that over his head. Awful. Artoria, who had also been rattled by the shockwaves, seemed to notice Gawain and Woodwose's presence. As she used her staff to drive back several Wind Clan fairies and human soldiers, she grew more and more anxious. Woodwose is here, that muscle woman's here too, and they're both inside this cathedral. Needless to say, this was truly a bad situation for Artoria. At the very least, she didn't believe she could take on both of them right now. Sure, she had gotten a lot stronger, even compared to the elite fairies of the Fawn clan, she was probably a step above, but her opponents were Woodwose, a returned A-Ray, and Gawain, who could go toe-to-toe with him. No matter how confident she was feeling, she didn't believe she could hold them off. I have to run. Artoria could only activate her magecraft, letting starlight gather on the staff of selection. Boom. In the next moment, a huge explosion erupted, blasting away the fairies and human soldiers lunging at Artoria. Riezel. Artoria shouted into the sky, and right after, a voice echoed in her mind. You go first. I'll catch up with you later. Hearing this, Artoria hesitated for a split second, then turned and ran without daring to stop. Don't run. Woodwose, a veteran who had more or less retired from the front lines, was the one who reached the top floor of the cathedral before Gawain, bringing along the fairies from the Fawn clan. Thanks to that, he caught sight of Artoria just as she turned to run, and his expression instantly twisted with fury. Catch her. Woodwose roared in anger. She's the companion of the child of prophecy. Don't let her get away. He was going to use Artoria to force Riezel to come down and finally settle the score. The companion of the child of prophecy. Hearing Woodwose shout from afar, Artoria was completely confused. What do you mean by a companion of the child of prophecy? I am the child of prophecy, aren't I? Why am I suddenly just the companion? Did they mess it up? No matter how confused Artoria was, under Woodwose's command, the fairies of the Fawn clan, with their excellent physical abilities, sprang into action, shouting as they rushed toward her. Ha! Suddenly, Artoria spun around and threw something out. Boom. Another powerful explosion followed, which not only destroyed the cathedral's walls and corridors but also sent the fairies flying in chaos. Humph, that's payback for last time. Artoria was, of course, referring to the time just outside Tintagel, when she had nearly been killed by the Fang clan fairies' ambush. Here, take another bomb. Catch this. Artoria hurled the so-called bomb again, causing a third huge explosion that sent the pursuing fairies flying. If there had been a proper magus present and they had witnessed this scene, they probably would have passed out from rage on the spot. A noble fairy of paradise, the child of prophecy, wasn't using any orthodox magecraft to fight but was crafting magical bombs to blow her enemies sky high. Such a combat style was so crude it didn't even deserve to be called magecraft. It was unclear whether Artoria realized this herself, but after tossing out several of those magical bombs, she took off running again, quick as a flash. However, it seemed Artoria's luck had just run out. Where do you think you're going, little girl? Woodwose, now revealing his true nature, seemed to teleport straight through the explosion and blocked Artoria's escape. No. Stopping in her tracks, Artoria looked at the furious Woodwose as a drop of cold sweat slid down the side of her face. Chapter 477, Strongest Fairy Knight. Woodwose had no way of knowing how Artoria felt at this moment, though even if he did, this returned A-Ray probably wouldn't have cared. He just stared at Artoria with a pair of beast-like eyes, sensed her magical energy, then glanced at the staff in her hand and narrowed his eyes. A magus, huh? Artoria's outfit and appearance reminded Woodwose of the queen he served, since she also dressed like a magus, just like this fairy girl before him. Because of this, unlike last time when he completely ignored her, this time he paid at least a little attention to her. In Fairy Britain, magecraft did exist, but it was something hardly anyone used. Fairies were, after all, beings born with mystery, capable of triggering supernatural phenomena without relying on magecraft. It came as naturally to them as eating or drinking, so they didn't need to go through the effort humans did, learning and training in magecraft, turning themselves into magi. For this reason, magecraft in Fairy Britain was widely seen as something pretty much unnecessary. It was like someone who could light a fire with a finger still choosing to rub sticks together, since to fairies, magecraft was just that kind of roundabout, pointless practice. On top of that, fairies were naturally resistant to magecraft, so it was extremely rare for anyone in Fairy Britain to actually study it. As far as Woodwose knew, only 2 people had done it. One was the queen he served, Morgan, while the other was her adopted daughter, a fairy knight, Tristan. Outside of those 2, Woodwose didn't know a single person who used magecraft. But now, not only could the one he believed to be the child of prophecy use magecraft just like the queen, but this low-profile fairy girl in front of him was also dressed like a magus and used magecraft in combat. Such a fact made it impossible for Woodwose not to draw certain conclusions. Don't tell me, you're the foreign magus, that so-called foreign traveler mentioned in the prophecy. Woodwose growled. Now that I take a closer look, you really don't look like any fairy from the 6 clans. Whether it's the Wind, Earth, or Wing clan, none of their fairies look like you. Since the Mirror clan is basically gone, and the King clan only has 1 member left, you're not a fairy from Fairy Britain at all. You're from the outside, aren't you? Hearing this, Artoria broke into a cold sweat, and like she was trying to buy time, forced herself to speak up. I'm not a fairy from Fairy Britain. She was a fairy from paradise, who had drifted to Fairy Britain by sea 16 years ago, so there was no way for her to deny that, even if she wanted to. However, her words only made Woodwose more convinced. As I thought, you really are the foreign traveler. Only outsiders like you would team up with the child of prophecy. Woodwose's face twisted with rage. You and the child of prophecy. What do you think Britain is? A savior from paradise? A foreigner? Don't fuck with me. We've spent the last 2,000 years fighting with everything we had to protect this world. You think a bunch of outsiders like you can just waltz in and trample all over it? As long as I, Woodwose, and the Fang clan still stand, no one is going to overthrow Britain. A violent wave of magical energy and heat suddenly exploded from Woodwose's body. You who dare go against Her Majesty. I'll be the one to take you down. Just give up already. Outsider. As soon as these words left Woodwose's mouth, he lunged at Artoria. Without thinking, Artoria turned to run, trying to put distance between them, but as the head of the Fang clan and a returned A-Ray, Woodwose's short-range speed was practically the same as teleportation. In just a flash, Woodwose vanished from where he was and appeared behind Artoria the next second. Boom. With one swipe of his claws, a wave of brutal force exploded out, slamming into Artoria's body, causing her to be instantly sent flying like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing into the corridor wall and smashing it apart. Amid the swirling dust and broken stone, the fairy girl lay on the ground, covered in blood, unmoving. Ha! Woodwose finally let out a breath, like he was trying to vent all the frustration bottled up in his chest. At that moment, the irritation he had been holding in ever since things went wrong with Riezel had mostly faded, making him feel a whole lot better. If it weren't for the Queen's order to capture the target alive, and if he hadn't wanted to use the so-called foreign traveler to force the child of prophecy to come down, Woodwose honestly wouldn't have minded smashing Artoria's upper body to bits just to blow off some steam. You should be glad, thanks to Her Majesty's command, you two get to live, for now. Saying this, Woodwose stepped forward, reaching out to grab Artoria and use her to threaten Riezel, but the second his hand touched her, he immediately noticed something was off. Wait, this is... Woodwose's pupils shrank sharply before his face twisted in anger, and he suddenly stomped down on Artoria. Thud. With a dull bang, Artoria's whole body was crushed beneath his foot, yet even though she was clearly smashed, the chunks of flesh that should have splattered everywhere suddenly vanished like smoke, and not a single drop of blood came out. It was obvious that this wasn't the true Artoria, but just a fake, created to look like her. Damn you. Shouting in rage, Woodwose instantly scanned the area, trying to find where Artoria had gone. Unfortunately for him, Artoria had already slipped away, as not just him, even the fairies and human soldiers who had been gathering in this direction hadn't caught sight of her. Realizing this, the frustration that had just been cleared from Woodwose's chest now came roaring back with several times the intensity, pushing him straight into a rampage. Gawain, who was on her way to the Lord's room to check on Aurora's safety, suddenly felt the ground shake violently above her, making her frown. TCH, that idiot Woodwose throwing a tantrum again, isn't he? Gawain muttered, clearly annoyed. Seriously, same old him. Even after stepping back from the front lines, he still can't control that damn temper. And that troublesome Lancelot. She still hasn't lured that boy down to the ground so we can surround him. Does she not want to let us join the fight? Even though she's supposed to be the strongest fairy knight. Clenching her arm tight in frustration, Gawain stayed silent for a moment before finally calming down. Whatever. I'll check the damage first. I hate to admit it, but with Lancelot around, with her mobility, that boy shouldn't be able to get away. And since he's got an ally, we need to take her out first. Having made up her mind, Gawain once again strode forward with firm steps, heading straight for the Lord's room, but she didn't notice that just around a corner in a nearby corridor, Artoria was secretly crouching. Stupid baggy. I knew you'd show up. Artoria, gripping her staff with both hands, let out a breath of relief when she saw Gawain walk away, then muttered angrily to herself. Fairy Knight Gawain. More like a coward who won't even reveal her real name. Queen Morgan's precious knight. If I get the chance, I swear I'm going to rip that fake face right off her and get payback for today. Grumbling like this, Artoria made sure the corridor was clear, then quickly picked up the pace and ran toward the cathedral entrance. It didn't take long before a group of fairies guarding the cathedral entrance got completely wiped out by a bombardment of magical bombs raining down from above, sending them flying. By the time Gawain and Woodwose arrived, those fairies were still lying on the ground, unable to get up. As for Artoria, she was already gone. All of this just pissed Woodwose off even more, causing him to throw another fit right then and there. Only Gawain stayed calm, giving a clear order to the fairies. Seal off the city gate. From now on, no one gets in or out. Gawain's order was quickly relayed by Aurora, who was still in the Lord's room. In an instant, the whole of Salisbury went into lockdown, the city gates slammed shut, no longer letting anyone pass through. Gawain, Woodwose, and Aurora each sent out people to search the city, while fairy and human troops alike moved into action, running in groups through the streets, causing the city's residents to either rush back home or hide in inns. No one dared to step outside anymore. Boom. Up in the sky, one red and one white streak of light still crashed into each other like meteors, shaking the air with a thunderous noise. Boom. Flames and shockwaves exploded high in the sky where no one could reach, scattering the surrounding clouds and making the intense battle even more chaotic. A red and a white meteor had clashed who knew how many times already, and now they both shot back from the explosion, pulling away from each other. Not bad. Lancelot's cool, clear voice of admiration rang out along with her fighting intent, reaching her opponent's ears. Can fight me like this in an aerial battle, since the moment I was born, you're the first. Lancelot, turning into a white meteor that tore through the sky, charged toward Riezel again, who had been blown back. Unfortunately for you, when I'm flying in the air, I'm unbeatable, so there's no way you can win. Hearing Lancelot's bold claim, Riezel didn't deny it as he retreated in a burst of fire. At this moment, he was indeed at a disadvantage. It couldn't be helped. In terms of speed, Lancelot was faster than him. In terms of strength, Lancelot was stronger as well. To a dragon fairy who could fly freely in the sky, Riezel's power might have been impressive, but it still wasn't enough to surpass hers. Because Riezel had to rely on magic to fly, whether it was accelerating or changing direction, he had to control the magic to do it. Lancelot, on the other hand, was different because she flew like she had grown actual wings, like she was moving her own limbs. As a result, Lancelot could fly however she wanted and move however she pleased, which gave her a level of smoothness and control far beyond what Riezel could manage. From Lancelot's perspective, Riezel's flight had a lot of stiffness to it, since not only was his acceleration not as fast, but his maneuvers also didn't feel as natural. Because of this, the longer the fight went on, the more freely Lancelot could move, while Riezel struggled more and more, slowly falling behind, causing every clash between them to end with her coming out on top. It was inevitable. Lancelot was, after all, not just a fairy but a dragon as well. She might have looked petite, but her physical abilities were extraordinary. If using Riezel's own assessment, then Lancelot's STR was at least at S rank, while her AGI and DEX were even higher, probably breaking the limits and hitting the same SSS rank as himself. As for her level, no doubt about it, she was around level 8. Stronger than Woodwose. Stronger than Rabido. Maybe even stronger than the mysterious sword Saint Riezel had once met in Genis's royal treasury. She truly lived up to the title of the strongest. Hey, this is getting interesting. Instead of feeling intimidated, however, Riezel's eyes lit up with excitement. Drifting Mastermind. Riezel suddenly cast magic that set invisible floating landmines in the air, which would explode the moment they sensed an enemy. As Lancelot, now a white meteor, flew toward him at full speed, she triggered one of the mines floating in midair just as she was about to collide with Riezel's body. Boom. A huge explosion erupted, blasting hot wind and fire everywhere, swallowing up the white meteor completely. Ha! Lancelot, however, didn't flinch at all as a light blade shot out from her gauntlet and, with a single slash, cut through the raging flames wrapped around her. Triplet Maximize Magic, Call Greater Thunder. 3 massive bolts of lightning came crashing down from the sky, slamming right into Lancelot as she sliced through the flames, sending her flying backward on the spot. Silent Magic, Arc's Ray. Riezel launched another magic, a beam-like arrow of light burst through the air, piercing through the atmosphere as it shot straight at Lancelot. Useless, that's not going to work. Lancelot spread her arms, her body suddenly soaring upward even as she flew backward, accelerating once again. Your magecraft's got power, no doubt about that, but putting aside the fact that I'm a dragon fairy and naturally resistant to magecraft, your magecraft still can't keep up with my speed. True to her words, Lancelot easily dodged the beam-like arrow of light that came shooting toward her, making Riezel's Arc's Ray miss completely. However. Are you sure about that? As Riezel said these words, the missed Arc's Ray suddenly shifted direction and shot upward at full speed, chasing straight toward Lancelot. It has tracking capability. Lancelot, with a tense expression, immediately changed direction, once again shaking off Arc's Ray. But no matter how many times she tried to shake off the beam-like light arrow behind her, it just kept coming relentlessly after her. Sacrament, Aurora. Just then, Riezel unleashed another magic that created blinding lights, like meteors, forming behind him and locking onto Lancelot, raining down in a violent barrage. TCH. Lancelot clicked her tongue and gave up charging. She shot backward instead, flying at top speed, darting left and right in a zigzagging pattern to dodge the incoming magic attacks one after another. However, just like Arc's Ray, Sacrament, Aurora, was offensive magic with tracking capability, so no matter how much she weaved around, sped up, or tried to shake them off, the attacks would just loop back and keep coming, relentlessly chasing her down until they hit their target. Can't shake them off. Realizing this, Lancelot instantly released her 2 blades. If that's the case, I'll just destroy all of them. With this declaration, Lancelot exploded with power, not just speed but raw force as well, and swung her blades at the oncoming flashes of light. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the sky filled with an unending series of explosions, the shock waves ripping through the air and sending currents spinning backward. With both hands, Lancelot swung her blades in rapid succession, unleashing a storm of light that formed a perfect vacuum zone around her. Every flash of light that entered this zone was sliced apart and exploded on the spot. Well then, how about this? Riezel stretched out his hand toward Lancelot. Maximize Magic, Brilliant Radiance. Maximize Magic, True Darkness. Maximize Magic, Vermilion Nova. Maximize Magic, Polar Claw. 4 magic circles appeared in succession around Lancelot, 1 white, 1 black, 1 red, and 1 blue, completely surrounding her from all sides. In the next second, a radiant light burst from the white circle, darkness exploded from the black, roaring flames erupted from the red, and a freezing claw reached out from the blue. All of them struck Lancelot dead center, landing their hits perfectly. Arg. Needless to say, a chain of 4 high-tier magic spells, all unleashed by Riezel, who had both magic-based development abilities like Mage and Magic Chant, was obviously powerful. Especially Brilliant Radiance and Vermilion Nova, one a light attribute magic, the other fire, they both fell under the amplification effect of Pioneer of the Sun, doubling their power and inflicting devastating damage as they struck Lancelot. Even Polar Claw had the highest damage among ice attribute magic, and True Darkness was a rare dark attribute magic that could completely ignore its target's defense. Without resistance to the dark attribute, the target would take the full brunt of the damage. After getting hit with the 4 magic spells one after another, even Lancelot, who was hailed as the strongest fairy knight, let out a groan of pain. However, is that all you've got? Lancelot roared and slashed through the radiance, the darkness, the flames, and the freezing claw before exploding with a speed even greater than before, and in the blink of an eye, she was right in front of Riezel. Riezel's pupils shrank, and he tried to react, but the reflexes granted by his fast attack still couldn't keep up with Lancelot. Boom. Lancelot, in the form of a white meteor, crashed heavily into Riezel's body, sending him plummeting from the sky straight to the ground. Boom. Moments later, the meteor hit the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shook the entire city of Salisbury. Chapter 478, Make Me Surrender. Make me kneel and repent. Rumble. On this day, the Grand Cathedral in Salisbury shook for the first time ever as if it had experienced an earthquake of incredibly high magnitude. The ground kept shaking. The air constantly howled in pain. One building after another swayed and teetered on the verge of collapsing. As the area struck directly by the white meteor became the center of the destruction, within a few hundred meters, everything collapsed, buildings and streets alike, nothing was spared. Naturally, the shockwave spread like a massive explosion, blowing away rock layers, sand, fragile man-made structures, and even the fleeing ferries, as though a large-scale air explosion had hit Salisbury, causing overwhelming terror. Needless to say, this scene was reminiscent of a natural disaster, almost like hell on earth. Ugh. Amidst the catastrophic scene, Lancelot, who had unleashed all her strength in an attempt to charge through, staggered into the air, trying to escape the disaster. But just as the strongest and most beautiful fairy was about to accelerate into the sky with her greatest skill, a hand emerged from the smoke and dust, grabbing her foot. What? Exclaiming in surprise, Lancelot's delicate face turned pale. At the same time, a cold, indifferent voice rang out amid the destruction. Sun-breathing, 10th form, beneficent radiance. A spiral slash wrapped in flames as hot as the sun erupted and struck Lancelot from below with tremendous force. Faced with this blazing and powerful slash, Lancelot, unable to escape due to her foot being caught, hastily raised her armored gauntlets to take the blow. Boom. In an instant, the flames exploded, the slash descended, and the dust from the collapsing ground was blown away by the sudden blast of fire, accompanied by a visible splash of blood raining into the sky. Everything happened so quickly, so abruptly, that Salisbury, once a beautiful tourist destination, now bore the marks of a calamity, as the destruction was something the city hadn't seen in hundreds, even thousands, of years. As an unknown amount of time passed, the disaster gradually subsided. In the crater left by the impact, 2 figures faced each other, each kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Really, such a powerful strike. Lancelot knelt on the left, her mask had fallen off, or rather, been shattered, revealing a young, yet surprisingly deadly, beautiful face to the open air. However, this fairy knight, notorious for her beauty, was in no good condition. Her armor was almost shattered, and a burning slash wound marked her body, blood oozing from it, staining the girl's body red and giving her an unexpectedly heartbreaking yet beautiful look. You're not bad either. Riezel knelt on the right, and although he wasn't covered in blood like Lancelot, his outfit, crafted using Create Greater item, which surpassed third-class special equipment in terms of defense, had become torn and worn. Now, his face was pale, and he seemed to have taken some serious damage. If it hadn't been for Body of Effulgent Heliodor, a defensive magic spell that completely nullified slash attribute attacks, Riezel might have already been badly wounded by Lancelot's blades during their fight. Nonetheless, being struck head-on by Lancelot's full-force charge and crashing from high in the sky had left him hurt. Even though his injuries were lighter than hers, he had to admit that he had been pushed to this point by someone incredibly strong. Silent magic, Diaphragm. Riezel cast healing magic in an instant, causing magical energy to glow from his body. You even have a recovery mage craft. Lancelot observed Riezel, her pale face still bearing a cold expression. Is the child of prophecy this troublesome? Well then, I admit it. If it's you, there's indeed a chance you could overthrow Her Majesty's rule. As she spoke, Lancelot tried to rise but unfortunately failed. However, if she couldn't stand, she could still fly, so in the next second, she took to the air, her bloodied body lifting from the ground. Seeing this, Riezel couldn't help but smile. You can still fight. You're truly the strongest fairy knight, not bad. As he spoke, Riezel also stood up. Just like that, the two of them stared at each other amid the messy meteor crater, their gazes once again burning with intensity. Come on. Let's continue. Lancelot exclaimed, rare fighting intent filling her voice. For Riezel, of course, there was only one answer. I was hoping you'd say that. With these words, the flames of battle were reignited. A young man and a girl maintained their standoff, one with a sword still sheathed, striking an IAI stance, flames igniting across his body, while the other unleashed magical energy, igniting the power within, her magical energy roaring like a great dragon, filling her entire being. Undoubtedly, the time to determine the victor had arrived, as the next strike would be their true strongest attack, their ultimate technique without any reservations. At this moment, only one of the two would remain standing, while the other would undoubtedly fall. Of course, there was also the possibility that they would both perish, falling together. But in this moment, whether it was Riezel or Lancelot, even understanding this, their hearts still burned with fierce fighting intent, ready to unleash their most powerful attacks on the warrior before them. Sun-breathing, 13th form. Riezel whispered, his gaze sharpening. Now unknown. Lancelot was also preparing to release the true name of her ultimate move. Flames and magical energy erupted from both of them simultaneously, rising toward the sky and disturbing the entire battlefield. Just as Riezel and Lancelot were about to strike, one drawing his sword, the other unleashing her two blades, a sudden voice tore through the battlefield, disturbing their battle. Gah! It was a scream filled with anger and resentment, and with that scream, a figure flashed into view at incredible speed, attacking Riezel without hesitation and slashing at him with claws like a storm. Riezel, who had been preparing to release the Sun-breathing's 13th sword form, had his expression shift slightly before casting chantless magic, greater teleportation. Swish! Riezel, engulfed in flames, suddenly vanished, and almost instantly, the storm-like claws struck where he had been standing just a moment before. Boom! In that instant, the place where Riezel had been was instantly shattered by the powerful claw strike, exploding apart, even the rubble turning to dust. Riezel's figure reappeared several meters away, his flames retreating, the power of the 13th sword form dissipating as he coldly glared at the unexpected intruder. Woodwoes. Lancelot, who had been ready to unleash her ultimate move, finally broke her usual calm expression upon seeing the attacker. Her face was now filled with astonishment and displeasure. Indeed, the unexpected intruder was Woodwoes. Revealing his returned A-ray form, Woodwoes appeared as though he were seething with fury, his eyes locked on Riezel, already starting to redden with rage. Finally willing to come down. You bastard! Woodwoes let out an uncontrollable, furious roar. In response, Riezel could only send him a cold, indifferent glance. TCH, so it's you, little mutt. Riezel clicked his tongue and said coldly. Makes sense, though. No one else would rush in like this, ignoring everything, except for you, a mutt pretending to be a gentleman. Upon hearing this, Woodwoes' eyes turned even redder. Needless to say, the term little mutt was undoubtedly the result of their previous confrontation. In fact, that exchange was still vivid in his mind. I can't let you live. Come on, then. If you can't take me down, you're just a little mutt. Back then, after declaring he wouldn't let Riezel live, in the end, Woodwoes ultimately couldn't stop Riezel from leaving, the so-called child of prophecy, whom he had considered a threat. As a result, he became the little mutt in Riezel's words, unable to retort. Recalling that conversation made Woodwoes' anger explode. I'll kill you. Screaming in a frenzy, the head of the Fong clan was about to rush toward Riezel and obliterate him, but just as he lost control and fell into a rage, a slash struck him. It was a slash formed from intense fire, hot as a wave, sharp as steel, heavy and forceful, carrying the power of what seemed like the fire of the sun, where, before it even killed the enemy, it could burn them to nothing. At first glance, it seemed that Riezel had released the fiery slash, but that wasn't the case, since the one who swung that slash was, surprisingly, Woodwoes' own comrade. Boom. With an explosive sound, the spot where Woodwoes had been standing was shattered, leaving clear scorch marks. Unfortunately, Woodwoes wasn't hit. Even though he had lost control, he hadn't lost his instincts or ferocity, as he instinctively leaped backward, dodging the heavy and powerful strike. Gawain. Recognizing who had launched the attack, Woodwoes screamed in one direction. Over there, a muscular figure clad in armor, with the sound of chains scraping against her body, slowly approached. It was none other than Fairy Knight Gawain. Don't make me repeat myself, Woodwoes. Gawain said coldly. Mind your place. Her Majesty's order is to capture him alive. If you kill him, will you disappoint Her Majesty and all the fairies of the Fong clan? Hearing this, Woodwoes was left speechless, his face contorting in frustration. Gawain then turned toward Lancelot, whose body was drenched in blood, and her expression became serious. It looks like you've been through a tough battle, Lancelot. Gawain remarked in a serious voice. Considering how things ended up, it could be called tough. Lancelot admitted honestly, her face still filled with displeasure. But you all interrupted me. You upset? Gawain asked calmly, towering over Lancelot. Are you enjoying this fight that much? Obviously. Not many fights can get me this excited. Lancelot replied without hesitation. And now that you've interrupted me, even I'm upset about it. At this, both Gawain and Woodwoes' faces darkened. True, Lancelot had spoken plainly, but it was exactly because of that honesty that their expressions soured. Lancelot's tone clearly indicated that, at this moment, the opponent in front of her was far beyond what they could offer, unable to provide the excitement she had felt. Needless to say, the implication in her words was unmistakable. Upon hearing Lancelot's words, not only Woodwose, who had always viewed her as an eyesore, but even Gawain couldn't help but grip her sword tightly. For Gawain, who was also a fairy knight, Lancelot's reputation as the strongest fairy knight was not something so easily accepted. "I'm sorry for disturbing your fight." Gawain spoke coldly to Lancelot. "But since this is an opponent even you couldn't take down, it's only natural for all of us to join hands, considering how things have developed. You must not forget Her Majesty's orders were for me, you, Woodwose, and Aurora to work together to capture the Child of Prophecy." According to Woodwose, not only did the Child of Prophecy appear in the bell tower, but there was also that foreign magus accompanying him. "We've already let one slip away, so we can't let another get away." Finished saying this, Gawain turned her gaze toward Riezel. Her eyes held the same fighting intent as Lancelot's, but compared to the calm demeanor of Lancelot, this female knight's fighting intent was even stronger and more savage. It was clear she desired strength even more than Lancelot, craving a death battle. Moreover, the fact that Riezel could match Lancelot so well, without falling behind in the slightest, meant he was the perfect opponent to satisfy her hunger for battle. In truth, she was growing impatient as well, wanting to fight him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lancelot, after hearing Gawain's words, furrowed her beautiful brows and fell silent. In the end, Lancelot sighed and, as if feeling regretful, relented. "Since it's Her Majesty's order, I have no objections." Lancelot decisively gave up on a one-on-one battle with Riezel, even though it made her feel regretful. Of course, this regret wasn't something that Gawain and Woodwose, who had never received such treatment from Lancelot, could stomach. "Damn fairy knights." Woodwose made a blatant gesture of contempt. Among the three current fairy knights, whether it was Gawain, who had repeatedly humiliated him, Lancelot, who always acted like the strongest and most unbeatable existence, or even the constantly insolent Tristan, Woodwose could not find a single one he liked. None of them had clear origins, none respected him, none were loyal to the fairy kingdom, and none had the manners befitting powerful, high-ranking fairies. In Woodwose's eyes, they were all glaringly loathsome figures. Yet, the queen placed a great deal of trust in those three, increasingly valuing them while neglecting him, which left Woodwose feeling frustrated. "I really don't understand what Her Majesty is thinking, why she favors these dirty fairies with questionable origins. Clearly, Britain still has me and the Fong clan. Damn it all." Eventually, the more Woodwose thought about it, the angrier he became. He seemed to take his frustration out on Riezel, who was coldly watching from the sidelines and growling at him. "You've earned your life back, Child of Prophecy. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Surrender, kneel, and repent for the death of my clansmen." Woodwose's humiliating demand made both Lancelot and Gawain furrow their brows. As for Riezel, he only responded with one action. What action? Of course, he drew his sword. Sun breathing, sixth form, burning bones, summer sun. Hermit slashed with a violent arc, instantly creating a vortex of flames that spun and howled as it rushed forward, evaporating the air and tearing through the earth, carrying incredible heat and pressure, blasting toward Woodwose. Gah! Woodwose immediately roared, swinging his arms wildly as countless claw-like strikes erupted, meeting the incoming vortex of flames. Boom! In an instant, the vortex of flames and the claw strikes collided, exploding in a shower of sparks. In the next moment, Riezel's voice slowly began to echo. "Make me surrender. Make me kneel and repent. To you. An old mutt whose teeth are about to fall out." Riezel flew into the air, appearing in the line of sight of Lancelot and the others. "Don't make me laugh." As his words fell, Riezel disappeared from his spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Woodwose. Woodwose was shocked, and his body instinctively tried to jump back, but sadly, what greeted him was a brutal slash. Sun breathing, ninth form, setting sun transformation. Riezel, who had appeared in front of Woodwose as if teleporting, soared into the air in an inverted posture. With a horizontal slash, his sword, wrapped in fiery, sun-like flames, aimed for Woodwose's neck. Clang! As Riezel's swift and fierce strike hit Woodwose's neck, once again, it was met with a loud metal collision sound, just like before. Bastard! Woodwose, now reacting, roared in fury. Ignoring the sword at his neck, Woodwose swiped a claw toward Riezel, but unfortunately for him, Riezel disappeared again. TCH, still as tough as ever. Riezel's voice suddenly came from behind Woodwose. "Is that arrogant, unwarranted confidence of yours because of your divine protection? I wonder, if that divine protection disappears, would you still talk so tough, so domineering? I'm really looking forward to it." As Riezel spoke, a surge of crimson energy exploded from behind Woodwose, crashing violently into his body. Argorg! Woodwose let out a strange, squawking scream as if a duck was being squeezed, as the force of the crimson energy sent him flying through the air. Rumble! In the next moment, the crimson energy, like a wave, tore through the meteor crater, the city, and countless buildings, continuing to surge forward. Wherever it passed, everything was disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 479, Hell Fenegas. Rumble. Another tremor hit Salisbury as the crimson wave unleashed by Riezel acted like a razor sharp enough to shave away the world itself, completely erasing a part of the city known for its leisurely atmosphere. Riezel poured all his power into his decomposition magic, not only blasting a returned A-ray like Woodwose out of the meteor crater but also causing the area of the city the crimson wave passed through to vanish. Able to decompose all matter in the world, decomposition magic was the only attack Riezel could think of that might affect Woodwose. If his decomposition magic could break through the divine protection around Woodwose, victory was assured. On the other hand, if it couldn't, then he would have no way to break through Woodwose's defenses or cause any harm. It was a gamble, an attempt. Riezel had no choice but to act this way. However, his actions immediately provoked the two fairy knights present. Boom. A booming sound rang out in the meteor crater. It was the slash of flames striking the ground where Riezel stood, creating a violent disturbance. Fairy Knight Gawain, seeing Woodwose being blasted away by Riezel's decomposition magic, took immediate action. Holding a sword engulfed in flames, she struck down with it like a predator quietly beginning a hunt after revealing its fangs, smashing the ground where Riezel had been standing. In the end, Riezel was destroyed. No, more accurately, it was his afterimage, shimmering with the flames of the sun, that was destroyed. Fake rainbow. Riezel suddenly flashed into existence at the spot closest to Gawain, wielding a sword also burning with flames, and slashed at the heavily built fairy knight. It was a strike from an unexpected angle. Perhaps someone as agile as Lancelot might have reacted in time to dodge, but considering Gawain's size and the heavy, wide attacks she had been using, Riezel figured this woman was different from Lancelot, a strength-focused warrior with lower dexterity. In other words, the likelihood of Gawain avoiding this strike from a blind spot was low. At least, this was the conclusion Riezel had come to in an instant. However, the reality proved that even if Gawain couldn't dodge Riezel's attack, she wasn't going down so easily. Clink. Gawain stood still, her other hand swinging, causing the chains wrapped around the muscular arm to stir and hiss with the sound of metal scraping, transforming into agile iron serpents that met Riezel's fiery slash head-on. Bang. With a muffled sound, the sword of flames clashed with the steel chains like a needle against a point, creating a wave of hot wind and shockwaves that pushed both Riezel and Gawain apart, increasing the distance between them. Go. My hounds. It seemed Gawain wasn't interested in talking much with Riezel, or perhaps she planned to finish her mission first and deal with other matters afterward, as she raised her sword and shouted, continuing her attack. Asterisk all woe. Asterisk. Asterisk all woe. Asterisk. In response to Gawain's call, a series of wolf-like howls echoed from the distance, and dark figures began rushing toward them. As Riezel glanced toward them, they turned out to be hunting dogs known as black dogs. They were slender, jet black, with blue markings all over their bodies, resembling the chains wrapped around Gawain's arms and the horns growing from her head, strangely eerie in appearance. Gawain had summoned these black dogs, commanding them to charge toward Riezel. "Wanna compete with summoned creatures? Bring it on." Riezel narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly before using his summoning magic. Summon Monster 10th. A massive magic circle immediately appeared in front of Riezel, spinning and expanding outward. Asterisk Rohaer. Asterisk. Asterisk Rohaer. Asterisk. In the next moment, several massive magical dogs, much larger than Gawain's black dogs, each with 3 heads and spewing flames, emerged from the magic circle. They were none other than the level 64 to 70 monsters known as Cerberus, previously summoned by Shaltir in front of Riezel. What? Seeing this scene, Gawain, who had been calmly observing Riezel, couldn't help but be surprised. Asterisk Rohaer. Asterisk. Asterisk Rohaer. Asterisk. Several Cerberus, each one much larger than Gawain's black dogs, ignored her shock and pounced toward the incoming black dogs. In the next second, a group of Cerberus and black dogs clashed fiercely, roaring and spraying fire. They lunged at each other, tearing into their enemies. Just like that, the meteor crater turned into a demonic battlefield. In such a situation, Riezel seized the opportunity to extend his hand toward Gawain, causing a magic circle to rotate and appear before his palm. Just as Riezel was about to unleash offensive magic on Gawain, however, a whistling sound rang out above his head. Ding! A white meteor descended from the sky, striking with a dazzling sword of light before crashing into Riezel's hastily raised blade, creating a sharp clash as the force of the impact drove his feet into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. "Don't forget, I can still fight." Fairy Knight Lancelot, covered in blood, spoke coldly as she descended from above, her words sharp and clear. In response, Riezel was about to reply when a burst of flames rushed toward him once again. Greater teleportation. Riezel quickly cast teleportation magic and vanished from his spot, letting the flames strike the ground, blasting the already damaged surface into pieces. Appearing high in the air, Riezel looked down, observing the two fairy knights rejoining forces below. "Let's end this quickly." Gawain resumed her calm demeanor, speaking indifferently. "We can't let Salisbury suffer any more damage." Hearing this, Lancelot, her face filled with displeasure, fell silent. At this moment, her expression returned to its coolness, as though recalling something important, silently agreeing with Gawain's approach. "Ha-wah." Gawain immediately let out an angry roar, holding her sword with both hands before swinging it with all her might, unleashing a torrent of flames that turned into a fierce wave of fire, surging upward while also rushing toward Riezel. Boom. Lancelot, on the other hand, entered her acceleration mode, magical energy pouring from her back like a jet engine before she shot into the sky, transforming into a meteor and speeding toward Riezel. At this moment, Riezel felt an almost tangible pressure. It was the kind of pressure one only felt when facing a formidable opponent. Whether it was Lancelot or Gawain, both were among the strongest of the strong, fairies among fairies. Not only were their origins extraordinary, but their strength was immense. Neither could be defeated by returned vowed woes, and in fact, they were likely stronger. Gawain and Lancelot, facing even just one of them, would make Riezel hesitant to claim a guaranteed victory, let alone face both at once. One should know that when the strength of both sides was similar, numbers were a one-sided force. A level 7 could easily take down two opponents at level 6, but when that level 7 had to face two others of the same level, the outcome naturally turned out very differently, especially since both Lancelot and Gawain were more than just level 7. Facing this encirclement by two equally powerful opponents, Riezel could only feel immense pressure, something obvious to anyone who saw it. Yet, despite all this, Riezel actually smiled. He smiled wildly. He smiled happily. His heart raced. His blood heated. His body trembled. Adrenaline surged through him. It couldn't be helped, since this was, after all, the kind of thrill Riezel always craved. As a result, bring it on. Fairy Knights. A feral shout burst out of Riezel's mouth, completely unlike his usual calm demeanor. Boom. Suddenly, the flames of the sun surged violently within Riezel's body, transforming him into a blazing sun as he charged toward the incoming white meteor and the scorching waves of flame. Boom. With a loud explosion, the sun first blasted apart the waves of flame, shattering them. Ding. Following that was the sound of steel colliding as the black sword within the sun sliced through the falling white meteor. Zing. Within the flames of the sun, the ring on Riezel's right hand suddenly glowed, enhancing his power. In that instant, he activated the ability of the origin ring, becoming even stronger by tapping into the power of the ring. Ugh, that ring. Lancelot, who had been sliced away by Riezel's strike, seemed to feel something and, like Gawain before, looked in surprise at his right hand. He became stronger. Gawain, watching from the ground, witnessed Riezel's outburst. Seeing him effortlessly shatter her own attack and knock Lancelot away with another strike, Gawain's fighting intent nearly exploded with excitement. Riezel, paying no attention to their reactions and continuing to wrap himself in the flames of the sun as he charged at Lancelot, began to chant. Magic spear, penetrate my forehead offering blood. It was a chant Riezel had never spoken before. It was also a magic he rarely had the chance to use. Back in the world of Danmachi, he had learned 5 magic from Riveria, 2 from Lafia, 1 from Ace, 1 from Hermod, 1 by chance from an adventurer, and 1 from Finn. In total, he had learned 11 magic, holding far more than any mage in the world of Danmachi. From Riveria, he learned Live Illusio, Veil Breath, Via Shilheim, Wind Fimbulvetre, and Ray Levitine. From Lafia, he learned Arc's Ray and Fusillade Falerica. From Ace, he learned Aerial. From Hermod, he learned Diaphragm. By chance, he learned Romir from a female adventurer he encountered. As for the magic he learned from Finn, it was a magic that gave explosive power, capable of greatly enhancing all basic abilities. It could enhance the caster's STR, END, DEX, AGI, and even MAG to a staggering degree, almost on par with Aerial, a magic that allowed one to challenge enemies far beyond their level. Unfortunately, this magic had a flaw. As the fighting intent surged, it would lower the user's judgment, affect their mind, and cause a loss of control, which was why Finn rarely used it. In fact, the reason Riezel had learned this magic was that Finn had personally approached him and taught it to him. Well, this magic is a double-edged sword for me since I need to command my party on the battlefield, so it's hard to use effectively. But for you, someone who's immune to mental interference, it's a very powerful trump card. As Finn had said, the side effect of this magic didn't affect Riezel because of his immunity to mental interference. In other words, in Riezel's hands, it was purely a power-enhancing magic. What magic had Finn taught Riezel? It was none other than the powerful berserk magic known as Helfenegas. Riezel had only used this magic once before, during the bloody battle on the 8th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, and now, he used it once again, letting the madness surge from his chest, causing his eyes to turn blood red. Ha-wah. Unable to suppress the raging madness within him, Riezel let out a bestial roar. Following this roar, which could shake all of Salisbury, Riesel's speed surged, and for the first time, he caught up with Lancelot, who had entered an accelerated state. Lancelot's beautiful pupils suddenly shrank, and her expression changed drastically before she immediately flicked out the blades in her hands, slashing toward Riezel. Clang! Lancelot's twin blades were instantly deflected by the black sword engulfed in flames, producing nothing more than a metallic sound. Right after, the black sword came crashing down with force. Fire wheel. A flaming arc-shaped vertical slash exploded, moving with incredible speed and power. Injured as she was, Lancelot couldn't keep up at all, as all she could see was a burst of flames shooting out from the approaching Riezel, who then cleaved through it with his sword. Poochie! With the sound of flesh tearing, another burning wound appeared on Lancelot's body. Arg! Lancelot couldn't help but let out a pained cry, only to be met with a powerful kick. Boom! With a muffled thud, Lancelot, soaring through the sky, was kicked down to the ground by Riezel like a cannonball. She scraped through the air, crashed into the ground, and kicked up a cloud of dust. Ha-yeah! Gawain, witnessing all of this, couldn't help but gasp, her pupils shrinking in shock before she let out a roar to blow away her own fear. She swung her fiery sword toward Riezel, sending another wave of flames at him. Unfortunately for her, against this flame that could burn everything, Riezel didn't retreat but advanced instead, charging right into the flames without even trying to protect himself. What? Gawain could hardly believe her eyes. Not only did Riezel not burn in the flames, but it was as if he had become a dragon swimming through the sea. He swiftly passed through the wave of flames and, in the blink of an eye, emerged from them, landing right in front of Gawain. Clear blue sky. A fiery slash, shaped like the sun's outline, fell from the sky. Ding! Riezel's black sword, burning with flames, slammed heavily against Gawain's sword, which was also engulfed in flames, sending a violent, bell-like sound ringing through the air as they clashed. However, the burst of energy overwhelmed Gawain's hurried block, causing the ground beneath her to explode, and the area within 10 meters to sink. Arg! Gawain gritted her teeth, holding her sword with both hands, her veins bulging as she fought against the devastating blow, struggling to hold her ground, refusing to kneel. Unfortunately, in the next second, she was kicked away just like Lancelot. Boom! It was like kicking a giant ball. Gawain was sent flying by Riezel's spinning kick, crashing into a Cerberus and several black dogs, sending them all flying. Even though it seemed like it took a long time to describe, in reality, from the moment Riezel unleashed Helfenegus until he knocked Lancelot and Gawain aside, only a few seconds had passed. Yet, in those few seconds, 2 fairy knights, who were above many other fairies in Fairy Britain, were both knocked out one after the other by Riezel. It was an unbelievable achievement. An impossible scene. However, Riezel wasn't done, as his crimson eyes were still locked onto Gawain, who was still tumbling through the air. After using Helfenegus, although Riezel was immune to mental interference, so he didn't lose his mind, the madness that surged within him still affected his combat style, making him far more violent than usual. Now, Riezel wasn't just wielding a fiery sword, he was kicking people as well. Even when he temporarily pushed his enemies back, he didn't stop attacking, because he wouldn't let up until they were completely defeated. Riezel immediately caught up to Gawain with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of fire behind him, and grabbed a chain on her body as she flew, swinging her through the air. Boom! With a loud crash, Gawain was slammed to the ground by the chain. Boom, 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 boom. Riezel, seemingly losing himself to madness, clutched the chain and, with explosive strength, slammed Gawain down again and again, shaking the earth and cracking the ground. Cough. Arg. As Riezel swung her upward, Gawain coughed up blood, but akin to a beast roused, her eyes turned crimson, mirroring Riezel's, before she suddenly hugged his body and hurled him into the sky. Boom. At the same time, an explosion rang out from the crater as a white meteor soared out with a deafening sound, heading toward Riezel, who had been thrown into the air. Ah. Unlike before, the usually calm Lancelot now let out a roar. Lancelot, whose arm guards had split apart and could no longer deploy her blades, grabbed Riezel tightly and slammed him into the walls of Salisbury. Boom. In that instant, the towering city walls shattered, collapsing instantly and sending a cloud of dust into the sky. Chapter 480, Riezel vs. Lancelot, Gawain, and Woodwoes. For the fairies of Salisbury, today was undoubtedly their day of disaster. At first, many fairies were watching the chaos with a sense of amusement, thinking that what was happening in front of them wasn't something to be feared, but rather an exciting and rare celebration in their otherwise mundane lives. Because of that, many fairies were thrilled, some even delighted by the spectacle, while others, eager for more chaos, wished for it to get even more intense, even more thrilling. Wouldn't that be even more wonderful? However, as time passed and the situation escalated, the fairies who had been excited about the spectacle started to panic and wished they could sprout wings and fly out of here, fly out of the city. How could they have imagined that a mere battle between a few individuals could become so intense? During the battle between these few, Salisbury was struck by countless earthquakes and endured untold destruction. At times, meteors fell, crashing into parts of the city. At other times, crimson storms swept through, erasing chunks of the city. Occasionally, explosions and shock waves reverberated across the entire city. Sometimes, the city walls collapsed, leaving Salisbury with a gaping hole. Buildings were damaged beyond recognition, while the streets were cracked, with countless fissures marring the ground. Needless to say, this was no different from a true natural disaster, one that could ravage an entire city. As a result, many fairies who had been watching the chaos, or those who thrived on the destruction, were caught off guard, unable to take shelter in time. They didn't know how many had been affected, some were severely injured, others lost their precious lives. Now, Salisbury was a hell on earth, a place filled with cries of agony, a torture chamber. Even the surviving fairies were worried and feared that the building they were hiding in might collapse at any moment, or that the entire city would be destroyed, leaving them caught in the wreckage. It wasn't until this point that these fairies began to feel true fear. Why is this happening? Why do I have to face this? I've already paid enough taxes to Her Majesty, just barely surviving. Why do I have to deal with something like this? Is this a calamity? Lady Aurora. Please, save us. Salisbury had turned into a hell of endless screams, a sight too unbearable to witness. Of course, how many of these fairies had originally been excited about the situation? Only they knew. Lady Aurora, please hurry and take shelter. Don't stay in such a dangerous place. A fairy with butterfly wings advised, speaking to the head of the Wind Clan in the Lord's room of the Cathedral of the Ash Tree as she kept glancing at the ceiling, clearly worried that the building might collapse any second. I'm fine, Coral. Aurora replied calmly, standing by the window, looking in the direction where the city wall had fallen. After a moment of silence, she continued in a gentle voice, asking the fairy. Has everyone taken shelter? Only the fairies who listened to the guards' orders and left with them, as well as the humans who unconditionally obeyed our instructions, were able to take shelter. Coral replied, looking down. Most of the other fairies are unwilling to be scattered or leave, so it's too late to get them to shelter now. Is that so? Aurora lowered her gaze, her tone heavy with sorrow. If I had been firmer, maybe they would have listened and taken shelter. It's not Lady Aurora's fault. Coral quickly interjected. Those lowly fairies are the ones who refuse to listen to your instructions. They deserve this. Thank you for saying that, Coral, you're so kind. Aurora turned to smile at Coral. But no matter what, let's do our best. Let the guards try their hardest to get the citizens to safety. Every life saved is worth it. And what about you? Coral continued urging. Please, you should also take shelter. It's too dangerous to stay here. There's no guarantee you won't be affected by those monsters. Oh, you can't say that. Aurora gently scolded. We still have companions over there, and that child is with them. She won't let anything happen to me. I believe in her. All right, go now. If necessary, I will leave here immediately. At Aurora's insistence, Coral reluctantly left, knowing she had no choice but to obey. Of course, Coral wouldn't abandon Aurora. Once the instructions were given, she would return immediately, and if necessary, she would protect her lady with her life, acting as a shield in this natural disaster. After Coral left, she didn't notice that Aurora's smile slowly faded from her face. Child of prophecy. Aurora gazed outside again, murmuring in a dreamy tone. If you really can defeat the queen, then I. As Aurora spoke, the rest of her words were too soft to be heard clearly by anyone. Nevertheless, she did stay here, not leaving until the very end. Meanwhile, in a corner of Salisbury, Artoria poked her head out from a secluded alley and looked in the direction where the city wall had collapsed, her face filled with an uncontrollable sense of worry. He's okay, right? Muttering words she didn't even believe herself, Artoria tightened her grip on the staff of selection and began to struggle internally. She really wanted to go help Riezel. Even though she was still a bit underpowered and couldn't directly face off against Woodwoes or a fairy knight, if it was just about using magecraft to support Riezel, she could still manage that. In fact, the most impressive magecraft Artoria had learned was a support spell known as Reinforcement, which allowed her to boost her allies' power, making them stronger. As for the rest, they were mostly minor tricks, like lockpicking, door-breaking, and setting bombs, nothing serious that could be used in high-level combat. For this reason, Artoria really wanted to help Riezel, but she worried that she would be a burden instead, which kept her from taking action. However, the more she hesitated, the more anxious she felt, especially after seeing that white meteor crash into the city wall, followed by a black dog wrapped in flames rushing through the city in that direction. Artoria felt even more urgent. And this anxiety reached its peak when she heard a hysterical roar. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! As this roar resounded, Artoria saw a fairy resembling a werewolf shatter the air and surge toward the collapsed city wall, his body crackling with violent magical energy. What do I do? What do I do? Artoria paced back and forth, frantic. In the end, she gritted her teeth and, without further hesitation, ran down the alley toward the direction of the fallen city wall. Boom. Explosive sounds echoed continuously as if they would never stop, reverberating through the atmosphere of Salisbury. Beneath the collapsed city walls, on the edge of the ruined city, the battle between a human and 3 fairies still raged on. At first, it was just 1 human and 1 fairy that had emerged from the wreckage, but it didn't take long before a fairy surrounded by flames, leading a pack of black dogs, along with a werewolf-looking fairy roaring fiercely, charged into the battlefield and attacked the human. As a result, the situation had already changed. It was no longer a 1-on-1 battle, nor a 1-on-2, but rather a 1-on-3. Maximize magic, nuclear blast. Riezel charged into the 3 fairies' encirclement, and the moment they closed in on him, he decisively cast his offensive magic with an enormous range. Boom. An incredible explosion instantly erupted with a flash of light, sending rocks flying, blowing apart the ruins, and hurling the oncoming fairies through the air. Cough. Gawain coughed up blood again, her armor already torn and in tatters. Ugh. Lancelot, covered in blood and barely able to stand, maintained her position only by flying before shooting up into the air just before the explosion, narrowly avoiding the full impact. Such a trivial magecraft. Woodwose, though sent flying by the explosion, was unscathed and the fastest of the 3 to get back up before charging toward Riezel again, his face twisted in fury. Get lost. Riezel, his eyes blazing crimson, had entered a semi-berserk state. He no longer wasted words on his opponents and decisively swung his sword, flames erupting to consume Woodwose, sending him and the ground around him flying for several meters. Bang. At that moment, Lancelot suddenly accelerated from the side like a beam of light, striking Riezel and sending him flying as well. Ugh. Under this onslaught, even Riezel couldn't help but groan from deep within his throat, but this only intensified the crimson hue in his eyes. Maximize magic, meteor fall. Riezel cast a new magic spell, a 10th tier magic. Its effect was already clear from its name, it summoned something from the far reaches of space to fall and strike the enemy. Soon, whether it was Lancelot, Gawain, or Woodwose, who were on the battlefield's ruins, or the other fairies in Salisbury, they all saw something break through the clouds and fall from the sky. It was a meteor. At least several hundred meters in diameter, with overwhelming mass, capable of crushing everything in its path, a meteor descended from space. As it streaked through the atmosphere, glowing with fire and howling as it fell, all the fairies in Salisbury, including Artoria, who was running toward the scene, and even Aurora, who was in the Cathedral of the Ash Trees Lord room, froze and were struck with expressions of terror. Naturally, this also included the 3 powerful fairies beneath the meteor, targeted by the impossible weight of its fall. Is this even magecraft? Gawain couldn't help but shout out in surprise. Damn child of prophecy. Woodwose was also shocked, but after that shock came fury, which made him dart toward Riezel, unleashing a barrage of claw strikes like a violent storm. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Riezel raised Hermit to block, the sharp claws crashing against the black sword, sparks flying from the impact. Flame dance. After blocking the claws aimed at his head, Riezel ignored the rest of Woodwose's attacks and let them tear at his cheek, shoulder, arm, thigh, and side, blood splattering from every wound as he swung his sword in a fierce, cleaving motion. Boom, boom. 2 powerful slashes sent flames roaring out and slammed Woodwose, who was seething with anger, deep into the ground, but soon, chains shot out, wrapping around Riezel's body and hurling him back toward the city wall. Boom. Riezel crashed into it, shattering the stone, and was buried under the rubble. Lancelot. Gawain swung her chains and shouted toward Lancelot while pointing at the sky. I'll leave that one to you. As she shouted, Gawain ignited with flames and rushed toward the broken city wall. You're asking too much. Lancelot gave a bitter smile, but her body had already taken to the air, soaring toward the meteor falling from the sky. Any human would indeed find this move difficult to face. But as a dragon, it's a different story. I am the strongest. Lancelot, looking like a white meteor, accelerated again and again, bursting with power before she collided with the falling meteor, creating shockwaves and blasts of wind. Boom. In the sky, a deafening explosion erupted, sending dust and debris flying from the ground. Ha! Lancelot roared with all her might, pushing her speed and power to the limit before she finally broke through the outer shell of the meteor. Boom. In no time, the white meteor shattered the falling one, cutting through its rocky layers and finally emerging from the top, making the entire meteor explode and scatter into countless smaller fragments that rained down toward the earth. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Salisbury was bombarded by numerous small meteors, each explosion ringing out. Some buildings were hit, collapsing in flames. Some streets were struck, causing the ground to sink beneath them. Others headed toward the cathedral, smashing its walls, floors, corridors, and more. Amid this, the howls of fairies in agony could be heard from those who hadn't taken refuge, their voices rising in the chaos of Salisbury, which was slowly igniting, turning into a fiery hell. Upon seeing this scene, Lancelot, who had been gasping heavily in the sky, was able to maintain her composure at first, but when she saw the cathedral also get struck by the meteor, her expression completely changed. Aurora. In the next second, Lancelot ignored the battlefield entirely and flew straight toward the cathedral without hesitation. Ding! Beneath the crumbling walls, Riezel's and Gawain's weapons, both burning with fierce flames, collided. The explosion from their clashes sent a cloud of debris and rubble flying, turning the surrounding area into a sea of fire. Ha-ow! Gawain continued to hold her sword with both hands, roaring angrily. Her veins bulged as her strength increased, the flames intensifying as she tried to crush the powerful enemy before her. Arc's Ray. Riezel, wielding a sword in one hand, blocked Gawain's assault, and with the other, he reached toward her and cast a chantless Arc's Ray. Boom. In an instant, the light arrow from Arc's Ray exploded on Gawain's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Ugh! Gawain was covered in blood, even bleeding from her forehead, yet she glared at Riezel, staring at this powerful foe, her eyes burning with fighting intent and unwilling to retreat even an inch. Arc's Ray. Arc's Ray. Arc's Ray. Riezel relentlessly unleashed one magic after another, blasting the towering fairy knight in front of him. Ugh! Gah! Letting out a low groan, Gawain knelt on one knee. She felt as though bombs were detonating directly on her body over and over again as the terrible impact rushed at her, burning her flesh until she couldn't hold on anymore. Boom. Riezel immediately clenched his open hand into a fist and struck Gawain's abdomen with a powerful blow. The force from his punch sent the troublesome fairy knight flying through the gust of wind created by the strike. Ha! 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 Finally, Riezel knelt on one knee, breathing heavily as blood dripped from his body, staining the ground. Needless to say, his injuries were far worse than before. Fighting alone against three powerful fairies, each one capable of matching his full strength in a one-on-one fight, if it hadn't been for his incredible willpower, countless tricks, and an arsenal of magic to counter every move, he might have already lost. Silent magic. Riezel attempted to cast healing magic to treat his wounds, but before he could, someone interrupted him. Boom. A sudden, powerful sweeping strike easily sent the weakened Riezel flying. Child of Prophecy. Woodwoes broke through the ground where Riezel had been lying, one hand emerging first before pushing up the rest of his body. He looked like a demon crawling out of hell, grotesque and terrifying beyond measure. Just give up. You already lost. At this point, Woodwoes was also showing signs of fatigue, and his roar toward Riezel was no longer as ferocious as before, now carrying a hint of bluster instead. Who?Haa. Lying in a deep hole, Riezel showed no intention of responding and simply focused on adjusting his breathing, inhaling large amounts of air to refine into strength, gradually restoring his energy. What's wrong? Can't you do it anymore? Shakily getting up from the deep hole, Riezel stared at Woodwoes, grinning. In that case, surrender, kneel, and repent, so you can save your life. Riezel mimicked Woodwoes' earlier words, making Woodwoes' lungs burn with fury. You are looking to die. Woodwoes growled before he charged out. Under the influence of his rage, this returned A-ray once again sparked his fighting intent. Seeing this, Riezel wiped the grin off his face, tightened his grip on his sword, and stepped forward as well. A fierce death battle was about to erupt once more, until... Enough. A voice suddenly rang out, echoing across the entire sky of Salisbury. Chapter 481, My Dearest Husband. Riezel Brynhart. You are looking to die. Woodwoes growled before he charged out. Under the influence of his rage, this returned A-ray once again sparked his fighting intent. Seeing this, Riezel wiped the grin off his face, tightened his grip on his sword, and stepped forward as well. A fierce death battle was about to erupt once more, until... Enough. A voice suddenly rang out, echoing across the entire sky of Salisbury. It was a voice as cold as the coming of winter, and the moment that voice echoed out, whether it was the wretched battlefield or the hellish city, both seemed to be struck by an invisible blizzard that froze the very air. Before long, a suffocating pressure, as if the sky itself had collapsed, spread throughout and instantly engulfed the entire city. Riezel stopped his action and quickly looked up. That voice. Even the furious and savage Woodwoes froze in place, fear creeping into his expression. Gawain, who had been sent flying by one of Riezel's punches and was now lying in a shattered crater, struggled to get up, her trembling eyes fixed on the sky above. Whoosh. Before long, the wind howled as it swept across the battlefield and soared through the sky, causing the clothes and skirt of the figure standing there to flutter wildly. Under such circumstances, the ruler of the fairy kingdom arrived. "Your Majesty." Gawain, the first to react, ignored her severe injuries and dropped to one knee on the ground. "Why, Your Majesty?" Woodwose also came to his senses and quickly knelt, bowing his head toward the figure high above. Her Majesty actually left the throne. Lancelot, who had just returned from the cathedral after confirming Aurora's safety, couldn't help but halt in midair and mutter in a voice filled with disbelief as she stared at the figure. And just like that, the queen slowly descended from the sky, landing in front of Riezel, directly across from Woodwose as well, falling into the sight of everyone present. Riezel hadn't looked away from her since the moment she appeared. Because he knew that the woman standing before him was the one who had ruled Fairy Britain for over 2,000 years, reigning over all fairies throughout the time and standing at the very pinnacle. Such a mighty existence was just as the legends described, beautiful and bewitching. She wore a black gown with blue trim that resembled royal attire but was styled like a magician's cloak, exposing her shoulders and parts of her skin. It looked seductive, yet carried a dangerous beauty. Upon her head rested a crown of thorns, and in her hand, she held a staff-like black spear that looked menacing, almost like a halberd. Her snow-white hair was tied to one side, and her face was so beautiful it was almost surreal, easily comparable to Lancelot, who was said to be the most beautiful fairy in the fairy kingdom. However, unlike Lancelot's cold and aloof demeanor, the stunning gaze and expression of the queen before him were both cold. It was the kind of cold that saw everything in the world as disposable, fixated only on one thing, and willing to sacrifice everything for it. Her coldness was merciless. Her coldness was cruel. Just like the winter she brought with her, terrifying and dreadful. She was, after all, Morgan. Riezel muttered as if he had been captivated by her dangerous, icy beauty. Morgan didn't say a word and just looked at Riezel from a distance, at the enemy the fairies called the Child of Prophecy, before finally speaking after a brief silence. "You're all way too slow." Morgan's words were naturally directed at Lancelot, Gawain, and Woodwose. "Please punish us, Your Majesty." Exclaiming in unison, the three fairies, who had now gathered behind Morgan, all lowered their heads without a word of excuse. Morgan looked coldly at the three and spoke up again. "I'll forgive you this once, considering the contributions you've made in the past," Morgan said with an expressionless face. "But there won't be a next time." "Understood." "Yes." Hearing Morgan's words, the clan head and the two fairy knights responded immediately. Even Woodwose, who clearly felt disgruntled, didn't talk back or try to defend himself and just quietly accepted the reprimand. Such a scene alone made it clear just how absolute and fearsome Morgan was in the eyes of the fairies. Having said her piece, Morgan paid no further attention to the three fairies as if they no longer existed, and shifted her gaze again, this time back to Riezel. In that instant, a warning sign unlike anything Riezel had ever felt since he transmigrated suddenly surged through him. It was an instinctive alarm. An unease born of pure intuition. Urged on by this warning sign, Riezel acted without thinking and activated teleportation magic. Greater teleportation. Unfortunately, the teleportation magic failed to activate as Riezel's figure first blurred, then returned to normal. Only then did Riezel's expression change slightly as he noticed something was wrong. He saw that within the oppressive aura that had swept across the area like the heart of winter ever since Morgan's arrival, there was a faint release of magical energy. Because of that magical energy, this space truly seemed frozen by an invisible blizzard, making teleportation magic completely unusable. Naturally, time magic likely would not work either, or rather, it was possible that no magic would function at all. Surprised. Morgan's cold voice suddenly rang out, reaching Riezel's ears. "This garden was made just for you. It's the one and only garden, different from things like Sweet Dreams, Dark Abyss, Lost Will, or The Innocent. To make sure it works on you, I spent half of the 2,000 years I sat on the throne working on this and another grand magecraft. Judging from your expression, it seems my efforts over the centuries weren't wasted." As Morgan spoke, she suddenly appeared in front of Riezel. Riezel's pupils shrank, and almost instinctively, he raised the black sword in his hand, activated sun breathing, and slashed at the woman before him, who radiated a dangerously captivating beauty. Blazing flames immediately erupted along the sword, vaporizing the air, tearing through space, and bringing with them overwhelming power as it came crashing down on Morgan. Riezel's slash, one that even beings like Lancelot, Gawain, or Woodwose would have to go all out to block, was unleashed without hesitation. However, Morgan ignored it completely and simply reached out, placing a hand against Riezel's chest. Zing! In the next moment, a magic circle appeared from Morgan's palm. It wasn't a traditional circular magic formation, but rather one shaped like two intersecting spears, with horizontal and vertical patterns extending from both ends. It seemed to be composed of extremely mysterious runes and ancient characters, as just looking at it gave the illusion of staring into a sea of stars. As soon as this magic circle appeared, markings also lit up across Morgan's body. At the same moment, Riezel felt his power rapidly draining away, so fast it was visible to the eye. No, it wasn't draining. He could feel his power was still inside his body, yet it felt completely out of his control, as if it had buried itself deep within instead of coursing through his body like before. As a result, the black sword he had swung lost its flames, and even its power faded into near nothingness. Clang. Ultimately, Riezel's weakened slash was easily deflected by a barrier that Morgan had deployed around her body, making it not only fail to harm her in the slightest but even allow her to move closer to him. You. Riezel's expression shifted again and again, stunned by this unprecedented turn of events. Seeing him like this, a breathtaking smile unconsciously appeared on Morgan's exquisitely cold and winter-like face. This is the other grand magecraft I mentioned just now. It was created after mirror, tower, garden, and coffin. It's called stake. It can only be used once in an entire lifetime, and now, the stake connecting you and me has finally been planted. As she spoke, the hand Morgan had placed on Riezel's chest moved upward, gently touching his cheek as if caressing something precious to her. For the first time, her voice was no longer cold but full of emotion. You're not getting away from me this time. My dearest husband. Riezel Brynhart. It was a whisper as sweet as candied fruit, and at the same time, it was a terrifying murmur, like a queen bee sinking her fangs into her prey. Riezel Brynhart. When the woman before him spoke his full name, a name that should have been known only to Artoria, there was only one feeling left in Riezel's heart. Shock. However, before he could even react, Morgan's hand on his face released a surge of magical energy that blasted through his mind. In that instant, Riezel's consciousness faded. Clang. Hermit fell to the ground with a crisp metallic ring. Riezel involuntarily let go of his weapon and lost consciousness, his body collapsing forward. Morgan immediately released the staff-like spear she held and caught Riezel as he fell toward her, gently pulling him into her embrace. Anyone who saw this could see that her movements were unbelievably gentle. Your Majesty. Every fairy watching the scene widened their eyes in unison, especially Woodwose. His beastly face was full of confusion as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Morgan gently stroked Riezel's face a few more times, and when she finally looked up, her gaze and expression had returned to their usual coldness. I'm going back to my throne. Morgan declared unilaterally. All of you return to Camelot and summon all the clan heads. At her words, it was again Gawain who reacted first and respectfully asked. Excuse me, your majesty. Calling all the fairy knights and clan heads. For what reason? At this question, the answer that came was enough to shake all of fairy Britain. A month from now, I will hold a wedding in Camelot. By then, whether they're fairy knights or clan heads, everyone has to attend. I won't save the fairies, but at the very least, you all need to recognize the face of your queen's husband. Leaving these words behind, Morgan looked down at Riezel in her arms, then glanced over at the three fairies who were frozen in place from sheer shock. Salisbury will be fully entrusted to Aurora. Tell her I'll take responsibility for all the damages. With that, Morgan picked up her spear with one hand and vanished with Riezel in her arms. At the same moment, the aura of winter that had filled the surroundings disappeared along with her, and the land returned to its original state. However, the three fairies still hadn't moved and remained kneeling there, stunned and motionless for a long time, until... What the hell? Letting out a furious roar, Woodwo's entire body burst out with scorching magical energy. Husband. Wedding. With that guy. Woodwo's went into a frenzy. How? Why? In a fit of rage, Woodwo's unleashed magical energy from his whole body, blasting away all the rubble and debris nearby. Lancelot and Gawain were affected as well, but they simply dodged to the left and right, then landed steadily. What are you doing, Woodwo's? Gawain frowned tightly, scolding Woodwo's as usual, but this time, he couldn't be calmed down at all. Her Majesty's actually marrying some outsider who popped out of nowhere? Why? Woodwo's roared in fury. Isn't that the enemy who came to overthrow Her Majesty and the Fairy Kingdom? Isn't that the piece of trash who's never done a damn thing for Britain? Why pick someone like that? Why? Needless to say, the anger welling up in Woodwo's was stronger and more intense than ever before, which showed just how unacceptable Morgan's marriage to the child of prophecy was for him. Of course, Gawain was also shocked, but even so, she didn't find it all that hard to accept. Remember, Her Majesty's order is absolute. Gawain reminded calmly. Are you planning to defy it? Hearing this, Woodwo's rage halted for a moment. Gawain, as if out of pity, spoke again upon seeing this. You must understand that's Her Majesty's choice. Whether it's right or wrong, we don't have the right to object, and we don't have the power to stop it. In Britain, Her Majesty is the highest ruler, her word is absolute and must be obeyed. You know that better than anyone, right? Gawain's brutally realistic words made Woodwo's entire body tremble violently. Damn it. He immediately smashed a chunk of rubble nearby with a single swipe, effortlessly shattering a boulder larger than a building. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Woodwose went into a rage, slamming his claws around him one after another, causing deafening explosions and leveling the area. Gawain stopped paying him any attention and instead turned to the still silent Lancelot. Since Her Majesty has given her order, we'll just follow them. You go tell Aurora. You good with that? Hearing Gawain's words, Lancelot didn't say anything, and it was after a long silence that she nodded slightly, lost in thought. Gawain looked at the blood-covered dragon fairy who remained silent and wanted to say something else, but found she had nothing to say. In the next moment, Lancelot turned and flew off without a word. Gawain showed an annoyed expression and left as well. Only Woodwose was left behind, still raging pointlessly and venting his anger in meaningless destruction. About 10 minutes later, a figure came running across the battlefield that had turned into a deserted wasteland. Ha! 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 Holding the staff of selection, Artoria panted non-stop as she looked at the now empty ruins, a blank expression on her face. Where's Riezel? Where's Baggy, Lancelot, and Woodwose? What happened to the fight? Having shown up late, Artoria had missed everything, the battle, her destined opponent, and Riezel as well. Lost in confusion, she suddenly noticed something, but when she saw it, she froze for a second, then hurriedly ran over to it. A black sword radiating intense heat was lying silently on the ground as if it had been abandoned by its master. It was none other than Hermit. Artoria stared blankly at the sword, and after a while, she lowered her head, letting her long bangs fall forward to cover her face and hide her expression from anyone who might have seen it. Riezel. Like a lost child, Artoria mumbled quietly at first, then suddenly raised her head and started shouting. Riezel. Riezel. Where are you? Come out already. Stop messing with me. If you keep teasing me, I'm really going to get angry, you know. I'm seriously mad now. Artoria shouted at the top of her lungs, but what she received was silence. Did you hear me? I'm angry, okay. I'm angry for real. On the destroyed street, Artoria wandered around again and again, calling out again and again, but in the end, she came back to Hermit. What do you mean by, you go first? I'll catch up with you later. That didn't happen, did it? You didn't do what you said, so you lied. I really thought, if it were you, you wouldn't lie. Liar. Artoria's voice weakened, sounding like she was crying. It hurt just to listen. She stood there like that for a long, long time before finally wiping her eyes hard and pulling herself together. No, this isn't the time to be angry at him. First, I need to figure out what happened here and where that liar ran off to. Once I find him, I'm going to give him a serious scolding. Yeah, a real harsh one. Muttering to herself, Artoria forced herself not to imagine the worst possible outcome, that maybe Riezel was already gone, leaving her alone. Refusing to even consider that possibility, Artoria reached out, intending to pick up Hermit from the ground, but... hot. As soon as Artoria touched the hilt, the heat nearly burned her hand. Artoria quickly used her magecraft, casting a protective layer over her palm, then carefully picked up Hermit. Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out to her. Wait. Hearing the voice, Artoria stopped and looked in its direction. You're... Artoria looked surprised. Foo-foo. Chuckling, Aurora, the head of the Wind clan, gave Artoria a gentle and graceful smile. Want to have a chat? Stepping out of the ruins, Aurora asked gently, and behind her, Lancelot followed in silence like a bodyguard. Chapter 482, Stake of Oath. As soon as Riezel opened his eyes, he saw that he was surrounded by a sea of stars. It was a boundless sea of stars, endlessly vast and impossibly beautiful, with flowers, trees, mountains, and rivers that held all the beauty one would find on a planet, which made it feel strangely magical. Standing in the middle of this sea of stars, Riezel felt rather at ease and even had a thought: if utopia really existed in this world, then it was probably this place, right? Just as this kind of thought crossed his mind, Riezel noticed the beautiful scene before his eyes suddenly shifted. It stopped being beautiful. It stopped feeling peaceful. A terrifying storm suddenly swept through the place, like a winter blizzard descending from the sky. Before long, the flowers withered, the trees shriveled, the mountains transformed into snow-covered peaks, and the rivers froze solid, turning what had once looked like a utopia, a paradise, into a desolate, apocalyptic wasteland. Seeing this scene, Riezel's peaceful mood dropped straight to rock bottom, crashing into a horrible state of gloom. Right then, a voice drifted into Riezel's ears. There's no such thing as utopia in this world. I don't need it either. It was a voice as cold as ice, and the moment Riezel heard it, he spotted a figure. Just like him, the figure stood in the heart of the storm, wrapped in the freezing wind. Her pitch-black gown fluttered wildly, and her hair, white as powdered snow, was lifted by the cold air. You long for a place like this? With her back still facing Riezel, the figure, who was none other than Morgan, the queen who ruled over winter, asked. Riezel stared at Morgan in silence for a long, long time, until he finally responded. Who wouldn't want the world around them to be a little better? He said it like it was the most natural thing in the world, but Morgan, known as the Queen of Winter, just scoffed at his answer. Humans definitely think that way, but fairies don't. Maybe some fairies do, but I don't. And if I don't, then you sure as well don't either. Because you're Riezel Brynhart. A man who loves adventure, thrills, and intense battles, someone who'd throw himself into a death trap just for the rush. What you crave isn't utopia, but a playground where you can chase after freedom. As Morgan said this, she turned to face Riezel. At this moment, she wasn't wearing her thorned crown and wasn't even holding her black spear, so she was, quite literally, completely unguarded in front of Riezel. Her face was still as breathtaking and alluring as ever, like a goddess straight out of paradise, or maybe a witch who had crawled out of hell, tempting beyond belief and just as dangerous. In the next moment, Morgan, high and mighty as she was, walked toward Riezel. No, it wasn't just that she walked up to him, this goddess and witch-like queen actually snuggled right into his arms and then gently stroked his face while looking up at him with a dazzling smile. You and I are the same. We both rejected our own worlds and chose someone else's. I'm not going to say I can give you the dream playground you've always wanted, but whatever I have, you'll have as well. Fairy Britain belongs to me, and that means it belongs to you too. Morgan's tempting voice lingered in Riezel's ears before she leaned in closer and whispered softly. Let's rule this island with terror together, my dearest husband. As these words fell, Morgan's lips met Riezel's. Buzz. In that instant, the winter-ravaged world lit up, and a twin spear-shaped magic circle appeared on the earth below. Just like that, at the very center of this world, the man and woman locked in a kiss melted into one, no longer separate beings but a single whole. Riezel suddenly jolted awake as if woken from a nightmare. He sat up abruptly, instinctively clutching his spinning head, closed his eyes, and tried to calm his rapidly pounding heart. What the hell was that just now? Riezel muttered under his breath like he was groaning, his head a mess as if it had been filled with glue. Just as he started to settle down and the dizziness in his head eased up a bit, a voice suddenly reached his ears, one that felt both familiar and strange. You're awake. At the sound of this voice, Riezel froze, his hand halfway down from his head. He remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness and also realized the kind of situation he was probably in now. He stayed silent for a long moment, then, as if he had braced himself mentally, he lowered his hand and opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he saw where he currently was. It was a grand hall, a hall that had the solemnity of a temple and the stern atmosphere of a palace, just like the audience chamber of a king, at least, this was the vibe it gave off. In fact, it was indeed that kind of place. Proof was that the space wasn't filled with decorations or furniture, but only a single, clearly expensive-looking throne placed at the far end. Riezel was currently lying on this very throne, using it like a bed. More importantly, he wasn't alone here. Right in front of him stood a woman known as the Queen of Winter, the very same person who had just appeared in his dream, now wearing a crown of thorns and holding a black spear in her hand. Looks like you had a nice dream, my dear husband. Morgan, the queen who had ruled all of Fairy Britain for 2,000 years, stared straight at Riezel and spoke calmly. Nice dream. Riezel stayed quiet for a while, then continued with a mocking tone. I'd rather call it a nightmare. I know. Morgan replied without a hint of change in her expression. Stubbornness is a trait all men share. Even you're no exception. Then would you mind telling me? Riezel replied flatly. Why does Her Majesty the High Queen bring such a stubborn man like me to this place? Shouldn't I be waking up in a prison cell or some torture chamber instead? Oh. So that's your thing. Morgan immediately flashed a seductive smile, like a spider luring in prey. If that's what you're into, I can always satisfy you in the bridal chamber. I've never done it before, but I have a feeling I'd be pretty good at it. Riezel was certain this queen was talking about something dirty, something only adults understood. Nah, I'll pass on that. Riezel stared directly at Morgan, dropping all pretense. What did you do to me? He was obviously talking about what had happened in Salisbury. Whether it was the so-called garden that Riezel had never heard of, or that thing called steak, both went far beyond what he knew about the original Morgan, which left him genuinely surprised. It was only natural, since neither the personally tailored garden for him nor that inexplicable steak was something Riezel had ever heard of in the original work. However, terms like mirror, tower, coffin, and other kinds of garden that Morgan had mentioned were things Riezel did know. They were all grand magecrafts Morgan had gradually developed, studied, and mastered over thousands of years as the queen of the fairy kingdom. Each one had astonishing effects. Even from Riezel's perspective, someone who possessed over 1,000 kinds of magic, the power and function of those grand magecrafts were downright extraordinary. Morgan, unlike many other fairies in the fairy kingdom, focused on magecraft as her main form of combat. She was a magus and an extremely skilled one at that. If Morgan ever stepped foot on the Akasha continent, just the might of her grand magecrafts like mirror, tower, garden, and coffin, without even considering her other capabilities, would easily qualify her as a tactical class magician or even a strategic class magician. Someone like Nibbled, who could go toe-to-toe with a sword saint, would probably be nothing more than a slightly stronger insect in her eyes. In other words, Morgan was absurdly powerful, no doubt about that. Even the so-called strongest fairy knight, Lancelot, might not be able to defeat her, or rather, she probably couldn't. Riezel understood this well, which was exactly why he wanted to meet this queen and fight her. Now, however, things seemed to have gone way off script and slipped out of his control. Riezel placed a hand over his chest, even undid his clothes, and looked at his torso, noticing that the magic circle shaped like crossed spears had vanished. Even so, he didn't think that thing had been a one-time deal, because he could feel something, he could feel a connection between him and Morgan, who now stood right in front of him. It was a bond, one even tighter, firmer, stronger, and deeper than an attendant contract. Having this kind of connection, Riezel felt like the beautiful queen before him truly belonged to him, as if he could do whatever he wanted with her. More importantly, she had just called him her husband. He honestly felt baffled by this situation, but at the same time, the bond between them stirred something that made it feel oddly fitting. As Riezel was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a heat flaring across his back. What? Riezel felt a jolt in his heart but pushed down the thought that had suddenly surfaced, along with the heat on his back, and continued staring straight at Morgan. "What did you do to me?" Riezel asked with a serious expression. In response, Morgan simply looked quietly at him before speaking. "I planted the mark of stake on you. You can think of it as a kind of divine protection." Hearing this, Riezel didn't even pause before snapping back. "Just divine protection?" Riezel's voice was surprisingly calm, like he wasn't worried at all about anything being wrong with his body. "Of course, it's just divine protection." Morgan's eyes flickered slightly as if she admired his calm reaction. "It's a special kind of divine protection. You should be able to understand, right? If it wasn't something beneficial to you, it wouldn't have any effect on you at all." Morgan's words made Riezel narrow his eyes again. "You seem to know me pretty well. And you know me pretty well too, don't you?" Morgan shot back. "Yes, before, but I don't know you now," Riezel said bluntly. "That's fine." Morgan's lips curled into a faint smile. "You'll know eventually." As soon as she finished saying this, she walked over and sat down beside Riezel, making him immediately frown. He couldn't help it because the distance between them was way too close. Even though the throne was huge, like a luxurious king-sized bed with plenty of space, Morgan sat right next to him without hesitation, as if that spot had belonged to her all along. Strangely enough, because of that inexplicable connection between them, Riezel didn't even feel uncomfortable about it. In fact, he had this weird urge to wrap his arm around her, which annoyed him. One should remember that the feeling of being guided by some unknown force instead of his own will was something Riezel, who cherished his freedom, deeply resisted. If there hadn't still been a ton of unanswered questions, he honestly would have just gotten up and walked away right then. Just then, Morgan spoke softly. "No matter what, you're my husband, a fact that's not going to change. Our wedding will be held a month from now, right here, in front of this throne. Before that, you can move around freely in this place, but you can't leave Camelot." Upon hearing this, Riezel took a slow breath, like he was adjusting his mood before speaking up. "You think I'll listen to you?" At Riezel's question, Morgan seemed even calmer than him when she answered. "You will, because this is the first condition I'm giving you." Condition. Riezel caught this word and had a feeling it was important, at least for him and Morgan. It meant something weighty. "What do you mean?" Riezel went ahead and asked, but unfortunately, Morgan gave the same reply as before. "You'll understand eventually." Leaving him with these words, Morgan smoothly reached out her hand and gently caressed Riezel's cheek. Her movement was natural as if it had always been that way. Riezel wanted to pull away, but his body didn't match his thoughts, as it didn't resist Morgan's touch at all. "Just one more month and we'll officially be husband and wife." Morgan stared into Riezel's eyes, where emotions and desires swirled, feelings Riezel could not fully understand. However, he could, at the very least, sense some possessiveness in her gaze. "No matter what, this time, there's no way I'm letting you slip out of my hands. Better be ready for that." After making this declaration, Morgan vanished from the throne, as if giving Riezel time to gather his thoughts, and left the place. In an instant, the vast and grand throne room was left with Riezel alone. "Who's the ruler of this country, anyway?" Sitting on the throne, Riezel muttered, whether it was sarcasm or self-mockery, even he couldn't tell. At the same time, he was quite surprised that Morgan would actually leave the throne, even letting someone stay here alone. Isn't she worried something might happen? As someone who knew the original work, Riezel understood exactly what this throne meant to Fairy Britain, and just how important it was. With that in mind, he turned his head to look behind him and saw that the wall at the far end of the throne room, behind the throne itself, had completely vanished. In other words, from where he sat, he could now see the outside. Whatever. Not my problem. Riezel let out a sigh, then took out Loki's blood and began updating his status. He couldn't help it, since his back felt way too hot, which meant that something must have changed with the fauna engraved there. Sure enough, the freshly updated status confirmed it for Riezel. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, H122F. End, H117F. Dex, G205E. AGI, G219E. Mag, F330D. Lightweight, CB. Swordsman, C. Mage, ED. Battle Adept, FE. Fast Attack, GF. Magic Chant, IH. Magic. Almighty. Memorization Magic. Activate specific magic based on memory. Magic's power is determined by MAG. Valid only for confirmed magic. Skill. Fool's Obsession. Greatly increases growth speed. Greatly increases growth limit. The deeper the obsession, the stronger the effect. The effect is significantly enhanced in dangerous situations. Endless. Grants the highest rank development ability, Healing Power. Grants the highest rank development ability, Spirit Healing. Grants the highest rank development ability, Abnormal Resistance. Improves obtained development abilities. Self-redemption. Immune to physical interference. Immune to mental interference. Can independently update status by consuming the corresponding god's blood. Can accept and enhance the effects of friendly buffs. Pioneer of the Sun. Becomes a spiritual being. Doubles the effects of light and heat magic. Provides resistance to light, heat, frost, and darkness powers. Deals special damage to evil entities. Stake of Oath. Fairy's Divine Protection. Power exceeds the normal limit when fighting alongside a specific individual. Power becomes ineffective when fighting against that specific individual as an enemy. Able to exchange powers and conditions with that specific individual. Inheritance occurs immediately upon meeting the condition of death. Looking at the newly updated status, Riezel couldn't help but fall silent. No doubt, this time's status update was far better than the last one, given how the total basic ability proficiency had increased by over 1,000, which was no surprise. What was more important was that nearly all the development abilities had been promoted, which was something to celebrate. If Riezel's current development ability ranks were revealed to the gods and people of the world of Danmachi, it would surely shock both gods and mortals alike. It was only natural. Even Otter only had one development ability at the highest rank of E, while Riezel had several development abilities that had already surpassed E rank, with his first acquired development ability, Lightweight, even reaching B rank, only 2 ranks away from the highest S rank, which was astonishing. From the time of the last status update until now, only a few days had passed, yet Riezel's status had improved much more than in the earlier update. Perhaps it was thanks to the fierce battle with Lancelot, Gawain, and Woodwose. Needless to say, that battle, even for the current Riezel, had been extremely dangerous. It must have triggered the effects of Fool's Obsession to the greatest extent, so after surviving that peril, his growth speed had significantly increased. Of course, none of that was the most important thing. Even though Riezel was quite satisfied with his growth this time, with decent improvements in both his basic ability proficiency and development abilities, the rest of the progress seemed insignificant compared to the newly emerged skill. Stake of Oath. Riezel furrowed his brow once again. Chapter 483, Troubled and Awkward. It went without saying that the newly appeared skill, Stake of Oath, was definitely Morgan's work. Unlike magecraft such as Mirror, Tower, Garden, and Coffin, which Riezel was familiar with in the original work, the magecraft called Stake had never appeared. Needless to say, this magecraft must have been the reason for the appearance of the skill. Fairy's Divine Protection, huh? Riezel furrowed his brow and fell into deep thought. From the skill description, it was indeed as Morgan had said, it was a form of divine protection, but a special kind of divine protection. As for the exact effect of this divine protection, Riezel had yet to determine, but the question of why he lost his power when he intended to attack Morgan might now have been answered. Evidently, the reason for this loss of power was one of the effects of Stake of Oath, which said, power becomes ineffective when fighting against that specific individual as an enemy. In other words, when Riezel became an enemy of the so-called specific individual mentioned in the skill's description and fought them, his power would be rendered ineffective. And who this specific individual was, it was already clear without needing to think, there could only be one person, Morgan. So, if I become Morgan's enemy and try to attack her, I'll lose my power and become an ordinary human. Conversely, if Morgan becomes my enemy and tries to attack me, she'll also lose her power. Because this isn't purely a negative effect, but a condition for the skill itself, and the target is neither my body nor my mind, but the power within me, neither abnormal resistance nor self-redemption could have any effect, huh? Indeed, this was likely the reason why he became powerless when he attacked Morgan in Salisbury earlier. As for the unique garden created specifically for me, its target isn't me either, but the space where the battlefield exists, part of the world itself. When the unique garden unfolds, the world, as part of the battlefield, gets sealed off. No magical energy, magecraft, or magic can appear in that sealed world, which was why I couldn't use magic at that time. It's somewhat similar to the light of heaven in Janus's royal palace, where it prohibits the use of magic that affects a domain or area, not an individual. It did not interfere with Riezel himself, but with the world that allowed magical energy, magecraft, and magic to exist. As a result, Morgan's unique garden could affect him and prevent him from using magic. As soon as he understood this, Riezel didn't feel relieved but fell deeper into confusion. Why does she know so much about me? Morgan knowing his capabilities was very abnormal. Riezel had never interacted with Morgan, and he had only arrived in this world a few days ago, so before that, there was no Riezel Brynhart in this world. Moreover, his interactions with people in this world were limited, as apart from Artoria, they were with his enemies like Woodwose, Gawain, Lancelot, and a few others. However, Morgan's stake and the new kind of garden were clearly created specifically to target him. They were methods developed with an understanding of his uniqueness, crafted to have definite effects on him. Such a fact could only mean one thing: Morgan understood him very well, and she knew his capabilities, or else there was no other way she could have designed such targeted methods. Morgan had even admitted that she spent 1,000 years developing stake and the new kind of garden. In other words, Morgan had known of his existence 1,000 years ago or even earlier, and had begun developing stake and the new kind of garden in preparation to deal with him. Why is this happening? Riezel's expression shifted as his thoughts grew more complex. Could it be? An overly bold guess surfaced in Riezel's mind, making his furrowed brow loosen slightly, but the relief never came. He continued to contemplate deeply. He thought for a long time. After a long silence, Riezel exhaled. Forget it, I won't think about it. I'll just take it one step at a time and go with the flow. Riezel ultimately stood up, left the throne, and walked toward the empty wall behind it. He reached the front of the empty wall, standing at the edge of the floor that faced outward, looking into the distance. What he saw was nothing short of astonishing. Outside, it wasn't a bustling city, nor a beautiful, pleasant landscape, but an enormous, gaping hole. It was a massive void lying on the ground, as if the world itself had a hole torn in it, exuding a suffocating presence and pressure. As if backed against a cliff, Camelot sat before this hole known as the Great Pit, and from its edge, one could gaze into the endless, pitch-black abyss. From where Riezel stood, all it would take was a light jump, and he would fall straight down from Camelot into the Great Pit, swallowed by the bottomless darkness. Riezel wasn't shocked by the horrifying scene before him, but it seemed he had already mentally prepared for it, calmly gazing down below. Fly. Before long, Riezel cast flight magic and lifted off the ground. However, just as he was about to fly out of the throne room and leave Camelot, a sudden heat spread across his back, and a sense of resistance began to well up inside him. At the same moment, he immediately recalled what Morgan had said. Before that, you can move around freely in this place, but you can't leave Camelot. You will, because this is the first condition I'm giving you. As these two sentences echoed in his mind, Riezel also remembered one of the effects of the Stake of Oath. Able to exchange powers and conditions with that specific individual, Feeling the resistance deep within, Riezel started to understand what Morgan meant by the condition. Well, this is interesting. Riezel muttered to himself before decisively abandoning the idea of leaving Camelot. However, he still flew out of the throne room, heading toward the city of Camelot, known as the Castle Town. He flew freely, easily bypassing Camelot's royal palace and entering the castle town. Unlike Salisbury, which was a vacation spot, Camelot's atmosphere wasn't relaxing but filled with a kind of iron-willed intensity. The buildings here were taller and colder than those in Salisbury. The streets were wider and more luxurious, yet carried a sense of strict discipline. The residents walking around were mostly high-ranking fairies, dressed in luxurious, extravagant clothes, their wealth obvious to anyone who looked at them, while the magical energy radiating from them almost filled all of Camelot's atmosphere, signaling that these fairies' magical energy and strength were far beyond those in Salisbury and weren't even in the same league. Camelot, Riezel's gaze flickered slightly as he stared at the scene before him, and after a moment, he turned and left, flying back to the throne room. At this point, Morgan had already returned. How is it? Sitting on the throne, Morgan looked down from her high seat, giving off a subtle air of showing off as she spoke. Is my Camelot all right? Hearing Morgan's question, Riezel didn't answer. He simply felt the magical energy that filled Camelot, then focused on the flow of the magic, eventually shifting his gaze to the throne beneath Morgan. In Riezel's perception, all the magical energy filling Camelot and even the entire fairy Britain was flowing toward this throne, pouring into it. What a domineering way to rule. Riezel shrugged and remarked casually. At his remark, Morgan fell silent for a moment before speaking in a calm and unreadable tone. It's not ideal for you to stay in this throne room all the time. I've had a room prepared for you. Morgan snapped her fingers, summoning a female fairy. Your Majesty. Respectfully addressing Morgan, the fairy, seemingly from the Wind clan, knelt before her. Go take His Highness to his room. Morgan ordered calmly without looking at the fairy. Yes. Not daring to breathe too loudly, the fairy responded quickly and then respectfully arrived in front of Riezel. Please follow me, Your Highness. Riezel glanced at Morgan and, seeing that she wasn't looking at him, turned his head and followed the fairy out of the throne room. What Riezel didn't notice was that, as soon as he turned and took his eyes away from Morgan, she had already begun to watch his retreating figure. Only when Riezel's back disappeared from her sight did Morgan quietly murmur, almost as if responding to his earlier remark. Domineering, huh? The fairies of this kingdom are only fit for being ruled in this manner, aren't they? Muttering these words, which no one could hear, Morgan looked in the direction of the great pit. It's almost time. It's almost here. In a while, whether it's Britain or the outside world, they will all belong to me. No, I should say, they will belong to both of us. Morgan whispered these words as she closed her eyes, seemingly falling into a deep sleep. With her alone in the throne room, the atmosphere grew heavy with solitude, lingering for a long time without fading away. The room Morgan arranged for Riezel wasn't far from the throne room, in fact, it could even be said to be right nearby. From Riezel's observation, this room seemed to be the closest one to the throne room in the entire palace, and the only things closer than this room were the corridors and walls leading to it. It seemed that this room hadn't originally been used for living, but rather for storing treasures like a treasury. He found a few things that hadn't been tidied up, such as crystals scattered under the bed, jewels dropped under a vase, and coins that had rolled into the carpet. There weren't many, but they were definitely there. Such a situation made it easy for him to imagine just how busy the fairies in the palace must have been to manage to prepare this room, the one closest to the throne room. Morgan must have given some unreasonable order again, right? Otherwise, there wouldn't be things scattered around, showing that the fairies had hastily and flusteredly tidied up this room. Riezel casually picked up a jewel and sat on a ridiculously luxurious bed, playing with the jewel while starting to think. Given the current situation, leaving Camelot seems impossible. At the very least, I'll have to stay here for the next month. But the problem is, after a month, do I really have to marry Morgan? Riezel honestly felt a bit troubled. In principle, he rejected the idea since there was no reason why he would want to marry someone he had just met not long ago, someone who could very well become an enemy in the future. Even though Morgan was beautiful and strong, possibly even stronger than he was right now, this sudden development still made Riezel feel resistant. He hadn't even figured out why she wanted to marry him, or why she planted the so-called stake on him, creating such a deep connection between them. The only thing Riezel was sure of was that something had definitely happened with Morgan, and it had something to do with him. Of course, that had nothing to do with the current Riezel. Normally, Riezel would have ignored this, walked away on the spot, and not stayed here to marry a queen out of nowhere. But the presence of stake made him instinctively not resist and naturally accept the thought of Morgan is my wife from time to time. The state he was in could be summed up in one sentence: his mind kept shouting no, but his body kept shouting yes. It was what people called saying no with your mouth, but acting the opposite with your body. Understanding this, Riezel felt a bit awkward. If Yuri and Lisbeth found out about this, there'd probably be a big earthquake. Riezel thought for a moment about the consequences and immediately shuddered. Although he hadn't confirmed his relationship with Yuri, theirs could definitely be considered more than friends but not yet lovers. It was like a thin layer of window paper existed between them, ready to burst at any time. As for Lisbeth, the little princess nearly saw Riezel as her everything, her biggest support. If he suddenly told her that he was marrying another woman, someone she didn't even know, she would probably cry. Luckily, this isn't happening in the same world. Riezel, surprisingly, had this slightly scummy thought, and in the end, he could only think of that one sentence. Take it one step at a time and go with the flow. Needless to say, this was the only strategy he could adopt right now. I wonder how Artoria is doing. Suddenly remembering that countryside fairy, Riezel's brow furrowed deeply again. Message. Riezel cast communication magic, intending to contact Artoria. However, the magic Riezel cast failed to send. Is there some kind of barrier in the palace blocking magecraft? Realizing message had failed, this was the first possibility that came to Riezel's mind. As the master of this palace, Morgan herself was an exceptionally skilled magus. Whether for her own protection or to safeguard her throne, she might have set up some defenses within the palace. Even if Morgan hadn't set up any protection in the palace, given how efficiently the throne absorbed magical energy, the surrounding space might have been completely disturbed by the constant flow of magical energy, preventing delicate magic from working properly. Message was one such delicate magic, easily affected by such disruptions. Can't be helped, I'll have to use the clumsy method. Having no choice, Riezel cast magic again, this time, summoning magic. Summon monster first. As a small magic circle appeared above Riezel's palm, a crow flew out from it. It was a level 5 weak monster called the messenger crow. As the name suggested, the messenger crow was used for delivering messages. Its function was similar to the Kasugai crow from the world of Demon Slayer, a messenger bird used for communication. What made them different was that the Kasugai crow was trained, while the messenger crow was born with this ability. Under the crow's direct gaze, Riezel spoke a brief message. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll come find you in a month." It wasn't that he didn't want to say more, but if he did, the messenger crow might deliver the wrong message. Because this kind of crow had limited memory, unless used repeatedly or enhanced with a special skill, it could only transfer a small amount of information, so the more concise the message, the more accurately it could be transmitted. As a result, Riezel kept his words brief to ensure the raven could deliver exactly what he meant. One of the most commendable features of the messenger crow was its ability to precisely find anyone who had physical contact with the summoner recently and fly to them. For this reason, Riezel chose to summon it instead of another monster as a messenger. As for the requirement of physical contact, that was easily met by Artoria, who had snuck into Riezel's arms and slept soundly one night. "Go." Riezel let the messenger crow out of the window. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll come find you in a month." "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll come find you in a month." "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll come find you in a month." As the messenger crow flew up, it circled a few times before calling out these words and flying off into the distance. Riezel somewhat regretted summoning this thing to deliver a message. Wasn't this the same as announcing his message to everyone? Just as Riezel was seriously considering whether to call the messenger crow back and rethink his messaging plan, someone suddenly knocked on his door. "Come in." Riezel instinctively spoke, then realized and raised an eyebrow. Someone was actually looking for him. Was it a servant? Or someone he knew? This room's nice, very tasteful. With this remark, the door to Riezel's room opened before a muscular figure walked in. Gawain. Riezel was somewhat surprised, as the visitor was none other than Fairy Knight Gawain. Chapter 484, Gone Off Script. Compared to that fierce battle last time in Salisbury, the current Gawain hadn't changed much. Still just as tall, still fully armored from head to toe, the only difference was that she no longer carried the blazing sword in her hand like before. Instead, the sword had been sheathed, making her appear less aggressive. Looking at this unexpected visitor, Riezel spoke up in surprise. "You're here." There wasn't any hostility in his voice, he just genuinely didn't understand why she had come. However, it seemed Gawain didn't see it that way. "Well, this is the royal palace, Her Majesty's chamber. We fairy knights have permission to enter freely, so what's the issue with me being here?" Gawain looked down at Riezel from her much taller height, though she didn't come off as overbearing, her words sounded a bit forceful. "Or are you scared to let someone you once fought against casually walk into your room? You don't strike me as the petty type." "And what makes you so sure I'm not petty?" Riezel narrowed his eyes and replied calmly. "Maybe I'm just that kind of person. Talking down on yourself doesn't do any good." Gawain frowned. "Someone who can swing slashes like a raging inferno, if that's what you call a petty person, then I wouldn't mind seeing more of that. So what, you trying to kill me with compliments? Or is that your way of praising yourself too?" Riezel shot her a glance. "You can pull off that kind of slash too, can't you?" "Yes, that's exactly why you caught my attention, child of prophecy." Gawain kept her gaze fixed on him. "A swordsman who, like me, can wield flames of the sun and command hounds, your combat style's really similar to mine." Riezel didn't even flinch at her words and tossed out a response without changing his expression. "Sun breathing's just one of my combat styles. Cerberus is just one of my summons. If I wanted, I could bring out lightning storms or even summon a great dragon. Doesn't matter." He sat down at a table in the center of the room and gestured toward the seat across from him. "Whatever. You're already here, so sit and let's talk." Hearing this, Gawain stared at Riezel for a moment before finally taking the seat in front of him. "Tea or booze?" Riezel flipped open a few cups and started rinsing them with water, not even looking up as he asked. "Booze." Gawain answered without hesitation. "Is ale okay?" Riezel pulled out a bottle like a magician. "I've got fruit wine and mead too, but there's not much mead left from Salisbury." "Well, that stuff's top shelf, and I don't have much of it, so I'm not serving it this time. As for fruit wine, guess you wouldn't like that. I'm not a kid. Ale is fine." Gawain frowned again and glanced at the bottle that appeared from nowhere. Riezel poured her a glass right away, but Gawain didn't pick it up immediately and just kept staring at him instead. After a while, she suddenly spoke. "Facing you like this, hard to believe someone like you is that strong." Her words came out almost as a sigh. Then tell me, what does strong look like to you?" Riezel raised his own ale with a faint, amused smile. I've seen all kinds of powerful people. Gawain responded, lifting her glass with a relaxed motion. There are those like Her Majesty, just being near her feels suffocating. And then you've got types like Lancelot, who give off this mysterious vibe, and guys like Woodwose who just wear their power on their sleeve. But you're something else. You're the type who, if someone's not really paying attention, might not even get noticed. It's weird. Looking at you now, for a second there, I almost started doubting it. Doubting that the warrior who unleashed so much murderous intent and madness in Salisbury, who fought me, Lancelot, and Woodwose all at once and held out till we were all left battered and bloody, was really you, sitting right here in front of me. Hearing this, Riezel couldn't help but chuckle when, in an instant, his whole presence suddenly changed. Well, do I look the part now? Riezel's relaxed and carefree tone from earlier vanished as his voice turned calm and indifferent, and a terrifying aura radiated from him. Gawain's pupils shrank, and an instinctive, predator-like expression crossed her face. That's it. That's the one. Gawain said loudly, her usually composed voice seeming to heat up as if barely holding back some impulse. Ah, this is how you were back then. The one with the guts to take on the head of the Fang clan and the two strongest fairy knights all by yourself. As Gawain spoke, the chains around her hands began to rattle loudly. Watching her, Riezel suddenly withdrew all of his aura, suppressing his fighting spirit and presence with selfless state, minimizing his presence as much as possible. You didn't come all the way here just to say that, did you? Riezel took a sip of his ale and said calmly. Didn't think the Lord of Manchester would have this much free time. As fairy knights directly under Queen Morgan, Gawain, Lancelot, and Tristan all had their own territories. Gawain's territory was a city called Manchester, located in the northern part of Fairy Britain, very close to the coastline. In other words, the fairy knights were essentially nobles within Fairy Britain, holding a status comparable to the heads of the great fairy clans, or even higher. Gawain, in particular, was the very first to be officially titled a fairy knight in the history of the fairy kingdom. She had held this title for over 200 years, making her the most senior among them. By comparison, Tristan was only appointed about 100 years ago, and Lancelot around the same time, so to Gawain, they were both juniors. And yet, the one hailed as the strongest fairy knight in the entire fairy kingdom was her junior, Lancelot, which was rather interesting. Unaware of what Riezel was thinking, Gawain noticed him retract his aura, and she calmed down as well, like a beast retracting its fangs. She took a deep breath and composed herself. Her Majesty has already given the order. 1 month from now, the wedding between you and her will be held. All fairy knights and the heads of the fairy clans are required to attend. Gawain gazed at Riezel and spoke calmly. On top of that, there will be 30 envoys, 100 officials, everyone will be there for your wedding with Her Majesty. Following Her Majesty's decree, all attendees have already begun preparations and are gradually gathering in Camelot. Manchester isn't far from Camelot, so I got here before the others. After hearing Gawain's words, Riezel suddenly found that the ale in his hand had lost its taste. So you're all planning to go along with her decision and attend the wedding in a month? Riezel looked at her and asked calmly. You're really okay with your queen marrying an outsider? Someone who's supposedly the enemy foretold in the prophecy, the one meant to overthrow her rule. By now, he had naturally realized the fairies had made a huge mistake. They seemed to believe he was the savior mentioned in the prophecy, the so-called child of prophecy from the rumors. He could more or less guess where that idea had come from. Most likely, it was from that first encounter with Woodwose, who kept yelling about being the child of prophecy. Naturally, to divert attention away from Artoria, he had chosen not to deny it. Given that, and now that the first bell of pilgrimage had been rung, Riezel had originally thought Morgan's army would consider him a threat to eliminate, but judging by Gawain's attitude, it seemed she thought differently. In truth, that was indeed the case. Gawain truly had no objections to Riezel being made a prince and becoming Morgan's husband. Strong individuals coming together is only natural. You and Her Majesty are both people I genuinely respect, so I have no reason to oppose it. Gawain shrugged. Besides, don't you think a swordsman who embodies the sun and a queen who rules over winter make a good match? Huh. Riezel almost didn't catch what she meant. Sorry, guess I'm not great at making jokes. Gawain paused, then added, but honestly, our opinions don't matter much. Britain is, after all, ruled solely by Her Majesty, so her word is absolute. Even if many disagree, no one will step forward to oppose her. Even though that might have sounded completely authoritarian, in fact, Morgan truly was a dictator in Fairy Britain. Morgan had ruled over the fairy kingdom for the past 2,000 years through sheer authoritarianism and brutal control. Before she became queen, Fairy Britain had been under the dominance of the 6 great fairy clans. Each clan held sway over a different part of Fairy Britain, ruling like 6 rival lords. For thousands of years, they clashed and fought, never bowing to one another, which was the state of Britain before Morgan's rise. And then Morgan appeared, an awe-inspiring witch capable of wielding grand magecraft. Starting from the northern region of Orkney, she launched a campaign southward, defeating one clan after another. Eventually, she unified all of Britain through force, and the fairy kingdom was finally born. After that, Morgan was crowned in the Cathedral of the Ash Tree before she granted humans a degree of freedom to lay the foundation for culture and spent 2,000 years building the society seen today. At the same time, true to her nickname of witch, Morgan ruled Britain with an iron grip. Not only were humans tightly controlled in terms of reproduction, but even fairies were subjected to her rule, forced to bear the so-called command spells written by Morgan herself. Akin to a curse, any fairy branded with Morgan's command spell would have their magical energy forcibly drained once a year. If they failed to provide enough energy to meet her demands, they would instantly die, drained of all magical energy, and in effect, their life force. This was known in the fairy kingdom as the existence tax, second only to the fearsome calamity that caused fairies to tremble. Whenever Morgan sat on the throne, she would often say this to the fairies. "I won't forgive you, nor will I save you. All you need to do is obey, bow your heads, and protect this Britain with your cheap loyalty." Such was Queen Morgan, a terrifying witch and a fearsome dictator. Earlier, the reason Riezel had said, "What a domineering way to rule," in the throne room was precisely because of this. He knew that the magical energy absorbed from all over Britain had been stored by Morgan within the throne. Any fairies who couldn't tolerate Morgan's rule had already been dealt with, while those who hadn't were long gone, vanishing into lands unknown, proof of just how overbearing and forceful her rule over fairy Britain was. Someone like Morgan didn't need to listen to anyone's opinion, nor would she, since others' complaints and objections were nothing more than the buzzing of insects to her. For this reason, when Morgan decided to marry Riezel, no matter what others thought, they had no choice but to accept it. Understanding what Gawain meant, Riezel fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked a question. "What about Barrel Gut?" Riezel's unexpected question caught Gawain off guard. "Barrel Gut?" Gawain looked surprised. "You know that shady human?" "Something like that." Riezel nodded vaguely. "Isn't he Morgan's husband?" "Him?" "Her Majesty's husband." Gawain frowned at once. "I don't know where you heard that, but I can tell you right now, that shady human isn't Her Majesty's husband. Her Majesty's never mentioned anything like that. When she introduced Barrel Gut to us, she used the word partner." Her answer made Riezel fall completely silent. Now there was yet another thing that had gone off script. According to what Riezel knew, in the original work, Barrel Gut was the one Morgan acknowledged as her husband. He had played an extremely important role in the birth and rise of Morgan and Fairy Britain, so without him, there wouldn't have been a Morgan who ruled Fairy Britain for 2,000 years, and Fairy Britain itself wouldn't exist. Because of that, Morgan acknowledged him as her husband, even if there was no love at all between them. Now, however, that plot had been changed. "Can you tell me where that guy is now?" Riezel asked again. "He's in New Darlington." Even though Gawain was confused about why Riezel was asking about that shady human, she still answered him. "He caught the eye of Her Majesty's adopted daughter, Fairy Knight Tristan. Tristan gave him free rein in New Darlington, so he set up a slaughter theater there. Every day, fairies and humans fight and kill each other in that place, and he watches it all for entertainment." As Gawain said this, her face twisted in clear disgust. It was obvious she found that kind of thing repulsive. New Darlington, huh? Riezel tapped his finger on the table, looking deep in thought. At least that part was still the same as in the original work, unchanged. In other words, the plot might not have shifted too far. Will he be attending the wedding too? Riezel's heart stirred as he asked another question. "Probably," Gawain replied, sounding a little unsure. "He often acts together with Tristan, and his relationship with Her Majesty isn't as simple as it looks on the surface, so there's a good chance he'll show up." "Is that so?" Riezel smiled. "In that case, I'd like to meet him at least once. Perhaps, through Barrel Gut, he could find out what exactly had happened to Morgan. At the very least, by observing Barrel's condition, Riezel would be able to get a sense of how the outside world was doing and when that foreign magus meant to aid the child of prophecy might arrive in Fairy Britain." As Riezel was thinking about all this, Gawain suddenly spoke up. "Since you mentioned Barrel Gut, let me give you a word of warning too." Gawain gazed at Riezel seriously. "Be careful of Tristan." Riezel snapped out of his thoughts and raised an eyebrow at Gawain. "Tristan." He calmly turned his gaze toward Gawain. Seeing this, Gawain hesitated for a moment before speaking. In Britain, fairies each have different natures, but they can be both harmful and beneficial. They might be dangerous, but they also have their merits. But Tristan is different. She's a fairy who brings only harm, someone who enjoys toying with life and trampling on the weak. It doesn't matter if her victims are humans or fairies, she treats them all the same, like playthings. Gawain clearly didn't like Tristan's way of doing things, so he gave Riezel a heads up. She can kill for all kinds of reasons or for none at all. Even if it was just on a whim or a random impulse like, "I'm bored, so I'll kill someone," she wouldn't hesitate to strike down those around her. And the worst part is, she just so happens to be Her Majesty's adopted daughter and one of the fairy knights, so I had to protect her in the past too. Her Majesty really spoils her and keeps indulging her behavior, even letting her kill people as she pleases. At the same time, Tristan worships Her Majesty and sees her as the greatest being of all. After saying all that, Gawain's intent became clear to Riezel. You're saying that while others wouldn't dare go against Morgan's order, Tristan might actually still come after me. At Riezel's question, Gawain gave an answer that was half yes, half no. Even Tristan wouldn't dare openly defy Her Majesty, but yes, she might still try to come after you. Hearing this, Riezel chuckled. Well, the question is she strong? Riezel's casual question made Gawain narrow her eyes slightly. I'm giving you a warning, not advice. Gawain said with a blank expression. Others might not understand what she meant by that, but Riezel understood it perfectly. All right, thanks. Riezel raised his glass toward Gawain. I only said that much because you're strong. Gawain stared straight at him, her eyes intense. I hope I get the chance to fight you again. Hearing this, Riezel smiled faintly before calmly responding. So do I. Chapter 485, What a Strange Day. In so many ways. 2 hours later, Gawain left Riezel's room. Despite the fact that the two had exchanged words that basically amounted to a declaration of war, and despite having fought each other to the point of being covered in blood and injuries, they somehow ended up having an unexpectedly enjoyable conversation once they sat down together. Looking at you like this, I still can't believe you're the same guy who went berserk in Salisbury. Aren't you the type who goes wild the second a fight breaks out too? By the end of it, Gawain and Riezel even had an exchange like this before glaring at each other, then raised their drinks in a toast. It was worth mentioning that their fierce battle had happened just the day before, yet today, it was as if none of it had ever occurred, their injuries had already healed. Gawain seemed to have recovered simply by resting for one night, thanks to her powerful regeneration as a fairy of the Fang clan. As for Riezel, it was probably because Morgan had used some recovery magecraft on him to heal his wounds. At one point, the two had even considered having another fight right then and there, since Riezel definitely wouldn't have minded. Gawain, on the other hand, gave it serious thought but ultimately decided to pass. Without Her Majesty's permission, I wouldn't dare start a fight inside the palace. I mean, I'm not exactly great at holding back. If they had started fighting, the palace would definitely have taken some serious damage. Given Gawain's strength, even if there was some kind of protective magecraft in place, it wouldn't have been able to completely hold back her rampage. Moreover, with Riezel, who was even more reckless than Gawain, once the two clashed, there was no telling when the palace would collapse. As a result, while Riezel might have been all for it, Gawain decisively gave up on the idea. No worries, there'll be a chance. Gawain gave Riezel a look that carried a deeper meaning, one that showed this fairy knight didn't believe he would stay here obediently as Morgan's husband forever. And so, with that meaningful remark, Gawain finally left Riezel's room. However, what surprised Riezel was that not long after Gawain left, another visitor showed up. So this is where you're staying, huh? As a calm, frosty voice resounded, a silver-haired girl stepped into Riezel's room. She was none other than the fairy kingdom's strongest fairy knight, Lancelot. You. Riezel was caught off guard. Lancelot, the same dragon fairy who had gone head-to-head with Riezel in Salisbury, was now standing before him, having taken off her mask, the armor that looked more like a mech suit than a knight's armor, and even the arm guards that could release beam sabers. Dressed in a white dress with a blue skirt, Lancelot looked just like a princess out of a fairy tale. What's wrong? Lancelot tilted her head. You surprised to see me? How could I not be surprised? Riezel put away his look of shock and spoke with a complicated mix of emotions. Just yesterday, we were locked in a fierce fight, and now you guys are showing up at my place one after another. Anyone who doesn't know better might think we're close or something. Hearing this, Lancelot's first reaction was to furrow her brows. What made it even more frustrating was that even while frowning, this strongest fairy knight of Britain still looked stunning, almost heartbreakingly delicate. Fierce fight, huh? Lancelot replied, her tone a bit complicated. Even teaming up with Gawain and Woodwose, we still couldn't take you down. You even managed to injure us like that. Personally, I wouldn't call that a fierce fight. So what? Riezel sat, holding a half-finished mug of ale, and looked calmly at Lancelot. You here to challenge me? Looking for revenge or something? If I could, I honestly would. Lancelot plopped down in front of Riezel with a sigh. But Her Majesty won't allow it. Aurora won't either. It's a real headache. As she finished speaking, she then noticed the cup sitting across from Riezel. Someone was here just now. Lancelot's thoughts stirred, and then it clicked. Was it Gawain? Yeah. Riezel nodded casually. You knew Gawain came to see me. Well, you just said it yourself. We were locked in a fierce fight, and now we're suddenly showing up one after another at your place. Lancelot slightly raised her eyelids. And judging from Woodwow's attitude toward you, there's no way he'd bother showing up here, so that only leaves Gawain. You're one to talk. Riezel murmured absent-mindedly. Woodwow's, that mutt doesn't treat you much better either, does he? Even Gawain doesn't like you, right? Lancelot fell silent, opening her mouth but failing to find the words. Oh. Riezel smirked faintly. So you're at least a little self-aware. I guess. Lancelot pressed her lips together, then shook her head. I just don't get it. I really don't know what exactly they hate about me. No, wait, Woodwow's, I can kind of understand. He's always been pretty hostile to us, fairy knights with unclear origins. But Gawain. What's her problem? Hearing her question, Riezel gave her a sideways glance. As someone who knew the original work inside and out, Riezel, of course, understood why Gawain didn't like Lancelot. It all came down to a difference in beliefs and ideals. To some, Lancelot, who was known as the strongest among the fairy knights, was terrifying. Not only was there always this intense atmosphere around her, but her voice was also cold and sharp when she spoke. She also saw humans as inherently evil, rejecting them without mercy, and even most fairies were pushed away by her. Because of all that, many fairies viewed her as a cold and unfeeling person. In truth, however, Lancelot neither hated nor distanced herself from humans, nor did she look down on them. She simply saw them as creatures with low survival ability, nothing more. As a dragon fairy, Lancelot considered most fairies weak, and humans even weaker by comparison. Simply put, to her, everyone else was just weaklings, and from her perspective, she was without question the strongest. Naturally, that led to a certain belief, the weak should follow the strong. From her perspective, it was just common sense. For this reason, Lancelot often said one particular line. The strong are to be obeyed and followed, that is absolute. In other words, obey and follow me. Whether or not she actually meant those words, the moment they left her mouth, her relationship with Gawain was doomed to be rocky. On the surface, Gawain might have seemed like an aggressive predator type, but in truth, she was the one who followed the knight's code most closely among all the current fairy knights, embodying what it meant to be a knight and holding the most upright sense of duty. As the Lord of Manchester, Gawain always prioritized managing the territory and protecting its people. As a fairy knight, one of her core principles was to ease the suffering of the people and serve any worthy ruler with loyalty. On the battlefield, she was a calm and cautious strategist who could read the situation clearly. Among her peers, she was also someone who thought things through and offered sincere advice. Because of that, even though she didn't like Tristan's ways, she would still protect her in front of Morgan and the envoys. Tristan was Morgan's foster daughter, so if things escalated, the one who would end up in trouble wouldn't be Tristan, but whoever opposed her, or even innocent bystanders caught in the mess. As a result, Gawain often scolded Woodwow's, the head of the Fawn clan, not just because she was also from the Fawn clan, but because if she let Woodwow's keep acting out, it would damage the clan's image in front of Morgan and hurt the other fairies in the clan too. Of course, no one else really knew any of this, since to the fairies, Gawain was someone who always volunteered to charge ahead whenever there was a battle or campaign. Once on the battlefield, she showed no mercy as she trampled the weak, which earned her the reputation of a merciless knight. Gawain herself abided by the laws of nature, upholding the belief in the survival of the fittest, and firmly stated that it was only natural for the strong to rule over the fragile race known as humans. However, the deeper meaning behind her words was that the strong should protect the weak, and unless they were enemies, she would never abandon those who were weaker. As a lord, she was cautious and composed, and as a fairy knight, she was stern and cold-blooded, but in truth, she had a gentle nature and was easily moved by others. Such was Fairy Knight Gawain, a fairy who could clearly distinguish friend from foe, fiercely shielding her allies while showing no mercy to her enemies. And so, that was also the biggest point of conflict between Lancelot and Gawain. While the former believed that the weak should obey the strong and saw her own power as something natural, the latter believed that the strong should protect the weak, following a different interpretation of the law of the jungle. It was this clash of beliefs and ideals that made Gawain dislike Lancelot the most. Perhaps Gawain was also dissatisfied with how Lancelot always called herself the strongest fairy knight, or with her indifferent attitude toward creatures weaker than herself. Maybe there were other small reasons too, all contributing to her aversion to Lancelot, but in the end, the root cause was still their differing beliefs and ideals. Would Lancelot ever figure that out? Despite her cold appearance, this fairy knight was actually quite innocent at heart, pure, even. Some might call her profound, while others might just say she was naive. Knowing all of that, Riezel didn't bother pointing it out to her. Why don't you tell me what you came here for? You're not like Gawain, just here to look around, are you? Riezel's question snapped Lancelot out of her dilemma. She had come to see Riezel for a reason. Lancelot shifted her gaze slightly, looking toward Riezel's right hand, where a ring shaped like a dragon's claw resided. You came for this. Noticing Lancelot's gaze, Riezel raised his right hand, showing the origin ring. Lancelot's eyes immediately followed, locking onto the ring on Riezel's hand. What's with that ring? Lancelot hesitated for a moment before asking, I can feel a dragon's aura and magical energy from it. I'm not imagining things, right? No, you're not. Riezel shook his head and didn't try to hide anything, speaking bluntly. It's a magic item crafted by dragons. It contains their power, so the dragon aura and magical energy you're sensing must be coming from that. Hearing this, Lancelot's eyes lit up. Are there still other dragons in this world? Lancelot asked eagerly. It wasn't strange for her to ask this. As far as she knew, she should have been the only dragon left in this world. At the very least, she had never seen another dragon besides herself, let alone another dragon fairy. However, the ring Riezel wore, along with the aura and magical energy emanating from it, was clearly different from her own, so it obviously came from another dragon. Such a fact made Lancelot quite curious, and at the same time, made Riezel give her a deep look. Others might not have known where Lancelot came from, but Riezel understood it better than anyone. In the distant past, long before Fairy Britain became what it was, a dragon had once appeared here. It was the last remaining pureblood and true dragon in existence. Many humans and fairies had called it the last dragon. Back when the last dragon still roamed the land, there was no actual ground for it to stand on, so it always had to fly through the skies, until eventually, that dragon reached its limit. In the end, the final pureblood dragon fell, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton in Fairy Britain. Lancelot had been born from that dragon's left hand, which made her both dragon and fairy, born with tremendous power. Naturally, someone like Lancelot would never have met another dragon, since the one she came from was the last true dragon in this world. As for the dragon species that came later, Lancelot probably didn't consider any of them true dragons. On the other hand, the dragons who created the ring Riezel wore, while not native to this world, were not impure beings like lesser dragons either. Furthermore, the dragon who crafted it had used ancient magic that predated tier magic, a power known as wild magic. In terms of sheer mystery, that kind of power certainly wouldn't be inferior to the true dragons of this world, which was why Lancelot could sense a pure dragon aura from Riezel's ring and had taken such an interest in it. After a moment of silence, Riezel finally answered Lancelot's question. No, there definitely aren't any other dragons in Fairy Britain. Riezel said, rubbing the ring on his middle finger. I got this ring from outside Britain. Outside of Britain. Lancelot was startled at first, then her expression shifted. You mean paradise? It was obvious Lancelot still thought Riezel was the child of prophecy, a fairy who came from paradise. At Lancelot's guess, Riezel didn't bother explaining. If that's what you want to think, go ahead. Riezel replied indifferently. I'm just saying, if you're hoping to hear about some other dragon from me, you're out of luck. No other dragons in Fairy Britain, that was the point Riezel wanted to make to Lancelot. Is that so? Disappointment immediately spread across Lancelot's face, and she visibly deflated. Seeing Lancelot like this actually made Riezel find her pretty amusing. Heh, bet no one could imagine the strongest and most beautiful fairy knight in all the rumors, the cold and ruthless Lancelot, making this kind of face in private. Saying this, Riezel then recalled the moment he first met Lancelot in Salisbury. Back then, she had shown a cold and ruthless side, like a heartless executioner who would cut down anyone standing in her way. Who would have thought Lancelot could make such expressive faces behind the scenes? Unfortunately, it seemed like Lancelot didn't get what Riezel found so funny. What's wrong with my face? Lancelot looked genuinely confused, and her straightforward question nearly left Riezel speechless. No. Nothing. Riezel had to shove down the strange feeling in his chest. Wanna drink something? Seeing him change the subject, Lancelot looked a little puzzled but didn't press him further. Any fruit juice? Lancelot's question made Riezel feel even more off. Fruit juice? Why did this fairy knight feel like a little child? Riezel shook his head and tried to clear his mind of all the weird thoughts. He pulled out a bottle of fruit juice from the storage space of the dimensional magic cube, along with a clean glass, and poured Lancelot a drink. In truth, the fruit juice had originally been prepared for Artoria. Artoria had, after all, only just turned 16. For a young fairy girl like her, ale or anything heavier was still too early. Just like that, Riezel and Lancelot started chatting, though not too intensely, just here and there. Mainly, Lancelot wanted to know more about the dragon used to create the origin ring, while Riezel gave half-serious, half-dismissive answers. Even so, the two of them ended up talking for more than 2 hours. Lancelot wasn't as talkative as Gawain and mostly kept asking questions about dragons, but she was a lot more straightforward. Moreover, the way she occasionally acted so naive and so unlike a warrior gradually made Riezel let his guard down without even realizing it. Is she trying to make me drop my guard, so she can stab me in the back later? As the conversation naturally grew more friendly, this idea even crossed Riezel's mind. But soon enough, he dismissed it, because before she left, Lancelot, just like Gawain, challenged him. If I get the chance, I want to settle the score from last time. I definitely won't lose this time. As soon as Lancelot finished saying this, she immediately left. As Riezel watched her go, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. What a strange day, in so many ways. Chapter 486, Tristan's Anger and Morgan's Longing. New Darlington. It was a city located near the eastern coast of fairy Britain that had once fallen into ruin until it was granted as a fief to fairy knight Tristan. Thanks to that, it regained its vitality and was reborn. However, for both the humans and fairies of fairy Britain, this place was known as a fortress of demons and a city of terror, because its notoriety was second only to Camelot, or perhaps even worse. Why? It was because the lord of this city was a moody slaughterer, a blood-soaked individual who had killed over 400,000 fairies across a span of 100 years. She was the daughter of Queen Morgan, one of the most terrifying beings in fairy Britain. She was the only magus aside from Queen Morgan. She was a demon who could behead a person with a mere flick of her harp string. On the outside, she looked like a beautiful princess, but on the inside, she was a wicked vampire. She was Tristan, one of the 3 fairy knights, standing alongside Lancelot and Gawain. Today, like always, this fairy knight suddenly fell into a foul mood. Ting-ling-ling. A beautifully striking harp sound echoed throughout New Darlington. It came from a theater that resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, circular in shape, surrounded by audience seats, though not massive, it wasn't small either. It was easy to imagine the place filled to the brim, packed with people cheering loud enough to pierce the sky and linger in the air. In the past, this theater had indeed been bustling, as the number of fairies visiting each day was practically uncountable. Almost every day, a bloody massacre was staged here, and the ones thrown into the circular theater at the center were usually humans captured from outside. Some were rebels who opposed the queen, others were slaves sent here, and sometimes even fairies from other cities who were fed up or bored would send their human servants into this place to make them participate in the theater. And what those people had to do was perform a show. What show? Simply put, it was a battle to the death. The one who won would survive. The one who lost would die on the spot. The killing would go on, and the battles would continue until only one remained. Only then would that last person be granted freedom. However, no one had actually ever seen that final champion walk out of the theater alive, because after winning, they would be taken away, and then vanish without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the world. Unbelievably cruel. Unbelievably brutal. Unbelievably bloody. Unbelievably terrifying. Such was New Darlington's National Slaughter Theater, a place that struck fear into countless people and filled just as many with wild joy. Of course, the ones feeling ecstatic were mostly fairies. For many fairies, watching humans get slaughtered, watching them kill each other, it was like a show worth enjoying, one of the finest forms of entertainment. However, the moment that beautiful harp sound rang out, the fairies who had shown up in the theater today were destined to have their cheers turn into screams. Because today, and only today, they were the ones being hunted. Splurt. A fairy's head was suddenly sliced off by a surprise attack. It flew high into the air, while the body, gushing hot blood, slowly collapsed and dyed the audience seats red. Right after that, the beautiful tones of a harp being strummed rang out continuously. Ting-ling-ling. 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 Splurt, 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 splurt. Whenever the beautiful tones of a harp rang out, one fairy head after another was cut off and tossed into the sky. Needless to say, it was definitely the harp's doing. As the fairy holding the harp kept playing it, its beautiful melody transformed into invisible attacks. Like unseen piano wires slicing through the air, each stroke cleanly severed a fairy's head, killing them on the spot. In the middle of this utterly unreasonable massacre, the fairies who had come to watch a performance of human slaughter suddenly became the ones being slaughtered. Some screamed and fled their seats, while others panicked in terror, running around aimlessly. In an instant, the entire National Slaughter Theater was turned into a hellscape, an uncontrollably chaotic slaughterhouse. Why are you doing this to us? We were just here to watch humans kill each other. Don't kill us. Unfortunately, the fairy's frantic escape and hysterical screams only served to irritate the fairy who had suddenly appeared in the audience and started slaughtering them with her harp. Noisy. Tristan, wearing a bright red princess dress, held the harp in her arms and shouted with a face full of annoyance. Stop running around like idiots. Just stand there and behave. You're all a bunch of expendable scraps who'll die off once you can't pay the existence tax anyway, so why not let me enjoy myself a little? Saying this indifferently, Tristan walked slowly across the theater's audience seats, her steps resembling a model on a catwalk in high heels. As she moved, she strummed her harp, turning its music into sharp blades, transforming the strings into deadly white threads that sliced through the air and cut down one fleeing fairy after another. Seriously, this sucks, truly sucks. You trash fairies are already annoying just by existing, and now you can't even be used to vent a little anger. What useless trash. If Mother didn't still need your magical energy, I'd honestly hope every single fairy in this country dropped dead already. There are still humans around anyway, plenty of toys to go around, so whether you exist or not doesn't even matter, does it? Ugh, just die already. Hurry up and die. Stop being an eyesore. All of you, just die. Tristan kept rambling like some spoiled rich girl complaining about how hard life was. Her tone didn't carry much murderous intent, but more like she was casually grumbling to herself. More importantly, that look on her face wasn't scary at all, in fact, it was somewhat cute. However, when a cute girl like her casually spouted off lines like those while chopping off heads nonstop in a public venue, turning a once cheering theater into a sea of blood, the scene was more terrifying than any horror film. Just like that, the slaughter lasted for a full hour. An hour later, there wasn't a single soul left alive in the theater, only puddles of blood and scattered corpses surrounded the girl, creating a scene straight out of hell. If Riezel had been here, he might have recalled the massacre Shaltir had carried out in the northern forest of Irantal. It was just that, while Shaltir had looked satisfied after enjoying her bloodbath, Tristan still looked pissed. That's it. No way. I swear there were a bunch more fairies here just a minute ago. Don't tell me they're hiding. Hey! Get out here. Tristan barked her demands without a shred of reason, but the one who responded was a man walking casually through the sea of corpses and blood, his expression unchanged, even smiling. Everyone already ran off scared, Lady Spinel. He was none other than Barrelgut. What the hell? Tristan complained in frustration. I haven't vented enough yet, Red Barrel. Aren't there any stragglers left? Even if there were, they probably wouldn't be enough for you alone, milady. Barrel shrugged helplessly. Besides, after the mess you just made, I doubt anyone will ever come back to this theater again. What a shame, this was one of the few forms of entertainment left in Fairy Britain, and now it's gone. You don't have to worry about that. Tristan sneered. The more bloodshed and nonsense that happens here, the more excited those fairies get. Believe me, there'll definitely be others coming back. Really? Fairies are really that interesting? Ha ha ha. Beryl suddenly burst out laughing. Well, they're something else compared to humans, who panic the second their lives are in danger. You might not want to think too highly of them. Tristan scoffed. They're just stupid and don't learn anything. Watching others kill or doing the killing themselves makes them all giddy and thrilled, but the second they're the ones about to get killed, they freak out, just like the ones who were here earlier. Ah, so that's how it is, that's no fun anymore. Beryl dropped his smile, lowered his head a little, and let the reflection from his glasses hide his eyes. Even if evildoers are unforgivable, they should at least know they're doing something wrong. If they're totally clueless as they cause harm, then they're nothing but worthless pests. What? Tristan frowned, even more annoyed. Don't say weird stuff people can't understand like that. It makes me look dumb, Red Barrel. Aren't you dumb though? Beryl retorted inwardly but kept a cheerful look on his face. Anyway, you've let off enough steam, haven't you, milady? Are you seriously that angry just because Her Majesty the Queen is getting married? Hearing this, Tristan bit her lip. Indeed, that was exactly why she was in such a foul mood, or else she wouldn't have leaped into the audience and started slaughtering the cheering fairies, getting all pissed at their laughter and applause. Her mother getting married was enough to throw this fairy night completely off the rails. However, Beryl didn't quite get it. It's just a wedding, right? Beryl said in a carefree tone. Shouldn't be a big deal for fairies, should it? As far as he knew, while the fairy kingdom did have married couples, their relationships were way flimsier compared to human ones. Why? It was because fairies didn't have children, or more accurately, didn't need to. Unlike humans, who had to pass on their bloodline, fairies were beings whose origins traced back to nature itself, so their way of giving life to the next generation didn't rely solely on childbirth because there were other methods. For example, the 6 original Ares, also known as the 6 fairies of the beginning, who came to the surface from the inner sea of the planet, could naturally create offspring and members of their race just by existing, which was how the 6 great fairy clans of Fairy Britain came to be. On top of that, when fairies from Fairy Britain died, they would return to the land, and after some time, a new fairy identical to the dead one would appear on that land with the same looks, same power, and same life force. It was as if they had been reincarnated. In other words, the number of fairies in Fairy Britain didn't really change. Unless something unusual happened that prevented the next generation from being born, the population would always return to its original state, no matter how many died. For that reason, the concept of having children didn't exist among the fairies, which, in turn, made adoption more common. As a result, without the need for childbirth, their marriages weren't exactly stable. Instead of forming a real family, it was more like building a shallow alliance of mutual benefit. Some fairies even got married just for fun, curiosity, or just to see what it was like. In this kind of setting, marriage in Fairy Britain wasn't just unprotected by law, but could barely even be considered a social custom. Some twisted fairies even had a habit of hunting down their own partners. Simply put, marriage in Fairy Britain wasn't just meaningless, it could also be dangerous. Knowing all this, Beryl figured that Morgan wanting to marry the savior, the one foretold to overthrow her rule, might simply be a twisted kind of amusement. Who knew, maybe the groom who married the witch wouldn't even survive their wedding night. Morgan was, after all, a woman whose name was stained with scandal in the legends of his original world, often called a whore by many. Wouldn't it be more fitting for things to turn out that way? Beryl believed it to be like that, but... You have no idea what Mother has done. Tristan clenched her teeth in anger. What? Beryl raised an eyebrow. No one but me knows, for these past 2,000 years as queen, Mother has been longing for someone. Tristan continued in an extremely irritated and displeased tone. Longing. Beryl responded in shock and disbelief. No way. Longing for someone for 2,000 years? You mean Queen Morgan? Hard to believe, right? But it's the truth. Tristan said, clearly annoyed. I don't know who that person is, but Mother spent half of her reign developing 2 kinds of magecraft just for him. Even I wasn't allowed to use those, the new garden and the stake. At first, I thought that the garden and the stake were high-level special magecrafts only Mother could use, like the tower, but later, she told me they were actually just like the mirror, something she could have handed down to me. She just couldn't do it, because those 2 only worked for that one guy, they were magecraft made solely for him. As Tristan spoke, she angrily flung out her arm and used her sharp nails to slice open the corpse of a nearby fairy, tearing it apart. I realized then, Mother's heart had always belonged to someone. If she were to marry, it would only be with that guy, so there's no way she'd be like other fairies, marrying just anyone. Upon hearing all this, Beryl lowered his gaze. That's really surprising. He muttered under his breath first, then spoke again. So, you're saying the so-called child of prophecy from the rumors is actually the one Her Majesty the Queen has been waiting for all this time. However, the child of prophecy had only arrived in Britain 16 years ago, hadn't he? How could Morgan have longed for that man for 2,000 years? Something was definitely going on here that he didn't know about. Beryl's thoughts began racing, but before he could figure anything out, Tristan spoke again. I don't care about this child of prophecy or whatever. Tristan screamed, her pretty face twisting a little. I don't care who Mother wants to marry, as long as that person doesn't take away any of Mother's love for me. I won't let anyone be more important to her than I am. Mother can love as many people as she wants, but the one she loves most has to be me. Otherwise, I will. She stopped and didn't finish the sentence. Her eyes shimmered with emotion, and whatever she was thinking made her eyes turn red. Seeing this, Beryl's eyes widened. Whoa, Lady Spinel, you're not thinking of killing Her Majesty's future husband, are you? Beryl gave her a troubled look. I mean, I still find it kind of hard to believe Queen Morgan would care that much about one man, but if what you said is true, then hurting him, even if it's you, would surely get punished, right? Beryl knew Morgan spoiled Tristan a lot. Even if Morgan didn't show it outwardly, the way she indulged Tristan was pretty obvious. If Morgan's husband had only shown up for some unimportant reason, then Morgan probably wouldn't have cared if Tristan took him out, and definitely wouldn't have blamed her. However, if the man Morgan chose this time really was the one she had waited and longed for over the past 2,000 years, as Tristan claimed, then no matter how much Morgan doted on her adopted daughter, she wouldn't forgive Tristan if she dared lay a finger on him. Even so, Tristan didn't seem to realize this, or maybe she was just ignoring it on purpose. If he's the one Mother chose, then at the very least, I should be allowed to check him out first, right? Tristan took a deep breath and flashed a bewitching smile. If he dies easily, Mother might think she picked the wrong guy. Upon hearing this, Beryl really wanted to retort, even Lancelot and Gawain couldn't deal with him. What makes you think you can? But in the end, Beryl didn't say it, because saying that would mean stabbing Tristan right in her biggest sore spot. Forget it. Beryl lowered his head, hiding his eyes behind his glasses. Either way, I want to see what this so-called child of prophecy is like too, so I might as well take a look and see where he came from. Chapter 487, A Series of Upheavals. In the following period, Fairy Britain experienced a series of upheavals. Her Majesty is getting married soon. Her supposed partner is the child of prophecy who rang the bell of pilgrimage in Salisbury a few days ago. Salisbury was nearly destroyed, yet the one responsible is now going to become the Queen's husband. Fairy Knight Lancelot, Fairy Knight Gawain, and Fong clan head Woodwose had fought the child of prophecy together, and now the child of prophecy is under house arrest in Camelot. News like this gradually spread over time. Especially with the Wind clan fanning the flames, the speed at which it circulated far exceeded normal expectations. In just a few days, the incident in Salisbury and its aftermath had reached the ears of every fairy, becoming common knowledge throughout the land, which stirred quite a commotion across the fairy kingdom. For instance, the factions that had been openly or secretly resisting Morgan frowned upon hearing the news. The child of prophecy actually fell into the Queen's hands. After going through all that trouble to ring the bell of pilgrimage, he just got captured like that. What can you do? 2 fairy knights and a clan head joined forces, and those 3 are all known for their strength. Even for the child of prophecy, going up against all 3 at once and losing isn't surprising. But what's Morgan thinking? Why would she marry the very child of prophecy, who's supposed to overthrow her according to the prophecy? That witch is definitely up to something. Just like that, those rebelling against Morgan each started speculating, trying to figure out what she was scheming. But considering they didn't even know Morgan had left the throne and personally acted in Salisbury, how could they possibly guess what she had in mind? In fact, not even the clan heads who had always remained loyal to Morgan knew what kind of game she was playing. She's really marrying the child of prophecy. Her Majesty sure made a move no one saw coming. In the port city of Norwich, Spriggan, the head of the Earth clan, chuckled a few times after hearing the news before he went off to prepare wedding gifts so he could attend the wedding ceremony. I'm not going. That witch might be waiting for me to leave my territory. Murian, the head of the Wing clan, was just as surprised by the news, but she rejected the wedding invitation without hesitation. Instead, she sent her prepared gift to Camelot and stayed in Gloucester without any intention of leaving the city. Meanwhile, the King clan, having only one member and already somewhat opposed to the Queen's faction, took note of the situation but made no statement. In other words, the head of the King clan had no plans to attend Morgan's wedding either. As for the Mirror clan, they had nearly vanished entirely due to special circumstances, so their head naturally wouldn't be attending the wedding either. In the Grand Hall of Oxford, Woodwose had been in a volatile state ever since returning from Salisbury. He had killed several humans and even some fairies to vent his anger, plunging Oxford into a state of unrest. On the other hand, the Cathedral of the Ash Tree in Salisbury was in even worse shape. It had been partially destroyed in the recent battle and was now undergoing extensive reconstruction. Aurora herself had appeared in the city to comfort many fairies and humans, showing no intention of criticizing the Queen's actions. As for the other fairies in Fairy Britain, some treated the whole situation as lively gossip, while others debated it intensely, and quite a few were even lamenting. Is the child of prophecy really going to marry Her Majesty? If that's the case, will the prophesied war between the true king and the false king still happen? Probably not anymore. Figures, prophecies never reliable. I was really hoping the child of prophecy would overthrow the Queen. At the very least, I wanted a full-on war that dragged in all the fairies. Looks like there won't be any war. What a letdown. Among all the topics, these were the sorts of things the fairies were sighing about, forming the dominant opinion among the public. Many fairies believed that with Morgan marrying the child of prophecy, the war mentioned in the prophecy would never come to pass. At the very least, the prophesied savior was now in Morgan's hands, and escaping from Camelot would be extremely difficult. At this rate, the child of prophecy might fade into obscurity, never to rise again, let alone overthrow Morgan's rule. Of course, there were still some fairies who thrived on chaos, hoping for conflict like gamblers placing bets. Maybe the child of prophecy can actually escape from Camelot. Come on, we're talking about the savior who was given the title of true king. If the goal is the Queen, then something like Camelot shouldn't be that hard to get away from, right? Even if they end up becoming husband and wife, that wouldn't be a bad outcome either. Yeah, the true king and the false king, married to each other and clashing on the battlefield in a death match, just thinking about it sounds fun. Right. Just like that, the fairies' twisted nature was stirred up in the worst way. In the end, various factions started moving both openly and in secret. For example, the King clan, as well as the Round Table Army, which was made up of humans resisting Morgan, began to take action. Even the calamity that had recently shown up in Norwich seemed to be getting worse, as if it had sensed the unrest within Fairy Britain and wanted to get involved. As a result, there had been a noticeable increase in the moss wandering through the wilderness lately. Even the Queen's army began intensifying its movements under Morgan's orders. Some were sent to the cities of the great clans to discuss the wedding with the clan heads, while others patrolled Fairy Britain, occasionally eliminating the moss, clearly trying to issue a warning and keep potential troublemakers in check. Morgan herself even made a declaration right in front of the envoys and officials. I don't want something insignificant to disturb my wedding. It couldn't have been a clearer threat. Many fairies immediately picked up on Morgan's real message. Her Majesty the Queen was basically saying this: if anyone dared to disrupt her wedding, she wouldn't hesitate to personally teach them a painful lesson. Needless to say, that was enough to scare off quite a few fairies who had just wanted to sit back and watch the chaos unfold. After all, Morgan was no benevolent ruler but a witch who had ruled the top of Britain for over 2,000 years through fear and terror, someone who had once single-handedly crushed the 6 great clans and unified Fairy Britain through sheer brute force. After becoming queen, she rarely left her throne again, but if she ever did return to the battlefield, how many people would die? No one even wanted to imagine it. As a result, the envoys quickly became more obedient, and the Queen's army ramped up its activity. Meanwhile, the factions opposing Morgan saw which way the wind was blowing and started backing off one after another. Under these circumstances, Riezel found himself living a surprisingly peaceful life in the royal palace. Because he couldn't leave Camelot, Riezel had no way to fight others to accumulate Excelia, nor could he go on any journeys, since all he could do was wander around. Whether it was inside the palace or outside, he had pretty much explored every corner of Camelot. It seemed Morgan had issued an order telling her people to ignore Riezel and let him move freely, so wherever he went, there were no restrictions, not even the palace treasury was off limits. Is she not worried I'll just empty this place out? Riezel had seriously thought about using this chance to teach Morgan a harsh lesson, to show her that this pile of gold and treasures couldn't even fill a single corner of the storage space inside the dimensional magic cube. However, after thinking it over, Riezel gave up on that childish idea of revenge. Even if I really did empty the whole place, that witch probably wouldn't even care. Sure, the treasury of a country was supposed to be an important resource, but would someone like Morgan care? No, she wouldn't. Even if the treasury was looted clean, the ones affected would be the country itself, or more specifically, the fairies of this country. Besides, whether the fairies lived or died, Morgan couldn't care less. For this reason, even if Riezel cleaned out the treasury, it wouldn't mean anything to Morgan and wouldn't hurt her in the slightest. Knowing that, Riezel stopped bothering with the so-called treasury and went off to check out other places. Honestly, the part of the palace that interested him the most was the library. It didn't just store tons of books like grimoires, but also held various magic items. He took a general look through everything and found that whether it was the grimoires or the magic items, all of them carried a considerable amount of magical energy. If he were to classify them using the item grade system from the world of Overlord, with ranks from low to high being low, mid, high, top, legacy, relic, legendary, divine, and world, then all of these grimoires and magic items could at least be ranked legacy class, and some could even be considered legendary class. Did Morgan make all of these? Riezel had every reason to suspect that. First of all, there were only 2 magi in all of Fairy Britain. Even if Artoria was counted, that only made 3, and among them, only Morgan had the ability to create grimoires and magic items of this level. Too bad they're useless to me. Riezel couldn't help but think that with some regret. He could sense that the grimoires either contained some obscure magecraft or served as auto-defense items against enemies, but their power was mediocre at best. In Riezel's hands, they were nothing but dead weight. For someone like him, who could use Almighty to directly memorize magic and reproduce it, learning magecraft himself was completely unnecessary. If he needed help against enemies, he could summon monsters or release mechanical dolls, so these grimoires served no purpose for him. Meanwhile, although the mystic codes were a bit more useful, Riezel hadn't found anything among them that suited his needs. In other words, while this library might be impressive, it was of no use to him. If Morgan's mirror, tower, garden, or coffin were here, that'd be worth something. Needless to say, the grand magecrafts Morgan had created, mirror, tower, garden, coffin, each held immense value and potent mystery. Mirror was a time-space transfer magecraft that included magecrafts like the water mirror, which could even banish modern things into ancient eras, and the infinity mirror, which allowed dimensional travel through the link between a main mirror and its sub-mirrors. When compared to Riezel's teleportation and time magic, its practical uses were not inferior. Meanwhile, the garden was a magecraft that trapped specific targets inside corresponding cages. Its variants included Sweet Dreams, Dark Abyss, Lost Will, and The Innocent, each with different effects. For instance, the Garden of the Innocent, also known as the Garden of Avalon, could trap those heavily burdened by sin, and only those free of sin could break free, while the Garden of Lost Will whittled away the hearts of its targets by stripping away their delusions and torturing them with self-loathing. Riezel had also recently encountered Morgan's Garden, which sealed off part of the world and prevented any magecraft or magic from working inside. Coffin, on the other hand, was a magecraft that froze the life of the user or another person, basically artificial hibernation. Anyone sealed inside would remain unchanged, even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Theoretically, one could even survive the end of the world with it. As for Tower, it was Morgan's trump card, an unbelievably powerful magecraft with a range wide enough to cover all of Fairy Britain and could even target places outside of it and strike accurately across entire worlds. From the various astonishing effects of these grand magecrafts, one could see how exceptional Morgan's ability as a magus had been. It was truly unbelievable that Morgan had managed to develop so many types of grand magecraft all on her own, including time-space magecraft and life-freezing magecraft. Of course, this wasn't even all Morgan could do. Not only had she developed a grand magecraft called the Stake, which even Riezel got caught up in, but she had also forcibly branded command spells onto every fairy across Fairy Britain and extracted magical energy from them. Such feats were far beyond what ordinary magi or even magicians could achieve. If this library held legacies of grand magecrafts like Mirror, Tower, Garden, or Coffin, even Riezel would have been tempted. Unfortunately, it didn't. However, just because it's not here now doesn't mean it won't be in the future, right? Riezel glanced behind him, then placed a hand over his chest for a moment before leaving the palace library and returning to his room. It was worth noting that over the past few days, Lancelot and Gawain had stopped by Riezel's place quite a few times. Apparently, the two fairy knights who had been locked in a deadly fight with Riezel not long ago seemed to be treating him like an old friend ever since arriving in Camelot, as proven by how they had been dropping by casually without hesitation. And the reason for their visits was simple, just to chat. Are fairy knights always this free? Riezel had said this straight to their faces, but the two fairy knights were even more direct than he expected. Her Majesty didn't send me to the front lines. I guess she wants me in the palace in case someone tries to break in and rescue you. At Riezel's question, Gawain had responded bluntly without a shred of lie. Lancelot was even more straightforward. I'm just free. Is there a problem? As Lancelot said this, she tilted her head with an expression that looked genuinely confused, leaving Riezel almost speechless. Whatever. As long as you two are enjoying yourselves. Riezel didn't bother with the two of them anymore and simply made sure the drinks kept coming. On the other hand, Morgan, who would soon become Riezel's wife, had not shown up again ever since their separation in the throne room, as if she had completely forgotten about him, staying inside the throne room 24 hours a day without ever stepping out. Well, that's just how Her Majesty is. Her Majesty normally never leaves the throne. Gawain and Lancelot had said this in response to Riezel's curiosity. It was also because of this reason that when Morgan suddenly left the throne and appeared on the battlefield back in Salisbury, Lancelot, Gawain, and even Woodwose were completely shocked. It was exactly because Morgan rarely left the throne that her sudden presence in Salisbury had shaken them so much. Naturally, that also proved one thing. You were worth enough for Her Majesty to leave the throne. Don't know why, but it's obvious Her Majesty values you a lot. Upon hearing this from Gawain and Lancelot, Riezel was left in silence for a long while. Regardless, he didn't go to the throne room to find Morgan but continued his laid-back days in the palace, acting like she didn't exist. A man and a woman who were less than a month away from getting married, living under the same roof while acting like the other didn't exist, each doing their own thing, if anyone knew, they would definitely find it strange. In any case, that was exactly how things were between Riezel and Morgan. One roamed freely around the palace all day, the other holed up in the throne room, never stepping out. It was quite the stark contrast. Today was no different. Riezel, still treating Morgan like she didn't exist, went out for a stroll before eventually returning to his room. However, just as he was about to step inside, his foot froze mid-step. Nothing had changed in the familiar room he had stayed in for days, everything looked just like the first time he saw it. Riezel quietly stood there for a moment before walking in and shutting the door. In the strange silence of the room, he walked forward until he reached the center, and stopped. Here, huh? Riezel suddenly turned to face the mirror beside him and pointed a finger at it. Surprisingly, instead of reflecting Riezel's figure, the mirror showed an unfamiliar image of a girl. Foo-foo. Letting out a seductive laugh, the girl in the mirror pointed a finger at Riezel like a gun, and in the next second, a pitch-black magic bullet shot out from the mirror, heading straight for him. At the same time, Riezel's extended finger fired a fireball at the girl in the mirror. Boom. In that instant, the fireball and the magic bullet collided midair and exploded against each other. Chapter 488, Human. Mystic Eyes. Boom. As a violent, explosive sound reverberated, crimson flames and pitch-black magical energy burst through the room, blowing away all the furniture, flipping the carpet on the floor, and even cracking the floorboards, shaking the entire room. With such impact, the mirror in the room naturally didn't stand a chance. It shattered instantly, scattering into a rain of glass shards. At the moment the mirror broke, the girl within it leaped out and landed opposite Riezel. Riezel, however, treated the incoming explosion and flames as if they were nothing. Even while standing in the middle of it, he didn't take a single step back, not even his clothes were damaged. He simply turned around in a relaxed manner and looked at the girl who had landed in front of him. Oh my, you found me. Saying this, the girl who emerged from the mirror was smiling, showing no remorse at all for launching a surprise attack meant to kill him. Fairy Knight Tristan. Riezel gave her a quick once-over and spoke her name, but she unexpectedly attacked again without warning. Ting-ling-ling. As a melody rang out, a wave of invisible harp strings shot out like a meat grinder, tearing toward Riezel. The ferocity and sheer force of the attack left no doubt, she fully intended to shred him to pieces. Body of effulgent Heliodor. Riezel calmly cast defensive magic, causing golden magical energy to shimmer across his body. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, countless invisible slashes landed on Riezel, stirring up the sounds of flesh being torn. However, under the effect of his defensive magic, which nullified slash attribute attacks, the furious assault completely lost its power and didn't harm him in the slightest. Not even a single drop of blood was drawn. TCH. Tristan, holding a harp, clicked her tongue in annoyance. Why won't you just die already? Tristan said with an irritated expression. I was being really generous here, you know. Skipped the torture and went straight to giving you a quick death. Turning down someone's kindness like that is just plain rude, don't you think? Hearing this, Riezel narrowed his eyes at the irritated Tristan, then suddenly extended his finger again. Lightning. Sparks of electricity crackled at Riezel's fingertip before they shot out as a thin bolt of lightning aimed straight at Tristan. Tristan's annoyed expression shifted slightly as she instinctively dodged, leaving her original position. Boom. Riezel's lightning, like a laser beam, struck the wall with a muffled bang and exploded, briefly revealing a faint transparent barrier. Thanks to that transparent barrier, the wall hit by the magic wasn't damaged, only arcs of lightning danced across its surface. Riezel lowered his hand. Why'd you dodge it? Riezel looked at the sour-faced Tristan and asked with mock confusion, wouldn't it be better if you just died already? Using your own words, that'd be a generous thing to do, right? You. Tristan was clearly fuming upon hearing Riezel's words. Clap, 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 clap. At that moment, a slow round of applause suddenly echoed through the room. Ha ha ha, someone actually managed to talk back to Lady Spinel like that. Now that's rare. A man walked out from the shadows, clapping as he laughed heartily. Red Barrel. Tristan glared furiously at the man, who raised both hands in a mock gesture of surrender. Sorry. It's just not every day you see someone stand up to you like that, milady. And this guy's nothing like Woodwose, who only knows how to hurl insults. I mean, that was one hell of a clean comeback, it really caught me off guard. Tristan turned her head away in frustration at the man's overly gleeful tone. If it had been anyone else talking about her like that, Tristan probably would have chopped off their leg by now, but Beryl was the only one she ever let off the hook like this. It was a kind of special treatment no one else got. Beryl gut. Riezel looked a bit surprised as he saw the lanky, wolf-like man. So this guy came along too. Yo, how's it going? Beryl, completely unaware that Riezel had only recently decided to start paying attention to him, greeted Riezel enthusiastically when he noticed Riezel staring at him with surprise. Didn't think someone like me, just a humble little human, would be known by Her Majesty the Queen's future husband. I'm honored. At these words, the surprise faded from Riezel's expression. A humble little human. Riezel gave Beryl a look filled with meaning. You're no humble human. Oh. Beryl dropped the smile from his face and stared at Riezel. Sounds like you know a lot about me. No wonder you caught the Queen's eye. But seriously, this is really surprising. I've never heard a single rumor saying the so-called child of prophecy is actually a human, you know. As soon as Beryl said this, it wasn't just Riezel, Tristan also had a huge reaction. What? He's a human? Tristan exclaimed in shock. Yep. Beryl kept his easygoing tone. Not sure why the other fairies didn't notice, but me. I could tell right away, just from intuition. In Fairy Britain, fairies usually relied on scent, magical energy, and appearance to tell themselves apart from humans. In the past, both Artoria and Woodwose had judged Riezel by appearance, deciding he wasn't a fairy from the four great fairy clans, Earth, Fong, Wing, or Mirror. Given the King clan had only one member and the Mirror clan had all but vanished, Woodwose figured Riezel must be a fairy from paradise, the legendary child of prophecy. Meanwhile, Artoria herself didn't fully match the typical looks of the four great fairy clans either, because just like Riezel, she looked a lot like a human. But if that was the case, why had no one ever suspected she was a human? It was because fairies could rely on their extraordinary senses to distinguish humans, detecting the scent on them that differed from that of fairies, and could also sense the magical energy in humans, which was different from that of fairies. As a result, even though Artoria looked like a human, no one questioned her identity because she smelled like a fairy and had fairy-like magical energy. In that case, why hadn't anyone figured out Riezel was a human? It was thanks to the selfless state and the skill known as Pioneer of the Sun's selfless state suppressed his fighting spirit and aura, reducing his presence to the bare minimum, which made his scent and magical energy hard to detect, making it nearly impossible for an average fairy to realize he was a human. Overall, only beings with extremely sharp senses might notice something off, yet even that slim chance was almost entirely erased, thanks to Pioneer of the Sun. One of the effects of Pioneer of the Sun was the ability to transform its user into a sort of spiritual being, so while Riezel was still human, he also carried qualities similar to a spirit or elf born from nature. And where did fairies originate? Tracing back to their source, they were essentially extensions of the world itself, fragments of nature, spiritual offshoots born from within the planet. In other words, Riezel and A-Ray actually had something in common, or rather, it was Pioneer of the Sun that granted him a spiritual nature similar to A-Ray's. Most people couldn't detect this quality, but beings with abnormally keen senses could. Thanks to that, every fairy had misunderstood and assumed Riezel was a fairy, not a human. Even Artoria, if not for her fairy eyes that could see through lies, might have doubted Riezel's claim of being a human, even if he said it right to her face. No doubt, she wouldn't have been completely sure without those special eyes. Beryl, on the other hand, saw right through Riezel at a glance. He didn't rely on scent, magical energy, or appearance since his judgment came from something vague and intangible, pure instinct. Maybe it's more about the atmosphere. Beryl shrugged casually. Well, fairies have heightened senses, but they've also developed a habit of putting too much trust in their own abilities. On top of that, most fairies don't care about details and only like flashy or fun stuff, so for them, trying to tell subtle differences in the aura or whatever must be pretty tough, right? However, what Tristan cared about had nothing to do with that. Who cares about stuff like that? Tristan glared at Riezel like she was looking at something filthy. Did he seriously trick all of us? Since Riezel was a human, that meant he couldn't be the child of prophecy because the child of prophecy was a fairy from paradise, not a human, that much was certain. It was precisely because of this that Tristan said they had all been tricked by Riezel, completely and thoroughly. Beryl, however, looked completely unbothered. Oh, come on, this guy doesn't even have the staff of selection mentioned in the prophecy. Isn't that enough to say he probably isn't the child of prophecy? Beryl said with a smile. Rather than saying he tricked us, maybe it's more accurate to say we were fooled by woodwoes. In the first place, Riezel had never once said he was the child of prophecy, nor had he admitted it. It was all because of woodwoes running around spouting nonsense that the fairies started thinking Riezel was the one. Well, this is getting pretty interesting now. So, the so-called child of prophecy that got captured turns out to be a fake, and the Queen's future husband isn't a fairy of paradise but a human. If word gets out, Britain's bound to be shaken up pretty bad, don't you think? Beryl grinned widely, looking like someone thoroughly enjoying the show. Tristan, on the other hand, looked like she was about to explode. I'm going to tell Mother right now. She quickly turned around, ready to leave. In her mind, her dear mother must have been deceived too, which was the only reason she would want to marry this fraud. If the one she was supposed to marry was the true child of prophecy, then this human definitely wasn't it, so Tristan naturally had to expose him fast and get her mother to take back her decision. However, that was just Tristan overthinking things. Lady Spinel, I doubt Her Majesty the Queen doesn't knows her future husband is a human. Beryl stroked his chin thoughtfully. Other fairies might be kept in the dark, but Queen Morgan. Impossible. It was just Beryl's gut feeling, but at the very least, he didn't believe someone like Morgan, a peerless great witch who had developed all kinds of grand magecraft, could be fooled by something this simple. Morgan surely knew that the man she had chosen as her future husband was a human, not the child of prophecy. Yet, what was the result? Even though she knew he wasn't the child of prophecy, she still declared she was going to marry him. And when one added in what Tristan said earlier about the garden and the stake, Beryl started to feel more and more like Morgan, and this mysterious human had some kind of secret he wasn't aware of. As a result, Beryl's gaze toward Riezel grew deeper and more intense. In response, Riezel met Beryl's gaze head-on, his eyes filled with something between amusement and mischief. Shit. As soon as he saw that look in Riezel's eyes, Beryl felt something click in his mind like a warning going off. Unfortunately, by the time he tried to react, it was already too late. As the air subtly shifted, Beryl could clearly feel it, he couldn't move anymore. Riezel's eyes shimmered with strange colors as he stared at him, and that alone was enough to bind him in place. Mystic eyes. Beryl shouted internally. Mystic eyes referred to a form of supernatural power concentrated in the eyes, granting the ability to interfere with the outer world through sight alone. A magus with mystic eyes didn't need to chant or prepare a magic formula. Just by using their gaze, they could apply the magecraft engraved in their mystic eyes to targets within their line of sight. There were many types of mystic eyes, each with different effects depending on their nature. Some could charm. Some could suggest. Some could bind. Others could burn, create hallucinations, petrify, effects so powerful that some mystic eyes could even kill with just a look. Truly terrifying. Because direct eye contact would significantly amplify the power and effects of the mystic eyes, not only was it dangerous to look at them directly, but simply being seen could trap someone in the user's magecraft with almost no way to guard against it. For this reason, in the world of magecraft, possessing mystic eyes was considered a mark of being a first-class magus. Beryl couldn't help but silently curse himself. How could he be so careless as to forget the threat of a powerful magus and stare straight at them? It was practically a death wish. What Beryl didn't know was that Riezel didn't actually possess mystic eyes and had only activated a type of magic. It was a magic spell that allowed the user to select an ability from the different gaze effects, forcing the target into fear, panic, confusion, or even madness, evil eye. Fear would trigger a sense of dread in the target, slowing them down and weakening their hostile behavior. Panic would send the target into a deep fear, making them desperate to escape the one causing it, which in turn made them unable to take any combat actions. Confusion, as the name implied, would cause the target to lose control of their actions. Madness was a permanent abnormal status that couldn't be cured unless healed by magic, which caused those afflicted to enter a berserk state, and in severe cases, might even turn against their own allies. At this moment, Riezel had activated the evil eye, but not to inflict fear, panic, confusion, or madness, but to bind his target. It was an effect not originally included in the evil eye, but perhaps because Riezel's mage development ability had leveled up to D rank, he had discovered over the past few days that some of his magic effects had become stronger and had even gained new capabilities. In the world of Danmachi, an adventurer with a Falna needed to fulfill two conditions to level up. 1. Achieve remarkable feats and accumulate enough high-rank Excelia. 2. Raise one of the 5 basic abilities, STR, END, DEX, AGI, or MAG, to the 6th rank, which was the D rank. Maybe it was for this reason that when Mage reached D rank, the development ability began to show some changes in how it assisted magic. Mage could enhance various aspects of magic, but its exact supportive effects were never clearly stated, which was why Riezel believed it might even help him replicate magic enhancements seen in the world of Overlord. In this situation, reaching D rank had seemingly granted it even more unique support functions. However, that was just Riezel's guess since he wasn't entirely sure yet. Maybe he could verify it after returning to the world of Danmachi. For now, his evil eye had indeed changed and allowed him to apply an abnormal status like binding, causing those with low resistance to magic to become immobilized. As a human, Beryl was unlike fairies who were born with natural mystery and resistance to magecraft and magic, so he was clearly someone Riezel's magic could affect. Consequently, annoyed by Beryl's stare, Riezel directly cast the evil eye on him, and just like that, Beryl got caught. If it continued, Riezel might even use the evil eye to inflict more abnormal statuses, including madness, the one with the worst consequences. Unfortunately for Riezel, there was someone who was deeply obsessed with Beryl, and she wasn't about to just stand there and let that happen. What are you doing? Tristan's face changed the moment she sensed something was wrong, and without hesitation, she launched a magecraft at Riezel. Black magical energy gathered at her fingertips and condensed into a dark bullet, which shot toward Riezel's heart. However, Riezel didn't choose to counterattack this time but used a type of magic that was practically a natural enemy to any magus or magician. Sacrament, Will Mirror. As soon as Riezel finished the chant, darkness gathered in front of him and formed a magic mirror that floated before him. Boom. In that instant, the dark magic bullet slammed into the mirror. Buzz. However, instead of shattering, the magic mirror only trembled slightly as the dark magic bullet hit it, before a stream of light flashed across its surface, absorbing the bullet, and then instantly reflecting it back the next second. What? Tristan's expression turned to shock. Boom. Her own dark magic bullet struck her, engulfing her body completely. Chapter 489, So, You Can Feel Fear. In the chaotic, wrecked room, dark magical energy burst out, causing the transparent barrier surrounding the area to flicker into view once again. It was none other than a magecraft barrier set up by Tristan. In order to make a move against Riezel, this violent-tempered fairy knight had used opposing mirrors to arrive in the room before Riezel returned and had laid down a magecraft barrier to seal it off. Her original intent was to prevent Riezel from escaping and to keep others from noticing any disturbance and barging in, but now, this barrier had instead become a shield that protected Riezel from the aftermath of every attack, turning the fairy knight who targeted him into prey left with no one to rescue her. You bastard. Tristan, engulfed by the dark magical energy, suddenly leaped out, completely unharmed. Needless to say, this fairy knight, like the other fairies, had a high resistance to magecraft and magic alike. Having her own magecraft reflected back at her by Riezel only made Tristan even more furious, so with a sharp wave of her slender hand, she quickly unleashed several razor-sharp slashes in retaliation. From her slender fingers, nails suddenly extended, long and sharp like the claws of a demon, swinging straight toward Riezel. Body of effulgent Helioder. Riezel immediately used his most effective defensive magic, ignoring one slash after another as they struck him. Triplet magic, Obsidian Sword. Right after, Riezel cast another magic, causing magical energy to flicker around him. Within the shimmering, magical light, 3 obsidian swords glowing with a dark black light materialized. Hovering around Riezel, the surface of each sword looked rough, as if they were stone tools crafted from rock. In the next moment, the obsidian swords suddenly shot forward as if guided by will, launching a fierce assault on Tristan. Get lost. Tristan waved her slender hands, her sharp claws slashing cold arcs through the air as they struck the incoming obsidian swords. Clang, clang, clang. All 3 obsidian swords were knocked away by Tristan's claws, sending sparks flying with each impact, but those swords halted midair, paused, and shot toward her again. Clang, 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 clang. As Tristan kept batting away the obsidian swords, the room echoed with the sound of clashing metal. Sparks scattered around her with every collision, blooming like fireworks, creating a scene oddly pleasing to the eye. Even though the 3 obsidian swords were constantly deflected, they adjusted their paths immediately each time and resumed their attack, as if invisible swordsmen were wielding them, striking again and again at Tristan with relentless persistence and a natural, fluid rhythm. What kind of magecraft is this? Annoyed by the constant harassment from the obsidian swords, Tristan was just about to play her harp to destroy them when Beryl, who had been immobilized nearby, suddenly spoke. Attack the caster. Berylgut, wild like a wolf, appeared to be wrestling against the force binding him. Veins bulged on his forehead as he struggled and gave Tristan a strained warning. Only then did Tristan snap back to her senses and lunge straight toward Riezel, ignoring the obsidian swords. Tristan was aware that her slashes, whether from strumming the harp or swinging her claws, weren't working, and nothing seemed effective against Riezel. On top of that, due to the strange magic mirrors effect, her magecraft not only failed to reach Riezel but would bounce back instead. Not daring to use magecraft anymore, she had no choice but to go in for direct hand-to-hand combat to launch an attack on him. Unfortunately. Too slow. Even though Tristan dashed at him like a vampire in the night with incredible speed, Riezel still spoke calmly. Shard buckshots. In the next second, a magic circle appeared in front of Riezel, and from it, blasts of crystal buckshot, each larger than a fist, burst out, blasting toward the incoming Tristan. You're the slow one. Tristan let out a scornful sneer. With a sweep of her hand, she prepared to slash the incoming crystal buckshot apart with her claws, but at that moment, 3 obsidian daggers came flying in. They chased right behind her, aiming at her from above, from the side, and from below. As they cut through the air, they immediately slashed toward her. Swish, swish, swish. Amid these tearing sounds, Tristan, who had no time to react, was struck one after another by the obsidian swords. Her wrist, ankle, and shoulder were all suddenly slashed, blood spurting out from each wound. Arg. Feeling the sudden pain, Tristan flinched and cried out. Fool. Seeing Tristan stop, Beryl shouted in anger, but by now, even if he wanted to warn her, it was already too late. Bang, 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 bang. Shot after shot of crystal buckshot pounded against Tristan's body, unleashing a series of dull explosions, causing her whole body to tremble violently as she was hit from every direction. Arg. A scream finally tore from Tristan's mouth. Looking like a princess, the stunningly beautiful girl was mercilessly battered. Blood burst from every part of her body as she was pierced, scraped, and torn apart by the crystal buckshot. Before long, she was drenched in blood. Seeing this, Riezel narrowed his eyes. Twine plant. With an expressionless face, Riezel cast the next magic, causing vines to suddenly sprout from the floor beneath Tristan, as if nourished by blood like a thriving lawn, climbing onto her body. Tristan was immediately bound, rendered completely immobile, just like Beryl. Tisk. Beryl clicked his tongue with a grim look, clearly realizing how this fight would end. Even while crying out in pain and struggling furiously, Tristan alone seemed unaware that she was no match for Riezel. Let go of me. Damn human. Tristan, soaked in blood, screamed hysterically. Still emotionless, Riezel raised his hand, making the 3 obsidian swords fly toward Tristan once more. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, the obsidian swords circled Tristan, slashing into her body again and again, causing fresh spurts of blood to spray from all over her. Arf. Another scream burst from Tristan, her voice filled with unmistakable agony. And just like that, this scene went on until the 3 obsidian swords finally shattered. Obsidian sword was a magic that created enchanted swords capable of attacking enemies as if they had a will of their own, where the caster could control them directly or let them attack freely. While they weren't highly lethal, they dealt physical damage rather than magical damage, which made them useful against opponents with high magic resistance. Its only drawback was the time limit, or rather, the durability limit. Just like how Force Sanctuary would lose durability with every hit until it vanished, the swords created by Obsidian Sword also had low durability. If the enemy blocked the attacks, the durability would drop faster. For this reason, they weren't suited for defense, only offense, which helped slow the rate at which their durability dropped. Nevertheless, no matter how slow it was, continuous attacks would eventually wear down the Obsidian Swords. As a result, once their durability hit 0, all 3 Obsidian Swords shattered at once, finally bringing relief to the tormented Tristan. Ugh. Now, Tristan had lost all her strength to resist, hanging limply in front of Riezel while still bound by the vines. Riezel gazed indifferently at her for a moment before speaking up. Compared to Gawain and Lancelot, you're really weak. Riezel's words struck Tristan right in her deepest wound. Regardless, just as Riezel had said, compared to Gawain and Lancelot, Tristan truly was weak. If both Gawain and Lancelot could be rated as level 8 opponents by him, then based on Tristan's performance, she might not even reach level 7. Yes, this adopted daughter of Queen Morgan, the Princess of Fairy Britain, a fairy knight, and the Lord of New Darlington, did not even measure up to level 7 in terms of strength. Maybe compared to regular fairies, Tristan was strong, but when placed next to the likes of Gawain and Lancelot, the only label that fit her was weak. No wonder Morgan taught you magecraft. It's because without it, you wouldn't even stand a chance against other fairies. No one could blame Riezel for saying this. After all, in Fairy Britain, magecraft had always been considered an unnecessary ability, where, aside from Morgan, almost no fairy ever bothered with it. At first glance, it seemed as though Tristan had studied magecraft to inherit her mother's ability, but Riezel had a strong feeling Morgan had only taught her magecraft in hopes of making her a little stronger. Maybe Tristan herself realized that as well, which was why Riezel's blunt statement twisted her expression. Let go of me. Tristan began struggling violently again. Seeing how frenzied she looked, Riezel had every reason to believe that the moment he released her, she would lunge at him. Even if it meant dying together, this blood-soaked girl was radiating an aura that said she would rip out his throat without hesitation. Understanding this, Riezel's gaze turned cold. He wasn't exactly a kind-hearted person. Besides, this wasn't even a matter of whether or not to show mercy. Just the fact that Tristan had suddenly shown up out of nowhere to assassinate him, going all out from the start with every strike aimed to kill, that alone gave Riezel enough reason to deal with her. Even if he knew that, in the original work, she was a pitiful character, that wasn't a good enough reason for Riezel to let her go. If you're ready to kill, you'd better be ready to be killed. Holding this belief, Riezel slowly stepped toward Tristan. Create greater item. A pitch-black sword formed in Riezel's hand, and he gripped it tightly. Seeing this, Tristan didn't react immediately, but Beryl's face changed first. You're going to kill Morgan's daughter? Asking in surprise, the way Beryl looked at Riezel shifted completely. Upon hearing Beryl's words, Tristan finally snapped back to reality as her twisted expression faded, replaced by fear. Riezel's voice then came calmly, like still water. So, you can feel fear. As Riezel finished speaking, he stood before Tristan, raised the sword without a hint of hesitation, and brought it down. It was a blindingly fast slash. It was a vicious slash beyond words. No doubt, it was a blow that could cut clean through someone's neck, a lethal, killing strike. Even if the opponent was a fairy, it made no difference. Time seemed to slow down for Tristan. As that impossibly fast slash came down, it felt to her like slow motion as she saw that sword descending toward her. In that instant, countless images flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern, replaying the entirety of her life. In the end, only one figure remained in her thoughts, the most important one. Mother. Tristan cried out instinctively to that figure, the witch who seemed as though she were bound to a cross, about to be consumed by flames. Buzz. Suddenly, the space in front of Tristan began to tremble before it opened like a mirror, revealing a tall figure who appeared right in front of Riezel. Raising a black spear, held like a staff, the figure intercepted Riezel's rapidly approaching sword at the last possible moment. Ding! A sound like a bell echoed as the black sword and the black spear clashed heavily, stirring a strong gust of wind that swept through the entire room. In that instant, time seemed to stop. Riezel and the unexpected intruder locked eyes, both falling into silence. Beryl also fell silent. Only Tristan grew visibly emotional upon seeing the figure that had appeared before her. Mother. Indeed, the intruder was none other than Morgan, the so-called witch who ruled over the cold of winter had once again stepped down from her throne and appeared in front of Riezel. Riezel stared at Morgan. Morgan stared back at Riezel. Though their weapons were still crossed, neither could continue the standoff. Because the power within both of them had started to retreat at an alarming speed, just like the last time Riezel struck at Morgan in Salisbury, the power that had filled their bodies instantly lost its effect. Clearly, this was the effect of the stake of oath, stripping the strength from both sides, rendering them unable to fight. Riezel silently withdrew his sword, casting a cold glare at Morgan. Morgan, however, turned away and faced Tristan. Mother, I. Tristan had just started to speak when suddenly. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap rang out, cutting her off. Chapter 490, I'm not your father. At this moment, the vines that had been wrapped around Tristan had already vanished. Because of stake of oath, Riezel's magic lost its effect due to his standoff with Morgan, so not only was Tristan freed, but even Beryl, who had been restrained nearby, was released as well. Regardless, none of that mattered anymore. Mother. Tristan held her reddened cheek, staring at Morgan in disbelief. Right in front of her, Morgan's hand was still raised in midair, not yet withdrawn, making it perfectly clear who had caused the loud slap in Tristan's reddened cheek. What are you doing? Morgan looked coldly at Tristan, her voice devoid of emotion as she questioned her. I. Tristan couldn't even form a complete sentence. Her body shrank back, and the cruelty and charm she had shown earlier had completely vanished, replaced by a fragile air no one had ever seen from her before, revealing the deep turmoil in her heart. Tell me. What are you doing, Beaban Sith? Morgan continued in the same cold tone. Beaban Sith. It was Tristan's true name. Before becoming a fairy knight and being granted the city of New Darlington, her name had been Beaban Sith. In other words, the name Tristan was a name Morgan had bestowed upon Beaban Sith after she became a fairy knight. In fact, it wasn't just Tristan, Lancelot and Gawain had also been given new names. In other words, the two of them each had original names before becoming fairy knights, and only after receiving Morgan's naming ceremony did they become known as Lancelot and Gawain. Morgan's naming was far more than simply giving someone a new name because it was a ritual imbued with magecraft and mystery, which allowed a fairy knight to gain power they originally did not possess by channeling it through their new name. It was through this process that Sith came to possess her harp, which was actually not her own power, but the power she gained from the name Tristan, a power borrowed from someone else. However, if a fairy knight's true name were ever revealed, the power and identity granted through Morgan's naming could potentially be stripped away, returning them to their original form. Because of this, a fairy knight's true name became something that could not be revealed lightly. It was a forbidden name that should never be spoken. Yet now, Morgan had knowingly uttered Tristan's true name despite those consequences, showing just how truly angry the cold-faced queen was. Mother. Facing Morgan, Tristan was terrified, absolutely petrified. Tristan, who saw Morgan as everything, saw this situation as the very last thing she ever wanted to see. It was the first time Morgan had ever lost her temper in front of Tristan, and also the first time Morgan had laid a hand on her, so this alone was enough to shatter Tristan's composure. I was wrong. Mother. Tristan dropped to her knees in front of Morgan, not even trying to defend herself. Like a frightened puppy scared of being abandoned, she trembled as tears streamed down her face, apologizing over and over. It's all my fault, please don't be angry. Tristan cried and apologized, even bowing her head to the ground as she sobbed. Compared to the brutal and blood-stained image from earlier, the contrast was almost impossible to comprehend. Seeing the scene, Riezel frowned, and Beryl lowered his head, hiding his gaze behind the reflection on his glasses. Morgan, meanwhile, looked down at the kneeling Tristan, and in her usually cold eyes, there was a faint trace of emotion, one no one else could have noticed. However, that trace of emotion was quickly suppressed as Morgan spoke again, her tone still utterly indifferent. I don't want there to be a next time. Understand? Upon hearing this, Tristan responded without hesitation. Yes. I promise there won't be a next time, Mother. Tristan looked as if she had just been pardoned from death, pitiful beyond words. Only then did Morgan let her go and turn to face Riezel. Riezel raised his eyes as well, meeting Morgan's gaze once again. Just like that, the two locked eyes, yet neither spoke a word. After a long moment of silence, Morgan finally opened her mouth. From now on, he's your father. As soon as she finished saying this, Morgan activated the magecraft known as the mirror and stepped into the mirror-like space that opened up before her, vanishing from the room. Riezel silently watched Morgan leave, but his attention was soon drawn to Tristan. Father. Tristan, still looking terrified, lowered her head and called out to Riezel in a trembling, tearful voice. Now, the way she looked at Riezel was no longer filled with murderous intent like before, but as if she was staring at something terrifying. I'm not your father. Riezel frowned again, but... No. Mother said you are my father. Tristan didn't seem to hear Riezel's words and just lowered her head even more, her small body still trembling. Clearly, the way she acted didn't seem like she was asking Riezel to accept the role, but rather that she was afraid Morgan would hate her if she didn't follow her orders, so she forced herself to acknowledge this, father. Riezel's frown couldn't help but deepen. He glanced briefly at the trembling Tristan before turning away and shifting his gaze toward Beryl. Take her out of here. With this calm statement, Riezel walked out of the room without even looking back, as if he had completely lost interest in everything that had just happened. Beryl didn't say anything, but his eyes, hidden behind the glare of his glasses, flickered with thoughts unknown. I'm sorry. Mother. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Tristan remained where she was, trembling and murmuring her regrets, looking utterly pitiful. Beryl stared at her, his gaze showing a mix of pity and ridicule, but above all else, a cold indifference that no one else could detect. Looks like I'll have to rethink everything now. On the other side, Riezel, after leaving his room, didn't wander around like before but walked straight in one direction. It was none other than the direction leading to the throne room. Today, Riezel finally stopped ignoring the existence of the throne room, or rather, stopped ignoring Morgan's existence, and headed straight toward it. Morgan, as if expecting this, had already given orders to the guards. By the time Riezel arrived at the entrance to the throne room, two fairies with horse heads and human bodies stepped forward. Her Majesty has ordered that if your Highness arrives, there's no need to report it. You may proceed directly into the throne room. Please enter the throne room, Your Highness. As the two fairy soldiers respectfully delivered the message, the doors of the throne room slowly opened. Riezel didn't respond to the two fairy guards, as once the doors opened, he simply stepped forward and walked in. Radiating magical energy, the throne came into Riezel's view once again after several days, along with the queen seated upon it. However, the queen didn't turn around and was just gazing outside through the hollowed-out wall, her eyes fixed on the massive pit beyond, her thoughts unclear. Riezel, not minding it, ignored the cold aura and pressure radiating from Morgan and walked straight up to the throne before sitting down. Such a move, if witnessed by someone else, even Gawain, who had been getting along well with Riezel these past few days, would probably have scolded him for such great disrespect. Of course, if it had been someone else, they likely would have been blasted to pieces by Morgan before even reaching the throne. However, since it was Riezel, Morgan chose to overlook it. In the next moment, Morgan slowly withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Riezel. She's not a bad child. Of all things, this was the first thing Morgan said. She just really wants my attention, that's all. Even though Morgan's words were vague, based on everything that had happened, it was pretty clear who she was referring to. Who else could it be but Tristan, whose true name was vowed? You don't need to tell me that. Riezel said flatly. I mean, whether she's good or bad doesn't have much to do with me, does it? It didn't used to. Morgan replied, her crimson lips parting slightly, though her voice remained cold. Something in her tone had shifted as she added in the next moment. But that might not be the case from now on. Hearing this, Riezel immediately looked at her. You seriously want her to see me as her father? Riezel said with a mocking tone. Forget it. Even if she does, it's only because of a direct order from her dearest mother. There's no way she'd ever accept it deep down. It's fine. Morgan spoke calmly, her demeanor back to normal, just like Riezel's. She is more naive than you think. Give it time, and she'll end up relying on you without even realizing it. Vowed's true nature is like that, she can't live without relying on someone. At this, Riezel had only one thing to say. Like how she's obsessed with Gut right now. Morgan fell silent after hearing this. Don't say I didn't warn you, that guy's dangerous. Riezel said lazily, like it didn't concern him. If you really care about your adopted daughter, it'd be best not to let her hang around him anymore. I understand. Morgan finally said after a moment of silence. Even if he's my accomplice, I'll keep your warning in mind. In the next moment, she suddenly changed the subject. By now, you should have pretty much figured out the nature of the stake, right? Her attempt at changing the topic was clumsy, clearly an intentional effort to avoid talking about Beryl. Realizing this, Riezel gave Morgan a long look but didn't call her out on it. As if the matter was settled, Riezel followed Morgan's lead. More or less. Riezel glanced over his shoulder, recalling the skill called the Stake of Oath. Stake of Oath. Fairy's divine protection. Power exceeds the normal limit when fighting alongside a specific individual. Power becomes ineffective when fighting against that specific individual as an enemy. Able to exchange powers and conditions with that specific individual. Inheritance occurs immediately upon meeting the condition of death. After recalling the effects of the Stake of Oath, Riezel lifted his gaze. Even though I still don't know what the divine protection you gave me actually does, if I'm not wrong, once you planted this so-called stake in me, it's like we entered some kind of special contract that can activate under certain conditions. For example, when we fight together against an enemy, both of our powers get a major boost. And another example is when we become enemies, my power stops working, and so does yours. Once we're on opposing sides, we both lose our power. Needless to say, these were the two most obvious effects, so even without analyzing them too deeply, Riezel could already tell their functions just by reading the skill's description. However, the remaining two effects were a bit harder to grasp. Able to exchange powers and conditions with that specific individual. Inheritance occurs immediately upon meeting the condition of death. Riezel hadn't fully figured the effects of these two out, nor did he really understand them, but considering what Morgan said earlier and what was happening now, he had a rough guess about the first one. Under the effect of the stake, the two of us can trade our powers under certain conditions, right? Riezel pointed this out calmly, which made the corners of Morgan's lips lift ever so slightly as she looked at him. Like what? Morgan asked calmly. Like you could set a condition or a requirement for me, and as long as I fulfill that condition or requirement, I'd be able to receive some kind of power from you. Riezel met Morgan's eyes as he spoke his guess. You told me earlier not to leave Camelot, and that was the first condition you gave me, right? In other words, that condition is basically the requirement needed to trigger the power exchange, isn't it? Riezel's guess was confirmed by Morgan's response. It's a bit one-sided, but yes, that's pretty much how it works. Morgan didn't sound sure whether she felt happy or conflicted about it as she quietly explained to Riezel. What I can add is, when someone proposes a condition, they also get to decide what power they're offering in return. And if the power being traded away is way more valuable than the condition itself, then that condition will carry a certain degree of compulsion depending on the situation. In other words, when I set that condition and choose the power I want to trade to you, if that power is too rare and strong while the condition is way too easy, then that condition will become heavily binding. And right now, you're exactly in that state where you're forced to fulfill the condition. Indeed, the only condition Morgan gave was that Riezel couldn't leave Camelot until the wedding was over, which was obviously too simple. Yet that condition ended up binding him, making it impossible for him to leave Camelot before the wedding concluded. Needless to say, this meant one thing: the power Morgan intended to give Riezel in exchange was something incredibly rare and powerful. Chapter 491, Condition and Exchange of Power. Normally, this kind of forceful intrusion into Riezel's body, something capable of interfering with him directly, should have been rendered ineffective by the physical interference immunity effect of self-redemption. However, Morgan had already stated before that her stake wouldn't work on Riezel unless there was some benefit involved. In other words, if there were a benefit, then the situation would be different. Can accept and enhance the effects of friendly buffs. Needless to say, this registered effect listed under self-redemption was the cause. Morgan evidently had learned about this and thus developed a form of magecraft that allowed her stake to affect Riezel by using a more indirect method, imposing a certain degree of restriction that he would accept. And the result of that was the creation of the skill called the Stake of Oath. Riezel had vaguely suspected the mechanism behind it, and now that Morgan had personally confirmed it, it served as solid proof. Still, there was something he couldn't understand. Why are you doing this? Riezel stared straight at Morgan, as if trying to read her thoughts, and asked her this question. I mean, we're enemies, not allies, and yet you gave me divine protection and even made a contract to share your power with me. What are you really after? Just to keep him in Camelot and marry him? Such a reason felt completely absurd to Riezel. He would rather believe Morgan had ulterior motives than accept that the witch who ruled Fairy Britain with cruelty went to such lengths just for a man. Besides, as Riezel said himself, they were enemies, not friends. They hadn't even met face to face before, and yet Her Majesty the Queen was doing all this selfless stuff just to marry him. What was she after? No way it was just because she wanted his body, right? While this thought crossed Riezel's mind, he failed to notice the complex emotion that briefly surfaced in Morgan's eyes, an emotion no one else could quite decipher. Soon, the witch who ruled over winter spoke with indifference. Like I said, you'll understand in time. Hearing this answer again, Riezel stared at Morgan deeply. All right then, let me ask a different question. What kind of power are you planning to give me in return? Riezel's question made Morgan return his gaze just as deeply. You'll understand in time. Morgan repeated the same answer with a cryptic undertone, nearly making Riezel frown on the spot. In the end, Riezel's voice started to turn cold. You really think something like this can hold me back? It wasn't a provocation. Sure, Morgan had used some unique method to place a restriction on him indirectly, but Riezel wasn't without a way to counter it. Among all methods, the simplest was to use the super-tier magic, Wish Upon a Star. With that cheat magic, which could grant wishes, Riezel could easily wish to lift Morgan's condition, remove the stake altogether, and sever the strange connection between them. Compared to Sun-Breathing or Divine Mellow, Wish Upon a Star was the real trump card in Riezel's hand, his strongest option. If not for the fact that using Wish Upon a Star required him to consume his own Excelia, and in severe cases, could even cause his level to drop, he might have already used the super-tier magic to purge the stake from his body long ago. Nevertheless, if push came to shove, Riezel wouldn't hesitate to use it. So what if he lost Excelia? He could just train and earn it back. So what if his level dropped? He would just level up again. In the end, Morgan had no actual leverage over Riezel. If she truly pushed him too far, he would absolutely use Wish Upon a Star to break free from the constraints of the Stake of Oath. Meanwhile, upon hearing Riezel's words, Morgan offered no rebuttal. She didn't even know about the existence of Wish Upon a Star, but I know what you're like. If you ever felt like your freedom was being taken away, you do whatever it takes to break out of that situation. As she said this, Morgan's tone clearly carried a hint of sadness, a bit downcast, like a little girl talking to herself while curled up in the corner of her room in the dark. She truly understood Riezel well. She knew that what he longed for most was freedom, a life without restraints, full of ups and downs. At the very least, hearing Morgan's voice at this moment, Riezel felt like she might even know everything about his previous life. However, that feeling quickly vanished when Morgan's indifferent tone returned. That's why the condition I'm offering is that you stay in Camelot until we're married. Not for your whole life. If it were just staying in Camelot for about a month, Riezel probably wouldn't have felt so strongly opposed, maybe that was what Morgan had in mind. Besides, she couldn't offer a condition that demanded Riezel remain in Camelot for the rest of his life, since that kind of condition would be far too harsh, like imprisoning his entire future. Even if Morgan offered an overwhelmingly powerful power in exchange, it wouldn't have been enough to make it happen. If the power offered in exchange was significantly more valuable than the condition, then the person proposing the condition could enforce it to some degree, but if the power was weaker or cheap in comparison, then not only would the condition lose its binding force, it might not even hold at all. Otherwise, anyone could use an insignificant power to impose ridiculous terms on others. Besides, if the level of restraint and restriction became too severe, turning the Stake of Oath into more of a burden than a benefit, and deeming it a negative, harmful thing, it might no longer affect Riezel at all. In other words, the interference immunity from self-redemption would be in effect, so the effect of the Stake of Oath could be nullified. For this reason, when developing the stake, Morgan had carefully considered all kinds of factors and added multiple restrictions to the magecraft, which was how the stake ended up taking its current form, something that absolutely wouldn't put Riezel at a disadvantage. However, this only made it harder for Riezel to understand. Why did she go to such lengths to do all this? Putting aside the stake of oath for now, even just the fact that Morgan was willing to trade what was likely an incredibly powerful power in exchange for having him stay in Camelot for a single month, it didn't make any sense to him. He truly couldn't figure out what her goal was. Did she really believe that if they got married, he would obediently stay in Camelot and live happily ever after with her? No matter what, she had lived for thousands of years, so there was no way she could still be that naive, right? Unfortunately, Morgan didn't seem like she planned on explaining anything further. She only told Riezel one thing. The divine protection that comes along with the stake, that's part of my essence as a fairy. I gave up that part of myself a long time ago, but if it's you, you should be able to make some use out of it. As for what it does, that's something you'll have to figure out on your own. After leaving him with these words, Morgan said no more about the stake, and then, as the supreme ruler of Britain, she gave her final declaration. Less than a month from now, the wedding will begin. Until then, take your time and enjoy Camelot. My dear husband. Thud. As Riezel left the throne room, the doors slammed shut. Ignoring the fairy guards standing respectfully on either side, Riezel walked down the empty corridor, thinking about what Morgan had just said. Husband, huh? He thought he would feel uncomfortable being called that, but perhaps because of the stake of oath, he still couldn't bring himself to feel any resistance toward the wedding with Morgan. In fact, it even felt like something that was supposed to happen. Did Morgan add that effect to the stake on purpose? Or is it because the divine protection in me comes from the essence she abandoned? Riezel couldn't figure it out and could only rub his forehead in the hope that his brain could provide an answer. Now that things have gone off the rails from the original story, figuring stuff out like this is way harder than I thought. Without the benefit of foresight, things didn't feel terrifying, but they were definitely more troublesome than before. Thankfully, Riezel wasn't the kind of transmigrator who would become useless the moment he lost his advantage of knowing the future. A wedding in a month, huh? Riezel's eyes flickered slightly. Alright then, let's see what kind of mess this stirs up. Riezel had once again settled into a leisurely life in Camelot. Lancelot and Gawain still dropped by from time to time, and their attitudes remained exactly as they had before, completely unchanged. It was unclear whether they were entirely unaware of Tristan's attack on Riezel or if they knew and just deliberately avoided bringing it up. Tristan also stopped bothering Riezel altogether, as if she had vanished without a trace. Rumor had it she had been holed up in her room ever since and refused to come out, which showed that this violent fairy knight had taken quite the blow this time. She had shut herself off from the world and didn't even have the mood to visit the National Slaughter Theatre in New Darlington like she usually did, which alone spoke volumes about how powerful Morgan's slap really was. Along with her, Beryl also seemed to have disappeared. Riezel had deliberately gone looking for Beryl a few times but couldn't find him anywhere. It looked like he vanished the moment Tristan shut herself away. What's that guy planning? Riezel had a vague feeling that the guy was up to something. Sure, his strength might not be all that impressive right now, but when it came to sheer brutality, he was even worse than Tristan. No, actually, compared to Beryl, Tristan was nothing more than a paper tiger. Riezel, who knew the original work well, was fully aware that Beryl was far more dangerous than Tristan, Woodwose, or even Morgan. He was the kind of demon that, if left unchecked, would most likely stab you through the heart from behind when you least expected it. Given his special identity, Riezel paid closer attention to Beryl than to other powerful fairies like Morgan, Lancelot, or Gawain. Beryl had probably noticed that as well, which was why he was smart enough to steer clear of Riezel. Riezel had even tried using magic to track him down, but it still didn't work. Guess I'll just leave him alone for now. Riezel didn't dwell on it too long and simply gave up chasing after Beryl. After all, that guy's real enemy wasn't him, it was the outsiders who would soon arrive in Fairy Britain. They should be showing up any time now, right? Riezel couldn't help but think this. During his time in Camelot, with nothing better to do, Riezel had at least figured out what point in the timeline he was in. It was roughly 1 month before the original story began. In other words, 1 more month, and the story would officially start, and by then, the foreign traveler mentioned in the Mirror Clan's prophecy would arrive in Britain. Artoria, the child of prophecy, would be the first to meet them and form a bond with those like-minded companions who would join her on the path to overthrow the queen. In the original story, it was only after meeting that outsider that Artoria truly began her pilgrimage. One by one, she rang the bells of pilgrimage, setting off on the path to save Britain, rescue the fairy kingdom, and become the true king, the savior. Now, there was only 1 month left before that moment arrived, and coincidentally, it would be just after Riezel and Morgan's wedding. Will Artoria end up meeting those people like in the original story? Riezel truly wasn't sure about that. Because of his interference, Artoria hadn't yet decided whether she would save Britain, but she had already rung the first bell of pilgrimage and gained a certain level of power. With her current condition, Artoria probably couldn't take on the Queen's army just yet, but she should have more than enough strength to protect herself from all kinds of malice. Whether someone like her would, like in the original story, be seen as too weak to be acknowledged by the fairies, fail to even reach the bell of pilgrimage, and end up so dejected she fled to the nameless forest and ran into those outsiders, that was hard to say. Riezel just hoped that girl had enough sense to lay low after receiving his message instead of recklessly charging into Camelot. Given what he knew about Artoria, if she found out he was in Camelot, there was a high chance she would come running straight into the trap. If it came to that, he figured he would have to give her head a few good knocks. Fortunately, the thing Riezel had been worried about never came to pass. Time kept ticking by, the days passed one after another, and for an entire month, Riezel didn't run into any more incidents. And as time went on, the day of Riezel and Morgan's wedding finally arrived. Today, fairy nobles from all over Fairy Britain, every city and every territory, began arriving one after another in Camelot, entering the royal palace. Meanwhile, the palace rang bells that rarely sounded, announcing to the citizens that today was the most joyous day in the 2,000 years since Morgan's ascension. All the high-ranking fairies of noble status entered the palace and gathered in the throne room since the wedding between Riezel and Morgan would be held right there. Ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. As the pleasant chime of bells continued to echo, while it didn't ring across all of Britain, it did resound throughout the entirety of Camelot. Is it starting? At this moment, everyone, whether they had openly come to attend the wedding or had arrived in secret, turned their eyes in the same direction. Over there stood the most important throne in all of Fairy Britain, the place where the two most noble figures in Britain would be joined in marriage, becoming husband and wife. Chapter 492, Wedding Day. Compared to those in human society, weddings in the fairy kingdom were not all that different. After all, fairies had never developed a culture of their own because their customs were all imitations built off what humans had created. For this reason, since the culture was borrowed from humans, it was only natural that weddings in the fairy kingdom resembled human ones. One by one, the high-ranking fairies and nobles arrived in extravagant attire that made them look like nouveau riche and gathered inside the throne room, some chatting away, others whispering quietly to one another. Judging from their behavior, they clearly weren't celebrating the wedding with joyful enthusiasm. Most of them had just come for the spectacle, so the atmosphere felt more like a party or a banquet than an actual wedding. Of course, some fairies were genuinely displeased about the whole event. Tristan and Woodwose, for example. Both of them cared deeply about Morgan, yet both also held a grudge against Riezel. They stood together with the other fairy knights and clan heads before the throne. Tristan stood there in silence, but her large, bewitching eyes, usually full of charm, looked duller than usual. She stared at the fairies laughing and whispering nearby, her face annoyed, as though she wanted to lash out but had no choice but to hold it in. Woodwose, on the other hand, looked like he was trying way too hard to appear dignified, his face dark and gloomy, while his entire presence radiated a dangerous aura that made most people not even want to get close. Thankfully, those standing before the throne weren't ordinary people, so they could mostly ignore the pressure Woodwose was giving off. Especially Aurora, the head of the Wind clan, who acted like she didn't feel a thing, striking up a conversation with him with a gentle smile. "Quit sulking already, Woodwose." Aurora spoke softly, gazing at the dignified Woodwose. "This is Her Majesty's wedding, something all fairies across Britain should be celebrating. You're here as the Fawn clan's representative, and you're also Her Majesty's sharpest sword. You really shouldn't be making that face the whole time, you know." She spoke quietly next to Woodwose's ear with a voice so soft and pleasant that it felt like a spring breeze brushing across one's heart, soothing even the foulest temper. Normally, that would have worked since Woodwose always cared about how he looked in front of Aurora, and he even harbored some complicated feelings for her. Because of that, he was always mindful of how he acted around her, and if she asked him to calm down, he would usually do so no matter the situation. However, today was different. "I still can't accept it, Aurora." Woodwose muttered deeply. Why would Her Majesty choose that man? He's a threat to Britain. Needless to say, even though it had already been a month since he clashed with Riezel, Woodwose still couldn't let it go. Spriggan, who stood nearby with arms crossed, let out a cold chuckle. "Yeah, it's definitely hard to believe. Just imagine, the Queen of the Fairy Kingdom marrying the very guy who tried to overthrow her. I mean, fairies might be pretty free-spirited, but this decision's still a huge shock." Just like before, the head of the Earth clan still seemed the same, feeling puzzled by Morgan's decision. As a result, when he said those words, it sounded as if he was trying to test something. "Don't say that," Aurora said, like a peacekeeper trying to mediate the tension between the two clan heads. "Her Majesty must really admire the Child of Prophecy, right? I mean, she sat on that throne for 2,000 years before finally deciding to marry someone." "Admire, huh?" Spriggan replied with a knowing smile. "From the way you're talking, Lady Aurora, it sounds like you admire that so-called Child of Prophecy too. Is that really okay?" It wasn't a strange thing for Spriggan to ask this. Salisbury was, after all, Aurora's territory, and the Cathedral of the Ash Tree there had also been half destroyed a month ago because of Riezel. Both the city and the cathedral still weren't fully repaired, so the popularity of what used to be the most laid-back and tourist-friendly city in all of Fairy Britain had plummeted. At this moment, barely any fairies went there to shop or relax. Given that, there was no doubt that Aurora, as the Lord of Salisbury, had suffered huge losses. Logically speaking, she should have harbored resentment toward Riezel, just like Woodwose, but here she was, defending him at every turn. Her attitude left Spriggan completely puzzled. Aurora, however, didn't seem to catch the hidden meaning in Spriggan's words and just kept smiling like always. Lancelot's been bringing him up a lot lately. Aurora continued. It's the first time she's ever mentioned someone this often, so I don't really want to hold it against him. Upon hearing this, every fairy turned to look in one direction. Over there stood Fairy Knight Lancelot, all dressed up for the occasion. She was petite, yet her presence was overwhelming, while her expression was cold and distant, the kind that made her seem untouchable. Nevertheless, as the most beautiful and most powerful fairy in all of Fairy Britain, the Dragon Girl was undeniably the star of the show and drew nearly all eyes to herself. Many of the fairies watching her were filled with admiration and even love. One look was enough to tell they had already fallen under the spell of this stunning dragon fairy. Unfortunately, not everyone was happy to see her like that. You actually fell for that guy too? Woodwose sneered. Guess his charm really is something. Even Her Majesty and you are wrapped around his finger. Hearing this, Lancelot immediately turned her gaze toward Woodwose and calmly responded with just one sentence. At least he's stronger than you. Lancelot's simple words not only shut Woodwose up but also made him furious. You kidding me? How could he be stronger than me? Woodwose growled. Do you even know who I am? I'm the head of the Fawn clan. I'm the one who inherited the title of Archduke of Exhaust Heat, a returned heir. And Lancelot replied coldly. Didn't you still fail twice in a row and couldn't even bring him back? You. Woodwose was hit right where it hurt and couldn't help but take a step toward Lancelot. However, just as he stormed forward in rage, a flaming sword was suddenly pressed against his neck. Enough, Woodwose. Gawain stood behind him, holding a sword and pressing the blade to his neck as she said coldly, Watch yourself, this isn't Oxford, and it sure as hell isn't some remote wasteland where you can throw your tantrums. On a day like this, if you cause trouble, I won't mind getting rid of you before the wedding even starts. Gawain. As Woodwose's face twisted in anger, Tristan also spoke up. You seriously need to shut the hell up already, dog. In an extremely foul mood, Tristan shot a glance at Woodwose and said coldly. I'm already pissed enough. I wouldn't mind dragging someone out to blow off some steam. If you keep barking like a stray dog, forget Gawain, I'll let you have a taste of my strings first. You nasty little brat. Woodwose turned to Tristan and cursed her. Aren't you Her Majesty's adopted daughter? Don't you hate fairies the most? And you're just going to sit there and watch Her Majesty marry some dangerous bastard? Normally, you'd be the first one to start something, wouldn't you? What's going on today? Did your whole personality change? Someone like you actually backing down? Woodwose's mix of rage and sarcasm made Tristan click her tongue without hiding her irritation. Honestly, Woodwose wasn't wrong. On a normal day, Tristan would have started something already. At the very least, she would have dragged out a few unlucky fairies, snapped their ankles, hacked off their limbs, and used their blood and screams to spice up the wedding a bit. For a brutal fairy knight like her, even the slightest mood swing was reason enough to start hurting any fairy that got on her nerves, let alone when she was already in a terrible mood. With how Tristan was feeling right now, even if she suddenly went on a massacre and wiped out every fairy present, no one would have been too surprised. Yet today, even though her mood was awful and she was feeling low, Tristan didn't dare to make a move. You think I want this? Tristan bit her lip and spoke in a quiet voice. But this is Mother's order. Her mother placed a lot of importance on this wedding, and she cared about the human. Tristan had clearly felt it. For that reason, she knew full well that if she dared stir up trouble today, her mother would be furious. Just imagining her mother angry filled Tristan with fear and anxiety, making her unconsciously touch her cheek. Even though the slap Morgan gave her had healed a long time ago, Tristan could still feel a faint sting there. Needless to say, that slap wasn't just across her face but had landed deep in her heart as well. As a result, Tristan was genuinely scared now, scared of making Morgan angry again. Her reaction caught Spriggan's interest, prompting him to speak up in a curious tone. Looks like our child of prophecy really is something special. Not only is he Her Majesty's partner, but everyone here seems to have a deep impression of him, whether good or bad. Such a fact truly piqued Spriggan's curiosity. Among the fairies present, he was the only one who had yet to meet Riezel, so he had no idea what kind of person the rumored child of prophecy was. As for the clan heads of the Wing, Mirror, and King clans, not even a shadow of them had shown up because they hadn't attended the wedding at all. While the King clan and Mirror clan were in a state that made it understandable why they couldn't show up for the wedding, the head of the Wing clan, Murian, had outright refused to attend. Even when Morgan issued an order requiring all high-ranking officials and envoys to be present, she simply ignored it and continued hiding in Gloucester, not daring to step outside her territory. However, that couldn't be helped. Given her current situation, it made sense that Miriam would be cautious of Morgan, so her refusal to leave her territory wasn't entirely unjustified. Still, since Miriam wasn't here, that meant among all the fairy knights and clan heads present, Spriggan alone had never seen Riezel. Even Aurora had at least caught a distant glimpse of him fighting during the battle at Salisbury, so compared to Spriggan, who had no impression of Riezel whatsoever, she could at least be said to have some knowledge of him. Seriously lacking in intel here. Mind if I ask a few questions? Spriggan asked with a sly smile. I don't mind paying an info fee, you know. His seemingly insincere attitude earned nothing but cold looks from Tristan and Woodwose, who didn't even bother replying. Gawain and Lancelot ignored him as well and simply stared toward the throne in silence, lost in thought. Only Aurora kindly responded to his questions, sharing the intel she knew with this head of the Earth clan, even claiming she wouldn't charge him a thing like a kind young lady with no ulterior motives. Listening intently, Spriggan nodded repeatedly. Most of the other fairies weren't much different, some curiously asked about Riezel, some just joined in for fun, and a few had their eyes darting about, clearly scheming something shady. If a human saw this scene, they'd probably sigh once again at how free-spirited and frankly wicked fairies could be. In any case, Riezel would have definitely found it unbearable because he sure wouldn't want to be treated like a monkey on display by this bunch. As time passed, the moment for the official wedding ceremony finally arrived. Silence. As this loud shout resounded, the entire throne room suddenly fell quiet. Two fairy warriors with horse heads and bronze armor stepped up to the throne's platform, one on each side, and began to chant in unison, as if singing. Kneel. Worship. Bow your heads. Clan heads, envoys, and officials who have come to witness the great ruler's wedding, quiet down. You now stand before Her Majesty the Queen. You now stand before the Grand Throne. Our most esteemed High Queen and her Prince Consort are about to arrive. Bow your heads. Amid the chanting, which wasn't exactly unpleasant but definitely not beautiful either, two figures suddenly appeared before the Grand Throne. Of course, those two were none other than Riezel and Morgan, both wore outfits unlike their usual attire. While they weren't dressed like a normal human bride and groom in wedding clothes, they were still clad in luxurious, extravagant garments. Riezel's outfit had white as its main tone, with touches of red and blue, making him look like a Prince Charming from a fairy tale. Morgan's dress, in contrast, was mainly black, accented with white and gray, giving off the air of a queen in full ceremonial attire. As soon as they appeared, all the fairies present immediately knelt. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. Greetings to His Highness the Prince. Respectful and powerful voices echoed through the throne room, lingering for a long time. Chapter 493, Deeper Bond and Intruder. A solemn atmosphere replaced the previous noise and excitement, restoring the throne room to its original state, no longer loud or chaotic. Now, the fairies knelt in unison throughout the room, lowering their heads toward the throne as if all the playful and malicious attitudes they had moments ago were just an illusion, leaving behind only reverence and submission as their queen arrived. Of course, that included Tristan and Woodwose. No matter how much dissatisfaction they felt about the wedding or how strongly they resisted it internally, the moment Morgan appeared, all of it was suppressed. Needless to say, this was the kind of scene only a tyrant ruling through fear could create, an unchallengeable dictatorship that allowed no dissent. Morgan cast a condescending gaze over the sea of kneeling fairies below her throne, and there was no affection in her eyes, nor the satisfaction one might feel upon seeing loyal subordinates, only a cold contempt that no one else could truly understand. Take a look at this, my husband. Morgan paid no attention to the fairies under her command but spoke to Riezel beside her. After seeing this, do you still think my way of ruling is too domineering? It was clear that Morgan took to heart what Riezel had said to her earlier in this very place. Riezel looked completely calm as if the wedding about to begin wasn't even real and was just a performance, even his gaze toward the kneeling fairies was just as indifferent. He understood exactly why Morgan said that. Before the two of them appeared, he had clearly seen the attitudes and behavior of the fairies in this room. Because Morgan couldn't bring herself to leave the throne unattended, even when she stepped away to get dressed, she kept her magecraft lens active the entire time, keeping watch over the throne room. She had stayed on her throne for years and rarely left it. She didn't even have a room outside of this throne room, which was why she had gone to the room prepared for Riezel to change and get ready. Thanks to that, Riezel witnessed the entire situation in the throne room from start to finish, seeing how the fairies behaved. As a result, even though Morgan, who called herself his wife, had changed clothes right in front of him and let him see everything, he still couldn't enjoy it at all. Just thinking about how he had become a monkey for these cruel fairies to gawk at for amusement was enough for him to understand why Morgan ruled them through fear and tyranny. Simply put, they didn't deserve mercy. If you're gonna do this, then hurry up and get it over with. Riezel spoke with a flat, emotionless tone, clearly not planning to stick around any longer than necessary. Morgan didn't object, and in fact, she didn't waste a single word as she immediately addressed all the fairies below with an air of total dominance. Since you followed my command and showed up for the wedding, I'll offer you one line of appreciation. Good work. As you can see, today is the wedding between me and the man I have chosen as my husband. I will officially become his wife here, and he will become the ruler of Britain, second only to me. He will be both a king and a prince. I will not allow any of you to oppose this. I will not allow any of you to feel dissatisfied. You will remember this, every part of Britain belongs to me and my husband. Without our protection, the fairy kingdom has no tomorrow. Morgan's declaration was domineering and forceful, as if those attending the wedding weren't friends or allies but decorative background figures meant to sing and dance. Naturally, the so-called envoys and officials of this country, already subdued by Morgan's rule through sheer power, dared not voice a single complaint. We will remember your Majesty's instructions. All the fairies bowed deeply, their voices filled with fear and respect as they pledged their loyalty to the two royals on the throne. You may leave. Morgan, remaining completely unmoved by any of it, gave a single command, causing the area directly in front of the throne to be cleared. All the officials and envoys who had the right to attend the wedding moved to the sides, standing neatly in 2 rows. Fairy knights like Lancelot, Gawain, and Tristan stood closest to the throne on the left side. Clan heads like Woodwose, Aurora, and Spriggan stood equally close on the right. Only Riezel and Morgan could stand at the very center because only they were allowed to be on the throne, making them the undeniable center of attention. Officiant, step forward. Morgan gave the order, and an elderly-looking fairy slowly walked up and stopped right in front of the throne, beginning the ceremonial procedure. To be specific, it was a series of formal declarations, similar to a human wedding, offering all sorts of blessings, followed by praises and songs. Later, the couple was to exchange tokens, which meant exchanging wedding rings. However, Riezel was only here for show and didn't actually want to marry Morgan, so of course, he hadn't prepared any rings. Morgan understood this perfectly, so she had a fairy from the Wind clan bring up a tray. On that tray were 2 identical, finely crafted rings made entirely of platinum, each inlaid with jewels. Riezel hadn't paid any attention to the rings at first, but once they were presented before the throne, he was surprised to realize that these rings didn't seem like ordinary items. Mystic codes. Yes, these 2 rings were mystic codes. Morgan seemed to notice the surprise in Riezel's eyes and spoke from the side. I made these myself. They're not quite as rare as the tower or the garden, but they're just a step below that level. One of my proudest creations. As she spoke, Morgan skipped any symbolic exchange rituals and simply picked up the 2 rings with her lace-gloved hand, slipping one onto her own finger and personally placing the other on Riezel's. It's yours now. Something in Morgan's tone made Riezel fall silent. He could tell the power in the ring on his finger was far from ordinary. Mystic codes, like magic items, were objects imbued with magecraft or magical effects that generally fell into 2 types. One type was used to assist magi when casting magecraft, which could help reduce magical energy consumption, shorten chanting time, or even enhance the power and effectiveness of magecraft, making most magi hold these in high regard. As for the other type, it was more like typical magic items, possessing built-in magical effects or abilities that activated upon use. Riezel's Divine Mellow, Origin Ring, Wyvern Amulet, Giant's Glove, and even the Hero Clan's treasure gifted by Lisbeth all belonged to the second category, while the ring Morgan gave him fell into the first. Its function was simple. Just like a mage, it supported the wearer's magic, either boosting its power or lowering its magical energy usage. And as Morgan had said, though it didn't reach the level of the tower or the garden, it was still among the finest mystic codes. In Riezel's estimation, it could match the performance of his D-rank mage. Wearing this ring, Riezel's magic output wouldn't double, but it should increase by around 50% at the very least, which made him glance at Morgan again, his eyes now showing a subtle change as he looked at the tyrant queen. Morgan, unfazed, lightly tapped her own ring against Riezel's, and at that exact moment, he felt the strange bond form between them due to the stake growing much stronger. It was like some ritual had been completed, which made this bond, already more powerful than an attendant contract, become even deeper and more unbreakable. At the same time, a surge of knowledge suddenly rushed into Riezel's mind. It was a magecraft. It was the power Morgan had decided to offer in exchange for Riezel staying in Camelot for 1 month, up until the wedding. Now that the wedding was done, the 2 of them had officially become husband and wife in name. Since the condition had been fulfilled, Riezel naturally received the power Morgan promised him, one of Fairy Britain's ultimate weapons, a grand magecraft. You. Riezel's gaze toward Morgan shifted once again. He knew that the power Morgan intended to trade him had to be extraordinary, perhaps even one of the grand magecrafts she prided herself on, like the mirror, tower, garden, or coffin. However, what he hadn't expected was that the power Morgan chose to give him turned out to be that particular one. It was indeed one of the 4 grand magecrafts, but among them, it was without a doubt the strongest one. Yet Morgan actually handed over her strongest trump card just like that. That's not all. Morgan spoke calmly as if she could read Riesel's thoughts. Try feeling it again, there should be another change happening. Upon hearing this, Riezel was momentarily stunned, then he turned his gaze toward the throne before him. He could feel that this throne, infused with the magical energy submitted by all the fairies across Fairy Britain, each offering imbued with command spells, had now connected with him. In other words, he could now use this throne and the magical energy stored within it. What did that mean? Riezel, familiar with the original story, looked at Morgan with an increasingly complex expression. Morgan only faintly smiled at that. I told you. You're also a ruler of Britain. Needless to say, what Morgan meant was that since Riezel was a ruler, he had the right to sit on the throne and the right to use it. Did you already know something? Riezel asked aloud, beginning to suspect that Morgan had foreseen her own fate in the original story, which caused her to plan ahead, leaving the throne's authority in his hands as a contingency for when she was gone. Unfortunately, Morgan said nothing and simply turned her back. I just wanted to let you know, even now, I've never regretted anything. A rarely heard softness in Morgan's voice reached Riesel's ears. No matter what, this Britain belongs to me. I was fated to rule as the king of this Britain. Even if I don't save the fairies, I'll still save this Britain, that will never change. Finished saying all this, Morgan turned to the high-ranking envoys standing below the throne and declared. If Britain is fated to have a true king, then that king will either be me or my husband, not some so-called child of prophecy. If the one who rules Britain can't be me or my husband, it can be you, but it must never be her. Artoria, my sworn enemy from proper human history. I'll never hand this Britain over to you. You understand? As these words left Morgan's lips, the fairies kneeling on the ground hadn't yet reacted, but a figure hiding in the corner suddenly trembled. Seeing this, Riesel's expression shifted slightly, and without hesitation, he activated teleportation magic, appearing right in front of that figure. Whoosh! At almost the exact same moment, a torrent of overwhelming magical energy came crashing down, surging like world-devouring darkness, like a furious wave. Its target was clearly the figure behind Riezel. However, Riesel's swift arrival caused the magical torrent to crash into him instead. Decompose. Riezel extended one hand, as if to block the torrent like a mantis trying to stop a cart. In the next second, crimson waves surged across his palm, colliding with the oncoming magical torrent. Buzz. As soon as the magical flood touched the crimson waves, it began melting like snow under intense heat, and within moments, it had been completely broken down, dispersed like a shattered tide, gone without a trace. What? What just happened? A fight breaks out. Such a sudden shift threw the kneeling fairies into panic. Lancelot, Gawain, and Woodwoe shot to their feet. After glancing at Riezel, who stood protectively in front of the hidden figure, they turned to Morgan, who stood on the throne with her hand extended. The expressions on their faces began to shift. Riezel. At the same moment, the figure shielded behind Riezel instinctively cried out. She was a girl wearing an elegant outfit with a hat pulled low over her face, seemingly trying to hide her identity on purpose. Unfortunately, although Riezel had blocked Morgan's attack, the blast of wind it stirred up blew her hat away, revealing her true face. A delicate face with a trace of youthfulness, long golden hair, and a beautifully crafted staff in her hand. Without a doubt, she was a magus. Who else could it be but Artoria? It's her. Woodwoe recognized the so-called foreign magus right away and grinned, showing his fangs. It's her. Gawain also seemed to recognize Artoria, but for some reason, looked completely shocked. Who? Lancelot frowned, clearly having forgotten this was the fairy girl who had been by Riesel's side a month ago at the Cathedral of the Ash Tree and who had gotten caught up in her sudden assault back then. As for Tristan, Aurora, and Spriggan, their reactions were all different. Tristan didn't know who Artoria was, but seeing the wedding interrupted, she actually started smiling. Aurora kept her usual warm and gentle smile, looking completely unbothered by the sudden chaos. Spriggan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Meanwhile, the rest of the fairies had noticed Artoria by now as well, but upon seeing her unfamiliar face, some looked surprised, while others seemed confused. Who is she? She's not one of us, is she? An intruder? Well, things just got interesting. One fairy after another spoke up in excitement, and some even had a gleam in their eyes, clearly getting fired up. Riezel. Artoria, on the other hand, seemed completely unaware of how dangerous things had just been or how dangerous they still were. She simply looked happily at Riezel, who was standing protectively in front of her, and called out in delight. But in response to that, what she got was a good whack on the head. Pa. Riezel turned around and smacked Artoria squarely on the head. Ouch. Artoria yelped, clutching her head and crouching down. What the hell are you doing here, you dumb fairy? Riezel looked at Artoria with nothing but irritation in his eyes. D-dumb. Artoria protested loudly while still holding her head. I came to save you, you know. Is that how you treat your savior? Upon hearing this, Riezel honestly wanted to crack open this dumb fairy's head to see what the hell was inside. Save me. You. Riezel thought speechlessly, and Morgan, on the throne, clearly shared the same thought. I'm impressed you actually managed to sneak in here all by yourself. Guess I underestimated you. Morgan looked down coldly at Artoria from her throne. But do you really think that, with only one bell of pilgrimage rung, you could walk into my palace and take someone out of here? Surprisingly, Artoria responded to Morgan's words with unexpected calm. Queen Morgan. Artoria looked straight at Morgan, the queen who, for some reason, gave her a strange feeling, like they were similar yet different, the one prophesied to be her fated enemy. In the next moment, Artoria made her declaration. Yes, it's true. It'd be pretty hard to get Riezel out of here all on my own. Somehow, she pulled out her hat from who knows where and put it back on, then flashed Morgan a big smile. That's why I brought help. As soon as she said this, something happened. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the ceiling of the throne room suddenly blew apart, sending rubble and debris raining down on everyone below. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Not stopping, the explosions kept coming one after another, blasting through all sides of the throne room and filling the air with waves of fire and thick smoke, covering the entire space. Watch out. Fall back. Your Majesty. Meanwhile, the fairy knights and clan heads all turned pale at once, some drew their weapons to protect themselves, while others rushed toward Morgan, smashing away the falling rubble from above. In an instant, the entire throne room descended into chaos. Chapter 494, The Beginning of Chaos. Help. Somebody help. No. I'm going to get crushed. Save me. Save me first. Ayahawk. All of a sudden, the entire throne room was in chaos as the fairies, who had been happily watching the spectacle just moments ago, were now screaming one after another. They leaped around frantically as chunks of the ceiling continued to crash down, but many of them still ended up getting hit directly by the falling debris and were immediately buried beneath it. However, no one was bleeding at the scene. As expected of fairies with strength far beyond that of superhumans, even when struck by such massive rubble, none of them ended up with cracked skulls or bloodied faces. It was clear their bodies were tough enough to withstand it. Nevertheless, most of the fairies present were diplomatic officials who normally never engaged in battle, so their crisis response skills were severely lacking, and their superhuman strength went completely to waste. In the face of the collapsing ceiling and repeated explosions, all they could do was flee in panic. As a result, not only did they fail to escape, but they also got caught in the chaos and ended up as poor souls buried under the rubble. Only a small number of fairies, like those from the Fong clan and the fairy soldiers serving Morgan, managed to respond properly. Some smashed falling debris with weapons or claws, while others relied on their agility to dodge the crashing ceiling fragments. A few even shielded those nearby, protecting both themselves and others from this sudden disaster. Your Majesty. Are you all right? Gawain and Woodwose rushed to Morgan's side, one swinging a blazing sword, the other slashing with sharp claws as they shattered incoming debris to protect her while calling out to her. Mother. Tristan, arriving a moment too late, had her mood instantly soured upon seeing that Gawain and Woodwose had already secured Morgan. Meanwhile, Lancelot had already stayed by Aurora's side. At some point, a pair of arm guards had equipped themselves on her arms, while blades extended from them as she struck away chunks of stone to protect Aurora. Even Spriggan slyly clung to Aurora for protection, clearly trusting Lancelot's protection. Amid all this, Morgan remained the only one who stayed calm and still from beginning to end. In the next moment, she summoned her black spear from thin air and, with a casual sweep of the spear, released a wave of magical energy that blew away the dust and explosions inside the throne room. Her gaze immediately turned toward the spot where Riezel and Artoria had been, but all she saw was an empty ruin. Riezel and Artoria had vanished without a trace. They left in the end. Morgan muttered softly, her eyes flickering with an unreadable emotion. Woodwose and the others, who also realized that Riezel had disappeared along with Artoria, were furious. I knew it. Damn that traitorous scum. Woodwose roared in rage. He already married Her Majesty and became Britain's prince consort, and yet he still chose to run off with that foreign magus. Is he not going to stop until he topples Her Majesty's rule? He was unusually furious. Even though he had strongly opposed the idea of his queen marrying Riezel, now that Riezel had scorned the wedding and chosen to flee, he was even angrier. Something he valued so deeply was treated like disposable trash by someone else. This feeling struck deep into the heart of the proud head of the Fong clan. Even Tristan raised his voice to Morgan. Mother, someone that ungrateful doesn't deserve to be your husband. Let me go tear him to pieces. A bloodthirsty light gleamed in Tristan's eyes. Gawain remained silent, saying nothing. Morgan, however, paid no mind to Tristan or Woodwose. Holding her black spear, she looked out over the throne room, now reduced to ruin, her expression returning to its usual cold, merciless state. Fairy Knight Gawain, take your troops and begin the purge of the Child of Prophecy. Morgan ordered calmly. Understood. Gawain accepted the order without hesitation, the chains on her body rattling as she turned to leave the throne room. Your Majesty. I'll go too. Woodwose volunteered eagerly, but just as he was about to step out, Morgan's cold voice stopped him in his tracks. You stay behind and clean up the mess, Woodwose. Your Majesty. Woodwose looked at her in shock. Tristan. Morgan ignored Woodwose and continued giving orders, turning to Tristan. You stay as well. Mother. Tristan quickly spoke. Let me go too. With opposing mirrors in my hands, no matter where they run, I can chase them down with Gawain. Hearing this, Morgan subtly furrowed her brows, but perhaps because Tristan mentioned bringing Gawain along, she thought it over and finally nodded. Fine. Take Gawain and go after them, and bring Lancelot as well. Yes, Mother. Tristan accepted the order with great joy. Normally, if Morgan had asked her to bring Gawain and Lancelot, Tristan might have been annoyed, but this time, just thinking about finally getting payback on Riezel made her forget all that and agree without hesitation. Remember, I want him alive. Morgan clearly knew what Tristan was thinking, so she added coldly. But why, Mother? It felt like a bucket of cold water had been dumped on Tristan, and her excitement instantly vanished. From her point of view, that human who was wrongly believed to be the Child of Prophecy had dared to ignore the wedding with her mother and run off on his own. He should be captured, have all his limbs cut off, turned into a human stick, and left to dry in the sun. Yet her mother still wanted him alive. It was absurd. While Tristan was thinking that and had even blurted it out, Morgan simply gave her a look. I want him alive. Morgan's repeated words, paired with an icy glare that felt colder than absolute zero, made the color drain from Tristan's face in an instant. I understand. Mother. Please don't be angry. Not daring to provoke Morgan any further, Tristan quickly accepted the command without another word. Why won't you let me go, Your Majesty? Woodwose started shouting again. Are you saying you think I don't need any protection over here, and you'd rather abandon me to go off fighting, Woodwose? Speaking calmly, Morgan stared at Woodwose with an expression that was cold and merciless, making Woodwose freeze up on the spot, shrinking back and unable to say a word. Only then did Morgan turn away. Go. Do exactly as I said. I've already set up a bounded field around the palace. Even for him, it won't be easy to escape. I won't leave the throne again this time. I can't afford to abandon this place while intruders are still around. Understood. Naturally, the fairies responded to Morgan's words with respectful acknowledgement. Morgan sat back down on the throne, overlooking the chaotic and ruined throne room in silence. After a long while, a faint sigh echoed from the throne, but sadly, no one heard it. At the same time, two people were dashing through one of the royal palace corridors. Hurry up. Let's get out of here while everything's a mess. Artoria dragged Riezel along as they ran, her urgency so obvious that Riezel, being pulled behind her, couldn't help but feel a bit amused. All those explosions, what's that you're doing? How'd you even pull it off? Riezel wasn't in a rush at all and simply let Artoria pull him along, asking out of curiosity. In the first place, this was Camelot's royal palace, heavily guarded, so just sneaking in here alone was already quite a feat for Artoria. And now, she had even managed to plant something in the throne room and trigger huge explosions to cause chaos. Riezel honestly found that a little impressive. Hee. Artoria turned her head and gave Riezel a quick grin. Actually, that wasn't me. Someone helped me out. To be more precise, the magecraft bombs had indeed been made by Artoria, but the one who secretly brought her into the palace and planted those bombs near the throne room without anyone noticing was someone else, the so-called helper. Boom. Just as Riezel was about to ask more, another explosion shook the entire palace, but this one didn't come from the throne room, it had gone off somewhere else. Clearly, Artoria hadn't just planted bombs near the throne but had set up bombs in other areas too, continuing to spread the chaos. Come on. Artoria, seeing the situation spiral further out of control, dropped the subject of her helper. Use that teleport magic of yours. Let's get out of here. It was her plan all along, sneak into the palace, set off some magecraft bombs to cause mayhem, and escape with Riezel during the confusion. Once she got Riezel out, he could use the teleport magic of his, and the two of them could make it out of the palace and out of Camelot. However, Artoria was being a little too naive. You think Morgan wouldn't have prepared for that? Riezel shook his head. She already set up an anti-teleportation magecraft in the palace, so yeah, we can't use teleport magic to escape. Artoria froze, stunned. An anti-teleportation magecraft. Morgan could actually use something like that. You seriously didn't think about that? Riezel looked speechless. You know, this kind of stuff's probably nothing for that witch, right? Morgan's mirror was a type of time-space magecraft, where it didn't just deal with space, it could even manipulate time to a certain extent. In other words, teleportation-based magecraft or magic wasn't anything special to Morgan because she could do it herself. If Morgan was capable of using that kind of magecraft, then she naturally would have ways to counter it as well. Forget just disrupting teleportation, if that witch activated the garden and cut off the world entirely, Riezel wouldn't even be able to use a single magic spell, let alone teleport. What? Artoria looked completely crushed, whether it was panic or something else wasn't clear. Maybe this fairy girl had realized just how big the gap really was. They were both magi, one a false king of prophecy, the other the true one, so Artoria and Morgan were destined to stand on opposite sides, completely incompatible with each other. If Artoria planned to walk the path of a savior, her final opponent would inevitably be Morgan. However, when compared, Morgan's magecraft was beyond extraordinary, she could even seal off space itself, while Artoria could only make bombs with her magecraft. Needless to say, the difference between the two was like that between a high-born noble and some rural village girl, one with refined, masterful techniques and the other painfully ordinary. Given this, it was only natural that such a disparity would be a heavy blow for Artoria. Just as Riezel was about to say something to Artoria, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, raised his eyes, and looked straight ahead. Kia! Artoria suddenly yelped in surprise. Because Riezel had stopped so suddenly, Artoria, still pulling him along, was yanked to a halt. Buzz. At the same time, right in front of Riezel and Artoria, space unfolded like a mirror. So this is where you two are hiding. Along with a cold sneer, several figures slowly emerged from within the mirrored space. They were none other than Tristan, Gawain, and Lancelot, the three fairy knights who served the queen, appearing together before Riezel and Artoria. Be baggy. Upon seeing the three fairy knights, Artoria shouted only at the one standing on the left, Gawain. So it really is you, kid. Gawain also stared straight at Artoria, narrowing her eyes as she spoke in a calm tone. What? You two know each other? Tristan blinked in surprise, turning to Gawain with a curious expression. Don't mind it. Just a messed up connection, that's all. Gawain, looking down at Artoria from her taller height, had no intention of explaining further to Tristan. What are you doing here? Where's Master Hector? Why didn't you just stay tucked away in that remote countryside instead of running off to this place? That's none of your business, is it? For some reason, Artoria seemed to have developed a defiant attitude toward Gawain, glaring up at the tallest and most muscular of the fairy knights. You're right. Where you go doesn't concern me. Gawain stared straight at Artoria, then said coldly, but you broke into the royal palace and disrupted Her Majesty's wedding. As a fairy knight, I have more than enough reason to treat that as disrespect and defiance toward Her Majesty, and to punish you for it. Gawain raised her flaming sword and looked at Artoria with a chilling gaze. Master Hector must be disappointed to have raised such a reckless brat, but now that you've gone and done it, don't blame me for what comes next. With that, Gawain swung her flaming sword without even sparing Riezel a word, as if all the pleasant conversations over the past month had been nothing but a lie. In the next instant, a sweeping wave of flames erupted from her sword, showing no mercy as the flames engulfed the corridor, consuming the entire surrounding space and leaving no room to escape. Wait. Artoria panicked, raising the staff of selection, but just as she was about to act, Riezel crouched beside her and pressed one hand to the ground. Wall of stone. As Riezel's magic activated, a stone wall instantly rose from the floor, shielding both Riezel and Artoria. Boom. In that instant, the torrent of flames unleashed by Gawain slammed hard against the stone wall, erupting in a loud blast. Amid the explosion, the wall, despite its simple appearance, remained unbroken and successfully blocked the fiery assault. Wall of Stone was a defensive magic not considered high tier, yet its defensive capability, strength, and durability were all determined by the caster's power and the materials used to form the wall during casting. The stronger the caster, the better the wall's defense. The tougher the materials, the greater the wall's durability. Now, Riezel had cast this magic using whatever was nearby, mainly the floor and surrounding stone, to create a wall. But with his strength, the wall he conjured had exceptional hardness, more than enough to block half-baked attacks. Indeed, from Riezel's perspective, Gawain's attack just now seemed somewhat lacking. It would have been powerful to most people, but to him, it wasn't particularly difficult to deal with. Ting-ling-ling. Suddenly, a pleasant harp sound echoed through the air. Swish, 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 swish. One after another, invisible sharp slashes tore through the air, sweeping toward Riezel and Artoria. Force Sanctuary. A clear glow flickered in Riezel's eyes as he remained crouched on the ground with one hand pressed against it, immediately activating the next magic. In an instant, a translucent barrier rose from the floor, slowly closing around them as it enveloped both Riezel and Artoria, shielding them inside. Pang, 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 pang. Tristan's invisible slashes landed one after another on the translucent shield, causing it to tremble slightly before they were completely blocked and rendered useless. Can you not resist? Just die already, will you? Tristan, still holding his harp, continued to speak nonsense, plucking the strings to unleash wave after wave of invisible attacks aimed at Riezel and Artoria. Boom. Suddenly, the stone wall standing in front of Riezel and Artoria shattered on impact. However, that wasn't Tristan's doing. Heyawa. Gawain charged forward, swung her sword, and smashed the stone wall to pieces. Without pause, she slashed again, her strike colliding with Tristan's attack and crashing heavily against the barrier protecting Riezel and Artoria. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the ground cracked, the ceiling trembled, and flames burst forth once again, engulfing the corridor-turned battleground and swallowing Gawain, Riezel, and Artoria within. Ha 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 ha. Good, that's more like it. Seeing the scene, Tristan was absolutely thrilled, laughing as she kept attacking. Only Lancelot remained floating silently to the side, doing nothing but staring at the flames erupting before her. And so, the battle that swept through the entire royal palace of Camelot began to unfold. However, the chaos had only just begun. Chapter 495, Fast Attack Mode, Wind Breathing, Aerial, and Fool. Bang. As the sound of shattering echoed, the translucent barrier surrounded by blazing flames and a flood of invisible attacks in the corridor finally reached the end of its durability and broke apart. Riezel and Artoria, who had been protected inside, were immediately exposed before Gawain, who held a flaming sword, as well as under Tristan's harp strings. Ting-ling-ling. As if completely forgetting Morgan's orders, Tristan perked up the moment For's sanctuary was breached and began strumming her harp violently, turning invisible slashes into a storm that swept toward Riezel. Gawain also extended her hand, and the chains coiled around her arm shot out like a dancing dragon, slashing through the air like blades of steel in Riezel's direction. Greater teleportation. Even when caught between Gawain and Tristan's attacks, Riezel didn't panic at all as he calmly picked up Artoria with one arm and activated teleportation magic, disappearing from where he stood. Boom. Countless invisible slashes and steel chains instantly struck the place where Riezel had stood just a second ago, and the impact blew it apart, sending debris flying everywhere. Only then did Riezel reappear a short distance away. Looks like this is as far as I can teleport. He glanced at Gawain and Tristan, who were less than 10 meters away, and narrowed his eyes. With Morgan's magecraft interference, Riezel had managed to cast the teleportation magic, but the distance he could travel was extremely limited. He couldn't teleport anywhere significant, let alone escape the royal palace entirely. A mere 10-meter shift, this kind of teleportation didn't even measure up to the third-tier dimensional move, and it definitely wasn't enough to create any real distance between him and his opponents. At the very least, with Gawain's abilities, she could probably close the 10-meter gap in less than the blink of an eye. And if it were Lancelot instead, who had even greater mobility and burst speed, 10 meters would be nothing, since she could probably reach him just by stretching out her hand. Regardless, even in such a situation, Gawain didn't immediately chase after him but withdrew her flaming sword and turned her gaze onto Riezel. Draw your sword. Gawain spoke up calmly, her tone extremely solemn. You're not getting out of here unless you fight me. It was clear from her words that Gawain had noticed how Riezel had been purely on the defensive from the start and hadn't made a single offensive move, which was why she made such a declaration. Why are you even wasting time talking to him? Tristan said with some irritation. Just take him down already. Gawain, however, completely ignored Tristan's complaint. She just kept staring at Riezel, the powerful warrior who had brought her down so many times before, as a blazing fighting intent slowly lit up in her eyes. Seeing that fire, Riezel understood. So that's what this is about. You were waiting for this moment, weren't you? Ever since Riezel came to Camelot and entered the royal palace, Gawain had visited him countless times and made the same declaration over and over again, always saying, I hope I get the chance to fight you again, before leaving his room. Because their battle had never reached a true conclusion, Gawain hadn't given up on settling things between them, which was why she kept making her intention clear. Unfortunately, Riezel had been chosen by Morgan as her husband, and Riezel's room was also Morgan's personal chamber. As a fairy knight, Gawain couldn't just act recklessly there, much less make a move against her queen's husband. For that reason, she waited. She waited for Riezel to rebel. She waited for Riezel to try and escape. Now, that moment had arrived. I just figured. A guy like you was never going to sit quietly by Her Majesty's side and settle for being a prince consort. Gawain stated her view plainly, and that meant one thing, there was no escaping this fight. What are you guys talking about? Tristan frowned. A violent-tempered fairy knight like her clearly wouldn't get it, would she? She wouldn't understand the kind of connection that could exist between warrior and warrior. Only Lancelot's cold eyes flickered slightly when she heard Gawain's words. She might not have gone as far as Gawain, who had even considered such things just for a fight with Riezel, but she also had unfinished business with him, a matter of victory and defeat. Simply put, she also really wanted to fight Riezel again. With that thought, Lancelot, who had remained silent and taken the role of an observer, finally had a spark of fighting spirit flare up in her eyes. In response, Riezel suddenly smiled, a soft, light smile, but the gleam in his eyes became strikingly bright, revealing the excitement welling up inside him. Step back. Saying this, Riezel gently put down Artoria he had been holding, and shielded her behind him. However, Artoria shook her head. No. This time, I'm not going to let you protect me all by yourself again. As she spoke, Artoria raised the staff of selection in her hands. Zing! In that instant, the staff of selection shone with a dazzling light, the glow resembled stardust, scattering as it flowed out, coating Riezel's body. Riezel looked at himself, now wrapped in starlight, and showed a surprised expression. He could feel that his strength suddenly surged, growing much more powerful in an instant. Is this the so-called reinforcement? Realizing this, Riezel felt the strength flowing through his body and couldn't help but glance at Artoria. As a magus, Artoria didn't know any high-grade grand magecraft, but specialized in minor magecraft that usually didn't seem very impressive, like crafting magecraft bombs, unlocking things, or picking locks. From a magus's perspective, she was undoubtedly quite mediocre, but as a fairy of paradise, she did have one support magecraft that was genuinely worth praise. When Artoria used reinforcement on someone, they would receive a remarkable boost in strength, becoming significantly stronger than usual. Right now, Riezel was experiencing that very magecraft, feeling his strength surge upward. Hey! What are you doing? Tristan, also a magus, seemed to have caught on and questioned Artoria sharply. Artoria ignored Tristan and gave Riezel a wide, cheerful smile. Seeing her smile, Riezel smiled as well. Honestly, Artoria didn't know this, but under normal circumstances, Riezel really couldn't have accepted her reinforcement. With a powerful opponent like Gawain, someone who could force him to go all out, Riezel would normally rely on sun breathing in combat, but because of its evolved nature, sun breathing couldn't be used alongside magic that directly enhanced his body. Needless to say, that was exactly why Riezel never cast enchant-type magic like Ariel when using sun breathing, nor could he use support magic like Romir that boosted his AGI and END. Only some tier magic and Helfenegas were exceptions. Tier magic included many enhancement magic spells, and a portion of those had unique effects that made them compatible with sun breathing and didn't conflict with it. For example, paranormal intuition, which enhanced his sensing and reaction abilities, seemed to affect the self, but it actually didn't act on the physical body, so it could be used with sun breathing. Meanwhile, greater full potential, which enhanced attributes rather than physical abilities directly, didn't involve the physical body, so it was also compatible with sun breathing. Other magic, like Body of Effulgent Beryl, Body of Effulgent Heliodor, or Body of Effulgent Aquamarine, was defensive in nature and didn't enhance the physical body but countered enemy attribute-based attacks, so even when cast on oneself, they didn't conflict with sun breathing. As for the Berserk magic, Helfenegas, it did affect Riezel directly and greatly boosted all his basic abilities, so logically, it should have conflicted with sun breathing. However, in a Berserk state, he discovered that his body's magical energy flowed instinctively, entirely focused on battle. Surprisingly, while using sun breathing, the magical energy integrated into his bloodstream didn't clash with that of Helfenegas. Instead, they both seemed to synchronize, driven by the same fighting instinct, as if both were activated by the same survival urge, completely focused on the enemy, not on his inner condition. Thanks to that, Riezel could selectively use certain enhancement magic from tier magic even while using sun breathing, and could also use the Berserk magic Helfenegas. However, that was the limit. When using sun breathing, the number of enhancement magic spells Riezel could safely cast on himself was extremely limited. Otherwise, he could have pulled Ain's move, buffing himself with dozens of magic spells before battle and overwhelming enemies with sheer layered magic. Unfortunately, the buff provided by Artoria belonged to the type that couldn't be used with sun breathing. Good thing is, I'm not planning to use sun breathing this time. Due to the loss of Hermit, even though Riezel's strong attack mode was not entirely unusable, without a weapon that suited him, sun breathing's power would inevitably decline. As a result, Riezel prepared to use another combat mode that he hadn't used in a long while this time. Shwa. A sword suddenly appeared in Riezel's hand, tightly gripped by him, instantly drawing everyone's attention. They couldn't help it, since the sword's appearance was simply too extravagant. It had a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, with a semi-transparent body that looked as if it were forged from crystal. It didn't resemble a weapon meant for killing, but more like a meticulously crafted piece of art. Needless to say, it was none other than Fool. After so long without being used, it once again made an appearance. Is that? All the fairies present reacted in surprise, but Riezel remained unfazed and began to adjust his breathing. Hoo! H-A-A-A. His breathing rhythm shifted. From blazing heat to lightness. From fierce to graceful. In the next moment, Riezel murmured a chant. Tempest. Whoosh. Winds began to surge from all directions toward him. Tempest. Ace's overpowered magic, Ariel, was finally invoked once again after a long time, causing the winds rushing toward Riezel to turn into currents that spiraled around his body. Riezel was literally clad in the armor of wind right now. Wind. Lancelot was stunned as she stared at the scene. Wasn't it fire before? Gawain frowned deeply, locking her eyes onto Riezel as if trying to see through the changes happening to him. What are you even talking about? Wind. Fire. Can someone explain this in a way that actually makes sense? Tristan, who had never seen Riezel fight using a breathing style, finally lost her patience and started shouting loudly. Riezel. Standing behind Riezel, Artoria stared blankly at his back, feeling the gentle breeze blowing from him, and instinctively called his name. Riezel did not respond and focused on chanting his magic. Follow blindly the sun in the sky, so that all will flee from thee. Blossom, armor of laurel. Romir. A green light membrane shimmered on Riezel's body. Haste. High agility boost. High wind attribute boost. Waves of magical energy continued to flicker across Riezel's body. Needless to say, every magic he chanted was related to speed. Because he wasn't using sun breathing, he no longer needed to worry about conflicts between energy in his body, allowing him to freely chant one enhancement magic after another, which caused a magical glow to illuminate his body with dazzling brilliance, creating a radiant, magnificent aura. Soon after, the origin ring on Riezel's hand also activated, boosting his power and enhancing his close combat basic abilities such as STR, END, DEX, and AGI. As the magical energy glowing around Riezel increased and the aura radiating from him grew more dangerous, Gawain could no longer stay still. Riezel Brynhart. Gawain shouted loudly, raising the blazing sword in her hand before slashing it down toward Riezel. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of scorching flames surged forward like a tsunami, rushing toward Riezel. Wherever the flames passed, the ground either shattered or was burned into a field of charred black, causing the temperature in the air to soar rapidly and distorting the atmosphere with shimmering waves of heat, making everything look a bit unreal. Riezel, however, was still chanting magic. Gather now, breath of the earth, my name is Alf. It was a supportive defensive magic taught directly by Riveria, capable of boosting resistance to both physical and magical attributes, and even slightly healing physical injuries. Live Elogio. O word spirits, fulfill my wish. Veil of the Woods, my name is Alf. Now was a defensive magic that could block all enemy attacks. Veil Breath. Riezel didn't just cast these two magic spells on himself, but also cast them on Artoria beside him. Once the twin layers of magical armor appeared on both of them, Riezel stomped the ground hard and shot forward like a missile. Bang. With a deafening sonic boom, Riezel not only shattered the ground beneath his feet but also kicked up a powerful shockwave, rushing forward like a launched rocket through the howling air. Even though the wave of Gawain's flames engulfed him, it was quickly dispersed by the windstorm stirred up by Riezel's body. He seemed to transform into an arrow of wind, piercing through the fire, cutting the blazing tide apart as he raced toward her. Clang. Gawain didn't even have time to react before a sharp metallic clash rang out from her armor. Riezel's sword, thin as a cicada's wing, unknowingly had already struck Gawain, scraping violently against her armor and sending off a spray of sparks, knocking her flying. So fast. Gawain's pupils shrank sharply as her body crashed into the corridor wall, smashing it to pieces. Wind breathing, second form, claws purifying wind. Just then, Riezel appeared in front of Gawain, sweeping his sword in an arc and slashing out 4 claw-shaped wind blades in her direction that tore through the ground and ripped apart the air, like a cleansing wind meant to scatter all sin and falsehood. Even Gawain's field of vision was neatly sliced apart. Gawain's expression changed drastically, and, with no time to counter, she could only roll to the side, barely dodging the incoming wind blades. Boom. An explosion followed as the already shattered wall was struck by the wind blades, bursting apart like crushed rock. Ha-wah. Rolling aside and narrowly avoiding the blow, Gawain instantly raised both arms, launching chains that twisted and spun as they shot toward Riezel. Wind breathing, third form, clear storm wind tree. Riezel swung his cicada wing thin sword once more, unleashing 3 spiraling wind blades that formed around him in an instant. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Riezel's spiral wind blades clashed violently with Gawain's incoming chain storm, producing a continuous chorus of harsh, metallic crashes. Bang. Blocking the chain attack, Riezel stomped the ground again and burst forward amid the explosive air pressure. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. Riezel's high-speed charge whipped up spiraling wind blades behind him, wrapping around him like a tornado. He tore through the ground and broke the sound barrier, his sword slashing forward with a pressure wave-like force aimed straight at Gawain. Poochie. Riezel's wind-powered sword broke through Gawain's defense, carving a deep wound into her body. Poochie, 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 Poochie. Before Gawain could react, Riezel turned into a whirlwind, spiraling around her, disturbing the air and disrupting the flow as one slash after another struck her, ripping her flesh and splattering blood everywhere. Ugh, aaarghhh. Only then did Gawain feel the intense pain and let out a fierce, agonized scream on the spot. In the next moment, Gawain, her eyes blazing with fire and blood, looking like a wounded beast that had gone berserk, swung her sword wildly at Riezel without care. Ding. In that instant, the sound of the clash shot straight into the sky, echoing throughout the entire royal palace. Chapter 496, True Nature. When Riezel and Gawain entered a fierce battle, on the other side, Tristan, who had intended to go support Gawain and fight Riezel together, was stopped by someone. Move. Tristan glared at the fairy girl blocking her path. Don't get in my way. I've got zero interest in some country bumpkin fairy who popped out of nowhere. Yes, the one blocking Tristan was none other than Artoria. No way. Artoria glared back at Tristan as if trying to pump herself up by doing so. I won't let you gang up on Riezel. You're the ones who came here causing trouble on someone else's territory, and now you want to complain about being outnumbered. Tristan sneered. Are you dumb? You must be stupid, right? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way before I decide to kill you. She then extended her finger, gathering dark magical energy at the tip, forming a magical projectile, and firing it toward Artoria. Artoria immediately raised her staff of selection, the crystal on the staff radiating starlight as it summoned a translucent barrier in front of herself, blocking Tristan's magical projectile. Boom. Tristan's projectile struck Artoria's barrier and exploded as if it had hit solid steel. Seeing this, a dangerous glint appeared in Tristan's eyes. So, you're a magus too, huh, you country bumpkin? Tristan said with clear annoyance. One after another, suddenly all these magi are popping up. Honestly, just me and Mother are enough to handle magecraft in the fairy kingdom. Grumbling, Tristan fired several more magical projectiles, each one slamming into Artoria's barrier, causing repeated explosions and sharp cracking sounds without pause. Artoria hurried to channel more magical energy into her barrier, reinforcing its defenses while also feeling a bit confused. Her confusion was simple. Are you holding back or something? Artoria tilted her head. You don't seem as strong as I thought. In truth, when she had stepped up to block Tristan, Artoria had actually been quite nervous. Growing up in fairy Britain since childhood, even as a village fairy, Artoria had always heard rumors about the fairy knights. People often said the fairy knights were the queen's direct knights, unmatched by anyone. It was also said that fairy knights were extraordinarily powerful, far beyond ordinary fairies. Even the most valiant Fang clan warriors couldn't compare to them, and even Woodwose, a returned A-ray, stood no chance against the fairy knights, which seemed to be true. Lancelot was hailed as the greatest of fairies, her strength clearly above that of a returned A-ray like Woodwose. Even though Gawain was slightly behind Lancelot, she was still on par with Woodwose, and her lineage might even rival his. Knowing this, Artoria had fully expected to be forced into retreat after 2 or 3 exchanges with Tristan. Being a fairy knight on the same level as Lancelot and Gawain, Tristan had to be very powerful in Artoria's eyes, surely no weaker than Woodwose. Moreover, Woodwose had already proven capable of forcing Artoria into retreat during the fight at Salisbury. If Woodwose could do it, then Tristan, who was just as strong, ought to be able to as well. However, after facing Tristan directly, Artoria now felt uncertain. Are you actually weak? Saying it aloud, Artoria clearly hit Tristan's sore spot. You wretched country bumpkin, how dare you talk big? Tristan's expression instantly changed. She no longer treated Artoria as beneath her and now glared at Artoria with a dark look, grinding her teeth. Anyone who looks down on me, I'll kill them all. Now intent on killing, Tristan picked up her harp and began to play. Ting-ling-ling. Invisible attack surged forth like a storm, sweeping toward Artoria. W8. Artoria, who hadn't expected Tristan to snap so suddenly, was startled and quickly raised her staff of selection, casting magecraft to fight back. With invisible strikes and explosive magical blasts flying, a fierce battle erupted between Tristan and Artoria. Off to the side, Lancelot glanced at the 2 fairy girls locked in heated combat. After a moment, as if bored with watching 2 weaklings struggle, she turned her gaze toward Riezel and Gawain's fight instead. Bang. In the shockwave that burst out, the 2 warriors broke apart, one was forced back several steps, while the other was blasted away. Surprisingly, the one sent flying was not Gawain, but Riezel. As the paper-thin sword and the sword wreathed in flames clashed, the result was Riezel's complete defeat. His strength got weaker. Lancelot muttered to herself. But his speed is a lot faster now. Indeed, in fast attack mode, Riezel's overall power was slightly inferior to his own strength in strong attack mode, so when it came to raw strength, there was no way Riezel in fast attack mode could overpower Gawain, who was a strength-focused warrior, being knocked back like that was to be expected. However, in terms of speed, Riezel in fast attack mode far surpassed his strong attack mode, which meant that if he wanted to defeat Gawain, he had to make smart use of his speed advantage instead of trying to match her strength. In other words, Must avoid a head-on clash. While flying through the air, Riezel swiftly adjusted his posture and landed on the ceiling. With his head down and feet up, it looked as if he was crouching on the wall. Bang. A second later, Riezel shattered the ceiling beneath him, sending out a shockwave, and shot forward like an arrow in a storm, piercing through the air at an incredible speed to attack Gawain from above. Wind breathing, fifth form, cold mountain wind. It was a wide-range attack. As Riezel darted above Gawain, he suddenly unleashed a massive spinning wind blade around himself, slashing downward in an overwhelming sweep. Boom. Riezel's massive wind blade struck the ground like a falling tornado, shattering the floor and stirring up chaotic currents, sweeping rubble into a sandstorm. Don't look down on me. Caught in the sandstorm and continuously slashed by the massive wind blade, Gawain let out a roar. Her tall, muscular body spun with surprising agility, swinging out a surge of flames and blasting them into the storm. Boom. In no time, the sandstorm transformed into an inferno and exploded. Gawain, now covered in wounds, emerged from it and swung her sword down at Riezel, who was darting toward her from above. Bang. A torrent of flames shot upward like a volcanic eruption, smashing through the walls and the ceiling. Riezel's figure was instantly engulfed by the flames, but he shot out again with astonishing speed, wind and sparks trailing behind him as he lunged toward Gawain. Wind breathing, sixth form, black wind mountain mist. A blade of wind appeared, merging with the wind swirling around Riezel's sword, forming an incredibly sharp wind slash. If one looked closely, sword energy was also rippling through the slash, triggering a strong sense of danger in Gawain's mind. Her excellent combat instincts and intuition warned her clearly, she absolutely should not get hit by this one. If she did, it wouldn't just leave a light scratch. Since that was the case. Go. My hounds. Gawain called for her servants. Asterisk a woo. Asterisk. Asterisk a woo. Asterisk. Several lean black dogs suddenly darted out from who knows where, barking as they charged at Riezel in a pack, blocking his path to Gawain. Get out of my way. A sharp gleam flashed in Riezel's eyes as he charged forward, unleashing a dance of blades. Swish, 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 swish. Blades wrapped in wind and sword energy sliced through the air again and again, dragging long arcs of sword light as they slashed through the black dogs, tearing them apart. Riezel darted freely among the pack of black dogs, sometimes he leaped, sometimes he charged forward, sometimes he spun like a top, and sometimes he brushed past the black dogs, moving like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, dancing through the ravaged royal palace corridor. Every movement he made sent a sword light cutting through a black dog. Every swing of his sword brought another black dog crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. The bites of the pack seemed like they would catch him, but each time, Riezel evaded them with perfect timing. Needless to say, the black dogs' encirclement looked like wild beasts being toyed with by a beast tamer. In groups of 2 or 3, they were thrown into disarray, unable to react, forced to watch helplessly as their companions were struck down one after another by lightning-fast slashes until their own turn came. What? Gawain's breath caught as she witnessed this. Such speed. Such beautiful strikes. Lancelot's eyes lit up as if seeing a kindred spirit, causing a rare look of delight to appear on her otherwise cool face. At this moment, Riezel truly shone with the brilliance of a wind spirit soaring through the skies, so much so that the Sky Knight could not help but feel joy and admiration. Yet beneath such an elegant sight, deadly killing intent often lurked. At least, that was the case for Riezel at this moment. Wind breathing, 8th form, primary gale slash. Riezel burst through the encirclement like a gale, leaving behind a trail of bloodied, fallen black dogs, then charged straight at Gawain and swung a spiraling slash at her, the whirling wind blades fierce enough to tear her apart. Poochie! A great spray of blood burst from Gawain's body, and a huge, gruesome wound opened on her, starting from her left abdomen, spiraling around her back, and emerging again above her right chest. In other words, Riezel had circled her at incredible speed, leaving a spiral-shaped sword wound wrapping around her front, back, and sides. Ugh! Heavily wounded, Gawain coughed up blood on the spot and couldn't help but drop to one knee. Whoosh! At the same moment, Riezel's figure appeared once more above Gawain, upside down, poised for a decisive strike against the kneeling knight. Wind breathing, 9th form, Iditan Typhoon. What Riezel unleashed was the final form of wind breathing and its most powerful sword technique. Even though it was not as amazing as the 13th form of sun breathing, if any sword technique of wind breathing deserved the same treatment, it would be this one. As his opponent was about to collapse, Riezel unleashed wind breathing's strongest strike to secure victory. Boom! Countless razor-sharp wind blades erupted from the upside-down Riezel, forming a storm of blades that swept down upon Gawain. Anyone who watched this scene knew this was the finishing blow. Just as the fierce storm was about to strike her, the blood-soaked Gawain suddenly lifted her head. Snap! A sharp sound echoed, something breaking. It came from above Gawain's head. Suddenly, Gawain reached up and, with sheer force, snapped off one of the horns on her head. In that instant, a chilling sense of deadly danger rose in everyone's heart. Everyone instinctively turned their heads and looked toward Gawain. They saw Gawain snap off the horn on her head, letting blood stream down her forehead, staining her eyes and cheeks. Riezel and Artoria aside, Lancelot and Tristan's expressions changed drastically. Not good. Lancelot, rarely losing her composure, cried out. She broke her horn. Tristan's face turned completely pale. What? Artoria, though unsure of what had just happened, still held her breath as an overwhelming sense of danger filled her heart. As for Riezel, his pupils had already shrunk to the size of a pinprick. At this moment, Gawain slowly lifted her blood-stained face. Don't look down on me. With a deafening roar, Gawain's already sturdy body began to expand. It was the sign of a beast breaking free from its chains. It was the sight of a demon hound disguised as a fairy returning to its true nature. Now towering like a giant, Gawain let out another furious roar as she swung the horn she gripped tightly in her hand toward Riezel. The horn had expanded along with her body, transforming into a massive blade of blazing fire. As Gawain swung it, it crashed into the ground. Boom. Inside Camelot's royal palace, a deafening explosion shook the entire structure as if it had been blasted apart. One corner of the palace was completely destroyed. Cracks spread across the exterior walls as the entire palace shook violently, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Every corridor, every room, every corner began to show signs of damage, some crumbling, others splitting apart. The areas closest to the destroyed corner were now engulfed in towering flames that rose like the cursed fires of hell, burning and destroying everything in their path. Amid this scene of devastation, some fairies screamed in terror, others wailed in pain, creating an atmosphere of utter despair. Throughout Camelot, countless startled fairies ran out into the streets, gazing toward the palace amid the growing commotion. Inside the palace, whether it was the fairies originally stationed there or the high-ranking fairies attending the wedding, all were now wailing in fright. Especially those fairies who had just been rescued from the rubble of the ruined throne room moments ago, having only just escaped, they were now thrown into panic once again as the palace began to shake violently. Is it still not over? Is it going to explode again? No, please. I don't want to get buried again. Hearing the cries of distress from the fairies even made the always carefree Spriggan, who was being protected by the soldiers, feel irritated. Is the fight really this intense? Spriggan muttered to himself in a low voice. Aurora, on the other hand, gazed toward the direction of the tremors without a hint of tension. Damn it. Woodwose, leading a few fairies from the Fawn clan, guarded Morgan while glaring toward the battlefield, silently grinding his teeth. He really wanted to charge in and tear that hateful troublemaker to pieces. Just thinking about how that man was still strutting around inside the royal palace, destroying what they all cherished, the most revered palace in Britain, filled Woodwose with rage. He wanted nothing more than to fight. Even if his participation would not change the final outcome, it wouldn't matter. However, Woodwose had no idea that the one responsible for all this was not Riezel, but a fairy knight of the same race. You've finally shown your true nature, Gawain. Seated upon the throne, Morgan narrowed her eyes as if she had seen through everything, gazing toward the battlefield. Your opponent is my husband. Even you wouldn't be able to win while still carrying that false name, would you? As the one who had bestowed the name upon Gawain, no one understood better than Morgan the true identity of the fairy knight beneath that Gawain facade. Moreover, no one understood better than Morgan that the bestowed name was not an enhancement, but a form of restraint. Under Morgan's command, the three great fairy knights each possessed their own true name and true identity. Among the three, only Tristan had grown stronger because of the bestowed name, while the other two had not only failed to grow stronger but had in fact become weaker. It was only natural. If one put an adult's mask on a child, the child might grow stronger by taking on that role, but if one put a human mask on a demon, the demon would only grow weaker. Now, of the two demons bound by Morgan's bestowed names, one had already begun to reveal her true form. How will you handle a demon hound capable of rampaging across all of Britain? My dear husband. Chapter 497, is this their power? Their true strength? No one knew how much time had passed, but in one corner of the royal palace, the raging flames that had laid waste to everything finally began to die down. Now, the once devastated corridor had been reduced to complete ruins, scattered across the charred ground, resembling a scene left behind by a great disaster. Hi-ya. In the center of the smoldering ruins stood Gawain, her body swollen to a giant form and soaked in blood. Her eyes burned red, and an extremely dangerous aura radiated from her, turning her roar into a storm that swept in all directions. Scattered across the ruins, several figures lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Ugh. Tristan struggled weakly, trying to get up, but no matter how many times she tried, she failed to stand. Her princess-like dress had been completely burned away, leaving her unexpectedly graceful figure exposed to the air. Her fair skin was now scorched and blackened, clearly showing she had been caught in Gawain's attack and was badly wounded. Cough, cough. Artoria also struggled to her feet, but she managed to stand. Thanks to the protective layers formed by Live Illusio and Veil Breath, which still covered her, although Artoria had been caught in Gawain's attack, most of the damage was blocked by the 2 layers of light. Only a small portion reached Artoria's body, so she was not as severely injured as Tristan. Even though her figure wavered slightly and her clothing had been torn and tattered, she remained standing. Lancelot, on the other hand, had disappeared. It seemed that she had managed to escape into the air just in time the moment Gawain's horn swung down, breaking free of the attack range. As for Riezel, just like Artoria, he was protected by Live Illusio and Veil Breath as well, and a layer of Ariel's wind barrier also shielded him from harm. In addition, he also possessed resistance to fire attribute attacks, so although he had been caught in Gawain's onslaught and was even one of her primary targets, his injuries were not too severe. Other than his somewhat pale complexion, he appeared largely unaffected. Naturally, this somewhat unaffected Riezel had now caught Gawain's attention. Riezel. Brynheart. As her body continued to swell, Gawain seemed to have completely lost her reason. Roaring furiously, she gripped her horn, now transformed into a flaming blade, and swung it down at Riezel, whose height barely reached her knee, without a word. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Terrifying flames erupted once more, like a volcano violently spewing molten fire, spreading destruction across the battlefield. In the storm of fire, the naked Tristan was blown away like a piece of trash, while the unsteady Artoria, nearly caught in the massive explosion, was hurled through the air by the blast until she crashed into a chunk of debris, finally stopping her backward flight. Riezel. Artoria struggled to rise again but soon collapsed back to the ground. It wasn't just because of her injuries, but because suddenly, her magical energy was being drained as well. What's happening? Panic washed over Artoria. She found that her magical energy had gone completely out of her control, as though some invisible beast was devouring it, drawing it away bit by bit. Indeed, that beast was none other than Gawain, who had lost all reason and entered a berserk state. Is she absorbing my magical energy? Artoria finally realized what was happening. Absorbing magical energy wasn't a new ability Gawain had gained in this state. In fact, she had always possessed this ability, to absorb her enemy's magical energy, weakening them rapidly during battle until they could no longer fight. As for why this ability hadn't manifested during her battle with Riezel, it wasn't because Gawain hadn't used it, but because it was ineffective against him. Riezel's resistance to abnormal statuses and immunity to physical interference had perfectly countered Gawain's magical energy absorption during their fight, rendering it useless. But now, with her power surging uncontrollably, her ability had likewise spiraled out of control, targeting not only Riezel but all nearby living beings. For that reason, Artoria could feel her magical energy being drained, fueling Gawain's growing strength, which made her even more powerful. No. Artoria, unsure whether Riezel could withstand this ability, forced herself to move, whipping her body into action to help him, but before she could manage to stand strong, a voice rang out first. Magic spear, penetrate my forehead offering blood. With this chant, low as if rising from the depths of the earth, a surge of terrifying power rose from the flames, shooting straight into the sky. Wind breathing, fourth form, rising dust storm. In the next moment, a violent whirlwind burst forth from the flames, spiraling upward as well. It scattered the fire and turned into blades of wind that slashed toward Gawain. Boom. In that instant, the whirlwind struck, exploding on contact with Gawain. Thud, thud, thud. Hit by the wind blades, Gawain staggered backward uncontrollably, each heavy step smashing the ground beneath her feet. Ugh! Riezel's attack seemed to drive Gawain into an even more frenzied state, as the horn in her hand swelled even larger, now resembling a pillar of fire as she swung it toward the swordsman standing upon the scorched earth. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A deafening roar echoed throughout Camelot as flames erupted from the royal palace for the third time, shaking both the land and the skies. Such an overwhelming attack, had it been anyone else, they would not have been able to withstand it, not even Lancelot. Unfortunately, it was a fire attribute attack, which Riezel was able to resist. As a result, amid the raging flames, Riezel's wind-cloaked figure shot forth at incredible speed, dashing out of the flames. Riezel's eyes, like Gawain's, had turned crimson. A wild aura radiated from him as well, though, unlike Gawain, he had not lost his reason. Wind breathing, seventh form, gale, sudden gusts. Riezel swept past Gawain in a flash and struck fiercely, unleashing several tornado-shaped spiral wind blades that tore toward her. Bang, 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 bang. With each strike of the wind blades, Gawain was forced farther and farther back, unable to steady herself. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Eventually, the enraged beast within Gawain lashed out even more violently with the horn, sending waves of flames roaring forth and devastating the ground and surroundings again and again, turning the entire area into a deadly zone that no one could approach. Within this perilous zone, Tristan's figure had long vanished. Perhaps she had escaped using opposing mirrors, or perhaps she had been buried beneath rubble and debris. It was even possible that her body had been completely destroyed, leaving not even a single intact remnant behind. Artoria was also caught in the terrifying shockwaves of the attack. If not for a white meteor streaking down from the sky to take her away, she might have shared Tristan's fate. Only Riezel, protected by magic such as Aerial, Live Illugio, and Veil Breath, and with his resistance to fire attribute attacks, ignored the searing flames on his body. Moving at astonishing speed, he continuously evaded the direct strikes of the horn while circling rapidly around Gawain, darting through the sea of flames. Triplet Maximize Magic, Reality Slash. 3 space-cleaving slashes struck Gawain, breaking through her defenses and drawing blood from her chest, abdomen, and side. Triplet Maximize Magic, Call Greater Thunder. 3 massive bolts of lightning, each containing countless electric currents, descended from the sky and crashed into Gawain. Bathed in lightning, her body was scorched, and black smoke rose from her. Triplet Maximize Magic, Brilliant Radiance. Triplet Maximize Magic, True Dark. Triplet Maximize Magic, Vermilion Nova. Triplet Over Magic, Magic Arrow. In an instant, one magic circle after another appeared around Gawain's massive body, spewing brilliant light, unleashing darkness like a dark abyss, while crimson flames surged from the ground, and countless light arrows shot out one after another, striking Gawain and forcing her to retreat repeatedly under the bombardment. After the battle at Salisbury, Riezel's Mage and Magic Chant had both leveled up, advancing by 1 rank. Combined with the Mystic Code granted by Morgan, which, once equipped, directly boosted the power of Riezel's magic by 50%, his already formidable magic power had grown even stronger. Under such circumstances, with Riezel releasing high-tier, highly destructive magic as if fueled by limitless magical energy, the damage these magic spells could inflict was self-evident. Even though Gawain, as the highest-ranked fairy, possessed extremely high-level magic resistance, under Riezel's near-reckless barrage of magic, she could not avoid being blasted until blood gushed from her entire body. Before long, the armor on Gawain's body became tattered, and blood streamed down her massive body, dyeing her in crimson. Riezel. Brynheart. Gawain wailed and fell into a frenzy as she felt the immense pain from the damage. Having completely lost her reason, her body swelled larger and larger, her gaze now fixed solely on Riezel as she relied only on pure combat instinct, relentlessly pursuing Riezel and swinging her horn at him. Compared to Riezel's magic, it was Gawain's attacks that truly held the power to destroy everything. If this rampage continued, it would not take long for the entire royal palace to be reduced to rubble. Seeing that potential outcome, Riezel, though already covered in wounds, decided to unleash something big. Zing! A red magic circle appeared beneath Riezel's feet. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Gawain sensed this and desperately pursued, slamming her flaming blade into the ground and shattering it completely. Within the collapsing ground, Riezel, his entire body wrapped in wind, flashed through the falling debris, sometimes stepping over the fragments, sometimes weaving and dodging with agility, moving so swiftly he seemed almost like the wind itself before beginning his chant. Proud warriors, snipers of the forest. It was a concurrent chant. It was a wide-area annihilation magic belonging to a certain fairy girl from the Loki familia, the one who bore the alias Thousand Elf. Riezel chanted this magic while darting through the collapsing terrain. Take up your bows before the advancing plunderers. Answer the call of your brethren and ready your arrows. Tinge them with flame, the lamplight of the forest. Release them, the fire arrows of the fairies. Falling like rain, burn away the savages. A red magic circle appeared beneath Riezel and then floated behind him. Penetrate Maximize Magic, Fusillade Folarica. As the magic was simultaneously enhanced by metamagic enhancements, Riezel unleashed it at that moment. Buzz. Behind Riezel, the red magic circle instantly expanded at high speed, trembling as it did. Soon, a rain of fire descended. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. As the rain of fire surged forth from the red magic circle, transforming into a barrage of bombardments that shot across the ground and rained down upon Gawain, a series of deafening explosions echoed through the sky without pause. Ceaselessly bombarding Gawain, the rain of fire continued shattering her armor and searing her massive body, leaving this fairy knight, who had somehow regained a hint of her former self, utterly overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of firepower. As the flames engulfed Gawain, she suffered severe injuries, causing agonized howls to escape her lips. Fusillade Folarica, though slightly weaker in power than Ray Levitine, was a wide-area annihilation magic of the fire attribute which, when released by Riezel in his current state, possessed power far exceeding that of ordinary super-tier magic or even tactical class magic, enough to level an entire town. In other words, the destructive force and damage of this strike had already surpassed Gawain's horn, finally overwhelming her and sending her crashing onto the collapsing ground below, her body drenched in blood. Whoosh! In the next moment, a wind blew past. A swordsman, his body wrapped in wind and wielding a sword as thin as a cicada's wing, shot out from the collapsing underground and leaped high into the air. Tempest. Fierce winds surged around the thin, translucent blade, the howling never ceasing. Tempest. As soon as this chant resounded, the fierce winds became a storm, and the storm became a hurricane, turning the figure soaring through the sky into a god of wind, completely disrupting the atmosphere for several kilometers around. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Over time, as the air howled and surged inward, it continuously fed the hurricane that spiraled around the young swordsman, making it grow larger and stronger. In no time, the hurricane expanded enough to cover the entire royal palace, sweeping away countless fragments of stone and debris, along with sand and flames. In the next second, the hurricane came crashing down. Lil Rafaga. With a name that hardly fit its power, the massive hurricane plunged straight into the earth, overturning layers of rock and piercing deep underground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Lying on the ground, Gawain raised her head. As she watched the hurricane filling her entire vision, the crimson light in her eyes regained a fleeting clarity. Ha-ha-ha. With a fierce roar, Gawain abandoned resistance and defense. It was as though she refused to surrender or perhaps sought to seize one last fleeting chance at victory. Flames erupted from the horn she raised, far more intense than anything she had unleashed before, and surged toward the figure within the hurricane. The moment the attack was released, its power was proven by the rapidly evaporating air and the lethal heat that soared instantly. If the descending hurricane collided with this earth-shattering blaze, it would have been impossible to predict which would prevail. Riezel, who was not in strong attack mode and lacked overwhelming strength, simply stuck to the tactics of fast attack mode, which meant avoiding direct confrontation. Because of this, the falling hurricane suddenly veered, using its speed and agility to narrowly dodge the searing flames that could have vaporized everything. As the sword of flame swept past, the heat waves it stirred nearly dispersed the hurricane. Fortunately, Riezel withstood it. At the very last moment, Riezel shouted a name toward Gawain below, a name known to only a rare few. Hearing that name, Gawain's expression changed sharply, and then, amidst her crazed look, a quiet trace of relief appeared. Poochie. In the end, the hurricane struck Gawain, and the sword, thin as a cicada's wing and carried by the force of the wind, pierced straight through her chest as Riezel shot forward like an arrow. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. In the next second, the ground continued to collapse and crumble, eventually caving in completely, leaving a massive crater in front of the royal palace, as though it had been struck by a meteor. Compared to the large pit on the other side of the royal palace, this crater might still have seemed small. However, one should know that it was created by a battle between just two people. From that day on, every fairy who came to the royal palace would see this crater and remember the two sword masters who fought like gods. It left an unforgettable mark on their hearts, lasting until the destruction of fairy Britain. As the tremors that had raged through the entire royal palace, and even all of Camelot, finally began to subside, countless fairies who had been hiding in the corners under the protection of soldiers cautiously peeked out one after another. Is it over? One of the fairies muttered, his timid and shaken expression making him look especially pitiful, and even his voice had grown careful and hesitant. Looks like it's over. Yeah. Spriggan and Aurora were among them, exchanging a glance with complex expressions. It was not just Spriggan and Aurora, even Woodwose could not help but clench his fists with a complex expression. Just thinking about that earth-shattering clash from earlier made even someone like Woodwose feel a faint sense of dread, yet that only fueled the frustration building up inside him. Is this their power, their true strength? Woodwose growled under his breath, fists clenched tightly. Damn it. It was an unwilling roar born from the bitterness of knowing he was no match. Morgan paid no attention to Woodwose and simply gazed out into the distance, as if she could see that figure beyond, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 498, The Real Show is just about to begin. Whoosh. With a faint whooshing sound, a white meteor flew from the other end of the sky and hovered above the massive crater in front of the royal palace before coming to a stop. Lancelot's figure appeared within the white meteor, looking down at the crater below, and after a moment, she began to descend, landing at a certain spot. Over there, a massive piece of rubble lay. Lancelot stared at the rubble for a while, then reached out and grabbed it, lifting it with a loud crash. It had to be said that the sight of a petite girl hoisting a slab of debris nearly 10 times her size created quite a striking contrast. Yet Lancelot remained perfectly composed as she casually tossed the enormous rubble aside, sending it crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Done tossing the rubble, Lancelot spoke. You're still alive, right? As soon as her words fell, a fit of coughing came from before her. Gawain lay there, her body covered in gruesome wounds, blood flowing onto the ground beneath her, making for a miserable sight. Ugh. At this moment, the blood-stained Gawain had returned to her original form, even the snapped horn on her head had grown back, but her injuries remained severe, showing no signs of healing. Especially her chest, where a gaping wound pierced through from front to back, shocking to behold. Lon, sell it. Gawain seemed unable to see clearly anymore, as her blood-soaked eyes lacked focus, showing just how bad her condition was. "It's me." Lancelot's gaze flickered as she answered calmly. "You've lost, Gawain." Hearing this, Gawain stared blankly at the sky for a moment before finally speaking. "Yeah, I've lost." Gawain admitted this without hesitation. "Even after giving up my reason and entering the state of atavism, I still lost to him. He's really strong." On her face was a mix of relief, acceptance, and even a hint of satisfaction, everything but regret. Needless to say, this time, she was convinced of her defeat. Lancelot seemed to understand how Gawain felt. Riezel was very strong, this much she also acknowledged. However, "You haven't completely lost, have you?" Lancelot narrowed her eyes. "After all, you haven't reclaimed your true name. Your power is still limited by the name, Gawain. If you had revealed your true name and fought at full strength from the start, the outcome might have been different." Hearing this, Gawain shook her head with difficulty at these words, which could hardly be considered comforting. It was Gawain who challenged him, not the sealed demon hound. Gawain said calmly. "I wanted to defeat this strong opponent as Gawain. Unfortunately, I failed. But you seem to be in better shape than I thought." Lancelot glanced at the wound on Gawain's chest. Gawain is known as the Knight of the Sun and can unleash much greater power during the day. But he doesn't have that kind of vitality. Even the Knights of the Round Table from the legends were merely human, and yet you're already starting to recover. It must be a sign that your true power is awakening, right? Lancelot's question was met with only a cold reply from Gawain. "When he struck the final blow, he revealed my true name," Gawain said calmly. "In other words, the bestowed name should already be starting to lose its effect. Before long, I'll probably regain my true name. I look forward to it," Lancelot said after a brief silence. "For us, Her Majesty's bestowed name is just a limitation. Once you reclaim your true name, you'll be even stronger. I look forward to seeing you at your full strength." "And what about you?" Gawain's eyes finally began to focus as she looked at Lancelot. "When do you plan to reclaim your true name? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't, you will definitely be defeated by him. You saw it, didn't you? The wind he used in his fight against me." Her words made Lancelot's gaze flicker once more. She recalled the sight of Riezel summoning wind and the speed and mobility he had displayed. In that state, his speed and maneuverability already surpassed yours. Gawain spoke bluntly. "If you don't reclaim your true name and restore your dragon power, you won't be able to defeat him, not even in aerial combat, which you're most proud of." Lancelot did not argue against Gawain's evaluation. Even though she had always considered herself the strongest, when someone truly surpassed her, she would not cling to meaningless pride or deny the fact. At this moment, she might not be able to defeat that man. Lancelot admitted this and had a premonition that as long as she remained Lancelot, she would not be able to defeat him. No, I can reclaim my true name anytime." Lancelot hesitated for a moment before speaking firmly. "I know it might go against the name granted by Her Majesty, but I really don't want to lose to him." Her implication was clear. If there was any chance she might lose to Riezel, she would immediately reclaim her true name and restore her original identity and power, and only then would she have a chance to defeat Riezel. Even if she lost, she would not feel regret. Hearing Lancelot's words, Gawain felt the same. While she, as Gawain, had already lost to Riezel once, her true self had not yet been defeated. If there was an opportunity, she would definitely challenge Riezel again. At that time, she would no longer fight as Fairy Knight Gawain, but as a cursed demon hound of the Fawn clan, going all out against Riezel. "Tristan, no, Bayaban Sith, what about her?" Gawain shifted the topic and asked. "Not sure." Lancelot shook her head. "She probably used opposing mirrors to escape." "And that little village girl?" Gawain glanced at Lancelot and asked again. "Even though I lost my reason during atavism, I still remember everything. If I wasn't mistaken, you rescued her, didn't you? Where did you take her?" Her tone carried a faint hint of interrogation. Lancelot did not meet Gawain's gaze but turned her back. "I was simply asked to help her a little," Lancelot answered softly. "She's already left Camelot now, just like that man." Gawain did not comment on this and simply gave Lancelot a cold stare as if trying to see through her thoughts. As a fairy knight, under the Queen's arrest order, not only had Lancelot failed to capture Artoria when given the chance, but she had even rescued her and taken her to safety. If this matter were pursued, it would undoubtedly be seen as an act of betrayal. Yet Lancelot carried it out without hesitation and acted as though there was nothing wrong with what she had done, which made Gawain feel that, at this moment, Lancelot seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Was it Aurora? Gawain guessed who had asked Lancelot to do that kind of thing. It wasn't hard to guess. In Fairy Britain, Lancelot had hardly built close ties with anyone. Her relationship with her fellow fairy knights was not good, one could even say it was bad. Her relationship with the clan heads, especially those led by Woodwoes, was also poor. It could even be said that they almost outright despised her. Only with Aurora, the head of the Wind clan, did Lancelot seem to hold a particular fondness. Even before becoming a fairy knight, she had frequent, close interactions with her. In private, the two also often came and went together. Some of the more perceptive individuals even believed that, compared to Morgan, Lancelot seemed to listen more to Aurora, acting more like Aurora's subordinate than Morgan's knight. In such a situation, for someone to ask Lancelot to help Artoria, and for her to comply without hesitation, even though it went against Morgan's orders, one could only suspect that it had been the head of the Wind clan who made the request. At Gawain's guess, Lancelot did not deny it. "Take care of your injuries. I'll take responsibility and report to Her Majesty." After speaking, Lancelot once again turned into a white meteor and flew toward the royal palace. Gawain watched Lancelot leave, then whispered after a moment. "A fairy like you. Why are you bound by Aurora? Aurora, the head of the Wind clan, what exactly is she planning? And Her Majesty?" At this moment, countless thoughts ran through Gawain's mind, but in the end, an image surfaced in her mind on its own. "I need to find another way to get in touch with him." With this decision, Gawain slowly closed her eyes as her chest rose and fell with difficulty. If one looked closely, the wound in her chest had already stopped bleeding and was gradually healing. Inside a room in New Darlington. Zing. As a faint light shimmered from a mirror in the room, a figure tumbled out of it. Cough, cough. Amid painful coughing, Tristan, her body charred and completely unclothed, collapsed to the ground and couldn't help but cough up several mouthfuls of blood. "Damn Gawain, damn that human." Tristan struggled on the floor, cursing through gritted teeth as she moved. "How dare they do this to me? I'm going to cut off their ankles, decorate my room with their feet. And that wretched country bumpkin looked down on me. I'll kill her for sure. I'm Mother's daughter. I definitely won't let them off." It was as if she used these words to numb herself, trying to forget the pain and suffering. Tristan struggled toward the bed, dragged over the blanket, and wrapped herself in it. With a stifled groan, Tristan then forced herself to sit up. "Ugh, this is bad. I'm too badly hurt. I must find a way to treat this." Even though she said this, Tristan couldn't use healing magecraft because the magecrafts she knew were meant for killing, either curses or offensive attacks, none of which were beneficial to anyone. On top of that, Tristan just so happened not to be a normal fairy, as she didn't have the vitality or regenerative ability typical of a fairy. If it weren't for the fact that she possessed some kind of immortality that other fairies didn't have, she might have already died by now, and couldn't have endured this level of injury otherwise. Should I ask Mother for help? Such a thought crossed Tristan's mind, but she quickly shook her head desperately. "No, I can't go to Mother." Not only had she failed to carry out her mother's orders, but she also had ended up in this pitiful state. If she went to her mother for help like this, it would be utterly humiliating. Just thinking of disgracing herself was already unbearable enough for Tristan, so the idea of making her mother lose face or disappoint her was even worse. "I'm Mother's daughter. I'll figure something out, I will." As she muttered to herself, Tristan failed to notice a figure that had appeared behind her at some point. "So you're already back. Lady Spinel." Hearing this voice, Tristan froze for a moment, then looked overjoyed. "You're here? Red Beryl." Tristan turned around with effort and looked at the men before her, her voice trembling with relief and excitement. Yes, it was none other than Beryl Gut. "Looks like you've been through quite a lot, milady." Beryl narrowed his eyes, speaking slowly as he looked at Tristan, who was wrapped in the blanket, her battered and scorched form faintly visible. "Let's not talk about that, Beryl," Tristan said quickly, unaware of Beryl's strange tone. "I'm injured. Do you have any way to help me heal faster?" "Healing, huh?" Beryl chuckled. "Well, I do have a method, or rather, I know a magecraft that can fix this situation. If you need it, I can teach you." "What? Really? What is it?" Tristan's eyes lit up as she asked hurriedly. "You've got such a convenient magecraft. Teach me right away. I still need to report back to Mother." "In that much of a rush?" Beryl chuckled softly. "If that's the case, all right, I'll have to be a little impolite. You'll need to bear with it, okay? Because it will hurt a bit." As he spoke, he slowly extended his hand. Under Tristan's eager gaze, he pressed a finger against her forehead. In the next moment, that finger pierced through Tristan's forehead, driving into her brain. Buzz. A strange pattern appeared on Tristan's forehead. "Ah, a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-h-h-h." Tristan's screams echoed through the room, continuing for a long time without stopping. Outside Camelot, near the edge where the central plains met the southern plains. Swish. A figure suddenly appeared here without any warning, sliding slowly to the ground against a rock. Ha! Riezel, holding Fool, leaned against a rock, clutching his chest with a terrifyingly pale face. Upon closer look, his body was covered in wounds. Some looked like they were caused by flying debris and sharp rocks, while others seemed to be burn marks from flames. Blood had even trickled from the corner of his mouth, making it clear that his injuries were not light. As expected, I still pushed it too far, huh? Feeling the waves of pain coming from his body, Riezel gave a bitter smile. In order to end the battle quickly, during his fight with Gawain, Riezel had only barely avoided a direct hit from her horn. However, the impact and flames that erupted when Gawain's horn struck the ground had hit Riezel completely, and he had taken all of that damage head-on. As a result, every one of Gawain's attacks had left Riezel injured, even if only slightly. Even with the protection of magic like Aerial, Live Illusio, and Veil Breath, along with resistances against fire attribute attacks from Pioneer of the Sun, Riezel had ultimately been unable to completely ignore Gawain's strikes because the damage had built up little by little. On top of that, using Aerial had left aftereffects that placed a considerable burden on his entire body. Even though wind breathing helped reduce this burden, after some time, Riezel still felt a soreness he hadn't experienced in a long while, which was why, as soon as he left the battlefield and arrived here, he immediately collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Riezel was not like Gawain or Tristan, who could only rely on fairy self-healing abilities or special traits to sustain their lives. Silent magic, Diafrattle. As the top-tier healing magic was chanted, waves of light appeared around Riezel's body, causing his wounds to gradually heal. Feeling his body enter a healing state, Riezel let out a small sigh of relief and placed his fingers against his temple. Message. Riezel cast a communication magic, connecting to Artoria and calling her name. After a moment, Riezel's message was received. Riezel. A timid voice echoed in Riezel's mind, and the image of a blonde fairy girl, uncertain and cautious, immediately surfaced in his thoughts. It's me. Are you all right, Artoria? Riezel let out a breath of relief, then asked a question, but it was met with Artoria's excited voice. It's really you. Riezel, are you okay? Where are you now? Are you still in Camelot? If you are, tell me right away. I'll come get you. No, I'm not in Camelot anymore, I escaped. What about you? Where are you now? I am outside too. From the sound of your voice, are you hurt? I should come find you. No need. My wounds will heal soon. Riezel replied calmly, rejecting her offer. You stay where you are and don't move. By the way, keep this connection open. Once I'm done healing, I'll teleport over to you. Oh okay. Artoria reluctantly accepted Riezel's suggestion. But hurry up, alright? Otherwise, I won't be able to stop myself from going to you. Alright. Riezel gave his word and lowered the fingers pressed to his temple. It's over, huh? Gazing at the sky, Riezel murmured softly before his gaze sharpened. No, the real show is just about to begin. Chapter 499, Back to Salisbury. Under the continuous treatment of Diafrattle, Riezel's injury soon fully recovered, and the soreness caused by Aerial's overuse also faded away. Now that he had highly versatile tier magic at his disposal, Riezel was no longer helpless against such aftereffects as he had been in the past because he could easily restore his condition using recovery magic. As a result, after about 5 minutes, Riezel was back to full energy. Gate. Sensing Artoria's location and direction through message, Riezel activated the highest tier teleportation magic, causing a circular black portal that seemed to devour space itself to unfold in front of him. Stepping into the portal made by Gate, Riezel felt his vision shift, and in the next instant, he arrived at another place, which seemed to be a small forest on the outskirts of Camelot. It was not large, and the trees were relatively short, looking like the kind of terrain one could easily find scattered across the wild plains. As Riezel looked ahead, he saw Artoria pacing back and forth, appearing rather uneasy. It was not until he appeared that her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran over to him. Seeing the unease on Artoria's face gradually turn into joy as she rushed toward him, Riezel thought for a moment and ultimately reached out, aimed at the fairy girl's head, and knocked it with a hand chop. Pa! With a loud smack, Artoria's joyful expression twisted before she crouched down as usual, clutching her head. What was that for? Tears welling at the corners of her eyes, Artoria raised her voice in protest. Seriously, that's what I should be asking you. Riezel finally began to settle accounts with her. Didn't I already send a message telling you not to worry about me? I was going to come find you myself in a month. From his perspective, Artoria's rescue attempt had been completely unnecessary. He had already fulfilled the condition that Morgan had set, so once the wedding ended, he would be able to leave on his own. By then, could Morgan really stop him? If she could, Her Majesty the Queen would not have said those words earlier. For that reason, this entire conflict could have been avoided. If Artoria had not appeared, Riezel would have left Camelot in another 1 or 2 days at most, but because Artoria had suddenly shown up, an unnecessary conflict had broken out. At least, in Riezel's view, it was precisely because of Artoria's appearance that Morgan had sent the fairy knights to block him from leaving. Simply put, Morgan might have been jealous and didn't want to see Riezel being taken away by her rival, which was probably why she had given such an order to cause him trouble. Even though this reasoning sounded a bit ridiculous and not in line with Morgan's usual style, the hostility she had shown toward Artoria had been so intense it was practically tangible, that much was undeniable. He had already told Artoria not to worry about him, but she still came to Camelot on her own, causing this whole avoidable mess, so Riezel couldn't help but give Artoria another flick to the head. However, upon hearing Riezel's words, Artoria looked completely bewildered. Message? What message? Artoria's confused expression made Riezel pause slightly. What? Riezel asked in surprise. You didn't see the familiar I sent? Familiar? Artoria looked even more puzzled. You sent something to me? I didn't see anything. Hearing this, Riezel frowned. Could it be? The messenger crow hadn't found Artoria. No, impossible. In the first place, that type of monster's special ability was to accurately locate anyone who had physical contact with the summoner within a certain period. While Riezel had never used it before, based on the knowledge he had gained in the world of Overlord, messenger crows had never failed in this regard. If that was the case, then what had stopped the messenger crow from reaching Artoria? Did something happen to it along the way? It was the only possibility left. Unless something had happened along the way and it had been intercepted, otherwise, judging from the behavior of a messenger crow, it should have flown straight toward Artoria. However, the problem was, what had caused the messenger crow to run into trouble? Was it someone's doing? Or just a coincidence? He knew this was Fairy Britain, where the wilderness was not entirely safe. Even without moss, there were still plenty of wild beasts and magical beasts. If the messenger crow had encountered a flying beast while delivering the message, then the chances of it being attacked were quite high. However, if it had merely been an accidental encounter with a beast, Riezel should have sensed that something had happened to the messenger crow. After all, when using summoning magic to summon a creature, a kind of mental link, similar to a contract, was established between the summoner and the summoned creature. Because of this, during the time when the summoning magic remained active, the summoned creature would share part of the summoner's thoughts and knowledge, so after being summoned, the creature could instantly recognize friend from foe and act according to the summoner's intentions, thanks to this mechanism. In addition, there was a mental connection between the summoned creature and the summoner. Even without magic such as message, it could still receive commands directly from the summoner's mind. Under such circumstances, if something had happened to the messenger crow, Riezel, as the summoner, would have surely sensed it. Yet over the past month, he had only sensed the messenger crow being automatically dismissed because the summoning duration had ended. At that time, Riezel had assumed the messenger crow had completed its mission, but now, it seemed that the messenger crow had not completed its mission but had encountered trouble along the way, causing delays. Before it could reach Artoria, the summoning duration expired, and the creature was automatically dismissed before it could deliver the message. I should have used the permanent summoning method to summon the messenger crow. Generally speaking, there were two methods of summoning creatures in Yggdrasil. One was temporary summoning, which was the method Riezel had been using, where once the summoning duration ended, the summoned creature would be dismissed immediately and would not remain in the current world. As for the other method, it was permanent summoning, which, as the name suggested, allowed the summoned creature to remain until it was killed. While the former required almost no special summoning conditions, as one simply needed to use summoning magic or a magic item for summoning, the latter required certain conditions to be met, such as consuming various materials as a medium to complete the summoning. Needless to say, the latter was how the servants of the Great Tomb of Nazarick were summoned, by consuming in-game gold from Yggdrasil to achieve permanent summoning and keep the creatures serving Nazarick. Aside from summoning magic, certain special types of magic also required consuming specific materials to activate successfully. For example, the Wall of Stone magic that Riezel had used in the royal palace required materials from the surrounding environment, and the quality of the material consumed determined the power of the final magic. Resurrection magic also followed this rule, where some resurrection magic required large amounts of gold or jewels to activate. Fifth-tier magic, Raise Dead, worked this way, and the system Nazarick used to resurrect its NPCs followed the same principle. Otherwise, Shaltyr's resurrection and the resurrection of all the NPCs Riezel had killed would not have cost Nazarick so many resources, causing Ain so much heartache. In short, if one consumed the appropriate materials when using summoning magic, the summoning would become permanent. Even though Riezel did not have Yggdrasil's in-game gold, the messenger crow was still a low-level monster summonable by first-tier magic, so to summon it permanently only required consuming a bit of gold, which was nothing to him, who could use the Akasha continent structure system magic to create it. If Riezel had wanted, he could have even permanently summoned monsters equivalent to level 5 or level 6 adventurers by consuming some Excelia. If he was willing to accept the level-down penalty to cast Wish upon a Star, then even monsters at level 7 or level 8 could be permanently summoned. Compared to powerful summons like them, a messenger crow that only needed a bit of gold for permanent summoning was truly insignificant. Unfortunately, at that time, Riezel had not expected the messenger crow to run into trouble, because he thought that even a temporarily summoned monster would be enough to deliver a message to Artoria. Who would have thought that, in the end, it would fail? All right. Riezel stopped thinking about it and pressed his lips together. Since you didn't get my message, let's just leave it at that. What? Artoria was stunned for a moment, then grew indignant. So my head got hit for nothing? Not exactly. Riezel retorted. Even if you didn't get my message, you shouldn't have barged into Camelot on your own like that. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Hearing this, Artoria fell silent. Of course, she knew exactly how dangerous it was. After all, the royal palace was Morgan's domain. It was heavily guarded by numerous fairy soldiers, along with the 3 fairy knights and the warriors of the Fawn clan led by Woodwoes. For Artoria to enter such a place alone was practically a death wish. Even Riezel could not guarantee he would make it out unscathed after breaking into Morgan's palace, let alone Artoria. Even though Artoria had grown much stronger after ringing one bell of pilgrimage, she still stood no chance against the likes of Woodwoes, Gawain, or Lancelot. Even when facing Tristan, the so-called disgrace of the fairy knights, it remained uncertain whether she could win in a one-on-one fight. To put it bluntly, if Artoria's intrusion had been discovered earlier, and if Riezel had not intervened, even a few elite warriors from the Fawn clan or a few powerful fairy soldiers sent by Morgan would have been enough to surround and kill her. At Artoria's current level, which was still not even level 7, how could she possibly take on a palace guarded by multiple level 8 opponents? Artoria's actions this time had been extremely reckless, one wrong move and she could have faced utter ruin. If Riezel had not happened to be there when she was discovered, there would have been no need for the fairy knights or the Fawn clan to take action. Morgan's casual burst of magical energy alone would have wiped her out. Naturally, there was no way Artoria could have failed to understand this. While she might have seemed like a naive village fairy, Artoria was actually much sharper than many others, so she should have understood that the consequences of her actions were not something she could have overlooked. And yet, she still chose to act. She really couldn't help it. She simply could not bear to watch the only ray of sun she had ever seen in this world quietly fade away. Even after growing up in a place as cruel and abusive as Tintagel, she still rushed in to stop villagers from slaughtering each other in a fire meant for her, so how could she stand by when Riezel was captured because she rang the bell of pilgrimage? From the moment Artoria learned that Riezel had been placed under house arrest in Camelot, there had been no second option in her mind, she had to rescue him. It's fine, really. Artoria gave a goofy smile as if she had done something trivial. Don't be fooled by how I look. I'm actually pretty good at sneaking around, you know. She was telling the truth. Artoria had indeed put a lot of effort into learning many kinds of unconventional skills and magecrafts. Whether it was lockpicking, infiltration, or even blasting, she was highly skilled at them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it into the royal palace with only Morgan detecting her presence. And besides, I wasn't alone. Artoria looked at Riezel. I told you before, didn't I? I had help. Hearing this, Riezel narrowed his eyes. By the way, who helped you get into the palace and plant those bombs? Riezel asked. Let me guess, that person must be someone important, right? Indeed, only someone who could move freely through the palace would be able to help Artoria sneak in and plant so many bombs undetected. Even the throne room, which Morgan valued the most, had been rigged with bombs. It was clear that whoever helped her held a significant position in Fairy Britain, or else they could not have accomplished such a feat. In other words, Artoria's helper not only had considerable influence but also enjoyed high status within the fairy kingdom. Riezel already had a few guesses about who it might be, thanks to the transparent world. During his battle with Gawain, he had seen very clearly who had gotten Artoria out of that battlefield-turned-disaster zone, and that person was known to be extremely loyal in private to the head of a certain fairy clan. Aurora. Artoria answered without hesitation. The one who helped me was Aurora, the head of the Wind clan. Needless to say, that name and that identity exactly matched what Riezel had suspected. Let's go see her. Aurora told me she wants to talk to you. Salisbury, Cathedral of the Ash Tree. Salisbury, once considered the freest city in Britain, had yet to return to its former state. Because of the fierce battle that had shaken the land a month ago, the city had been engulfed in flames, with even a section of its walls collapsing. Although it had not been reduced to complete ruins, it had nearly lost the ability to function as a city and was now in urgent need of repairs. A month had passed, yet the restoration work here was still unfinished. Even though Salisbury had requested aid from the Earth clan in Norwich, bringing in a team of fairy craftsmen skilled in stonework to assist, it would still take quite some time to repair a half-ruined city. As a result, construction work could be seen everywhere in Salisbury, making the entire city look like it was undergoing renovations, with shouts and the sounds of panting echoing in the streets. At this moment, the only landmark in Salisbury that stayed relatively intact was the Cathedral of the Ash Tree. Because this was the residence of the city's lord and a building of great symbolic significance in Fairy Britain, it had been prioritized for swift restoration as soon as the repair efforts began, so the Cathedral of the Ash Tree had already been restored ahead of the other parts of the city. Even the bell tower that had been destroyed by Lancelot was now fully repaired. As usual, human guards stood watch at the cathedral, dutiful and vigilant. Buzz. Suddenly, in the bell tower at the very top of the cathedral, the air began to tremble. A black spot appeared, gradually expanding and staining the surrounding space with darkness. Before long, a circular dark portal emerged, and Riezel and Artoria stepped out from it. "We're here." Riezel spoke calmly, while Artoria stood beside him, her mood complicated. "You've done it again. Another one of those things that makes me question whether there's something wrong with how I learned magecraft." Artoria looked utterly dejected. "What's the big deal?" Riezel replied indifferently. "Morgan and Tristan can do the same thing, can't they?" Upon hearing this, Artoria rolled her eyes. "That's exactly why I keep wondering whether I'm really a proper magus. Why else would I feel southwest out of place?" Artoria grumbled inwardly as she walked out of the bell tower, heading toward the Lord's chambers. "You sure that Wind Clan's head is already back?" Riezel, who was following Artoria, asked casually. "Not sure," Artoria said, her eyes dull and lifeless. "But the Wind Clan is always fast on their feet. If Aurora's already left Camelot, then even if she isn't back yet, she should be pretty close." Riezel gave a slight nod and said nothing more. "Aurora, huh?" he thought to himself, slightly narrowing his eyes. "Well then, it's finally time for us to meet." Chapter 500, Misunderstanding, Meeting Aurora. Artoria had still been too naive. Yes, the Wind Clan was indeed fast, but no matter how fast, trying to travel from Camelot in the central region to Salisbury in the south within a single night was nearly impossible. Moreover, the fierce battle between Riezel and Gawain had taken place less than an hour ago, so even if Aurora had left Camelot immediately after that and rushed toward Salisbury, there was no way she could have arrived so soon. As a result, when Riezel and Artoria came down from the bell tower and arrived at the entrance of the Lord's chambers, not only did they not see Aurora, but they were even blocked by Aurora's attendant. "Halt, this is Lady Aurora's residence. You two, stand right there and don't take another step forward." Saying this in such a cold and harsh tone was a winged fairy with butterfly-like wings, who led a group of guards. She possessed a face as flawless as a sculpture and dreamy pink hair, yet the arrogance and coldness on her face shattered that ethereal aura, leaving her with an overbearing and aggressive impression. "Miss Coral." Artoria seemed to know her and called out at once. Coral naturally noticed Artoria as well, but her attitude did not change. "So it's you, unknown backwater fairy," Coral said sharply. "Weren't you already on your way to Camelot with Lady Aurora? Why have you suddenly come back with some unknown man?" She glanced warily at Riezel, her eyes full of suspicion. "Well, it's kind of complicated." Artoria struggled to explain, her words becoming a bit unclear. Seeing this, Coral's gaze grew even more cautious. "Looks like you've done quite a few things you shouldn't have while you were out." Coral continued coldly, her eyes becoming sharp. "I already told Lady Aurora, this cathedral is the sacred ground of Her Majesty's coronation. It was the very site of Her Majesty's ceremony 2,000 years ago. A place like this should not be welcoming unknown lower fairies under the current state of Salisbury. And now, you've even left Lady Aurora outside and brought some suspicious men here, trying to enter her chambers. What exactly are you planning to do here?" By this point, Coral's tone was nearly hostile. Needless to say, she had long suspected Artoria, and now that Artoria had returned alone with an unfamiliar man, her wariness had turned to outright hostility. "Wait, you've got it all wrong, Miss Coral." Artoria quickly tried to explain, but Coral gave her no chance. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll know once Lady Aurora returns," Coral said firmly. "Until then, I'm taking you both in." It went without saying that this attendant was so forceful that she was not even willing to give Riezel and Artoria a chance to leave and was going to capture them outright. "Guards, seize these two fairies of unknown clan." At Coral's command, the guards behind her stepped forward in unison, spears in hand, cautiously approaching and surrounding Riezel and Artoria. "No way, seriously." Artoria was completely caught off guard by how things had escalated, her eyes widening in shock. Riezel, who had not spoken a word this entire time, frowned deeply as he watched the situation unfold so rapidly. "What's going on here?" Riezel turned to Artoria and asked, full of confusion. "Didn't you say that after I got captured and brought to Camelot, you ran into the head of the Wind Clan and were invited to stay here?" How had she stayed here for nearly a month and still failed to build a good relationship with these people? How had she ended up being treated so hostilely? Riezel's current gaze at Artoria clearly carried these questions. "Even though I've been staying here for quite a while, Miss Coral never trusted me like Aurora does and always thought I was suspicious." Artoria looked helpless as she explained. It was understandable. As a fairy, not only was Artoria's appearance different from the four fairy clans, but she was also not originally from Fairy Britain, she had come from paradise. To someone already prone to suspicion, she was a mysterious outsider, with an unclear origin and questionable behavior. Even though she had repeatedly explained that she grew up in Tintagel, that place had already been destroyed, and even if it hadn't, it was just a remote, forgotten village. In Coral's eyes, a fairy from such a place could only be seen as someone trying to ingratiate herself with Aurora for ulterior motives. Consequently, although Artoria had been welcomed by Aurora and had stayed at the cathedral for nearly a month, Coral remained extremely wary of her, doubting her intentions. It was a classic case of the servant worrying more than the master. Aurora, as the master, clearly trusted Artoria, while Coral, the attendant, remained dissatisfied. It was perfectly normal for Coral to be so cautious, wanting to protect her master and guard against potential threats. However, Artoria had clearly failed to consider these things and had now triggered Coral's suspicions with her actions. It was an unfortunate development. Watching as the human guards closed in with their spears ready, Riezel let out a sigh. "Stop it." Riezel glanced at Coral and said calmly, "They are not my opponents. To avoid unnecessary conflict, call them back now, there's still time." Upon hearing this, not only did Coral ignore the suggestion, but her expression grew even colder. "Big words like that, you'll have plenty of time to say them once you're behind bars." Not wasting another word, Coral waved her hand. "Go." In an instant, the guards charged toward Riezel and Artoria. "Riezel." Artoria yelled in panic, but what she actually yelled was different from what any onlookers expected. "They're just humans. Don't hurt them." Hearing Artoria's yell almost made Riezel roll his eyes. "I'm human too, aren't I? Aren't we in the same situation?" With this thought, Riezel refrained from using any overly destructive methods. Mass hold species. He cast a binding magic, causing a magic circle to expand beneath his feet, instantly covering all the guards rushing toward them and trapping them within it. In the next moment, all the human guards were frozen in place, as if bound by invisible chains, unable to move an inch, making the guards widen their eyes in shock, and even Coral's expression shifted slightly. "Magecraft. Who are you?" Coral questioned sharply. In response, she received an answer that shook her deeply. "Me." Riezel raised his gaze and looked at the butterfly-like fairy woman, speaking plainly. "It's a bit complicated to explain, but if I say that this city ended up like this because Lancelot and the others were trying to capture me, you should get the idea, right?" Hearing this, it wasn't just the frozen guards who were shocked, even Coral let out a gasp. You're the child of prophecy." As soon as these words came out, it was Riezel and Artoria whose expressions turned awkward. "I see, so she doesn't know your true identity yet." Riezel, with a wry smile, asked Artoria softly. "Doesn't matter, no one would believe me anyway." Artoria replied, looking a bit downcast. She herself didn't know how to describe this situation. Clearly, she was the child of prophecy, but somehow, at some point, word had spread rapidly throughout Britain that Riezel was the child of prophecy. Now, all the fairies believed that the child of prophecy in the rumors was Queen Morgan's chosen husband, a magus capable of fighting Fairy Knight Lancelot, Fairy Knight Gawain, and the Fawn clan head Woodwoes without defeat. Because of this, tales of the child of prophecy had left an extremely deep impression on all the fairies over the past month, and all of them had mistaken the traits of the child of prophecy. He was Queen Morgan's husband, so he must be a man. He could fight Lancelot, Gawain, and Woodwoes alone, so he must be powerful. He had destroyed half of Salisbury, so even Queen Morgan feared him. And all of this was far from who Artoria really was. Under these circumstances, if Artoria dared to walk the streets and claim that she was the true child of prophecy, people would no doubt give her a huge eye roll. "Missy, the child of prophecy is supposed to be a man. Are you a man?" Just this one sentence was enough to make Artoria retreat. Because of this, Artoria had already realized that she seemed to be straying further and further down the path of pretending to be the child of prophecy. At this rate, those villagers in the village of Tintagel who believed Artoria was a fraud could probably rest in peace now, right? As Artoria thought this, she suddenly felt a bit dejected. Don't tell me even the head of the Wind clan doesn't know about this yet. Without any regard for Artoria's feelings, Riezel asked again in a faint tone. Artoria didn't answer, just turned her head away. Riezel resisted the urge to rub his temples and felt quite speechless. Doesn't this mean my identity as the child of prophecy had already been set in stone here? In that case, what is Artoria's identity now? As Riezel wondered inwardly, Coral quickly answered this question for him. "I knew it. A fairy with no known clan like you must be suspicious." Coral glared angrily at Artoria and accused her. "You came from the outside world, didn't you? And you're a magus too, right? I've heard that a magus from a foreign land would assist the child of prophecy to overthrow Her Majesty's rule and crown them as the true king. Looks like you're that foreign magus, aren't you?" You got close to Lady Aurora just to use her and find a way to rescue the child of prophecy, who's imprisoned in the palace, didn't you? How despicable. You outsider. While making these accusations, Coral seemed completely convinced of Artoria's identity. She looked at Riezel and Artoria as if they were a great demon king and his lackey, slowly stepping back with a look that said her life was doomed, but she would do everything she could to send this shocking information out. Hearing Coral's accusation, neither Riezel nor Artoria spoke. So, what do you think? After a while, Riezel finally broke the silence and asked Artoria. No idea. Whatever. Artoria was already feeling pretty defeated, but at the same time, a bit of doubt rose in her mind. A magus from a foreign land assisting the child of prophecy, huh? Artoria, as the protagonist, naturally knew this was something mentioned in the prophecy. It was just that she could barely handle her own situation, so how could she possibly worry about some magus from a foreign land? But now, after hearing what Coral said, Artoria suddenly had a realization. Come to think of it, didn't Riezel mention before that he's not from Fairy Britain? Riezel, being from the outside world yet knowing many things, was already something Artoria had confirmed. Could it be? Riezel is the foreign magus mentioned in the prophecy. Artoria's eyes lit up. It wasn't surprising that Artoria would think this way. First, Riezel came from the outside world, meaning he was a foreigner. Second, Riezel was a magus and an extremely powerful one at that. Third, the moment he arrived in Fairy Britain, he had chosen without hesitation to help her, support her the entire way, lead her out of Tintagel, and bring her here. Didn't this match perfectly with the characteristics of the foreign magus assisting the child of prophecy? Just as Artoria became so convinced of this, she didn't notice that a hand had quietly reached above her head and was about to come down without hesitation. Pa! A sudden impact burst against Artoria's head. Ouch! Artoria cried out in pain and crouched down, clutching her head once again. Riezel. Without even thinking, Artoria immediately locked in on the culprit, glaring at him fiercely, looking as if she might pounce and bite him any second. How many times now? Just how many times have you done this? Artoria shouted as she swung her small fists while charging at Riezel. It's been so long since we last saw each other, and you're still hitting me on the head non-stop. You're just mean. Way too mean. Riezel paid no attention to Artoria's complaints and simply extended a hand and pressed it against her forehead. Watching as her flailing little fists couldn't even touch him, Riezel spoke casually. It kinda feels like your brain circuits are starting to sync up with those fairies. I'm just giving you a little physical adjustment to clear your head. After saying something that only made Artoria even more upset, Riezel finally turned to Coral and spoke in a leisurely tone. Don't look at me like I'm some dangerous criminal. Your master is basically half an ally of ours, isn't she? Birds of a feather, you know. Riezel extended a hand toward Coral. But of course, even if I say that, you won't believe me, so I'll have to take you down first. Once your Lady Aurora comes back, you'll see whether this really is a misunderstanding. Needless to say, the very words Coral had used against Riezel and Artoria earlier were now turned back on her by Riezel. You. As Coral gritted her teeth and glared at Riezel, refusing to retreat any further, at that moment. My, it seems quite a lot has happened here. Just as Riezel was about to cast magic to restrain Coral, an overly graceful voice suddenly rang through the space, interrupting the standoff. Everyone instinctively turned their heads toward the source of the voice, and in the next instant, they all saw the door to the Lord's chamber quietly open. From within, a figure slowly stepped out. Lady Aurora. Coral exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it was Aurora herself. Aurora. Artoria stopped trying to push against Riezel's hand and looked at Aurora stepping out of the room, clearly a bit stunned. You're back already? Yes. Aurora gave Artoria a gentle smile. Her Majesty used opposing mirrors to send us clan heads back to our territories, so I just got back. In the next moment, she turned to Coral. Coral. Aurora softly called out to her attendant. Yes, Lady Aurora. Coral hurried over and bowed her head before Aurora. I told you before, didn't I? Aurora said helplessly. Artoria isn't an outsider. She can come and go from my chambers freely. Did you forget? I wouldn't dare. Every word Lady Aurora says is etched in my heart and mind. Coral replied respectfully, still bowing her head, though her tone remained firm. But Lady Aurora is always kind and gentle. Someone with ill intent could easily take advantage of that. Since you won't guard against others, that's my job as your attendant. You are as stubborn as ever. Aurora sounded a little exasperated, but she smiled gently. I know you're only thinking of my well-being, but that makes it hard for me to decide whether to scold you or not. What a headache. Nonetheless, like I said, they're not outsiders, are they? Aurora then turned to Riezel and Artoria, giving them a soft smile. Please, the two of you, come in and talk. Not giving Coral any chance to protest, Aurora turned and walked back into the Lord's chambers first. Coral's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she gave up on trying to persuade Aurora. She shot Riezel and Artoria one last glare, then quickly followed Aurora. Riezel and Artoria exchanged glances for a moment before the two of them walked into the Lord's chambers together, disappearing from the corridor. Chapter 501, Ironic. As the head of the Wind clan and the Lord of Salisbury, it was only natural that Aurora's residence appeared quite splendid, filled with an air of elegance. "Please, have a seat." Aurora welcomed Riezel and Artoria to sit down, then took a seat across from them. Coral silently stood behind Aurora, her gaze on Riezel and Artoria still filled with caution. Artoria aside, Riezel's attention had already been drawn to Aurora. Only now did Riezel finally have the time to properly observe this head of the Wind clan. She had long, lustrous golden hair that clearly took a great deal of time to style, and wore an exquisite formal gown, with butterfly-like wings extending from her back, just like Coral. Her pointed ears were another distinct feature of the Wind clan's fairies, and this clan head was no exception. Her skin was fair, her figure tall and graceful, and every movement she made radiated elegance, where even a single glance or smile from her carried a breathtaking beauty. Coupled with the ever-present gentle smile on her face, it would be no exaggeration to call her a perfect noble lady. In fact, if someone claimed she was a goddess, many would believe it without hesitation. In truth, within Fairy Britain, Aurora enjoyed tremendous popularity. Her status was second only to Morgan's, yet she was not as cold or terrifying as Morgan, but gentle and kind. She was as beautiful as Lancelot, yet unlike Lancelot's cool demeanor, she was incredibly approachable. Some called her the most beautiful fairy. Some called her the gentlest woman. Some called her the kindest clan head. Even though the title of the most beautiful fairy remained a matter of debate due to the presence of Morgan and Lancelot, her reputation as the gentlest and kindest was universally acknowledged among the fairies. For this reason, Tristan disliked her, believing that such gentleness was nothing but hypocrisy. On the other hand, Woodwose admired her greatly, as she always treated him like a gentleman, speaking softly and with understanding. Lancelot shared a close friendship with her. Gawain kept a constant watch on her. Spriggan would sometimes visit her quite frequently. Even Muriel considered Aurora someone not to be underestimated and remained wary of her. Such was a woman admired by many fairies, and one who drew the attention of just as many. If popularity alone were to be considered, she might very well have been the most beloved figure in all of Fairy Britain, surpassing even Lancelot. Even Riezel had to admit, if a pure and innocent young boy were to meet Aurora, there was a 90% chance he would be instantly smitten, fall for her at first sight, see her as the goddess of his dreams, and spend many long nights thinking about her, completely enamored. When interacting with such a dazzling noble lady, anyone would naturally let down their guard, trust her, rely on her, and open their heart to her. Unfortunately, just as a certain thought passed through Riezel's mind, Aurora spoke. "I'm very glad." Aurora closed her eyes with a gentle smile. "It's truly wonderful that you both made it out of Camelot safely. When I heard that the fairy knights had encountered you and fought with you, I was really worried you might run into danger, but it looks like I worried too much. Even with the fairy knights acting together, taking on the Child of Prophecy and the foreign Magus is no easy task." Upon hearing this, Artoria was filled with mixed feelings. She felt as if she had hardly been of any help. During the encounter with the fairy knights, aside from briefly blocking Tristan, she had done nothing else. It was thanks to Riezel alone, who fought Gawain, that they had been able to escape. And what about her? Not only had she done little beyond momentarily holding back Tristan, but in the end, it was Lancelot who saved her life. How could Artoria not feel conflicted about that? Of course, Riezel thought that Artoria's reinforcement had been quite effective, because thanks to her support, he had been able to suppress Gawain throughout the fight. Facing the atavism state Gawain without reinforcement would have required much more effort on his part. However, Artoria didn't know this, so she simply spoke her honest thoughts. Fairy knights are really powerful. When she said this, Artoria could not help but think of a certain disgrace among the fairy knights, which caused her tone to pause slightly without meaning to. Still, she continued speaking. "If it were just me, there's no way I could fight against the fairy knights. It was all thanks to Riezel that we managed to hold them off." Artoria's words earned a cheerful smile from Aurora. "I never doubted that," Aurora said with a gentle smile toward Riezel. "Lord Riezel's strength is well known throughout all of Fairy Britain. My Salisbury is proof enough of that." Standing behind Aurora, Coral immediately cast a wary and hostile glance at Riezel. It was understandable. It was because of him that Salisbury had ended up in its current state. "So sorry." Being reminded of Salisbury's destruction, Artoria quickly apologized to Aurora. "Don't worry about it. It's not entirely your fault." Aurora shook her head, surprisingly open-minded. "If it hadn't been for Lancelot, Gawain, and Woodwose chasing you down, you wouldn't have had to fight in Salisbury. So, if we're talking about responsibility, at least half of it lies with the fairy knights and the Fawn clan. Besides, Her Majesty the Queen has already made reparations, and the citizens of Salisbury have received compensation. Not many people care about this anymore. In fact, some fairies even think rebuilding Salisbury is a fun game now. If this had happened in the human world, it would surely have been unimaginable, but with fairies, the situation took on a different meaning. Even though many fairies had perished in the disaster a month ago, who would still remember them? For fairies, who could turn on each other for the slightest reason, who could kill close friends or even lovers without hesitation, the death of a few unrelated individuals simply was not worth remembering. Consequently, when Aurora said that not many still cared about the matter, it was indeed true. Aside from a few fairies like Coral, who viewed the situation from the standpoint of Salisbury's leadership, the rest, including Aurora herself, had likely already forgotten the terrifying impact Riezel had made that day. If Riezel were to walk the streets now, there would probably be a crowd gathering to see him, and not a small one at that. Such a fact brought a faintly ironic look to Riezel's face and made Artoria's feelings even more complicated. Aurora, unaware of all this, simply looked at Riezel and spoke again. After seeing your strength, your power, even I can't help but start believing in the Mirror Clan's prophecy. Naturally, Aurora was referring to the prophecy that the Child of Prophecy would overthrow Morgan, take the throne from the false king, and be crowned the true king. If it's you, I think I'd be willing to help you ascend the throne. Such a statement could only mean one thing: Aurora was preparing to betray Morgan and join the faction seeking to overthrow her. Lady Aurora. Coral could not help but speak up. I know what you want to say, Coral. Aurora stopped her with a gentle voice. Yes, this decision is sudden and very dangerous. If we're exposed or fail, I know I'll be facing the gallows. I'm well aware of that. As always, Morgan was no benevolent ruler, but a tyrant ruling through fear, a dictator who had unified Fairy Britain by crushing the 6 great fairy clans through sheer force. In the past, the Wind Clan had once opposed Morgan, but like the other clans, had suffered a devastating defeat, which was why the Wind Clan and the other clans had no choice but to submit to her and acknowledge her as queen. Needless to say, to go against such a fearsome witch now, and worse, through outright betrayal, if things went wrong, Aurora would surely face death. Yet, she did not hesitate in making this choice. Britain has no future as it is now. Fairies are being forced to bear command spells and hand over magical energy that is no different from their very life force, like they're on a countdown to death. Once their magical energy runs dry and they can no longer pay the tax for existing, they die. Meanwhile, humans are being controlled, enslaved, and treated like livestock. Even if they're completely used up, no one would care. On top of that, the Queen is plotting something terrifying, trying to invade proper human history. We have to make a change while we still can. Aurora's words left Coral speechless. Riezel, on the other hand, remained calm, even a little indifferent, as if he did not echo Aurora's sentiments. It was Artoria who seemed puzzled. Proper human history. She remembered that when Morgan exposed her in the throne room, hadn't Morgan mentioned the term too? Artoria, my sworn enemy from proper human history. In the throne room, Morgan had indeed said this to Artoria, who had still been in disguise at the time. What did it mean? Artoria wanted to ask, but before she could, Aurora spoke again. There are many others who think the same as I do. Whether it's the Round Table army formed by humans, the Northern King clan, or those in Sheffield, none of us can accept the Queen's rule anymore. Now, with the Child of Prophecy and the foreign magus from the Mirror Clan's prophecy having appeared and shown such power, we should no longer hesitate. For the Fairy Kingdom, for Britain, we must make a choice. Aurora's gentle persuasion finally plunged Coral into complete silence. As Coral said no more, Aurora turned her attention back to Riezel, making him a promise. I know the Wind Clan's strength is nowhere near that of the Fawn Clan. Even the guards maintaining order in Salisbury are just conscripted humans used as combat power, so I can't send an army to support you. But our intelligence network surpasses all others in Britain. Our fairies are scattered across the major cities, Norwich, Gloucester, Oxford, New Darlington, and Manchester. We have people everywhere. I can lend you the Wind Clan's eyes and ears so that you can get the latest information from all over Britain as fast as possible. Also, if you plan to undertake a pilgrimage and ring the other bells of pilgrimage, I can help with that too. Aurora said that if she stepped in to negotiate, she could probably help Riezel and Artoria ring 2 more bells of pilgrimage. Norwich was the territory of Spriggan, the head of the Earth Clan, who was a greedy man but had dealings with Aurora, so if she intervened, there was a good chance he would turn a blind eye. Oxford, known for its great restaurant, was under the control of Woodwose, the head of the Fawn clan. Given that he had a violent temper and was undoubtedly loyal to Morgan, there was no way he would allow Riezel and Artoria to ring the bell of pilgrimage. However, Woodwose harbored some complicated, unspoken feelings toward Aurora, so she could use that to lure him away and let Riezel and Artoria reach the bell tower in Oxford without interference. Gloucester, the fashion city, would be a bit more troublesome. Miriam had holed up there, refusing to step outside the city, and remained somewhat wary of Morgan's faction, so it would not be easy to persuade her to cooperate. As for the north, Orkney had already become a wasteland, causing even the Wind clan to have little information about its current state. If Riezel and Artoria wanted to ring the bell of pilgrimage there, they would likely have to go and take that risk themselves. Meanwhile, the last bell of pilgrimage had disappeared along with the Mirror clan many years ago and remained missing to this day. I'll send people to look for the Mirror clan's bell of pilgrimage, and I'll also have someone check the region of Orkney. Aurora spoke softly about her plans. I'll try to talk to Miriam as well, and do my best to get her permission for you all to ring the Wind clan's bell of pilgrimage. All of this was the extent of the help Aurora could offer. Aurora. Artoria hesitated, but in the end, said nothing. She knew the reason Aurora was being so sincere and willing to help was because of Riezel. Because Riezel was the child of prophecy, the one who gave her hope of overthrowing Morgan, Aurora was willing to set aside past grudges and ignore the losses at Salisbury to stand by his side. If Aurora knew that Riezel was not the child of prophecy and that she herself was, it would be hard to say if Aurora would still go this far. Such a fact made it impossible for Artoria to speak up, to say that she was the true child of prophecy. Riezel, on the other hand, did not object at all. Honestly, the matter of the bells of pilgrimage isn't that hard to handle. Riezel looked at Aurora deeply and said calmly. What's really difficult is dealing with Morgan. For the remaining 5 bells of pilgrimage, if Artoria truly wanted to ring them, Riezel had ways to help her accomplish it in a short time. Just like with Salisbury's bell of pilgrimage, when he said he would take Artoria there, he took her there. He just had not expected so many things to happen afterward, even causing Morgan to take action herself. As long as Riezel was not worried about getting sniped after ringing the bells of pilgrimage, he could easily use teleportation magic to bring Artoria to the bell towers in Oxford, Norwich, Gloucester, and even Orkney, allowing her to ring the 4 bells of pilgrimage with ease. Even for the last bell of pilgrimage, Riezel knew how to find it, or rather, how to make it appear. However, the problem was that even if Artoria rang all the bells of pilgrimage, it did not guarantee that she would be able to defeat Morgan. Everyone believed that once the child of prophecy completed the pilgrimage and rang all 6 bells of pilgrimage, they would become the savior and defeat the witch ruling Britain. Only Riezel knew that ringing the 6 bells of pilgrimage was not the end, but just the beginning. Knowing that fact, Riezel stood up. Let's take some time to think this over first. Riezel spoke calmly, which made Coral raise her eyebrows. Surprisingly, Artoria had no comment, while Aurora was briefly stunned but quickly went along with it. You're right. For something this important, it's best to consider it carefully and plan accordingly. Aurora said, then turned to Coral. Coral, go prepare a room for Lord Riezel so he can rest. Understood. Coral lowered her head and replied before leaving the room expressionlessly. Please stay here for now. Later, I'll introduce a special helper to you. Aurora said warmly. Riezel nodded calmly without asking anything, took Artoria's hand, and left the Lord's chambers. Aurora watched them go, and after a moment, she let out a soft sigh with a smile. As expected of the rumored savior. Really hard to deal with. Outside the Lord's chambers, in the corridor. Riezel held Artoria's hand and walked through this place. Riezel did not speak right away, while Artoria also remained silent the entire time, quietly following him. Do you trust her? After a short while, Riezel suddenly asked this question. Artoria's expression froze for a moment before she answered. I don't know. Indeed, Artoria truly didn't know. Even though Aurora is very gentle and kind, and makes people want to trust her, not everything she says is the truth. Saying this, Artoria seemed to have noticed something early on with her fairy eyes, which surprised Riezel a little, so he let out a soft laugh. I almost forgot. No one can lie in front of you. Riezel had thought Artoria fully trusted Aurora by now, but it seemed that Artoria also had her own thoughts. Is there really something wrong with her? Artoria asked hesitantly. Kinda ironic, isn't it? Riezel did not answer directly but instead looked amused. Sometimes, the ones who show you kindness aren't always good people, and the ones who show you hostility aren't always bad people. Chapter 502, Proper Human History, Lost Belt, and King Arthur. Objectively speaking, Morgan, Gawain, Lancelot, Tristan, and the others were undoubtedly Riezel and Artoria's enemies. Even if Artoria hadn't chosen the path of the savior, even if she hadn't tried to save Fairy Britain, she still wouldn't have been able to avoid being seen as a threat by Morgan's forces. Naturally, the same was true for Riezel. He had already crossed paths with Morgan and the others many times, clashing in battle on several occasions, as the two sides stood opposed to each other. Yet despite all that, Riezel couldn't help but feel that these enemies were far better than the other fairies in more ways than he could count. Morgan might have been a terrifying dictator, cold, cruel, and treating the lives of fairies in the fairy kingdom like they were worthless, but for some reason, she valued Riezel highly, and she even went so far as to grant him divine protection and plant the stake within him. Gawain had fought Riezel twice, both times to the brink of death, yet she was an outstanding warrior, thorough and thoughtful toward her allies, and merciless only to her enemies. Lancelot was distant and proud, yet her personality wasn't without a pure and innocent side. At least for now, she had treated Riezel with open, honest confrontation, never resorting to schemes, which made it hard to hate her. Even Tristan, the brutal fairy knight, had a pitiful past that explained how she ended up the way she was. Compared to these enemies, the fairies who pretended to be friendly with Riezel and Artoria might have been the real villains. Take the fairies in the village of Tintagel, for example. They had raised Artoria and, in theory, should have been the ones closest to her, but by now, there was no need to even talk about what they were really like behind the scenes. Of course, the same went for the fairies who longed for the appearance of the child of prophecy, who hoped a savior would come and bring them salvation. They said all the right things and made grand speeches about welcoming the child of prophecy, but who knew what they were truly thinking inside? Riezel had always believed that fairies weren't worth saving, but those who had become his enemies had each shown a side of themselves that was far better than the rest. When he thought about it like that, it was pretty ironic. Then, how should we deal with Aurora? Artoria, starting to understand what Riezel was thinking, asked with a complicated emotion. Hearing the question, Riezel answered without a hint of hesitation. Whether she's trustworthy or not, she does want to overthrow Morgan's rule, that part must be real, right? Hearing this, Artoria nodded without hesitation. She's serious about that. Artoria nodded. She really wants to bring down Morgan. She didn't lie about that. Needless to say, that was exactly why, when Aurora showed up in front of Artoria and claimed she would help her rescue Riezel, Artoria didn't hesitate much before agreeing. Even if Aurora was hiding something, as long as her true goal was to overthrow Morgan's rule, she wouldn't be holding back when it came to rescuing the child of prophecy, and would give it her all. For that reason, Artoria accepted Aurora's help. If that part's true, then let's not worry about her for now. Riezel said as he kept walking forward. Until we reach our goal, she probably won't do anything against us, so let's rest up for now. If it comes to it, it's not like we can't accept her help. At the very least, the Wind Clan's information network is pretty useful. With them on our side, we don't need to worry about being in the dark. Even though that was what he said, his tone made it clear he didn't care much either way. Which made sense, didn't it? She got our identities wrong, and she misunderstood our goals. She thinks we're trying to ring the 6 bells of pilgrimage and overthrow Morgan, but what she doesn't know is that I, or rather, you, haven't even decided to go that far yet. We can use that information gap to our advantage. Aurora believed Riezel and Artoria were planning to fight Morgan and topple her rule, but she had no idea her whole premise was wrong. Riezel and Artoria had never once thought about overthrowing Morgan, so as long as Aurora kept thinking that was what they were after, whatever plans she was making would start to drift off course. Riezel and Artoria would always have the option to say no, and that alone gave them the upper hand. As Riezel explained, Artoria focused on something else. She really got your identity wrong. Artoria asked cautiously, watching him closely. You're really not a foreign magus? Nope. Riezel rolled his eyes. I think I get what you're thinking, but I've gotta say it, who you're talking about, that foreign magus, is someone else entirely. Who? Artoria perked up. Is it the one Morgan and Aurora mentioned from proper human history? At this, Riezel suddenly stopped walking, making Artoria quickly come to a halt as well. You caught that, huh? Riezel turned to her, looking almost impressed. Guess you are way smarter than anyone would have thought. So. I usually look dumb. Artoria barely resisted the urge to smack Riezel on the head with the staff of selection. So what exactly is this proper human history? Artoria glared at Riezel and pressed him for an answer. In short, it's a world that's different from this one. Riezel spoke in an offhand tone, saying something that left Artoria stunned. Another world. Artoria's mouth fell open in shock. Yeah, something like that. Riezel nodded. At first glance, this world didn't seem any different from the other so-called another world Riezel had been to, but that wasn't the case, because this world was far more special than any of the other worlds he had visited. First of all, the fairy Britain Riezel currently stood in was not the entirety of this world, but merely one extraordinary part within an incredibly vast world structure. And to explain all of this, one had to first understand the meaning of the term proper human history. Proper human history referred to the correct history. In this world, human history wasn't fixed or unchanging. Much like the competition for survival in nature, history followed a process of natural selection, where some histories flourished while others failed, and the way to distinguish which history was superior or inferior, successful or a failure, depended on whether a history could continue to exist. If a timeline could keep progressing without suddenly being cut off or destroyed, then it was considered proper history. On the other hand, if a timeline gradually strayed in the wrong direction during its development and ended in destruction, then it was deemed a failed history. The former was known as proper human history, a correct timeline, a correct foundation of humanity, while the latter was the result of a wrong choice made at a historical turning point, a history fated to collapse and be discarded, known as a lost belt. Lost belts were usually pruned by the world itself, denied the chance to even become parallel worlds, and inevitably headed toward extinction. Fairy Britain was one such world, a world whose path diverged from proper human history and ultimately developed into a lost belt. In proper human history, meaning the correct version of human history, Britain did exist, but it wasn't a nation ruled by fairies. Riezel continued his explanation. You and Morgan actually existed in the proper human history version of Britain too. Morgan aside, in proper human history, you were human, not a fairy from paradise. Riezel was referring to the legend of King Arthur. It was a body of stories centered around the mythical King Arthur, a legendary tale from the Middle Ages that described the life of Britain's most mythic and heroic king, King Arthur. According to the tale, King Arthur was the leader of the Knights of the Round Table, a figure almost godlike in stature, known as the ideal king, the king of knights, and the eternal king. King Arthur drew the sword of selection, Caliban, and became king of Britain, and also received a holy sword from the Fairy of the Lake, a weapon forged within the inner sea of the planet. Throughout his life, King Arthur fought 12 battles, each ending in a near-miraculous victory, securing Britain during a time of extreme peril. Not only was his mentor the famous legendary Magus Merlin, but every knight he encountered and brought into the Round Table was a hero of unmatched fame and inhuman strength. Meanwhile, his elder sister was Morgan, a witch who hated Arthur for becoming king and believed she was the rightful heir to Britain. Working in the shadows, she caused countless disasters, ultimately leading to his fall and the destruction of Britain. King Arthur's legend had already spread across Wales by the 9th century and later became widespread across Europe thanks to Geoffrey of Monmouth's literary works. Writers like Chrétien de Troyes, Wass, Lyman, and Mallory also contributed stories involving the Holy Grail, and during the Victorian era, their stories regained popularity. Of course, that was Britain in proper human history, the correct version of Britain. Fairy Britain, however, was its opposite. It was an anomalous version, a distorted history that developed from a mistake at the source. In this Britain, the country wasn't ruled by humans but by fairies. In this Lost Belt version of the world, Britain, or more accurately, this place resembling Britain, was the only remaining nation. Morgan, who had never attained the throne and eventually descended into madness in proper human history, ruled here as the queen of the fairy kingdom for 2,000 years. As for Gawain, Lancelot, and Tristan, names that originally belonged to the Knights of the Round Table who served King Arthur in proper human history, those titles were now granted by Morgan to 3 fairy knights, and with those names came the identities and powers once held by the original knights. And Artoria, who in proper human history was Morgan's blood relative and known as King Arthur, the ruler of Britain who was supposed to leave behind grand legends and a thunderous reputation in proper human history, had become a fairy of paradise in fairy Britain. Moreover, she bore the identity of the child of prophecy, growing up in an unnoticed rural village. It was only now that she had finally stepped onto Britain's land and been entrusted with the mission of saving fairy Britain itself. In your eyes, this might seem like a completely normal thing. But to those from proper human history, this is a strange development that has already deviated from the correct timeline, an anomalous history that wouldn't even count as a wild tale. So, fairy Britain isn't a normal country or a normal world, but a lost belt that should have been pruned long ago. Riezel explained to Artoria, enunciating each word clearly. What Morgan and Aurora refer to as proper human history is a world completely different from this lost belt, or rather, that world is what's considered normal and correct. Needless to say, the terms outside world and foreign land that had been mentioned several times before were actually referring to proper human history. Because in this lost belt, there was only one country, the fairy kingdom of Britain, and everything beyond it was nothing but an endless ocean. There were, strictly speaking, no actual foreign lands. Consequently, in this context, foreign land and outside world usually referred to proper human history. So you're saying, you're from proper human history? Asking this, Artoria widened her eyes, looking at Riezel in utter shock. However, Riezel shook his head. No, I'm not from proper human history. I'm from another world, one that's even harder for you to imagine. Riezel had actually revealed even that much. Another world. Artoria's eyes grew even wider and she started to feel a little dizzy. It was clear that she was now overwhelmed with information, and her worldview had taken a serious hit. You think this is a lot? Riezel said with complete calm and composure. Honestly, this world is far bigger, far grander, and far more troublesome and dangerous than you could ever imagine. You'll understand eventually. What I've told you so far, this is just child's play, since the truly terrifying and shocking stuff comes much later. It went without saying that Riezel's words struck fear into Artoria's heart. At this moment, Artoria quietly swallowed, feeling like she was walking a tightrope above a bottomless chasm. One misstep and she would fall to her death, body shattered beyond recognition. Is this world that terrifying? Artoria muttered unconsciously. Proper human history. King Arthur. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she felt like she was seeing someone. It was someone who looked exactly like her, yet gave off a completely different impression. She wore armor, held a holy sword, and stood atop a castle wall, facing the wind as she gazed out over a plain bathed in the setting sun. Her face was identical to Artoria's, but her expression was filled with strength and solemnity, and her eyes held a will like forged steel as if she were staring down a grand and noble goal. Looking at this strange reflection of herself, Artoria somehow instinctively knew her name. Artoria Pendragon. She was King Arthur and Artoria of proper human history. Ugh. Artoria's dizziness worsened, and her vision began to spin wildly. She would have collapsed on the spot, if someone hadn't caught her. What's wrong with you? Riezel, watching as Artoria suddenly began to sway, nearly collapsing to the ground, quickly stepped forward and caught her, his face filled with surprise as he asked. Artoria shook her head, and only when the dizziness had eased a bit did she speak, still sounding uncomfortable. I think I saw another version of myself, one wearing armor and holding a sword. Hearing this, a glint flashed through Riezel's eyes. In the original work, Artoria had indeed dreamed of her proper human history self after ringing the first bell of pilgrimage, and after that, every time she rang one of the bells of pilgrimage, she would dream of something, with most of those dreams related to King Arthur from proper human history. Now that Artoria was experiencing this a month late, was it because she had known nothing about the existence of proper human history until now? Because she hadn't known there was another version of herself? In the original work, Artoria had encountered the foreign magus before ringing the first bell of pilgrimage and then learned from the magus about proper human history and lost belt, which was probably why she immediately dreamed of her other self afterward. Remembering that, Riezel shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside for now. Let's go back to your room and rest, Riezel said when he saw how awful Artoria looked. Get a good night's sleep. You might feel a lot better when you wake up. Hearing this, Artoria really wanted to refuse since there were still so many things she didn't understand. For example, if Riezel wasn't the foreign magus, then who was? Someone from proper human history. Would that person come to Fairy Britain to assist her? Why? What was their goal? All of these were the things Artoria wanted to know, but unfortunately, Riezel didn't give her the chance to refuse. Forget it, I'll stay and make sure you fall asleep. Riezel could tell from Artoria's expression that she was resisting, so he spoke in a tone that left no room for argument. When you wake up, if there's anything you want to know, just ask me then. As Riezel said this, he picked Artoria up, but this time, it was a Princess Carrie, completely different from the casual way he had picked her up before. Where's your room? Riezel looked down and asked. That way. Once Artoria was in Riezel's arms, she quieted down for a moment before pointing in a direction, her cheeks slightly red. Without saying another word, Riezel headed that way with Artoria, but he didn't notice at all that in a nearby corner, a figure was watching them intently, lost deep in thought. Chapter 503, Fairy King. Under Aurora's hospitality, Artoria had already been staying at the Cathedral of the Ash Tree for a month, so she naturally had a room of her own, which wasn't far from the Lord's chambers, located at the very top of the cathedral. When Artoria first moved in, she was overwhelmed with anxiety, terrified that it might be as luxurious as the place Riezel had created with magic back in the wilderness. Fortunately, although the Cathedral of the Ash Tree was the first large-scale building in Fairy Britain, it still fell several levels short when compared to the place Riezel had constructed using Create Fortress. It couldn't be helped. Because the tier magic Riezel used originated from a game, the developers had naturally made the dwellings created by 10th tier magic as luxurious as possible to show their power as the highest tier magic just below super tier magic. It was their way of setting it apart from lower tier creation magic. For that reason, the temporary residences created with Create Fortress had such extravagant interiors and layouts, far beyond what any normal building could compare to. Even a cathedral that had once held a queen's coronation wasn't an exception. And so, in the end, Artoria stayed in a room that was far more upscale than the stable she used to live in back in the village of Tintagel, but still quite a step down from the kind of place Riezel could whip up with Create Fortress. When Riezel carried Artoria into the room, the fairy girl in his arms was already fast asleep, looking completely exhausted. Riezel lay her gently down on the bed, but even though he had laid her down, he couldn't walk away because the sleeping fairy girl, as if clinging to a sense of safety like a little girl, had unconsciously grabbed the front of his shirt tightly, making it impossible for him to pull away. Of course, with Riezel's skills, slipping out of the grip of someone fast asleep without leaving a trace was a simple matter, but as he started to move, he was helpless to find that the moment he tried to loosen Artoria's grip even a little, her eyelids would twitch, her brows would furrow, and she would look like she was about to wake up, completely pitiful. Is this gonna turn into another night of sleeping together? Riezel thought with a wry smile. As for why another, Riezel still remembered the fairy girl who had crawled into his arms in the middle of the night before. After several attempts, realizing that no matter what he did, the moment he tried to free himself from Artoria's hand, she would start to stir, Riezel had no choice but to give up. Whatever. Let her rest properly for now. Riezel stayed by Artoria's side without trying to pull away and reached for the staff of selection she was gripping tightly. Artoria wasn't holding it too hard, so Riezel managed to take the important staff of selection from her hands in one go. Surprisingly, Artoria didn't show any signs of waking up, which left Riezel speechless. Seriously? Holding onto my shirt is more important than your staff of selection. If it weren't for the steady, calm rhythm of her breathing, Riezel might have started to suspect that she was just pretending to sleep. Hugh. Artoria, sleeping soundly and completely unaware of what she was doing, had her brows furrowed as if she were having some kind of unpleasant nightmare. Riezel figured she was probably reliving King Arthur's life in her dreams. It's not something you can just experience lightly. Riezel let out a quiet sigh. Indeed, King Arthur, the ideal king, the king of knights, the eternal king, her life had been nothing short of legendary. However, legends didn't come without a price, and the cost behind that legend was something no outsider could ever truly understand. To say nothing else, just the setbacks King Arthur faced during her life were enough to break most people. Her elder sister had always been plotting against her in secret, hatching all kinds of schemes, while the knight she trusted most once betrayed her, shattering her reputation. In the end, she was even cornered by her artificial descendant carrying her own blood, and that led to her death. She hadn't just lived a life of glory, but her life had also been full of hardships and turmoil, and the ending had been so tragic that anyone who heard it would feel heartbroken. Even though Artoria had also grown up in an extremely harsh environment, at least she hadn't been burdened by such crushing responsibilities and ambitions, which was why she could still have a bright personality and an innocent heart. However, if one looked at the King of Knights, her experiences had left her with nothing but strength and solemn determination. If Artoria was truly reliving that life in her dreams, it was no wonder she looked like she couldn't breathe under the weight of it. For a brief moment, Riezel even considered waking Artoria up, but in the end, he didn't do it and only reached out to gently brush her brow, murmuring softly as if to himself. She's her, and you're you. You two are still different. You're Artoria Castor, not Artoria Pendragon. You can still choose the future you want, choose the life you want to live. Just sleep. Once you wake up, everything will be okay. Along with these soft whispers no one else could hear, the furrowed brows on Artoria's face were miraculously smoothed out. Only then did Artoria, as if sleeping peacefully, loosen her grip on Riezel's clothes before turning to her side and drifting into a comfortable sleep. Riezel finally gave a slight smile and, carrying Artoria's staff of selection, walked over to the corner of the room to place it when he was suddenly caught off guard by the sight of something unexpectedly familiar. Leaning against the wall was a black sword, quietly radiating warmth like a furnace, with red lines filled with a divine aura shimmering faintly near its guard. It was none other than the sword Riezel had lost a month ago, Hermit. You were the one who took it back, huh? Riezel glanced at the peacefully sleeping Artoria, let out a small laugh, then picked up the familiar sword and gave it a few light swings. It still felt the same as ever, and the weight hadn't changed either, everything about it felt familiar and comforting. Not bad. Looks like it doesn't really need much upkeep. As a special piece of equipment with the Durandal attribute, neither Hermit nor Fool could ever be damaged. However, indestructible didn't mean they wouldn't wear down, because even weapons with the Durandal attribute would lose their sharpness over time if used continuously, so maintenance, repairs, and resharpening were still necessary to keep them in top shape. In truth, that was also the reason Riezel used to rely on both a primary and a secondary weapon, and why he avoided using either Fool or Hermit against small fry, to preserve their edge and avoid unnecessary wear. It wasn't until he learned tier magic that Riezel finally became a bit more reckless with them. Considering tier magic included magic spells to create weapons, it naturally also had magic spells to repair them. For example, the first tier magic, Repair, could be used for emergency fixes on damaged items, whether it was a weapon or something else, it could patch it up. However, because each use slightly lowered the item's durability cap, most magic casters preferred not to use it unless they had no other choice. Even when they did, they avoided using it too often. Of course, the magic Riezel used for maintenance wasn't this kind of low-tier magic with side effects, but the 7th-tier magic, Greater Repair, which had no drawbacks and could perfectly restore any weapon or item, so long as it hadn't exceeded its durability cap. Only after learning this magic did Riezel stop hiding his main weapon all the time. Otherwise, he would probably still be stuck using weapons made with Create Greater Item. Click. After checking Hermit's condition, Riezel took its scabbard out from the storage space of the dimensional magic cube and sheathed it. Once that was done, he hung Hermit at his waist again. As for Artoria's staff of selection, he set it down in the spot where Hermit had been resting. Giving Artoria another glance, Riezel then left Artoria's room. When Riezel left Artoria's room, he hadn't even started his next move before a strange creature suddenly appeared before his eyes. Bzzz. With a faint fluttering sound, the strange creature flew right up to Riezel and stared at him with its round, beady eyes. A moth. Riezel froze for a moment, startled by the sudden appearance of the odd creature. What appeared before him was indeed a moth. Its entire body was pure white, and its size was enormous, though it wasn't as big as a human, it was much larger than Riezel's head. If a moth this big showed up in the human world, it'd probably make those little girls scream and run off on the spot. Riezel wasn't exactly scared, but he was still surprised for a second. In the next moment, it finally came to him. Wait, could this moth be? A memory from the original work flashed through Riezel's mind, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, a voice reached Riezel's ears. Looks like Blanca really likes you. It was a graceful, gentle voice. Riezel lifted his gaze and looked toward the source of the voice. In the next second, he saw a figure silently appear at the window on the other side of the corridor. It was a handsome man with blue eyes, silver white hair, and pale skin. He wore an extravagantly flamboyant white outfit that made him look less like a noble and more like a prince, one of those fairy tale princes who show up in little girls' dreams. He gave off the kind of radiant glow that made you feel like his smile could literally shine. Simply put, his first impression was nothing short of dazzling. Riezel narrowed his eyes at the man and fell silent. Bzzz. At the same time, the moth called Blanca turned around and flew toward the man, landing on his shoulder. How's your companion doing? Playing with the pet on his shoulder, the man asked while flashing Riezel a sparkling smile. She's fine. Riezel said flatly. She just fell asleep from exhaustion, nothing serious. Well, that's great to hear. While speaking, the man leaped down from the window and walked toward Riezel, still smiling. I like it when things are in harmony. Just like how bugs need clean water. Honestly, the fairies in this country are the same, right? Without some kind of emotional fulfillment, they probably wouldn't even survive, so that girl being okay, well, that's a blessing for you, for me, and for everyone else too. Saying these lines like he was performing in some kind of musical, the man arrived in front of Riezel. I'm Oberon. You could say I'm a king of sorts. Introducing himself like this, the man named Oberon reached out a hand toward Riezel. Riezel. Riezel gave the man a long, deep look before reaching out and shaking his hand. Of course, I know you, Riezel Brynhart. Your name's already spread all across Britain, you know. Oberon winked, his playful expression somehow not the least bit awkward. What he said was indeed true. Over the past month, Riezel's name had spread throughout Britain thanks to Camelot's public announcements, so countless fairies had heard of him. After all, it would be impossible for people not to know the name of the one marrying their queen, since the palace had to make it public, who he was, what his name was. Because of that, Riezel's name was no longer known to only a few, since over the course of this month, it had spread throughout the entire fairy Britain. In fact, saying it had reached every corner of the land wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Same to you. Riezel said with a meaningful look. I mean, the name Oberon is pretty famous too, isn't it? He wasn't talking about how well known the other party was in fairy Britain. Even though Oberon was indeed quite famous here, Riezel was referring to how loud the name Oberon rang out in proper human history. Not only was it a name that appeared in Shakespeare's famous play, A Midsummer Night's Dream, where Oberon was the fairy king, but it also came up frequently in German folklore and medieval European literature. In those stories and traditions, fairy king Oberon had quite the reputation. He was depicted as a powerful being, great in strength, but also extremely willful and childish. In the 15th century work One of Bordeaux, he was portrayed in detail as a magician who could grant any wish, and as the ruler of a fairy forest. Now, that same fairy, famous in proper human history, had not only appeared before Riezel but also called himself a king. Everyone knew there was only one king in fairy Britain, and that was Morgan. Under such circumstances, for Oberon to call himself a king wasn't just some boastful claim. In other words, you're the Oberon from proper human history, aren't you? Riezel spoke with absolute calm, causing Oberon's brow to twitch. Can't I be the Oberon of the fairy kingdom instead? Oberon asked in a teasing tone. As soon as you asked that, you were basically admitting I was right, weren't you? Riezel shot back, not flinching at all. It was only natural. It had to be noted that the existence of proper human history wasn't something everyone in fairy Britain was aware of, and only those with a certain level of status and insight could even perceive and recognize it. Take Morgan, for instance. Due to a certain twist of fate, Morgan had known about proper human history for several millennia. She even understood the connection between her proper human history counterpart and King Arthur, hence why she regarded Artoria as her nemesis. As for how Aurora knew about it, Riezel couldn't say for sure, but it was probably related to the fairy standing before him. Aurora said earlier she'd introduce us to a special helper. I guess that helper was you, right? Riezel's words made Oberon clap his hands. Spot on. No wonder they call you the child of prophecy, you saw through so much in an instant. Oberon praised sincerely, but Riezel, not buying his praise, didn't hold back from retorting. Cut it out. You knew I wasn't the child of prophecy from the start, didn't you? Yes, while Aurora and the others might have mistaken Riezel for the child of prophecy, Oberon definitely hadn't. Why? Because Oberon had already met the true child of prophecy long ago and had confirmed her identity early on. Well, yeah, pretty much. Oberon finally dropped his smiling facade, scratched his head, and looked a little troubled. You don't have to be so hostile toward me, do you? If I wanted to harm you, I would have told Aurora everything already. The reason I didn't is because I think we're actually on the same side. What he said wasn't wrong. I'm the Oberon from proper human history. I was summoned to this land as a rebel, a helper who refuses to compromise with Morgan, just like you. Oberon gave Riezel a slight smile and spoke each word slowly and clearly. You seem to know a lot, so I'm sure you understand what I mean, right? As these words fell, Oberon returned to his usual composed demeanor. That said, I only came here today to check up on you and Artoria. Now that I know you're both okay, I can rest easy. I'll take my leave for today. Once Artoria wakes up, we can have a proper talk. I'm really interested in you, you know. Leaving these words behind, Oberon vanished, or rather, shrank. At this moment, the man who had been over 170 centimeters tall suddenly became a tiny figure, barely 20 centimeters high, perched atop the moth named Blanca. See you later, Your Highness. Saying this, Oberon waved to Riezel before Blanca carried him through the corridor window and flew out of the cathedral. Riezel watched Oberon leave, silent for a long time, and only after a while did he react. Too bad, I'm not interested in you at all. Riezel murmured softly, then turned and walked away, watching as the night fell quietly. Chapter 504, Artoria's Change. A whole night passed quickly. Meanwhile, in Fairy Britain, just one day and night had been enough for the events in Camelot to spread to the ears of every fairy. Thanks to that, at dawn the next day, fairies all across Britain, whether in other cities or the still rebuilding Salisbury, were already buzzing with heated discussions about what had happened the day before. I heard the child of prophecy got rescued before the wedding even ended. Yeah, they say it was done by that foreign traveler mentioned in the prophecy. I heard she's a magus. Huh, so there really is a magus from the outside world in the fairy kingdom. Not too shocking, right? I mean, the child of prophecy came from paradise too, not here. So, the child of prophecy and the foreign traveler are together now. By the way, the bell of pilgrimage, the one in Salisbury's already been rung. Once all 5 bells are rung, the child of prophecy can overthrow the queen, right? Man, that'd be amazing. I'm so done with paying that existence tax. Seriously, the command spells carved on our hands are such an eyesore. I really hope the child of prophecy and the foreign traveler take the queen down. I think they've got a shot. I mean, when they escaped from Camelot, the child of prophecy managed to beat Fairy Knight Gawain. Wait, seriously? He took down a Fairy Knight after just ringing 1 bell? Oh man, now that's something to be excited about. Fairies everywhere were fired up, chatting passionately about the hot topic. Even the fairies in Salisbury were swept up in it, slowing down the day's reconstruction work quite a bit. Especially those fairies who thrived on chaos. After hearing that the child of prophecy had escaped and even defeated a fairy knight, they were practically itching for war to break out, hoping for some long-awaited excitement to stir up all of Fairy Britain. Of course, news of the child of prophecy's escape also sparked scheming among those with their own agendas. Like the Round Table army holdup in Londinium. Like the rebel forces occupying Sheffield. Or like the King clan up north. All these resistance groups, who had all been pinned down by Morgan and unable to move, finally saw their chance to act. Naturally, over in Camelot, once the royal palace had been stabilized, they began to take action as well. Morgan personally gave the order to dispatch the fairy knights, fairy soldiers, and the elites of the Fong clan to search for the whereabouts of the child of prophecy and the foreign traveler, and to bring the prince back to the palace. Among the fairy knights, the main ones sent out were Lancelot and Tristan. Gawain, who had been seriously wounded and whose true name had been revealed, was currently in an unstable condition and wouldn't be able to move anytime soon. Tristan had also been severely injured but had reportedly recovered. She had shown up at the palace at dawn and received Morgan's orders, setting out immediately with a large force of fairy soldiers. Lancelot was the only fairy knight still in perfect condition, but she had said that teaming up with others would just slow her down, so she left Camelot alone, flew high into the sky, and prepared to act solo. As for the Fong clan, it was naturally Woodwose who led the charge, taking a group of skilled and battle-hardened elites to go after the child of prophecy. Naturally, they weren't searching blindly. They knew that the child of prophecy would continue the pilgrimage, looking for a chance to ring the remaining 5 bells of pilgrimage, so they split up into 3 groups, one headed to Oxford, another to Gloucester, and the last to the northern region of Orkney, ready to lie in wait. Woodwose led the Fong clan to Oxford, which was originally his territory anyway. Tristan took the fairy army to Gloucester to meet with Murian, who had been stationed there, to negotiate with the Wing clan and plan a joint operation to capture the child of prophecy. Lancelot flew solo to the northern Orkney, not bringing a single person along. As a result, the only place left was Norwich. Norwich was the Earth clan's territory, Spriggan's domain. By all rights, someone should have been sent there as well, but Norwich had finally reached the breaking point of the calamity that had been building up over the past month, where the city was in chaos and could fall at any moment. In other words, Norwich was in no shape to take care of itself. If the Queen's army sent troops there carelessly, not only would they likely fail their mission, but they might even get dragged into the calamity. Because of that, Morgan didn't send anyone to Norwich and also didn't even intend to offer any help. She seemed perfectly content to watch Norwich fall and let the Earth Clan's territory get swallowed by the calamity. With all that happening, the escape of a single prince had indeed stirred up quite a bit of unrest across Fairy Britain. Some acted out of good intentions. Some acted out of malice. Some stayed uninvolved. Some watched with cold eyes. Good people. Bad people. All kinds of figures began to move, creating a clear sense that war was brewing in Fairy Britain, causing the air to grow heavy with tension, and even the twilight sky seemed redder than usual as if it had been stained by spreading blood. And through all of this, Riezel remained unaware. After sunrise, Riezel left the room Coral had prepared for him under Aurora's orders and headed over to check on Artoria's condition. When Riezel entered Artoria's room, he found that she was already awake. For some reason, the fairy girl was sitting on the bed, staring off into space, not even noticing when he knocked or opened the door. Finally gone stupid, huh? Riezel muttered, but thanks to this one mutter, Artoria finally responded. You're the one who's stupid. Artoria's pupils began to focus as she looked at Riezel and snapped. You walk in and say something that's insulting right off the bat. Don't you think that's a bit much? Then who told you to sit there looking like your soul already left your body? I knocked on the door loud enough, and you didn't even notice. Riezel replied with a calm expression. What were you thinking about so seriously anyway? Artoria instantly fell slightly silent. Seeing this, Riezel acted as if he hadn't noticed and stepped up beside her, then crouched in front of her. As I thought. You dreamed about your proper human history self, didn't you? Riezel stated without hesitation. You know. Artoria froze for a second, then looked directly at Riezel. How do you know everything? Can't help it. You're just that easy to read. Riezel shrugged. It's probably because you rang the bell of pilgrimage and learned about the existence of proper human history. While gaining power, you also started getting memories that don't belong to the current you. Indeed, those memories belong to King Arthur, Artoria of proper human history, who was her counterpart, essentially another her. Now that Artoria had begun to unseal her power as the Fairy of Paradise, it wasn't surprising that, after learning about proper human history, she would start to glimpse the history of her other self. Although Riezel didn't know the exact reason behind it, and the original work never explained it either, since the fairy eyes of the Fairy of Paradise could even see through lies, it didn't seem all that strange that Artoria, as the savior, might start seeing strange things as her powers grew. What are you feeling right now? Riezel asked, looking straight into Artoria's eyes. Artoria, surprisingly, didn't look away. If it were someone else, she might have brushed it off with a fake smile and acted like nothing was wrong, but this was Riezel, so her instincts made her want to trust him, rely on him, and open up to him. As a result, Artoria spoke her mind from the bottom of her heart. I could never become someone that incredible. Artoria's tone was incredibly complicated, and Riezel could understand what she was feeling at this moment. Anyone who didn't know her well, if they heard what she had gone through and what she just said, would probably assume this fairy girl was just being self-deprecating. Needless to say, the legendary King Arthur was so strong, so noble, so perfect, so awe-inspiring, that it was only natural that Artoria felt she couldn't compare. However, Riezel understood, Artoria didn't say that because King Arthur was so great, but said that because King Arthur had suffered so much. Before King Arthur even pulled the sword of selection and became the King of Britain, she already knew her fate, thanks to the prophecy of the great magus, Merlin. And yet, she still chose to become king for the sake of the people. Even though she was a woman, she had to disguise herself as a man and mold herself into the perfect ruler for Britain. Even after bringing near miraculous victories and being worshipped like a god, she ended up being feared, because she was too perfect, too rational. In the end, she was betrayed by the very knights of the Round Table she led and died a tragic death on a mountain of corpses. When Artoria said she couldn't become someone that incredible, what she really meant was that she couldn't be that strong, that dedicated, that selfless. But even if you say that, you're still Artoria. Riezel gave Artoria a slight smile as he said this. If you grow into the true king that the prophecy spoke of, strong enough to defeat Morgan, then don't you think, by that point, you won't be any less than the proper human history version of yourself? Upon hearing this, Artoria really wanted to laugh and say that was impossible. At least, the old her definitely would have reacted like that, shaking her head, flustered and full of self-doubt. However, this time, she just opened her mouth slightly, like she had no idea what to say. Seeing Artoria like this, Riezel felt certain about something in his heart. She's changed a little. After witnessing the life of her proper human history self, some kind of invisible shift had obviously taken place in Artoria's mindset. Besides that, ever since she rang the bell of pilgrimage, Artoria might have already started to realize what her true mission really was. That's why I said, this is just the beginning. Riezel couldn't help but quietly let out a sigh. He knew there were still many secrets in this world, many truths, and many unresolved questions. At first glance, it seemed like Artoria and Morgan were merely rivals vying for the position of ruler of Britain, but in reality, the events unfolding in this lost belt were far more serious, far heavier. Otherwise, proper human history wouldn't have intervened. With that thought, Riezel suddenly reached out and ruffled Artoria's hair. Hey! What are you doing? Artoria's expression was no longer heavy as she flailed her arms and legs, returning to her usual self. Nothing. Just cutting off some pointless thinking. Ignoring Artoria's protests, Riezel spoke matter-of-factly. If you can't find an answer, just stop thinking about it and focus on what needs to be done right now. What needs to be done right now? Artoria stopped struggling. Let's go. Riezel straightened up. Let's see what the clan head has to say. Hearing this, Artoria lowered her head and fell silent in thought. After a moment, Artoria looked up, as if she had pulled herself together, and gave a firm nod. Only then did Riezel smile slightly and, together with Artoria, walk out of the room. Cathedral of the Ash Tree, Lord's Chambers. When Riezel and Artoria came here again, this time, Coral, who was standing guard at the door, didn't stop them, she only glanced at the two of them, and then let them through. Riezel and Artoria walked into the Lord's Chambers together, where they saw two people. One of them, naturally, was Aurora, and the other was someone Riezel had already met yesterday. Yo, been waiting for you guys forever, you know. With a smile that practically sparkled, Oberon greeted the two as they stepped inside. Oberon, the so-called fairy king whom Riezel had only met briefly the day before, was now sitting next to Aurora, and it seemed the two had been in the middle of a conversation. Artoria, on the other hand, froze upon seeing Oberon before an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Merlin. Merlin. Oberon was stunned for a moment, then pointed at his own face with a puzzled expression. You talking to me? He's Oberon, the king of the autumn forest. Aurora chimed in, introducing Oberon to Artoria. He's pretty well known across many cities, especially around Salisbury. If you've been traveling for a while, you should have at least heard of him, right? What Aurora meant by autumn forest was a fairy forest located in a remote region. It was a place where weak little fairies, the ones not needed by the fairy kingdom, had gathered, and also a place where Oberon called himself its king. Because the fairies of the fairy kingdom loved lively and entertaining things, Oberon had moved around various cities, sometimes singing, sometimes stirring up trouble, sometimes telling fairy tales, sometimes chanting ballads, doing whatever he could to survive. As a result, Oberon became the famous fairy king known throughout fairy Britain, gradually making a name for himself even as he racked up debts everywhere he went. Aurora figured that Riezel and Artoria should have at least heard of Oberon, but unfortunately, Riezel aside, Artoria clearly didn't know anything about him. She was a countryside fairy, and the tales from big cities were a bit too far removed from her world. Even if someone in the village of Tintagel had heard of him, they wouldn't necessarily have told Artoria, who was treated as nothing more than a tool to be sold. For that reason, Artoria really had no idea who Oberon was, though at this moment, she stared straight at him, as if trying to see through something. Being stared at intensely by Artoria, Oberon looked a bit awkward. I mean, I get that I'm popular and all, but hey, I've got a lover, you know. So could you not keep staring at me like that? In fact, the lover he referred to was actually a fictional character from A Midsummer Night's Dream. In that story, Oberon had a queen named Titania. Even though she was fictional, whenever someone mentioned Oberon's lover, she was the first to come to mind. Naturally, Oberon knew that his so-called lover was fictional, and he only said it to ease the awkwardness. In response, Artoria frowned and stared at Oberon seriously for a moment, then muttered under her breath. You're not Merlin. Artoria's mutter was something that perhaps only Riezel could hear, but he did not react or speak, just watched quietly. Sorry, I think I mistook you for someone else. Artoria had no choice but to apologize to Oberon, although she still kept sneaking glances at him, as if trying to confirm something. Well, I don't really mind a little drama like this. Oberon shrugged and spoke with a carefree smile. An interesting encounter like this feels like the prologue to a good story. I'll just look forward to this as a fun memory down the line. You always say these pretty-sounding things, Oberon. Aurora chuckled gently from the side. If this wasn't the wrong setting, I'd want to hear you tell a story right here and now. Well, there'll be plenty of chances to hear stories later. Oberon smiled at Aurora. Once we defeat Morgan, I'll turn this whole journey into a tale and share it across all of Britain. I'll be looking forward to that. Aurora nodded, then turned to Riezel and Artoria. But before that, let me hear your answer. Will the two of you accept our help and stand with us against Queen Morgan? I personally think it's a win-win situation for both sides, so there shouldn't be any reason to turn it down. Upon hearing this, Riezel stayed silent and glanced at Artoria. He wanted to hear what she thought, what she was feeling now. Chapter 505, Servant and the Collapse of Proper Human History. At this moment, Artoria was indeed giving it serious thought. Before this, she hadn't had much motivation to save the Fairy Kingdom, to save Britain, to overthrow Morgan's rule, or to become the savior of this world. If not for that inexplicable mission from the Fairy of Paradise, Artoria wouldn't have even considered it, let alone gone on some pilgrimage. In the first place, this world was nothing but a storm of malice to her, and she was supposed to save this world filled with nothing but hate. Even the nicest person probably wouldn't come up with that kind of idea. For this reason, after leaving the village of Tintagel, Artoria had been lost for a while, unsure of what she should do. If Riezel hadn't appeared, then after seeing the villagers of Tintagel slaughtering each other and hearing Ector's advice, Artoria definitely would have gone on the pilgrimage, even if she had absolutely no drive to do so. However, Riezel's appearance had given Artoria another option. She didn't have to save the Fairy Kingdom. She didn't have to redeem Britain. She didn't have to become a savior. All she needed was to grow stronger, to gain the power to decide her own future. With that goal in mind, Artoria had temporarily broken free from her confusion and followed Riezel to Salisbury. But now, reality had made it clear, even if she wanted to turn her back on her mission, others weren't going to leave her alone. Morgan's loyalists, led by Woodwose, saw the Child of Prophecy as a thorn in their side and were determined to eliminate her. Morgan also viewed her as a sworn enemy. Whether it was because of the karmic ties from proper human history or the antagonism between them in this world, she was bound to become a target. Moreover, since the forces opposing Morgan already knew the Child of Prophecy had appeared, even if they didn't yet realize the true Child of Prophecy was Artoria, it was only a matter of time before they came knocking. Aurora and Oberon were proof of that. Both of them had gone to Riezel, intending to support and assist him, pushing both him and Artoria down the path of opposing Morgan. With all these forces moving, Artoria had come to understand that no matter what she chose, she was going to end up on the opposite side of Morgan. Knowing this, even if it was just for her own survival, Artoria had no choice but to fight Morgan. If that was the case, then Artoria had to seriously consider whether she could still afford to keep stumbling forward without a plan, like before. And clearly, with reality bearing down on her, she would eventually have to face her mission head-on. Needless to say, this was the change in mindset that had taken root after ringing the bell of pilgrimage and glimpsing memories from her proper human history self. Simply put, Artoria wasn't planning to run away anymore. Whether she wanted to save the world or overthrow Morgan, before any of that, she had to move forward. In the end, Artoria turned to look at Riezel. Right then, Riezel happened to be looking at her too, causing their eyes to meet. In that instant, they both understood what the other was thinking. Do whatever you think is right. Riezel's eyes conveyed this simple, reassuring message, and this made Artoria realize, this man standing before her was now in the same situation as she was. He didn't want to save the world. He didn't want to overthrow Morgan's rule either. But whether it was his past desire to fight Morgan's people or his current entanglement with Morgan, conflict between him and her faction was already unavoidable. It was just how it was. Riezel had no idea why Morgan was so intent on marrying him or why she had placed the so-called stake on him. He only knew there were probably still a lot of things to happen between them, a lot of karma to unravel and problems to solve. Not to mention Gawain, Lancelot, Tristan, and Woodwose, people who were either completely hostile to him or had murky, half-enemy, half-ally ties. No matter what, there were bound to be many more confrontations, conflicts, and even battles ahead. In short, he was now fully at odds with Morgan's faction. Maybe not to the point of being irreconcilable, but at least to the extent that a final showdown was inevitable. In other words, no matter what choice Artoria made, he was going to end up clashing with Morgan's side. Realizing this, Artoria felt both guilt and relief. Guilt, because she felt that if it weren't for her, Riezel wouldn't have been mistaken for the Child of Prophecy, and Morgan's people wouldn't be after him. Relief, because even if it wasn't a good thing, the fact that she wasn't alone, that Riezel would be walking this path alongside her, fighting on the same side, made her feel genuinely happy, almost instinctively so. And with this feeling, Artoria made up her mind. Even if it's just for Riezel, I have to move forward for him. With this thought in mind, Artoria looked toward Aurora. I'm really honored by the Wind Clan's willingness to help us. Artoria truly meant it. Just like she had said earlier, even if Aurora wasn't entirely trustworthy, at the very least, she genuinely wanted to overthrow Morgan. It could be said that with that as the foundation, accepting Aurora's help might not be a bad thing. Even though Artoria still hadn't made up her mind about overthrowing Morgan's rule, under the current circumstances where they stood in opposition, gaining any assistance or power was undeniably a valuable thing. Understanding this, Artoria had already made her decision. I'll leave the matter of the Bell of Pilgrimage to you, Aurora. Artoria ultimately accepted Aurora's offer to help. Don't worry. Aurora smiled brightly and spoke with clear delight. I've already contacted Spriggan. He's willing to meet you when you head to Norwich. I believe you'll make the most of that chance to enter the bell tower. I'll also send people to northern Orkney and have my clan's ferry scattered across the cities gather intel to track down Orkney and the 2 missing bells of pilgrimage. As for Woodwose and Murian, things are getting a little tricky on that end, but I'll try to find a way in for you. Because Woodwose had accepted Morgan's orders and already taken the elite warriors of the Fong clan back to Oxford to guard the bell of pilgrimage, it probably wouldn't be as easy to draw him away as Aurora had originally thought. As for the head of the Wing clan, Murian, stationed at Gloucester, she was even more troublesome, and Aurora hadn't found an opening to intervene just yet. Still, with Aurora's connections and charisma, even if things couldn't be resolved right away, she could at least test the waters and scout ahead for Artoria's pilgrimage journey. Naturally, the Wind clan's exceptional information network would also become a valuable source of intelligence for Artoria, an advantage that was visible to the naked eye. On this matter, Riezel did not comment. Since this was Artoria's choice, the choice of the true child of prophecy, it was a decision only she could make. As for him, all he wanted now was to figure out what exactly would happen between him and Morgan and to settle things with the fairy knights, so sticking with Artoria was clearly the way to make all of that happen. After all, Artoria was the original main character, at least in Fairy Britain, this alternate version of the world. With her around, even if Riezel did absolutely nothing, the story would still move forward on its own. Just then, Aurora turned to Oberon. As you can see, I've officially joined forces with these two, which should be a situation you're pretty happy to see, right? Oberon. Aurora's words drew everyone's attention to Oberon. Yeah. Oberon met their gaze with a smile and a sigh. I really didn't think things would go this smoothly. I thought finding people willing to stand against Morgan here in Fairy Britain would be a lot harder. Nope, that's where you're wrong, you know. Aurora shook her head. Londinium's Round Table Army, the rebels in Sheffield, and the King clan in the north, aren't those your allies too? Sure, but it also means those might be the only ones I could have hoped to get. Oberon gave her a soft smile. But now, we've added you, and more importantly, the legendary child of prophecy. It's starting to feel like Morgan's rule isn't as solid as I thought. Well, the Queen's reign has never been stable to begin with. If nothing else, just the fact that there's a tax system makes a lot of fairies hate her. Aurora let out a sigh. But still, she's ruled Britain for more than 2,000 years. Not because her rule is solid, but simply because her power is too overwhelming, so no one dares to oppose her. Indeed, that was the true reason Morgan had been able to rule Fairy Britain for over 2,000 years. To put it plainly, even those who were fed up with Morgan didn't dare take action because they feared her power. If she weren't so powerful and terrifying, with how brutal the fairies were, they probably would have stormed the throne and torn her to pieces a long time ago. A witch who rules Britain through sheer force, huh? Yeah, that's seriously terrifying. As Oberon remarked this with a mix of emotion, Artoria suddenly spoke up. Oberon, right. Artoria turned to him. You want to overthrow Morgan too? Isn't that obvious? Oberon blinked, then smiled. I'm on your side, no question about that. At this, Artoria just kept staring straight at him. Why? Artoria asked, her expression completely serious. Aurora thinks there's no future for Britain under Morgan's rule, but what about you? Is that why you're going against Morgan too? For some reason, she couldn't help but pay close attention to Oberon's presence, his thoughts and feelings in particular. Oberon noticed this as well and gave Artoria a deep look. Riezel, on the other hand, was watching Oberon with a faint curl at the corner of his lips. He was curious to see what kind of answer this man would give when faced with Artoria's fairy eyes. In the end, Oberon's reply came without the slightest hesitation. Guess I can tell you. Oberon said after a brief pause. I can tell you 2 reasons why I want to overthrow Morgan. First, my current domain, the Autumn Forest of Wales. It has been abandoned by both fairies and humans. It's where all the weak little fairies, the ones nobody needs, have gathered. Morgan had engraved command spells on every fairy across Britain, draining their magical energy every year, which led to the death of many weak fairies, either because all their magical energy was taken or because they weren't even worth draining in the first place. Meanwhile, the Autumn Forest became a refuge for those kinds of fairies, cast out of cities and villages for being too weak, with nowhere else to go. Morgan's a cold-hearted witch. Even if she doesn't bother wiping out those worthless fairies herself, she'll still stand by and let them die off. I can't turn a blind eye to that, and that's my first reason for opposing her. As for the second one, Oberon put away his usual smile and turned serious. You already know about proper human history, right? Artoria nodded heavily in response to his question. Then this'll be easier to explain. Oberon said, dropping a bombshell. Actually, proper human history is about to collapse, and it's all because of Fairy Britain. As soon as these words left Oberon's mouth, it wasn't just Artoria, even Aurora was visibly shocked. Proper human history is collapsing. Aurora muttered in surprise, clearly having not heard about it. Sorry, I didn't tell you before. Oberon spoke with an apologetic smile toward Aurora, then continued. Soon, Britain will face complete destruction, and that destruction will sweep across the entire world like a tsunami. It won't just take out this lost belt, proper human history is going down with it. When that happens, the planet's lifespan will come to an end, which means this will be the planet's true downfall, a cataclysm that wipes out all life and all things. And the one behind it all is Queen Morgan. According to Oberon, the reason Morgan placed command spells on every fairy and extracted such vast amounts of magical energy under the name of taxation wasn't just to reign over the fairy kingdom, but also a move to launch an attack on proper human history. By harvesting magical energy across all of fairy Britain for over 2,000 years, she plans to expand the fairy kingdom until it covers the outside world, which is none other than proper human history. That's what Morgan's trying to do. She wants to turn Earth into a planet that only holds fairy Britain. She wants revenge. She's trying to strike back at proper human history. In proper human history, Morgan had never become the king of Britain, which was why she resented Arthur, who did. In other words, for the Morgan of proper human history, ascending the throne and becoming king of Britain was a wish that had never come true. Proper human history chose King Arthur, not Morgan, so that part of history, to Morgan, was unbearably glaring and painful. Not to mention, proper human history was the correct history, the one that won, which meant the history where Morgan didn't become king was the right one. That was the message proper human history constantly sent. Given Morgan's tyrannical and domineering nature, it was easy to imagine the terrifying lengths she would go to after knowing all that. She doesn't need a proper human history that won't choose her as king. What she needs to protect is just this fairy Britain. For that reason, she chose to strike at proper human history, hoping to let fairy Britain take over the whole world. Oberon ignored everyone's shock and said something astonishing. I was summoned as a servant of proper human history to stop her madness. Servant. A shadow on Earth, born from a hero who had transcended human understanding. On the reverse side of the world, there existed a throne that recorded all the heroes in history who had achieved great deeds, known as the Throne of Heroes. Countless heroes who had made names for themselves throughout human history were recorded by this throne after their deaths, becoming objects of human faith, existences similar to spirits. And these spirits of heroes, from the past, present, and future, recorded by the throne, were what people called heroic spirits. When heroic spirits from the throne were summoned to the present world, whether through human rituals or mechanisms of the world itself, and became beings that could be commanded, they became servants. Oberon was a servant born of proper human history, none other than the fairy king Oberon described in A Midsummer Night's Dream, and many other literary works and traditions. Because Morgan's actions caused irreparable damage and posed an unimaginable threat to proper human history, I was summoned to this land to stop her. Oberon explained slowly. That's why I oppose Morgan, and also why I'm your ally. It went without saying that Oberon's words carried a massive amount of information and revealed shocking truths. Upon hearing something so unbelievable, the first thing Artoria did was look at Riezel. She couldn't help it. In her eyes, Riezel seemed to know far more than she had ever imagined. And because she trusted him, it was only natural that she wanted confirmation from him, to know whether Oberon was telling the truth. In response, Artoria saw Riezel nod calmly. Setting aside Oberon's personal take on Morgan, proper human history really is collapsing, and Morgan has either turned a blind eye or actively helped it along. Riezel's words meant Oberon was telling the truth. Proper human history was, in fact, slowly heading toward destruction, which was already in motion. Artoria instantly fell silent. Meanwhile, Oberon suddenly smiled and spoke again. From here on, I'll be acting together with you too. I'm not much of a fighter, but gathering intel and supporting from the rear, that's what I'm good at. Feel free to use me however you need. Our child of prophecy. Oberon's words echoed throughout the Lord's chambers, refusing to fade for a long, long time. Chapter 506, Chaldea and Nameless Forest. By the time they left the cathedral, it was already around noon. If they had been in the human world, this would have been lunchtime. However, since fairies didn't need to eat, and neither Aurora nor Oberon gave the idea of eating a second thought, after their conversation ended, Aurora didn't keep Riezel and the others any longer, and Oberon immediately suggested they get moving, wasting no time. But this made Artoria, who knew Riezel's true identity, glance at him with concern and even quietly ask if he wanted to take the chance to grab a meal. Riezel, however, didn't accept the suggestion, mainly because he could use magic to maintain his condition, so eating or not really didn't matter to him. Back in Camelot, Riezel had already been using magic to go without food, which was why the fairies in the royal palace hadn't suspected he was human. Morgan, on the other hand, would send meals to him every now and then, saying it was just to let him try something different, but Riezel always felt that the witch had figured out he was human and sent the food because of that. In other words, Morgan definitely knew Riezel wasn't the child of prophecy, and that he wasn't a fairy from the beginning. Other than Artoria and Morgan, the only other one who probably figured out Riesel's identity right away was that freak Beryl, who then went and told Tristan about it. Even though Oberon was a servant from proper human history, he didn't seem to have seen through Riesel's identity or realized he was human. Since that was the case, Riezel didn't mind hiding it a little longer, continuing to use magic to keep himself going. And so, Riezel, Artoria, and Oberon left the Cathedral of the Ash Tree together, left Salisbury entirely, and headed out onto the grassland beyond. Summon Monster Second. As Riezel chanted summoning magic, a magic circle appeared on the grassland, and a white, 8-legged horse known as Sleipnir leapt out from it, landing in front of them. Create greater item. Riezel then cast a creation magic, conjuring a carriage and attaching it to the Sleipnir. A luxurious carriage came into being, leaving Oberon clicking his tongue in amazement. Is this your magecraft? Looks pretty damn impressive. As expected of a magus. Saying this, Oberon had already shrunk his body down to a tiny form and hopped onto Blanca. I'm a magus too, you know. Artoria mumbled off to the side. When they left the cathedral, Aurora had offered to arrange some mounts for them if they didn't have their own transportation, but Riezel had turned that offer down. However, since he could make his own carriage with magic, he didn't need anyone else to prepare a ride, so the three of them simply left Salisbury and made their way into the southern plains. It was Oberon's first time seeing Riezel use magic, so naturally, he was a bit curious. As for Artoria, who had already seen Riezel's magic a few times, she mumbled for a bit before turning to Oberon. By the way, where exactly are we headed next? Since Oberon was the one who suggested they move quickly, neither Riezel nor Artoria had asked what his actual plan was yet. We're going to find our allies. Oberon answered cheerfully. Allies. Artoria blinked, then quickly caught on. You mean those forces opposing the Queen that Aurora mentioned? Aurora had said that the King clan in the north, the rebels in Sheffield, and the Round Table army in Londinium were forces opposing Morgan, which could definitely be counted as their allies. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Given that Artoria had already accepted help from Aurora and Oberon, she had no problem welcoming more. However, Oberon shook his head. No, not them. Even though they're definitely the kind of people we should try to bring to our side, the ones I'm talking about are way more special. Special, allies. Artoria tilted her head. Who are they? Before Oberon could answer, Riezel suddenly spoke. Chaldea, right. As soon as Riezel said this, both Artoria and Oberon froze. Chaldea. A question mark might as well have floated above Artoria's tilted head. You know about Chaldea? Oberon asked, looking at Riezel in surprise. Something like that. Riezel nodded calmly. They're the organization from proper human history that protects human order. I've heard plenty about them. In proper human history, there existed a special organization untouched by the interference of any nation. It had been established to ensure the long-lasting and resilient continuation of human history. For that, experts from every field, regardless of whether they specialized in magecraft or science, had been gathered together, forming a collective dedicated to the protection of human history. It was a research institute. It was also an observatory, an astronomical facility. Its mission had been to observe this world, a world that could not be fully comprehended by magecraft alone, nor entirely measured through science. When changes arose that threatened the extinction of humanity, the organization would intervene and act to protect human history. It was known as the Organization for the Preservation of Human Order, Chaldea. As a transmigrator, Riezel had certainly heard of it for a long time. It was only natural. It was, after all, the organization the original protagonist belonged to, and it had repeatedly served as the main stage where many of this world's major events took place. More importantly, the original protagonist was a master of Chaldea. A master referred to a magus who had formed a contract with a servant and could command that servant. Chaldea's method of intervening in human history and safeguarding humanity's foundation had primarily relied on these masters and their servants. When a threat that endangers proper human history shows up, Chaldea's master will appear with the servant they summoned. They'll investigate and survey the location where the danger appeared, interfere with it, and if necessary, even resort to extreme measures, like directly eliminating a lost belt and restoring a singularity in human history. Riezel explained to Artoria. They're Chaldea, and the foreign traveler mentioned in the Mirror Clan's prophecy is also one of them. Hearing this, Artoria's eyes widened slightly. So, the foreign traveler they spoke of is someone sent by Chaldea. Artoria had finally figured out who the foreign traveler in the prophecy, the one meant to aid her, really was. Yeah. Riezel nodded and replied with certainty. They've already cleared multiple singularities, restored humanity again and again, even saved it outright. They've conquered 5 lost belts too. Now, proper human history is about to collapse because of this anomalous world called Fairy Britain. With things being like this, Chaldea must have already noticed that something's wrong. For that reason, the master from Chaldea has probably already sneaked into Britain and entered this lost belt. At last, Riezel revealed something of great importance to Artoria. In the original work, it had been with Chaldea's help that Artoria had embarked on her pilgrimage, taken the path of the Savior, and ultimately fulfilled her mission, bringing salvation to Fairy Britain. Strictly speaking, they were her destined companions, people she could absolutely trust. As a side note, the faction Beryl belonged to had essentially been an enemy of Chaldea, so the two stood on opposing sides. Yes, Beryl also came from proper human history, but he had been an antagonist in every sense, standing against Chaldea. You sure know a lot. Standing nearby, Oberon gave Riezel a look filled with subtle meaning as he said this. Not really. Riezel replied calmly, his expression remaining unchanged. Don't you know quite a bit yourself? I don't know as much as you. Oberon spoke with a hint of implication. At first, I thought you were the same as Chaldea, just another helper from proper human history. I even thought you might be part of Chaldea yourself, but now it seems like your origins go even deeper than I imagined, Riezel. Upon hearing this, Riezel turned his gaze toward Oberon and simply smiled. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Riezel replied as calmly as before. Your background is probably deeper than anyone could ever guess, isn't it? Oberon fell silent. Riezel also stopped speaking. All of a sudden, the two of them sank into silence, causing a strange atmosphere to spread between them. Just then, Artoria finally spoke up. And here I thought my background was already mysterious and complicated enough. Turns out I'm actually the simplest one here. While speaking, her expression was one of indescribable helplessness, which made both Riezel and Oberon blink, then smile. No way, no way. We're nothing compared to you, Lady Savior of the future. Oberon said with a grin. Come on, cheer up. We're all counting on you. Artoria let out a soft snort and turned her head away, looking like she didn't feel like talking anymore. Riezel glanced at Artoria, then turned back to Oberon and spoke up. Since you said you wanted to find Chaldea, does that mean Chaldea has already come to this lost belt? Oberon naturally gave an affirmative answer to this question. You know, that's information I worked hard to gather. Oberon sighed helplessly. Well, if nothing unexpected happened, Chaldea should have arrived by now. Riezel nodded without surprise, since this timing matched exactly what he had predicted back when he was still in the royal palace. Shortly after his wedding to Morgan, Chaldea did indeed arrive in Fairy Britain. According to the original work, the place where Chaldea landed after arriving in Fairy Britain should have been the previously mentioned nameless forest. Let's go. I'll take you there. Saying this, Oberon, mounting Blanca, flew ahead. Riezel and Artoria got into the carriage one after the other and, pulled by the white Sleipnir, followed Oberon. Soon, the rolling wheels echoed along the road outside Salisbury, kicking up clouds of dust behind the carriage. Foreign traveler, huh? Artoria, sitting inside the carriage, looked out the window and recalled the Mirror clan's prophecy. It was said that the child of prophecy would embark on a pilgrimage with the help of a foreign traveler and ultimately become Britain's savior, overthrowing the false king and being crowned the true king. Artoria had once hoped and imagined what kind of foreign traveler would assist her. She had no friends, or rather, no true friends, only fairy childhood companions from the village of Tintagel who pretended to be her friends but never really cared about her. Because of that, knowing she would one day have like-minded companions, she naturally imagined what kind of person they would be. If it had been her old self, at the moment she set out to find the foreign traveler, she probably would have been nervous and uneasy, but now. I already have like-minded companions. Artoria thought to herself while looking at Riezel, who was sitting beside her. What's up? Riezel noticed her gaze and asked with some confusion. Nothing. Artoria shook her head and smiled gently. Despite her words, a clear look of affection appeared in Artoria's eyes that had never been there before. She wouldn't tell Riezel that last night, when she dreamed of the proper human history version of herself, she also dreamed of him becoming a son again, lighting the path beneath her feet and protecting her journey. Thanks to that, she managed to watch the life of the other version of herself. Otherwise, she would have long since been crushed under the heavy pressure it brought. As Riezel's group set off, several figures appeared on the coast of a forest at the distant border. They seemed to have crossed over from the other side of the sea, but as soon as they landed, they were immediately engulfed in a thick fog. Is this Britain lost belt? Someone among them spoke. I can't see anything, this fog is so thick. Another voice followed. Wait up, let me scout the surroundings first. A youthful voice came, accompanied by the soft beeping sounds of equipment being operated. The temperature is moderate, humidity is normal, but judging by these numbers, this fog isn't ordinary water vapor. Also, the magical energy concentration in the air is unusually high. If it's this dense, many ancient mysteries might still linger on this land, so everyone, be careful. Don't let your guard down. Warning the others, the youthful voice was filled with surprising wisdom, giving off a sense of early maturity. Understood. Got it. Acknowledging in unison, the other two clearly showed respect for the youthful voice's advice, even seeming to fully trust the assessment and caution. However, just as the three were about to move, a fourth voice suddenly appeared. I'm saddened. I'm right here beside you all, yet none of you has noticed my presence. Hearing this, the three were startled. Why you're... Tristan. At the trio's exclamations, the master of the fourth voice chuckled. Yes, Knight Tristan, answering the call. A beautiful melody from a harp soon played, echoing through the thick fog. As the knight who called himself Tristan strummed his harp, it brought joy to the three. However, they didn't notice the fog thickening around them, and silently, some dark shadows approached, slowly moving toward where they were standing. Nameless Forest. It was located in the southwest of Fairy Britain, at the far corner of the island, near the coast. Of course, it wasn't called Nameless Forest because it had no name. Is it really a forest that makes people completely forget everything about themselves, even their names, and never return? Artoria muttered to herself in the carriage, repeating the introduction Oberon had given. Yup. Oberon nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, he was still mounting Blanca but had already entered the carriage and was standing before Riezel and Artoria. Whether fairy or human, anyone who enters that forest will gradually get lost in the thick fog and forget everything along the way, until they can't even remember their own name. That's why it's called the Nameless Forest, a place you enter and never return from, a forest where you lose your name. It was the worst fairy territory in Britain. It was the most feared, the least welcome dead zone for fairies. At least, for fairies, it was no different from a death trap. Why? Simple. When a fairy loses their name, they lose the meaning of their existence and even the concept of their existence. In the end, they either wither completely or turn into cursed moss, wandering the land of Britain until they're destroyed to find redemption. Oberon continued explaining casually. And that's the terrifying place we're heading to. How do you feel? Honestly, there was no need to say. Artoria now gripped the staff of selection tightly, looking reluctant. Since the Nameless Forest was a huge deterrent to fairies, the fear it caused was clearly far stronger than that felt by humans. At least humans wouldn't turn into moss or cursed creatures just because they lost their memory or their name, but fairies were different. Unless they wanted to die, they would never dare approach the Nameless Forest. Did Chaldea really land in a place like that? Artoria showed a troubled expression. I wish I could say no, but unfortunately, that's the truth. Oberon shrugged. From what I know, recently, the only place with unidentified drifting objects washing ashore was the coast near the Nameless Forest. That's probably Chaldea's ship. In other words, unless they gave up looking for Chaldea, they had no choice but to go to the Nameless Forest. Are you both okay with that? Oberon asked with a serious expression. I have ways to avoid being affected by the Nameless Forest, but how about you two? At this question, Artoria hesitated because she wasn't sure if she would be affected by the Nameless Forest. Riezel, on the other hand, was confident it wouldn't affect his memory. However, just as he was about to speak, a strange noise suddenly appeared, catching his attention. Chapter 507, Moss Attack. Boom. At the edge of the forest near the coast, a faint rumbling sound echoed through the air. Even though the noise was quite quiet, the fact that it could be heard from such a distance meant that something significant must have happened at the source, enough to make the rumbling echo back. What's that? Riezel turned toward the direction from which the sound came, his eyes shining with a clear light. What's going on? Is something wrong? Although Artoria and Oberon were a step slower than Riezel, as fairies with senses generally sharper than humans, even if they weren't from the Wind Clan, they still noticed the abnormality one after another. Clairvoyance. Riezel thought for a moment, then activated the surveillance magic he had used before in Salisbury, letting his vision leap forward toward the coast. Unfortunately, what came into view was a thick fog that almost filled the entire site, making visibility extremely low. If I could use the transparent world while under clairvoyance, I should be able to see through this fog, right? Riezel thought silently. Clairvoyance only allowed seeing distant objects without any see-through ability, while the transparent world could see through bodies but didn't expand the field of view, so when both were used together, they should have complemented each other perfectly. Riezel had already tried it, but even when using the transparent world under clairvoyance, it regrettably only penetrated the immediate view, not the extended one, so he still couldn't see through the fog. But, well, this kind of cursed energy gotta be what those moss released. Riezel vaguely observed some pitch-black magical energy. Could it be that someone from Chaldea was attacked? This thought flashed through Riezel's mind before he deactivated clairvoyance and turned to Artoria and Oberon. I'll go first. You two don't have to enter the Nameless Forest. You can wait for me outside. After saying this, Riezel used teleportation magic. Wait. Artoria was about to speak, but Riezel vanished before she could finish. Is it really necessary to be in such a rush? Oberon, riding on Blanca, gave a bitter smile, then followed, flying out of the carriage on the moth beneath him. Left all alone, Artoria immediately felt lost in the wind. She was actually left behind. Left behind. Behind. I must be the worst-off savior. With tears in her eyes, Artoria climbed out of the carriage, got into the driver's seat, and urged the Sleipnir to speed up. In the next moment, the Sleipnir immediately dashed forward, carrying the lonely fairy girl toward the nameless forest by the coast. At the edge of the nameless forest, by the coast. Swish. In the dense fog with extremely low visibility, Riezel's figure appeared abruptly, causing the surrounding fog to stir slightly with the shifting airflow. This fog. Riezel's eyes glowed with a transparent sheen as he reached out his hand to brush through the thick fog beside him, his brow deeply furrowed. He could feel that this dense fog carried unusual magical energy, emitting strange fluctuations that seemed to affect the mind and brain. I see, the nameless forest's property of making people forget everything, even their own names, must come from this fog, right? Riezel thought to himself, then shifted his attention. No matter where the nameless forest's memory-erasing nature came from, it didn't affect him. Being immune to mental interference, this harmful power that could negatively impact the mind or brain was completely useless against him. Not to mention, Riezel also had the divine protection bestowed by Morgan. Even though it wasn't entirely clear, Riezel felt that with Morgan's divine protection, even if he wasn't immune to mental interference, he still wouldn't be affected by this fog. If that was the case, the source of the nameless forest's nature no longer mattered. What was important was that right before Riezel's eyes, a fierce battle was unfolding. Boom. A loud rumble echoed through the air. The source of the rumble was a volley of cannon-like blasts as black as ink. One by one, algae-like moss creatures wriggled through the thick fog, slowly approaching from one direction while gathering cursed energy on their bodies to form black cannon blasts that exploded at the feet of the group ahead. Boom, 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 boom. The blasts kept coming, the cursed magical energy spreading continuously in the fog, causing a series of powerful explosions that assaulted the group. Watch out. A young and anxious voice rang out. What is this? Right after, a graceful male voice followed, accompanied by the sound of strings being plucked, sending invisible attacks through the fog that slashed through the air and struck the moss. Poochie, 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 poochie. Being attacked, all the moss paused momentarily, with fresh cut marks appearing on their bodies as black magical energy puffed out like smoke. However, slashing attacks were clearly ineffective against the moss, as proven by how their bodies only wriggled a few times. The black smoke stopped, and the cut marks healed, leaving them unharmed. In the end, they continued slowly closing in on their prey, gathering the black magical energy once more, turning the curse into cannonballs and firing again. Boom. Another blast echoed, sending black shockwaves outward. Ah! A sudden shout broke the air. Master! A girl's cry followed immediately. Just like that, the moss combined cannon fire blasted the group in the fog with cursed black energy, sending some rolling on the ground, some falling into the forest, and others plunging directly into the sea, quickly disappearing from sight. Seeing this, Riezel's eyes narrowed sharply. Bang. Raging flames suddenly burst from Riezel's body, engulfing him as he transformed into a small, blazing sun. Swing. Riezel quickly unsheathed Hermit, the black sword hanging at his waist. Bang. As the flames around Riezel's body exploded, he transformed into a small sun hovering in midair, then dove downward at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the group of moss below. SHFF. At the same time, the moss seemed to sense the danger and all stopped wriggling, but by then, it was already too late to react. Sun breathing, second form, clear blue sky. From the descending miniature sun, the black sword burned with fierce flames as it slashed in a perfect circular arc, igniting a ring of solar fire that expanded rapidly and slammed into the group of moss. Boom. The explosion of flames was far more powerful than the moss' previous cannon blasts, the roar like thunder shooting straight into the sky. One by one, the moss were blown away like spiders caught in falling webs, scattered in all directions. Only then did Riezel's figure emerge from the fiery sun, landing on the ground with a black sword in hand, his cold gaze fixed on the group of moss. SHFF. In the next moment, the moss that had fallen to the ground began to wriggle again, struggling to get back up. Pretty tough, no wonder it's a curse that can pollute all of Britain. Riezel instinctively frowned, then relaxed his expression. A curse? It seemed like this thing was naturally weak to him. He tightened his grip on Hermit, causing flames to ignite along its length. Buzz. Facing Riezel, the moss immediately reacted, gathering a massive amount of curse energy and forming a power far denser than any previous bombardment, causing the air to hum with a low vibration. At that moment, Riezel moved. No, it was more accurate to say a fire dragon moved. Hermit, burning with fierce flames, danced in an instant and transformed into a slender fire dragon that flew and darted through the clusters of moss. Poochie, 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 poochie. Poochie, 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 Poochie. As the fire dragon sped past, every moss it brushed against was slashed by a trail of blazing flames. Sun breathing, 11th form. Riezel's figure emerged once more from the flames, causing the fire dragon formed by his swinging sword to gradually vanish. Sun halo dragon head dance. Whoosh. With these words, the moss struck by the fiery slashes suddenly burst into flames. SHFF SHFF. They seemed to be screaming. They seemed to be crying out in pain. Wrapped in the fire of the sun, their forms were slowly consumed, burning away under the fierce flames. Because of the pioneer of the sun, Riezel inherently had the ability to suppress evil entities. Being a spiritual existence, when using sun breathing, his attacks also gained a purifying effect against evil spirits. While facing returned Array like Woodwoes, or fairy knights like Lancelot and Gawain, Riezel's advantage was not fully apparent, but against cursed creatures like moss, his swordsmanship revealed its terrifying power completely. Thanks to that, the moss that had been invincible to others were as fragile as thin paper in Riezel's hands. And so, the fire of the sun that could purify all evil burned fiercely on the moss, and soon they were all incinerated without a trace of curse remaining. Click. Only then did Riezel sheath his sword, savoring the feel of the strike. As expected, Hermit still feels best to use. Perhaps it was because the Nicaran sword matched so well with the breathing style, or maybe Hermit and sun breathing had extremely high compatibility. Using Hermit with sun breathing gave Riezel a smooth, satisfying feeling. Even though full was not bad, it wasn't specifically crafted to match wind-breathing sword forms, so it felt a bit awkward to Riezel. Just like the last time he used fast attack mode against Gawain, he had felt the same way. Of course, just as Lisbeth could adjust Love Breathing's form slightly to fix that issue, Riezel only needed to tweak Wind Breathing's sword form a little to fit full perfectly, and the problem would be solved. Simply put, it wasn't a big deal. At this moment, Riezel was just reflecting and didn't mean that strong attack mode was necessarily better than fast attack mode. Each mode had its own features, one was balanced and powerful, the other extremely fast, so neither was better or worse. Regardless, after his last fight with Gawain, Riezel had realized the value of speed. Being fast meant that even if his attacks were a bit weaker, it was much harder for opponents to counter his offense, especially with strength-focused fairies like Gawain. Using speed to maneuver around her was surprisingly effective and made fights easier. If he had used strong attack mode against Gawain, he would have had to clash head-on. If Gawain was in her normal state, that wouldn't have been a problem, but the issue was that once she entered her atavistic state and her strength and size grew, even in strong attack mode, he simply couldn't withstand her power. And then there was Lancelot. She was so fast and mobile that during their last encounter in Salisbury, Riezel, using strong attack mode, was almost completely suppressed. If not for him turning the tide with magic, his fight against her would have been the same as with Gawain, the faster fighter playing the stronger one like a toy. In other words, if he fought Lancelot again, using fast attack mode might flip the situation again. But my damage in fast attack mode was clearly not enough, since I had to go all out just to seriously injure Gawain back then. If I fought against a dragon with strong vitality like Lancelot, would I still be able to have the same effect? Riezel thought seriously as he remembered his battle with Gawain. Maybe I need to figure out a way to slightly increase my speed in strong attack mode. He didn't expect to catch up to the speed of fast attack mode, but he wanted to at least barely keep up with Lancelot, and only then could he improve his chances against her. Actually, Riezel already had an idea of what to do. I'll try it out next time. Even though it sounded complicated, in reality, only a few seconds had passed in the outside world from the moment he dealt with the Moss group to finishing these thoughts. Right after, Riezel headed toward the sea while using message to contact Oberon. Someone was just attacked here, and they got scattered by the Moss attack. Some fell into the sea, some flew into the forest, and some collapsed by the shore, probably unconscious. I'll leave the coast and forest to you. I'm gonna save the one who fell into the sea. After saying this, Riezel abruptly cut off the message connection and dove straight into the water. At the same time, on a moth flying in the distance, Oberon, who looked like a tiny figure, hesitated for a moment, then sighed wryly again. He really knows how to boss people around. Muttering to himself, Oberon still did as Riezel told. Meanwhile, Artoria was still on the way, riding the carriage.